Naruto, Iruka Sensei is calling you. Sakura tugged at Naruto, who seemed lost in thought, oblivious to Iruka Sensei's repeated calls. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I headed? Naruto, bewildered, uttered these existential questions. He distinctly recalled watching Naruto, yet now found himself in an unfamiliar place. What kind of bizarre location is this, complete with desks? Gazing at the middle-aged man on the podium, who was gesticulating animatedly, he resembled a frenzied monkey. Yet, why does he look so familiar? This person bears a striking resemblance to Iruka. Turning to his side, Naruto suddenly leaped onto a desk. Ah, aren't you? That. Sasuke, Uchiha Sasuke. The excitement in his heart was unmistakable. Idiot. Sasuke shot him a disdainful glance, his cold eyes filled with contempt. Indeed, that was Sasuke's signature aloofness, surveying the familiar faces around him. Naruto mentally matched each one. The girl beside him was Sakura. Haruno Sakura, there was Shikamaru, Ino, and that chubby one was Choji, the one with the pet dog was Kiba, and Hinata. Damn. Naruto chuckled wryly. This dream feels far too real. Naruto, come up and demonstrate the transformation jutsu. Iruka Sensei's voice rang out again, tinged with dissatisfaction. Naruto secretly rejoiced he had been avidly following the Naruto anime lately and never imagined he would find himself in such an immersive experience, interacting closely with characters from the series. What's even more astounding is that in this dream, he was the protagonist. Such a golden opportunity should not be squandered. How could he betray the love of the village and its people? Iruka, hold on a moment. The great Hokage has matters to attend to, or else I might wake up from this dream. Naruto waved his hand with a smug smile. Hokage? Iruka was exasperated. How dare this little brat speak so presumptuously, as if the Hokage were a casual topic for jest. Ignoring Iruka's dark expression, Naruto turned and walked toward the back of the classroom. In just a few steps, he reached Hinata's side. Grinning mischievously at the white-eyed goddess, he suddenly grabbed the astonished girl. Naruto, you. Before she could finish, Naruto's lips pressed firmly against hers. Smack. A sharp slap echoed across the room. Pervert. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, and with all her might, she delivered a slap that spun Naruto around. Ouch. That hurt. Naruto covered his face, bewildered. Wasn't Hinata supposed to be gentle and demure? Why did she hit so hard? What? Did he really just do that? How dare he openly harass Hinata? Is Naruto losing his mind? Does this toad really think he can court Swan? In an instant, the classroom erupted with gasps and laughter. Such a reckless wife. Naruto covered his face and muttered a reproach. Naruto, you. Shameless. Who's your wife? Hinata's face was a fiery red. Naruto, stop. A kiss is enough. Don't go overboard. Iruka was genuinely angry. Although Naruto often played pranks, he had never gone this far before. Openly assaulting a female classmate was unacceptable. In a swift motion, Iruka grabbed Naruto by the collar and pulled him to the podium, fuming. Hurry up and perform the transformation jutsu, or you won't be allowed to participate in tomorrow's graduation exam. Naruto grinned mischievously. Isn't it just a transformation jutsu? No big deal. Iruka Sensei, do you want me to prepare some tissues for your nose? Iruka shot him a disdainful look. No big deal. Such arrogance. And why would I need tissues? Because a wicked smile flickered across Naruto's face. Bang. A stunning young woman, voluptuous and alluring, leaned against a steel pole, her lips parting seductively. Iruka Sensei, would you like to see a pole dance? Splat. Iruka's nosebleed gushed forth as he yelled. Naruto, at your young age, you should be learning properly. What on earth is this transformation jutsu? Bang! With another loud noise, Naruto reverted to his original appearance. Not only was Iruka unable to maintain his composure, but even he was on the verge of a nosebleed. The scene was utterly eye-watering. Naruto's transformation jutsu was pixelated. So, you fail. Iruka's gaze was stern. The sudden appearance of such explicit content caught him off guard. The onlookers were already dumbfounded. Such a sensational display was indeed rare to see. Naruto always managed to bring them unexpected surprises. Of course, sometimes there were also frights. Seriously? This isn't passing. Naruto was indignant, mentally shouting, Nine-Tails, hurry up and give me some chakra. Let them witness my prowess. Get lost. A deep, cold voice echoed in his mind. offering no leniency. Arrogant. Naruto seethed. You'll have no friends acting like this. Kurama. Friends? Huh. Foolish, lowly human. What makes you think you could be my friend? Besides, how do you know my name? The Nine-Tails' voice remained cold and aloof. That I know, plenty. Stop wasting time and give me some chakra. Or else. What will you do? The Nine-Tails' tone was laced with disdain. It'll show you by dying. If I die, you won't be able to escape from the seal in my body. Umph. You pitiful little human. Your shamelessness reminds me of another human I detest. But I can't be bothered with you. Here is 4 words for you: love it or leave it. Damn, so heartless. But upon reflection, this storyline seemed reminiscent of the anime's plot at this point. He shook his head in a wry smile and walked toward the window. Reaching for the window, he peered outside and cursed internally. Damn, this is the 6th floor, although jumping might wake me from the dream. It's far too high. Jumping off requires immense courage. Irika, witnessing this scene, grew frantic and quickly spoke up. Naruto, what are you doing? Failing isn't worth taking such drastic measures. Tisich. Naruto scoffed dismissively. He turned to Hinata, who still seemed dazed from the earlier shock. Wife, I'm heading back. See you in the anime. As soon as the words left his mouth, he leaped. In the astonished gazes of his classmates, Naruto struck a pose, a fleeting smile gracing his lips. His body traced a graceful arc in the air. Boom! In his last moments of consciousness, Naruto muttered in dissatisfaction, damn, that hurts. Someone jumped. Screams erupted. In the spring of the 91st year of the Hidden Leaf. The headlines of the Fire Country's entertainment gossip news read: wayward youth publicly harasses female classmate. Despairing. Jumps off a building. In an instant, the name Uzumaki Naruto became renowned, known far and wide. As consciousness gradually sharpened, an excruciating pain radiated from every bone in his body. The stark white sheets and the quilt emblazoned with a cross symbol were connected to a metallic monstrosity resembling a machine by several wires. Could it be? Was he still trapped in a dream? Was this a nightmare? Ming Ren felt a sense of despair as he gazed through the window, clearly seeing the leaf village he had admired in the anime. Ding ding ding. A series of notifications echoed in his mind. Soul invasion successful. Uzumaki Naruto. Mission initiated. Mission title: Grand Adventure in the Ninja World. Mission objective: XXXX. Mission requirement: do not alter the overall plot or face severe punishment. Mission reward: XXXX. This is absurd. What on earth is XXXX? Can it not be explained more clearly? This is downright treacherous. Infiltrating Uzumaki Naruto. Has he crossed over? Ming Ren found it hard to believe. Struggling to sit up, only to discover the severity of his injuries. Bandages wrapped around his body rendered him immobile. Damn it. If only the task notification had appeared earlier. Did they want him to fall to his death from the 6th floor? You little human, your temper is truly explosive. To threaten death and truly mean it. You must be something special. The Nine-Tails' indifferent voice carried a hint of lingering fear. Kurama, how could you be so ungrateful? Not only did you let me jump, but you didn't even try to save me. Just wait. Ming Ren weakly threatened. The Nine-Tails, enraged by his words, abandoned its usual aloofness and began to berate him loudly within his mind. Nonsense. If it weren't for my timely release of chakra, you arrogant little brat would have been smashed to bits. Oh, I see. That is somewhat better. I misjudged you. From now on, you may call me Naruto. Ming Ren felt a sense of relief. Since he was an orphan, living anywhere was the same. Moreover, he was well versed in the significant events of the Naruto universe. Armed with the foresight of a prophet, wasn't he that more powerful than any cheat? Haven't you always called me Naruto? The Nine-Tails scoffed dismissively. Oh, right. Ming Ren, Naruto. They sound alike. Perhaps this was destined by fate. With that thought, Ming Ren mustered a mischievous grin and declared, henceforth, please call me Lord Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. Humph. The Nine-Tails coldly retorted, foolish and arrogant humans are all alike. Just as Naruto intended to flatter the Nine-Tails, recognizing its importance as his future combat partner, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. How is Naruto's condition? A deep, aged voice resonated, exuding strength and vitality, clearly belonging to a robust elder. Lord Third, this child is gravely injured. We don't know what prompted him to jump from the 6th floor without using chakra for protection. It's a miracle he survived. A woman's voice, tinged with astonishment, followed. The third. Naruto felt a surge of excitement. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the venerable elder who embodied the will of fire. Remembering the moment he witnessed the old man sacrificing himself to seal Orochimaru, Naruto cursed the author with heartfelt pain. How can such an adorable old man claim his meal ahead of time? With a creak, the door swung open, and the elderly gentleman entered, his expression dark. Adorned with a conical hat emblazoned with a flame symbol, draped in a white cloak, and clad in a resplendent red traditional robe, it was unmistakably him, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The third Hokage. Grandfather, you're still alive, Naruto exclaimed, his excitement causing him to lean forward, which triggered a sharp pain in his shoulder, making him wince. Humph. You little brat, even in death, I would not succumb. I am as fit as a fiddle, Hiruzen reprimanded, his tone exasperated. Just because you failed one test doesn't mean you should contemplate the end. Look at your potential. I've taken time out of my busy schedule to check on you, and you dare to curse me? You're becoming increasingly insufferable. It seems I must find a stricter mentor to properly discipline you. As Hiruzen continued his tirade, Naruto found no opportunity to interject. Is this truly the third Hokage? He pondered. Could it be that I've crossed into a false Hokage world? Grandfather, this was an accident. Once I become Hokage, the very first order I'll issue will be to install safety bars on the school windows. It's far too perilous, he declared, glancing at his own bandaged form. Feeling a deep sense of frustration, Hiruzen cleared his throat, his demeanor softening slightly. Ah, little Naruto, you still possess ambition. To become Hokage, one must diligently train. Irika has already informed me of your situation. He spoke highly of your transformation technique. You are eligible for graduation and have been assigned to Team 7. Once your injuries have healed, go directly to Kakashi for your report. Naruto nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. He praised my transformation technique, right? Nonetheless, he felt relieved that Irika was finally the first teacher to acknowledge him. Wait, report to Kakashi-sensei? Does that mean I'll skip the part about stealing the forbidden scroll and learning the shadow clone technique? That simply cannot happen. Ouch, my head. Grandfather, you should return to your duties. As Hokage, you have many responsibilities to attend to. I need to rest. Ha ha ha, you little rascal, as if you've ever been Hokage. Well, Hokage-sama, this boy is merely pretending. I just checked the analyzer, and his body is healing at an astonishing rate. It's quite unbelievable. Naruto's face, wrapped in bandages, was a portrait of embarrassment. The nurse, though rather attractive, had a knack for dismantling his bravado. Wait, what? A demolition team? Nurse, is this truly appropriate? Oh, youth and vitality. An old man cannot compare. Yet, such a rapid healing speed is indeed remarkable. Hiruzen furrowed his brow, something on his mind, and left the room. Deep in thought. In a flash, Naruto tore off his bandages and leapt out the window. Oh no, this time it was the first floor. He did not wish to endure another free fall. Naruto. Suddenly, Mizuki appeared beside him. However, this fellow looked somewhat different from his anime counterpart, sporting a rather dubious expression. Years of watching anime told Naruto that this man was likely trouble. Who are you? Naruto asked, adopting a wary stance. I am Shuemu, a close friend of Irika. Upon hearing this, Naruto's face lit up with joy. Haha, Shuemu. I've been looking for you. Come, tell me where the forbidden jutsu scroll is. I must hurry to steal it. Shuemu was taken aback, pondering how this little brat knew what he was after. Sensing Shuemu's skepticism, Naruto quickly whispered, if I steal the scroll, I'll learn the shadow clone technique, and the rest will be yours. Uncle Snake? Uncle Snake? Shuemu was utterly bewildered. Are you referring to Lord Orochimaru? Oh yes. Uncle Snake of society, Lord Orochimaru. A sly grin flickered across Naruto's lips as he silently berated the fool. Thinking no wonder he could only survive for a single episode. The overall structure of Konoha Village was nearly identical to that portrayed in the anime. If one had to pinpoint a difference, Naruto felt it was the Ichiraku ramen he had just passed by. The bowls were not as large as the legend suggested. He wondered if they would be enough. The Hokage Tower was heavily guarded, but thankfully, Shuemu diverted the patrolling guards, allowing Naruto to successfully steal the forbidden jutsu scroll. Mimicking the appearance from his memories, Naruto secured the scroll to his waist, channeling chakra as he sprinted away, feeling both swift and light. He leaped and bounded, quickly exiting the main city of Konoha and entering the dense woods at the edge of the village. Finding a secluded spot, he unfurled the scroll. The first forbidden jutsu that caught his eye was the multiple shadow clone technique. The sequence of hand signs was boar, dog, dragon, rat, dog, pig, snake, tiger. completing so many hand signs within 4 seconds. Naruto furrowed his brow, attempting to perform the signs. Achieving the hand seals within 4 seconds was not difficult. However, the chakra required for this ninjutsu was overwhelmingly vast, far beyond what he currently possessed. Hey, Ninetails, can I borrow a bit of chakra? Naruto forced a harmless smile. Not a chance. The Ninetails retorted sharply. Unfazed, Naruto had anticipated such a response. He reached into his tool pouch for a kunai, which he had hastily purchased on the way to steal the scroll, specifically to deal with the Ninetails. Aiming it at the major artery on his wrist, he shouted, "Kyubi, I'm asking if you're going to lend me some chakra. If not, then I'll just borrow. You're the boss. I can't provoke you, all right?" The Ninetails was infuriated, veins bulging. It had never realized this brat was such a rogue. The news of the stolen scroll had already been reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was a forbidden tome sealed by the first Hokage himself, and Naruto's actions could no longer be dismissed as mere pranks. As Hokage, he could not show favoritism in public. Even though he knew Naruto was the only bloodline of Minato, he could not let that influence his judgment. The priority was to recover the stolen scroll. Apprehending the thief would come later. Yes, the Umbu dispersed in an instant. With the chakra of the Ninetails, Naruto effortlessly completed the multiple shadow clone technique. The progress was even smoother than he had anticipated. The protagonist's halo, what could he say? He wished to be low-key, but his strength simply would not allow it. Naruto felt a sense of pride swell within him, desiring to take a glimpse at the forbidden techniques concealed within the scroll. He certainly did not wish to emulate Naruto from the anime, merely acquiring a shadow clone. Any little knowledge he could pilfer would be advantageous. Whatever he could grasp would be of use. However, Naruto stared in astonishment at the scroll in his grasp, finding himself utterly stymied at the first technique. No matter how he strained, he could not unfurl it even a fraction further. Frustrated, Naruto unleashed a torrent of curses, lamenting, "Does learning an additional technique truly alter the storyline? Damn it!" A creeping unease took root in his heart. It seemed the mission's requirements were not mere fabrications. Indeed, altering even a fragment of the narrative was beyond his reach, and the ominous XXXX that appeared in the mission prompt left him feeling unsettled. Nevertheless, the world of Hokage harbored too many regrets for him. Naruto lifted his gaze to the night sky, adorned with twinkling stars, the gentle breeze caressing his face. No matter what, he resolved to mend some of those regrets. Deep within, Naruto silently vowed to himself. In the distance, shadows flitted through the trees, prompting Naruto to swiftly conceal the scroll and remain vigilant. "Naruto, it's me," Mizuki exclaimed, drenched in sweat as he emerged from the woods, his eyes gleaming with avarice as they fell upon the scroll in Naruto's hands. To evade the pursuit of the Umbu, he had nearly exhausted all his chakra to remain inconspicuous, his face now as pale as parchment. "Mizuki," Naruto feigned relief, shaking the forbidden scroll in his hands. "You arrived just in time. Let us work together." Mizuki, elated, failed to notice the cunning grin that spread across Naruto's face. Naruto's mind was abuzz with scheming. Since he could not unlock the scroll, surely he could steal a glance. He refused to believe that the wretched mission system had no flaws. Casually passing the scroll to Mizuki, he vacated his seat. Without hesitation, Mizuki plopped down and eagerly unfurled the scroll. Indeed, every system has its flaws, Naruto mused, cursing the foolish mission system and challenging it. This is the forbidden technique of sage arts, Soul Ferryman. Naruto's gaze darted past the shadow clone technique, landing on the second forbidden technique, which filled him with uncontainable joy. He meticulously memorized all the hand seals, sparing no carelessness. In stark contrast, Mizuki felt utterly disheartened. The vast scroll documented only 2 forbidden techniques, one of which was the sage art. What on earth is sage art? He had never even heard of it. As for the shadow clone technique, the immense chakra required was something he dared not even contemplate. Fortunately, the section sealed with runes appeared to hold some research value. With a tinge of disappointment, he stored the scroll away. Mizuki whispered to Naruto, "Come with me. I'll take you to meet Uncle Snake from society." "Humph." Naruto scoffed coldly. "You've learned quite quickly about Uncle Snake from society. But what?" Mizuki demanded. "Help! Help! Mizuki has stolen the forbidden technique scroll. I've caught him." Naruto suddenly shouted towards the woods behind him. Mizuki was left utterly flabbergasted. He had never anticipated that someone could be even more unscrupulous than himself. What the hell? How utterly despicable. Mizuki erupted in furious exclamations. Today, I shall surely vanquish you. With a swift motion, I unleashed 3 shurikens, each infused with an immense reservoir of chakra. How humiliating it is for a seasoned chunin to be outmaneuvered by a mere child. In a state of panic, Naruto fumbled for a shuriken from his tool pouch. Brandishing it clumsily, clang, he deflected 2 shurikens in rapid succession. Yet, at this moment, the whirlpool that is Naruto was scarcely more than a lowly genin, utterly feeble. The 3rd shuriken, accompanied by a piercing hum, tore through the air. Realizing he could not deflect it in time, Naruto instinctively crossed his shuriken before his chest. Clang! The overwhelming force sent him hurtling backwards, crashing to the ground. Die! Mizuki's eyes blazed with fury, his teeth clenched in rage. As he channeled all his chakra into the shuriken he hurled. What is this? This is not how the script unfolds. Naruto, witnessing the shuriken hurtling towards him, found himself devoid of any practical combat experience. There was no escape. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged, bracing his back against the shuriken, blood gushing down onto Naruto's hands. It was Iruka-sensei. What a dramatic turn of events. Mizuki, witnessing his lethal shuriken being intercepted by Iruka, erupted in furious outrage. From a distance, he shouted, Iruka, have you forgotten how your parents perished? It was the 9 tails that killed them, and within this wretched child lies the seal of the beast. Silence, Mizuki. You must not speak of such things. Iruka's voice trembled with urgency. Mizuki had seemingly discovered the words that could pierce Iruka's heart, that impudent little brat. How dare he? Must not speak? On the contrary, I shall speak freely. Do you think everyone despises you for no reason? Mizuki's laughter chilled the air. It is because you are the vessel of the fox. What? How splendid. So I am indeed formidable, nearly succumbing to self-doubt. Naruto feigned a look of triumph. How could this be? You should be in agony. Mizuki's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh, agony. Why should I suffer? I am elated. I even aspire to be brothers with the 9 tails. Naruto shouted within his mind. Kurama, isn't that right? The recent events had not escaped the notice of the 9 tails, who observed the audacity of Naruto's actions with a mixture of admiration and disbelief. You, little human, possess an astonishingly thick skin. Am I to take this as a compliment? If you perceive it as such, then consider yourself victorious. Now, quickly bestow upon me some chakra. I intend to bring this shameless Mizuki to his knees. The 9 tails, momentarily at a loss for words, complied silently, releasing chakra, all the while adorned in fur, yet deriding others as monkeys. Joining his index and middle fingers, he swiftly formed hand seals, multiple shadow clone jutsu. With the surge of crimson chakra, an innumerable array of Narutos encircled Mizuki. You've even learned forbidden techniques? In the end, I'll be left with the blame of stealing the scroll for forbidden jutsu. And for what? This is infuriating. With a splatter, blood erupted from Mizuki's mouth. Mizuki, you're finished. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, surely this minor character's demise won't disrupt the narrative. The task system in my mind showed no signs of irregularity. It appears that foolish characters like Mizuki can meet their demise without any impact on the progression of the narrative. The following day, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, personally commended Naruto for his exceptional performance in retrieving the stolen forbidden jutsu scroll. Of course, Iruka-sensei attested that Naruto was entirely innocent of any involvement in the theft. In the end, Naruto had quite the hearty meal at Ichiraku Ramen, opting for the large bowl with extra toppings. Naruto, what on earth is this photo? You must change it. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he gazed at the ninja registration photo featuring a masked figure. Seduction technique. With a resounding bang, a voluptuous young woman wielding a steel pipe provocatively licked her red lips and asked, Hokage-sama, would you care to witness a pole dance? With a sudden burst of blood, Sarutobi Hiruzen collapsed onto the table. Is this the seduction technique? Quite explosive, isn't it? No, it's just a tiresome ninjutsu. Suddenly, a clear shout rang out from outside. Now's the time. Come on, Grandpa, let us settle this. Once I defeat you, I will become Hokage. Konohamaru charged in, brandishing a specially designed shuriken, only to stumble and fall spectacularly. Naruto cast a disdainful glance at Konohamaru, who clutched his head in pain, grimacing. You dare mock me? Aren't you the one who harassed female classmates? With a missing tooth, Konohamaru turned his ire towards Naruto, his speech clearly impaired. You brought this on yourself. I cannot be blamed. Naruto smirked with cunning malice, tightening his fists. Little brat, daring to accuse your elder of misconduct? I'll show you. Even Ebisu, who had followed them in, looked bewildered, while Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly, thinking, this grandson really needs a proper lesson. In the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konohamaru was indeed a grandson. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Konohamaru stealthily followed Naruto. You've been trailing me to ask me to be your older brother, haven't you? Seeing Konohamaru hide behind a tattered sack, Naruto found it difficult to suppress his laughter. Emerging from the ninja registration office, Konohamaru followed tirelessly for several blocks. You can certainly track my movements. It's no wonder you dare to harass girls. Naruto inwardly cursed. I want to acknowledge you as my leader, Konohamaru declared with conviction, his tone reminiscent of scolding a subordinate. But you must teach me the seduction technique. All right, I will teach you. Come here. Naruto, with a grim expression, pulled Konohamaru close and playfully thumped his head. While doing so, he gritted his teeth and scolded. How dare you accuse me of misbehavior towards girls? You asked for it. After finally managing to send Konohamaru away, Naruto carefully adjusted his ninja headband and proceeded towards the designated location marked by the third Hokage. The afternoon would bring the examination for the lower-ranked ninjas, and though he had been in the hospital with bandages during the team assignments, the outcome was undoubtedly clear. Certainly. It is the 7th squad formed by Sasuke and Sakura, led by Kakashi. Kakashi, the teacher who has profoundly influenced Naruto's life. Naruto finds himself eagerly anticipating their meeting. He wonders if Kakashi's appearance is as uniquely distinctive as depicted in the anime. Indeed, he is not disappointed. After traversing a few streets and ascending to the rooftop, he spots Sakura gazing dreamily at Sasuke. Leaning against the railing at the edge of the rooftop is a middle-aged man with a mane of gray-white hair flowing to the left, his forehead protector obscuring one eye, and a black mask covering his handsome visage. Perhaps it also conceals the fragile shadows within his heart. Wait a moment, isn't the 7th squad the only one present? Why are there so many people? Has everyone arrived? Kakashi offers a light smile, his languid gaze directed at Naruto. His hair color resembles that of teacher Minato, a shade of yellow that is rather unflattering. Yet, his demeanor is undoubtedly of a superior quality, this fellow Kakashi-sensei. Naruto waves his arm with a sense of familiarity. He plummeted from the 6th floor without a scratch. This guy is impressive. Everyone, be careful not to overstep your boundaries. Surrounding sounds of chatter fill the air. Naruto pays no heed and plops down between Sasuke and Sakura, flashing a harmless smile at Sakura. I'm waiting for you. Hurry up and introduce yourself. The grouping meeting is about to conclude. Kakashi's hoarse voice reaches them. Ahem. Naruto clears his throat. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, and my aspiration, of course, is to become the 7th Hokage. The 7th? Kakashi inquires, somewhat surprised. Why the 7th? Granny Tsunade is the 5th, you are the 6th, so I must be the 7th. Upon uttering these words, Naruto suddenly feels a pang of regret. Wasn't he that a spoiler? His declaration elicits laughter from the crowd. Has this fellow's head been damaged? Ha ha. By the way, who is Granny Tsunade? A voice suddenly interjects. Naruto is taken aback. Looking over his shoulder, he sees a figure wielding a sword and clutching a scroll. Isn't that Sai? Making his entrance so soon. A false Hokage, undoubtedly a false Hokage. What? That old man Danzo is set to succeed as the 5th Hokage? A false Hokage, absolutely a false Hokage, damn it. These matters are not for children to fret over. Let us just talk about aspirations. Kakashi gazes at the young man before him, filled with confusion. Tsunade has been away from the village for many years. Logically, he shouldn't know her. Am I the 6th Hokage? Surely not. I'm not prepared yet. Kakashi feels a surge of secret delight. Ahem, aspirations. He turns to Hinata, who is among the 8th squad, his lips moving slightly, wishing to grow up swiftly, to bring Hinata home and start a family. Naming his son Boruto and his daughter Himawari. Oh my, this is overwhelmingly eye-watering. To think about having children, how shameless. Since he has already thought about the names of his children, it seems this fellow has long harbored inappropriate thoughts about Hinata. Ahem. Kakashi and several other teachers were utterly exasperated. Are today's children so avant-garde? Splendid, young one. Youthful exuberance should indeed be so unrestrained. The resounding shouts echo forth. Heralding the formidable Might Guy, the proud azure beast of Konoha, the eternally spirited teacher guy, appears even more vivacious and charming than in the anime. Fool. Sasuke could no longer contain himself and uttered a retort. causing the atmosphere in the arena to shift awkwardly. Asuma approached and patted Kakashi on the shoulder, expressing a hint of sympathy. This batch of students is quite challenging to handle. Take care. With that, he departed with his team. Hinata, more alluring than in the anime, passed by Naruto with members of Team 8, and with a smile said, "You little brat, wanting to woo a girl at such a young age. Aiming to marry Hinata from our team? That requires considerable effort. Oh, and don't forget to prepare a substantial dowry. The Hyuga family is not one to be trifled with." Hinata blushed, her cheeks crimson from Naruto's recent teasing, fidgeting with her fingers in her signature shy manner. "Naruto, come here," Hinata called softly. "Am I dreaming? My wife is calling me," Naruto exclaimed with delight, hastily stepping forward. Slap. Another resounding smack echoed. "How dare you say such things? How could a child be named Boruto? That name is simply atrocious." Naruto lamented internally. Why has Hinata, such a delicate girl, turned so violent? The task system coldly remarked, harassing the heroine, getting hit. "Serves you right. Tomorrow morning at 5 o'clock, gather at the training ground west of the village for the Chunin exam." Kakashi's expression turned serious. A friendly reminder, do not eat breakfast, or you will vomit. With a flash, he vanished from sight. Really? What kind of assessment is so extreme? Sakura exclaimed. This sounds rather intimidating. Sasuke, you must protect me. She gazed at Naruto with a love-struck expression, causing him considerable discomfort. I know you two are destined to be together, but you shouldn't flaunt it so openly. Sakura felt a surge of joy at this thought. Yet, as a girl, she maintained her composure, waving at Naruto. Naruto, come here. If I go over there, I'll be a fool. I'm sure I'd get my head smashed. He retreated a few steps, wary of the girls around him, each possessing a propensity for violence. Listen here, Blondie, I truly dislike you. If you keep teasing Sasuke, I'll knock your teeth out. Whoa, that's pretty harsh. You, a secondary character, what do you have over me besides being more handsome, aloof, and favored by girls? Naruto shot a proud glance at Sasuke, who indeed seemed to lack any other superiority over him. Truly a fool, Sasuke retorted, walking away without a backward glance. Wait, Sasuke. Sakura hurried after him, leaving Naruto alone in a confused daze beneath the early spring sunset. The words of Teacher Sunset read are not without merit. In the future, Naruto will diligently train and subsequently engage in countless battles, leaving little time for earning money. As long as it doesn't disrupt the plot. A little financial gain should be permissible, right? Naruto climbed out of bed, donned his clothes, and headed straight for Ichiraku Ramen. The next day, before dawn breaks, a swift wind blows across the training ground in the western part of the city. Sasuke and Sakura, with their heads drooping and eyes bleary, have not eaten breakfast and are suddenly awakened so early. They feel both hungry and sleepy. Sakura pouts, complaining about Naruto's audacity to be late. Noticing Sasuke's perpetually cold demeanor, she laments further, stating that Teacher Kakashi is utterly unreliable. He had promised a 5 a.m. gathering, yet here they are, nearing 9 a.m. Yawning deeply, her mouth wide open, she nearly fails to close it. In her line of sight, Naruto is voraciously devouring buns, appearing as though he has never encountered food before, like a starving ghost. Sakura mutters her discontent. Good morning, Sakura, Sasuke. Naruto greets them with a peculiar grin, approaching and offering the last bun to Sakura. How about a bun, beautiful? But teacher said we can't eat breakfast. Sakura seems somewhat swayed. Enough of this nonsense. Will you eat or not? Naruto retorts. Sakura casts a hopeful glance toward Sasuke, seeking his counsel. With a grin, Naruto turns and offers the bun to Sasuke. Hey, little Sasuke, care for one? Little Sasuke? Sasuke is taken aback and then erupts in anger. Get lost. You annoying fool. TCH. Naruto scoffs dismissively. I knew you'd say that. So aloof, huh? You'll be starving soon. He tilts his head back and devours the last bun with relish, leaving Sakura utterly envious. I apologize for being a tad late. A cat blocked my path. Kakashi suddenly materializes at the center of the training ground. What a pathetic excuse. The three exchange glances, unsure whether to challenge him. Without wasting time, today's assessment is quite simple. I have here 2 bells. Anyone who cannot obtain a bell before lunch will go hungry. What? Sakura and Sasuke are stunned. Only Naruto cheerfully adds, Teacher, we haven't even eaten breakfast. How could we muster the strength to grab the bells? You wouldn't really deny us lunch, would you? Though missing a meal isn't the end of the world. Kakashi's gaze turns icy as he coldly states, Here? I am the arbiter of the rules. If you fail to secure a bell, not only will you go hungry, but you will also fail the Genin assessment. Sasuke feels a murderous urge towards Naruto, the instigator. What was merely a matter of going hungry has escalated to failing the assessment, a jest too grave to be taken lightly. He has his own compelling reasons to attain Genin status. Teacher, I report that someone is cheating. Sakura gazes at Naruto with indifference. A chill runs down Naruto's spine. Cold sweat trickling down as he curses inwardly. That little girl, you wouldn't betray me, would you? Damn, so ruthless. Let us discuss it after securing the bells. Kakashi ignores Sakura, fastening the bells to his waist and casually picking up a book. Without raising his head, Naruto instinctively knew it was Jiraiya's old book, Ika Paradise. The author was undoubtedly a voyeur, and those who read it were hardly virtuous. Oh, we can begin now? Kakashi remarked leisurely, his gaze never straying from the pages. How utterly dismissive of us. Naruto whispered indignantly to Sasuke. Can you really tolerate this temper of yours? Go on, confront him. Sasuke shot him an incredulous look, his eyes brimming with disdain. Why don't you go and confront him? Naruto mused inwardly. Goodness, this guy is getting smarter. Furrowing his brow, he thought. I refuse to believe I can't outsmart you. Handsome and intelligent, how infuriating. Multiple shadow clones. With that exclamation, hundreds of Narutos materialized, crowding one side of the training ground, pushing and shoving amidst a cacophony of noise. The Naruto closest to Sasuke patted his shoulder, grinning with pride. I'll go first. You watch for the right moment and don't hold me back, got it? What a formidable jutsu. When did Naruto become so strong? Sasuke silently mused, feeling a sharp pang of humiliation pierce through his usually proud spirit. Was it envy? Was it jealousy? Impossible. The underdog he had always looked down upon suddenly emanated an unprecedented sense of pressure. He could not allow himself to be outdone by anyone. Brothers, charge. Get him. A voice roared from the throng, and hundreds of Narutos echoed. Get him. With a rush, the swarm of Narutos leapt and surged forward. Kakashi sighed, muttering to himself that these little brats were proving to be quite troublesome. His desire for a quiet reading session was now entirely out of reach. With that, he hastily tucked away his beloved Ika Paradise and unleashed his taijutsu mastery, employing both hands and feet. With a punch, he dispatched one little Naruto, and with a kick, another. The sound of chaos filled the air as the clones dissipated into clouds of white mist. Not far away, the real Naruto peered out cheerfully from the bushes, enjoying the spectacle. Take your time. Ha. In that anime scene, Naruto had been caught off guard by Kakashi's infamous 1,000 years of pain, a thought that brought discomfort. He tightened up, hastily pulling a nearby branch to shield himself. As one clone after another was eliminated, Sasuke fixated intently on Kakashi's every move, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Suddenly, one Naruto leaped from behind, wrapping himself tightly around Kakashi's body. Kakashi-sensei, don't leave your back exposed to the enemy, came the triumphant, taunting voice. In an instant, several figures lunged forward, aiming for the bell at his waist. A fleeting, sinister smile crossed Kakashi's face. Bang! Kakashi's form transformed into a wooden stump. A substitution technique. Sasuke marveled, recognizing the skill of an elite ninja to execute such a swap unnoticed. But where had the real body gone? The scene unfolding before him was observed with utmost clarity by Naruto, concealed within the grass. His demeanor relaxed as he hummed a gentle tune. Words floated through the air. It's no big deal. Even if it is, it will only be bothersome for a moment. Suddenly, a chilling gaze pierced from behind, and the sinister aura rendered him momentarily paralyzed. How could this be? How dare they steal my lines? A sharp pain surged through him, and Naruto let out a heart-wrenching wail as his body was propelled away. The task system, how dare you? Not allowing even this trivial plot to be altered. Are you intent on tormenting me? A voice echoed in his mind. Spoiler alert. You deserve the consequences. Now is the time. Fire style, great fireball technique. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. A massive fireball surged toward Kakashi. No way, a mere genin can perform such jutsu? The Uchiha clan truly is unnaturally powerful. Kakashi lamented. As the flames subsided, the area lay barren, Kakashi's figure nowhere to be found. Panic-stricken, Sasuke scanned his surroundings, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. Where could he be? Behind? Above? A low voice resonated from the ground below. Down here. Suddenly, a hardened hand emerged from the earth, tightly grasping Sasuke's calf. Earth style, Decapitation technique. Ah! Sasuke screamed in agony, and in the next moment, only his head remained above ground, his body completely ensnared in the soil, immobile. Hearing Sasuke's cry of distress, Sakura felt a pang of worry and was about to crawl over to check on him when Naruto, emerging from the water, seized her arm. Hey there, do you want to grab the bell? Of course. If I don't get the bell, I'll be eliminated. I would have to return to the academy and ponder the hardships of studying. Sakura gulped nervously. Hee. Naruto grinned mischievously, whispering a few words in her ear. Sakura's delicate face clouded with uncertainty, her brows furrowed. Isn't this improper? You don't dare to try it? Regardless, I have my shadow clones. I can still accomplish it. Gritting her teeth, Sakura replied, all right. Kakashi surveyed the vicinity, failing to spot Naruto and Sakura, shaking his head in disappointment. These kids truly do not understand the essence of teamwork. Kakashi-sensei, it's bad. Sakura has fainted. A figure emerged from the grass. It was Naruto. A shadow clone. Kakashi chuckled, realizing the little rascal's intent to play tricks. Where? Kakashi feigned urgency, following Naruto to a stone. There lay Sakura, motionless. Another clone. Kakashi approached, crouching down, ready to teach the Naruto disguised as Sakura a lesson. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the stone beside him. The bells at his waist were gone. Ha! Success! With a thud, the Sakura on the ground was indeed Naruto in disguise. However, Kakashi was astonished to discover that the stone next to him had transformed into Sakura. Kakashi nodded, a hint of admiration in his gaze. Very well, you understand teamwork. You may pass. That's wonderful. Sakura leaped with joy. Her earlier concerns about Naruto's dubious schemes potentially inciting their teacher's wrath now fading away. It appeared that this usually unpredictable fellow possessed a hint of wisdom when it truly mattered. Under the blazing sun, the four of them circled 2 bento boxes, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. With only 2 bells and 2 bento, one among them would inevitably be eliminated. Kakashi found himself in a quandary, hesitating to speak. Naruto inwardly cursed. Kakashi-sensei, put on a good show. He turned to Sakura and Sasuke, signaling them with a wink, exuding confidence. Kakashi-sensei, I must report. They're cheating. Sakura, after much deliberation, finally shouted aloud. Naruto was utterly flabbergasted, cursing internally. What the hell? Betraying our friendship for a crush? How shameless. Determined, Sakura resolved to take drastic measures. With only 2 spots available, she had no intention of parting with Sasuke. Thus, the unfortunate Naruto was destined for sacrifice. He could only blame Sasuke's ridiculously handsome appearance. One so striking that once freed, there would be no recalling him. Oh, then who is the cheater? Kakashi's piercing gaze bore down on Sakura. It's Naruto. He secretly had breakfast when he arrived this morning. Sakura stumbled over her words, suddenly regretting her betrayal, feeling as though she had sold out a companion. Yet, for the sake of love, friendship had to be sacrificed. Haha, so that's how it is. I wondered why you seemed so spirited. Kakashi's sinister glare sent shivers down Naruto's spine. Ultimately, he found himself bound to a stake, helplessly watching as Sasuke and Sakura savored their meal. Good grief. What a useless teammate. Naruto lamented inwardly. I'm going back to eat. You two mustn't feed him. We will continue the assessment in the afternoon. And anyone who cannot endure until the end will be eliminated, Kakashi commanded, turning back after a few steps. Remember, if you break the rules, you will all be disqualified. Naruto was in despair, not wanting to utter a word, feeling the weight of having such a useless teammate. Wasn't he winking a clear enough signal? Such an obvious hint, yet completely missed. What a thoroughly incompetent ally. I'm sorry, Naruto. Sakura's voice was barely audible, so faint that she could hardly hear it herself. Humph. What is so great about this pretty boy? Just a tad more handsome than I am. Is that worth such betrayal? Naruto grumbled. Here, eat this. Sakura offered the bento to Naruto. Sakura, Sasuke called out. Kakashi said breaking the rules leads to disqualification. However, Sakura seemed resolute. Let it be. If I'm eliminated, so be it. You eat. I'm on a diet. Sasuke shook his head in resignation and unexpectedly offered his bento as well. Hurry and eat. With the teacher absent, he could return at any moment, and I don't want anyone to slow us down. Nonsense. I can't slow anyone down. Just give me a bite, and we'll pass. He leaned forward, mouth agape, eagerly awaiting Sakura to feed him. With a look of disdain, Sakura pinched a rice ball and stuffed it into his mouth. Boom. In an instant, thunder roared, and Kakashi's expression darkened as he stormed over, fuming. How dare you violate the rules? Stunned, everyone except Naruto stood speechless. Congratulations, you've passed and advanced to the rank of genin. TCH. Naruto retorted nonchalantly. So boring. Is that true, sensei? Sakura exclaimed in disbelief. Kakashi sighed deeply, solemnly stating, those who break the rules of the ninja world are deemed worthless. However, those who fail to value their comrades are even less than worthless. The scene froze. Having witnessed this in an anime, Naruto had not grasped its significance until now. He realized how profoundly Kakashi's words would impact his future. After a lengthy pause, Naruto recalled something important. Kakashi-sensei, has that old man Danzo really been confirmed as the next Hokage? Naruto, how can you speak so disrespectfully? Kakashi replied, his tone laced with discontent. That old man, under the guise of doing everything for Konoha, has committed countless misdeeds. Naruto's voice trailed off. He had almost revealed too much and felt a sudden chill. Had he divulged the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre, Sasuke would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Danzo. Currently, Sasuke lacked the strength to confront him, and the outcome would only lead to his demise, thereby overturning the entire storyline. Wow, that was terrifying. Naruto silently warned himself to be more cautious with his words in the future. The matters of the higher-ups are not for you to worry about. Prepare for a mission. We leave in 3 days. Really? Naruto exclaimed, jumping with excitement. Even the usually aloof Sasuke could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Sensei, what is the mission? Sakura eagerly inquired. I don't know the specifics. I just received the notification. It seems we are to escort an elderly man to the Land of Waves. As Danzo suggested that this task be assigned to our Team 7. Kakashi appeared somewhat uneasy about the sudden mission, assuring them, it's merely a C-rank mission. So there is no need for concern. Have we really reached this point in the plot so quickly? Naruto thought, realizing Danzo's scheming nature. It seemed he understood the dangers of this journey. Glancing at Sasuke, Naruto pondered, could Danzo be targeting him? Or perhaps, was it aimed at himself? Hey, mission system. Is there an error? Danzo shouldn't be involved here. And why has he been appointed as the 5th Hokage? Where has Lady Tsunade gone? Naruto shouted internally. After a moment, the mission system responded. Learning forbidden techniques poses a significant threat to the storyline, triggering hidden plot events and activating the penalty mechanism. Ugh, Naruto groaned. Initially believing the system had encountered a bug, yet realizing it had a function for settling past debts. However, for the sake of the perverted sage Jiraiya, any punishment was worth it. In the following 2 days, Kakashi led Team 7 in emergency training focused on teamwork and collaboration. Essential skills to navigate unforeseen circumstances that may arise during missions. He was pleased to observe that the 3 young ninjas were exceptionally diligent, despite their incessant banter. They exhibited a remarkable synergy in their cooperation. Recently, Ichiraku Ramen had introduced an innovative dish, spicy hot pot, which garnered immense popularity throughout the Land of Fire. Every day after training, Kakashi would generously treat the trio to a steaming bowl of this delectable dish, its spicy and savory flavors explaining its widespread acclaim. The only drawback was the lengthy queues they faced to savor it. Fortunately, the proprietor announced plans to expand the establishment and open several branches in the near future. Naruto lay alone in his empty room, a solitary orphan in 2 worlds, accustomed to such loneliness. Recent events had unfolded in ways he could scarcely believe. And in this half-real, half-illusory world of Hokage, the path ahead seemed shrouded in uncertainty. He pondered whether everything would conclude as he hoped, with a satisfactory resolution. Hey, Kurama. Care for a chat? The sun shone brightly, the spring breeze caressed his face, and the trees lining the road were vibrant with the essence of spring. The Land of Fire, situated in a hilly region, boasted a temperate climate, fertile lands, a flourishing economy, and a dense population. Being centrally located on the continent, it served as a vital thoroughfare for inter-country exchanges, resulting in exceptionally well-maintained roads. As the 3 youths embarked on their first mission away from Konoha, they were tinged with excitement, particularly Naruto, whose surroundings contrasted starkly with the memories of his hometown. He frequently found himself stopping to observe unfamiliar plants by the roadside, earning disdainful glances from Sasuke. In that moment, Naruto felt like a country bumpkin in the city, everything appearing novel to him. The C-rank mission, classified as low risk, concealed a far greater peril that only Naruto was aware of. His naivety did not equate to ignorance. He was keenly observant of the terrain, recalling the storyline that outlined when unexpected puddles would appear and where the first wave of enemies would emerge. Tazuna, sporting glasses and sun-kissed skin, appeared somewhat disheveled. A seasoned actor who left a lasting impression on Naruto from the anime. Not far ahead, a puddle unexpectedly formed on the parched road. Here it comes. Naruto's alertness heightened. In the anime, this was the one moment where he took no action, a portrayal he found utterly pathetic. This must be addressed. Kakashi-sensei, on such a hot day with no rain, how could there be standing water on the road? Naruto tentatively suggested to Kakashi. This mischievous brat, typically so carefree, has surprisingly sharp instincts. Kakashi thought, feeling a surge of admiration. However, such subtle changes had already been detected by him, a seasoned jonin. Though he had other plans in mind, understanding the enemy's objective was paramount. Swish, swish. Suddenly, 2 iron chains shot forth from the forest with alarming speed, launching a stealthy assault without warning, leaving everyone stunned. The chains brutally pierced Kakashi's body, causing him to crash to the ground. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura gasped, her spirit nearly fleeing her body. Sasuke instinctively grasped his kunai, readying himself for battle. Blood danced in the air as Kakashi's facade crumbled. Naruto's lips curled into a smirk as his kunai spun rapidly in his hand. You are next. A cold laugh echoed from behind, and the chilling iron chains and blades radiated murderous intent. You little brat. Bang. One of the specters was sent flying by Naruto's kick. How is this possible? How could this little brat discover my presence? The small figure, a mere genin, was sent sprawling. You little punk, you can't escape death. Die. At that moment, the larger specter had already stealthily positioned himself before Naruto, intending to strike down Dazna in a single blow. Seeing his brother fail to ambush the blonde, he swiftly altered his strategy. Damn it, I can't prevent Sasuke from stealing the spotlight. Fine, let the secondary character have his moment. Though Naruto was reluctant, he had no choice. Turning to defend was futile, and he could only await Sasuke's rescue. Crack! A kunai sliced through the air, finding its mark in the gap of the larger Spectre-S chains, infused with a considerable amount of chakra, driving the chains forcefully into a nearby tree. The specters were exasperated. How could a mere chunin struggle against 2 genin? Hey, Kakashi-sensei, hurry up and show yourself. Stop hiding. Naruto shouted into the woods. In a flash, Kakashi emerged with swift precision, gripping one specter by the neck in each hand. Sakura, standing protectively before Dazna, cheered, Sasuke is so cool. Sasuke is so strong. What the? Is this really happening? Why is the secondary character getting more screen time? Why isn't this foolish little fangirl crushing on me? Naruto lamented internally. You 3 performed admirably, remaining composed under pressure. Especially you, Sakura, for being the first to protect Mr. Dazna, and Sasuke for rescuing your teammates so promptly. You deserve commendation. Kakashi expressed his approval, feeling a sense of pride. Encountering such a perilous opponent in their first real battle and managing to respond correctly in such a short time was indeed remarkable. This is infuriating. Naruto seethed, cursing inwardly. Damn it, I was the first to react. Kakashi-sensei, I am excellent too. Not bad. Not bad. Is that it? Sundara Sasuke shot him a disdainful glance. You didn't hold us back, so I suppose that's acceptable. In the depths of his mind, Naruto raged. What are you posturing for, secondary character? I have an advantage. Just wait. I'll send you to find Orochimaru soon and see how you try to outshine me. Mr. Dazna, it seems you did not mention that this mission would involve ninja assassins. Such a task exceeds the scope of a C-rank mission, Kakashi remarked, shifting his gaze to the elderly man beside him. He broke and can only afford a C-rank mission, Naruto replied unabashedly. Ding ding ding. The task system kindly reminds you. An attempt to alter the storyline has just been made, and now there's a suspicion of spoilers. Punishment has commenced. Oh, do not toy with me, Naruto exclaimed in shock. Ah, Naruto, your hand has been grazed by the iron chain. It is laced with deadly poison. Quickly, sever it to let the blood flow. Sasuke dashed forward, seizing a kunai and thrusting it down with fervor. Ah, Sasuke, you devil. With a direct hit to the palm. The excruciating pain surged through him, sending him into a frenzy. This is nothing but personal vengeance. Naruto grimaced. Kakashi furrowed his brow, approached, and examined the hand. It seems there truly is poison. What the hell? I barely touched it. The voice trailed off as the wound inflicted by the kunai revealed a faint dark hue. Is it truly poisonous? Naruto ceased his resistance, The task system was adamant about punishment, leaving him with no recourse but to curse. Kakashi gazed at the wound, astonished. It appears to be healing already? Is this the power of the Nine Tails? Hey, Kurama, heal me quickly. Naruto called out plaintively to the Nine Tails. Mr. Dasna, if you do not speak the truth, I will have no choice but to abandon this mission. Otherwise, my students will be in grave danger. Kakashi turned once more to the elder. Naruto thought, do not tempt me. I shall remain silent and quietly observe your performance. Dasna sighed deeply. This young boy speaks truthfully. I indeed lack the funds to pay for missions above C rank. The one who seeks to kill me is Kato. You are merely a bridge expert. Why does Kakashi appear somewhat concerned upon hearing Kato's name? That man is wealthy and ruthless. If he truly desires to kill, he will not relent. For I possess a secret, and it seems to involve a high-ranking official from your Leaf Village. Dasna's face was etched with worry. A high-ranking official from the Leaf Village? Danzo? Kakashi's languid demeanor became serious. If such shocking news were to be made public, the ramifications for the village would be unfathomable. The Land of Waves is an archipelago, and the waterways are indeed the lifeblood of survival. Whoever controls maritime traffic can wield power over the Land of Waves. Dasna lamented. Once the Great Bridge is completed, the Kato group will entirely lose its grip on the Land of Waves. Naruto felt a surge of anxiety. He could hardly contain his curiosity, for this matter had surpassed his understanding. Ultimately, the Kato group is merely seeking wealth. They should realize that even if they kill you, others will continue to build bridges. Kakashi articulated his thoughts. Dasna shook his head. If it were that simple. However, I inadvertently overheard Kato conversing with a high-ranking official from your Leaf. Ah, Naruto gasped. Who was it? Dasna shook his head with a bitter smile. I do not know. However, they agreed that the Kato group would provide the funding, while that mysterious individual would supply the manpower to seize control of the Land of Waves and instigate war. No way. Sakura was so frightened that her legs weakened, although they had not experienced a ninja war in their generation. The brutality of war had been instilled in them from a young age. How could they not be afraid? You may abandon the mission if you wish. Dasna presented himself with an air of righteousness, declaring that apart from my pitiful grandson, who would shed tears for me, no one else would grieve. Has it begun? Naruto cast a disdainful glance at the old man. And my unfortunate daughter, she will forever harbor hatred for the ninjas of Konoha, knowing she will die alone. It is of no consequence. You of Konoha are a powerful nation, far beyond the reach of our humble water country. How splendid. What a wave of moral coercion. How could the noble Kakashi-sensei stand idly by? Naruto silently observed the unfolding events, a mix of expectation and surprise filling his heart. Well, let us continue our journey. Ultimately, Kakashi could not resist the call of justice. A solitary leaf adrift in the vast ocean, fortunate to find calm waters, the small boat floated steadily towards the water country. Rich in islands, blessed with a temperate climate and lush vegetation, as soon as Sakura set foot on the shore, she was captivated by the picturesque scenery. However, at that moment, Naruto dared not let his guard down, as he vividly remembered that once the boat docked, the first wave of attack from the notorious Zabuza Momochi would be imminent. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto whispered as he leaned closer. If enemies ambush us, stay far from the river. Kakashi glanced skeptically at the young blonde beside him. This little rascal had been acting strangely lately, yet he could not pinpoint the reason. Look out. Naruto suddenly leaped up, throwing a kunai with flair. The others gasped in shock, instinctively preparing for danger. Is there someone? Kakashi scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Bang! Sakura delivered a heavy punch, causing Naruto to see stars as he angrily retorted, Naruto, what is wrong with you? You look like an adorable little white rabbit. Yet you feel the need to throw kunai? Sister, you haven't even learned monstrous strength from Tsunade, yet you strike so fiercely. Naruto, dazed, mumbled incoherently, pointing at the white rabbit, Snow Rabbit, Snow Rabbit. Kakashi's gaze sharpened. How could a snow rabbit, a creature of cold climates, exist in the temperate water country? Could it be a substitution technique? Suddenly, Kakashi shouted, duck. Boom. A tremendous crash resounded as a massive blade soared overhead, embedding itself in a distant tree. Whoosh. A figure appeared mid-air, landing gracefully on the hilt of the sword. Bare-chested, adorned with a leopard print arm sleeve, and a bandage mask concealing the lower half of his face. He bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi, particularly due to his lack of eyebrows. How utterly unappealing. Naruto felt a sense of despair. The characters in reality bore such outrageous appearances. It was no wonder the infamous Zabuza had faltered, with the legendary copy ninja, Kakashi Hitaki, in tow. Zabuza's voice was raspy as he spoke. Kakashi suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Given this man's appearance, could it be the ender of the blood mist policy, the demon? Zabuza Momochi. True ninjas are those who rise from the grave, and you bring 3 little ones to their doom. This seems rather intriguing. If one were to hesitate, the air would turn icy and piercing, and his eyes would betray no trace of human emotion. He is a demon of death, yet even he harbors a fragile side. Within every heart lies a tender spot. For some, it may be their Achilles heel. Even so, it stands as the last bastion of purity amidst the grotesque nature of humanity. The girl named Haku represents his vulnerability. Naruto, deep down, wishes to avoid witnessing their profound enlightenment in the face of mortality. If only it could have occurred sooner, perhaps. Formation in a triad. Kakashi's voice, laced with tension, compelled the 3 children to remain vigilant. Even though he was aware of the inevitable outcome, Naruto dared not let his guard down. I know him, but he doesn't recognize me. Naruto silently lamented. It seems I must give it my all, Kakashi declared, adjusting his forehead protector, revealing the concealed power of his Sharingan. Kakashi, the wielder of the Sharingan, is said to have replicated thousands of jutsu, deserving of a place in my assassination manual. However, Zabuza scoffed. The Sharingan? Upon hearing those words, Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. It is a unique bloodline limit possessed only by the Uchiha clan. How could Kakashi have the Sharingan? Is the Sharingan really that formidable? Sakura asked, her naivety evident. Naruto found himself at a loss for words. It can perceive ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. Kakashi-sensei is truly remarkable, Naruto thought, stifling a wry smile. He longed to disclose that the ability to replicate thousands of jutsu was practically useless later on. Contemplating the impending punishment, he swallowed his words. A formidable aura surged toward them, rendering it difficult to breathe, and beads of sweat formed on Sasuke and Sakura's foreheads. Do not worry. I will ensure he does not harm you. Kakashi turned his face, offering a warm smile. The 3-Tomoe Sharingan. Naruto marveled. How incredibly cool. Why can't I invade that fool Sasuke's mind? Then my brother could also possess the Sharingan, which would be splendid for show. Ding ding ding. A notification from the mission system echoed in his mind. Mission objective: confront Zabuza Momochi and Haku. Mission content: a similar beginning, yet a different conclusion. Mission reward: 200 points of Sage Chakra. Being a faux Hokage has its merits. At least some youthful regrets remain, and now there is a chance to amend them. A smile crept across Naruto's lips. Zabuza tightened his grip on the executioner's blade. It's coming, scatter! Naruto shouted, forcefully pushing aside the dazed Sasuke and Sakura, simultaneously knocking Tazuna to the ground as he sought refuge. Almost instantaneously, Zabuza's figure appeared where they had just stood, the executioner's blade humming ominously. The Sharingan's Tomo spun, and a kunai pierced Zabuza's chest. No one could discern how Kakashi had traversed such a distance in an instant. Even the so-called demon Zabuza was taken aback. If Kakashi possessed the Sharingan, granting him foresight and the ability to respond in the briefest of moments, how did that blonde brat predict my attack so accurately? Zabuza was left with a myriad of questions. Kakashi-sensei, that was merely a shadow clone. Naruto stumbled, his mouth full of mud, and incoherently warned, watch out. No sooner had the words left his lips than the figure of Zabuza, previously pierced through the chest, transformed into a puddle. Indeed, it was a water clone. Even the jutsu of a seasoned jonin could be seen through. Kakashi secretly admired Naruto's significant progress. Die! Zabuza suddenly appeared behind him, swinging his executioner's blade. Kakashi had no time to evade. With a sickening slice, his body was cleaved in two. Kakashi-sensei is down. Sakura screamed in terror. Stop screaming. That's Kakashi-sensei's clone. Unfazed by Zabuza, but startled by Sakura's shriek, Naruto shot her a disapproving look. Is down really the best line from the Hokage? Kakashi shook his head helplessly. Even his own clone jutsu had been exposed. Naruto's foolishness was worryingly persistent. Don't move. He aimed a kunai at Zabuza's neck. Kakashi, I must say, these little brats you mentor are quite impressive. Zabuza regarded Naruto with a hint of admiration. A chill ran down Naruto's spine as he inwardly cursed. What are you doing? This isn't how the script goes. I haven't spoiled anything. Surely, a reminder doesn't count as a spoiler. He felt utterly unprepared. The troublesome task system could throw a wrench into things at any moment. The recently hinted task was nothing short of absurd, and the notion of different endings was nonsensical. Kakashi-sensei, that's also a water clone. The real one is behind you, whatever you do. Before Naruto could finish his warning, Zabuza kicked Kakashi, sending him flying. Kakashi felt a wave of despair wash over him. In front of so many students, he had humiliated himself. Had it not been for Naruto's timely reminder to crouch and evade the blade, he would be facing something far worse than mere embarrassment. First, dive into the water and find a chance, Kakashi resolved, plunging into the river below. What is happening? The water here feels oddly dense. Oh no. Naruto warned me not to go into the water. His mind flashed back to Naruto's earlier warning, and he quickly emerged, preparing to escape. Water prison jutsu. In an instant, Kakashi was left dumbfounded, trapped in Zabuza's water prison, unable to move. You three, take Mr. Tazuna and run. Kakashi, disregarding his own safety, was determined that nothing should happen to the three children. Naruto was utterly exasperated, shouting in a mix of despair and laughter. Did I not warn you not to go into the water? Ah, my bad. I forgot. Kakashi awkwardly scratched his head. How could you forget something so crucial? You're Kakashi, the revered copy ninja. Do you think this will cost you fans? Naruto scowled, unsure of what to say next. This is so concerning. Enough complaining, Naruto. Right now, our only hope of defeating the enemy is to save Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke maintained a shaky composure, despite his evident fear. How does a mere child possess such insight into my jutsu? Zabuza's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Zabuza, my skills in honor of kings are quite commendable. Would you believe me if I said I predicted your movements? As the cold voice of Zabuza echoed, he addressed the trio. You three little brats. Do you think donning a forehead protector makes you ninjas? Those who have never teetered on the brink of death are unworthy of the title. With a swift invocation, he executed the water clone technique, summoning yet another Zabuza. Standing with one hand crossed over his chest, the clone suddenly vanished. You wish to kick my forehead protector away? I shall maneuver. Naruto swiftly retreated several paces, evading a heavy kick that was supposed to unfold in the narrative. He pivoted to Sasuke's side, whispering a few strategic words into his ear. Sasuke, momentarily stunned, gazed at Naruto with astonishment etched on his handsome face. How could this underdog devise such a meticulous strategy in a moment of life and death? This guy surpasses me. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, over 100 Narutos materialized around them. Kakashi's eyes widened in alarm. He harbored no illusions that these students could survive against Zabuza. Do not act recklessly. Flee immediately. This man is the culmination of the blood mist policies. What is the blood mist policy? Sakura asked, fear lacing her voice. It was a brutal policy enforced by the 4th Mizukage, forcing newly graduated children to fight each other to the death. Only the survivors could become ninjas. Kakashi's voice trembled. Such a dehumanizing policy had once caused the land of water to be dubbed the village of blood mist, and the Zabuza before them had single-handedly slaughtered over 100 candidates during that period. Even the typically aloof Sasuke gasped at this revelation. He felt as though he were facing a demon risen from the depths of hell. Naruto offered a faint smile, while Sakura's complexion turned ashen. She was truly terrified. Hey, Sakura, protect old man Tazuna. Leave the rest to me and Sasuke. Sakura shuddered at his words, inexplicably finding an unprecedented sense of security in Naruto at that moment. Brothers, let us take him down. Get him. The multitude of clones shouted in unison, their voices resonating with thunderous intensity. The clones surged forward, overwhelming Zabuza's doppelganger, who was left slack-jawed in disbelief at the unexpected display of advanced ninjutsu from a mere child. With a powerful surge of chakra, a loud crash resounded as Naruto's clones were scattered in all directions. Sasuke now. A wind shuriken sliced through the air. Sasuke leapt, catching it mid-flight, channeling chakra into it as he proclaimed, Wind Shuriken. Just as Zabuza's clone raised its blade to counter, the shuriken veered unexpectedly, hurtling toward the original Zabuza behind him. Humph. How could a wind shuriken possibly harm me? Zabuza scoffed, reaching out to grasp the incoming weapon. This is bad. Zabuza's expression shifted to one of shock as another wind shuriken followed closely behind. He sneered, what good is hiding a wind shuriken? With his hand still ensnared in the water prison technique, he made a desperate leap. It was dodged. Sakura cried out in disappointment. What? Zabuza could hardly believe his eyes as the shuriken morphed into the spiky-haired boy. Taste my kunai. Naruto infused the kunai with chakra and hurled it with great force. The kunai pierced through the cheek, gliding perilously close to the eye, blood splattering as the body instinctively recoiled, causing the water prison technique to dissipate. Damn it! I shall rend your corpse to pieces. Zabuza's eyes burned with rage, and the shuriken in his hand was charged with potent chakra. With a sharp exclamation, Kakashi blocked it with his hand, swiftly creating distance. Zabuza could no longer maintain his strength, fingers flying through seals, invoking the water release, great waterfall technique. Before the jutsu could manifest, he was abruptly seized by Kakashi's Sharingan, that fleeting moment of hesitation allowing Kakashi to strike first with the water release, great waterfall technique. Impossible. You can replicate this? Zabuza gasped in disbelief, as the torrent of chakra engulfed him. Thud, thud, thud. 3 kunai instantly pinned Zabuza to a distant tree. His arm a gruesome mess. Kakashi leapt up, coldly declaring, "Your fate is sealed. You shall die." Suddenly, 3 steel needles flew from an unknown source. The needles struck Zabuza's neck at 3 vital points, and he could not even let out a cry before collapsing. Zabuza Momochi has fallen. Kakashi looked up to see a frail figure standing atop a nearby tree. Haku, that foolish girl, has finally arrived. Naruto murmured softly. You are a ninja from the Mist Zumbu? Kakashi recognized the newcomer instantly, noting the mask adorned with a peculiar smile, identifying them as a member of the Umbu tasked with hunting rogue ninjas. It was unmistakable, the forehead protector bearing the emblem of 4 raindrops, identical to Zabuza's. Kakashi approached Zabuza's lifeless body to inspect it. There was no pulse. He was dead. I must take the body. Haku's voice rang out, clear yet sorrowful. Kakashi remained silent. Acutely aware of the delicate relations between nations, he refrained from any rash actions, knowing the catastrophic consequences that could ensue from igniting conflict. Moreover, the Umbu were fundamentally responsible for eliminating rogue ninjas from their own country, ensuring that their remains were not exposed to foreign scrutiny. Having once been a member of Konoha's Umbu, he understood the stakes better than anyone. Haku gently lifted Zabuza's body, placing 2 fingers to their lips, whispering a few incantations. And in the next moment, they vanished without a trace, leaving the empty forest devoid of any unusual presence. Kakashi's taut nerves finally relaxed, but his vision blurred. He had overexerted his Sharingan. In the ensuing days, Kakashi, needing rest due to his eye strain, recuperated while Naruto and Sasuke commenced their training in chakra control. The task was to walk upright to the top of a tree. As expected, Sakura, that girl, diverged from the norm, managing to ascend effortlessly without any training. The actual control of chakra proved far more challenging than anticipated. However, Sasuke, ever the obstinate rival, refused to concede. Naruto, unwilling to relinquish the protagonist's radiance, was determined to challenge him. Yet, he had another purpose, to await the arrival of Haku, that foolish girl. Finally, on a familiar morning several days later, the awaited figure appeared. Dressed in a delicate pink kimono, her lustrous black hair cascaded smoothly, framing a face as exquisite and pale as jade. Yet, a lingering trace of sorrow resided in her eyes, an indelible mark of melancholy. They conversed for an extended period, sharing a multitude of thoughts, akin to long-lost friends reuniting. However, Naruto suppressed the urge to divulge any spoilers, burdened by a clandestine mission and a uniquely troubling conclusion that plagued him. I must take my leave. I smiled softly, rising to walk away. I have feelings for you, Zabuza. Naruto could not restrain himself from calling out. You know my true identity, I exclaimed in astonishment, turning back. Indeed, I am aware of everything, and by tomorrow, you shall all perish. Naruto hesitated, weighing his options. Oh, is that so? I will exert every last ounce of strength to protect Lord Zabuza. Bai's tone turned icy. Bai, if the outcome cannot be altered, when you depart, remember to pause. Perhaps you will witness a different Zabuza. Naruto believed that even if only a soul witnessed that scene, it would be a departure without regrets. Thank you, Naruto. Bai managed a fleeting smile, which vanished as quickly as it appeared. Until next time, we shall be adversaries. Strive to survive, and do not fall by my hand. Watching her retreating figure, Naruto perceived her as a naive, simple girl. Hey, who is that person? Sasuke emerged in search of him. Sensing that this secondary character was not merely a cold-hearted fool. You will discover her identity tomorrow, little brother. Naruto grinned mischievously, turning to leave. Little brother? I am your elder. Sasuke fumed, incensed by Naruto's audacity, noticing that the once subordinate had now grown bolder, challenging his superiority. On the following morning, Naruto entrusted his sister to look after things, exhausted and in need of additional rest. Sakura politely instructed Tizuna's daughter, her sweet demeanor evident. Naruto feigned sleep, knowing that 2 henchmen would soon attempt a surprise attack, and he needed to deal with them before rushing to assist. After an indeterminate time, a commotion erupted outside. "Damn it, we'll take you hostage." Bang! Naruto kicked the door open, pointing an accusatory finger at the 2 henchmen. "You 2-bit players. Why did you arrive so late?" The duo, taken aback, stuttered, "Who is this little warrior to speak so boldly to them?" Perhaps he was some illegitimate offspring of the boss, and they dared not take him lightly. Shadow Clone Jutsu. A flurry of blows ensued, the henchmen receiving a thorough thrashing. "I'll teach you to be insolent." In a fit of rage, Naruto delivered one final kick to the unconscious ruffian. On the broken bridge, shrouded in thick mist, visibility was limited, with only 5 fingers discernible. Sakura stood resolutely beside Tizuna, wielding a kunai, her fierce demeanor slightly trembling. "Our Sakura must be formidable." Zabuza fixed a cold gaze on Kakashi, sneering, "If you assist that boy, you should know what fate awaits Mr. Tizuna." Sasuke found himself ensnared in Bai's icy jutsu, the mirror of ice, surrounded by anguished cries, an advanced bloodline limit technique that his Sharingan could not replicate. What could be done now? Bang! A thunderous roar erupted, followed by a cloud of white smoke dissipating, revealing the vibrant orange battle attire more vividly. Ah, it is Naruto. The protagonist's halo gleamed, accompanied by a self-proclaimed background music, as Uzumaki Naruto made his entrance. Quite satisfied with this dramatic reveal, Naruto thought it was simply magnificent. "Magnificent, my foot!" Sakura shouted in fury, having rushed over to lend support, having even choreographed a dashing entrance for herself. Yet, Naruto, why not ambush him instead? Kakashi looked on with disdain. After all, it's a rare opportunity to take the spotlight. Why fuss over the details? Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. "Die, you brat." Suddenly, 3 shuriken flew from Zabuza's hand, hurtling towards Naruto's face. Oh no, there's no time to dodge. Would the girl in white not come to his rescue? Cold sweat broke out on Naruto's brow. "System, don't let me down. I do not wish to perish here." Clang, clang, clang. The steel needles clashed with the shuriken, sparking a shower of flames. Phew, that was close. "You?" The girl in white peered from the magic mirror. "Sasuke, I'm coming. Don't come in, you fool." Sasuke roared, but before he could finish, Naruto flashed in with a mischievous grin. "Little Sasuke, big brother is here. You dolt. Wouldn't it be better to work together?" Sasuke fumed with rage. "Secondary character, you're getting cocky." Naruto ignored him, grumbling internally. "As if I wish to enter. If I don't, how will you activate your Sharingan? If it weren't for future plot development, I'd have you faceplant right now." Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, dozens of Naruto clones appeared within the crystalline confines of the magic mirror. "Are you trying to suffocate me with so many clones?" Sasuke complained. "Stop whining and focus on her movement patterns. Brothers, let us take her down." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. As Naruto's clones launched their assault, the steel needles in the girl's hand flew forth, while her figure darted rapidly among the dozens of magic mirrors. Her movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Ah, that hurts. The needles mercilessly grazed Naruto's arms and cheeks, narrowly avoiding vital points. Blood seeped forth white. "I realize now. You never intended to kill, you foolish girl." Shadow Clone Jutsu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Naruto was pierced by the needles once more, his flesh torn and bloodied. Shouldn't I be fainting by now? He pondered, feeling the moment was ripe, his forehead spinning. Hey, the laggard, why must you faint now? Of all times. Cold sweat trickled down. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Flames soared into the air. Damn it, just a bit more. Sasuke cursed in frustration. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another barrage of steel needles struck Naruto, causing him to curse in agony. Lying here pretending to be dead and still getting hit? You clueless secondary character. Open your eyes, or I'm truly done for. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more steel needles. Target still on Naruto. This is bad. If they pierce his chest, he will die? I cannot stand by and watch my companion perish, even though I've always despised this blonde. Sasuke shouted furiously, lunging forward. Clap. A crisp sound resonated in his ears. Could it be? The ability to see through everything. The Sharingan. Naruto suddenly lifted his gaze. His dual Mangekyo Sharingan shimmering with a blood-red brilliance. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke, expending the last vestiges of his consciousness, unleashed a formidable ninjutsu. White, caught off guard, felt the flames singe her long skirt. How could he perceive my movements? The bloodline limit cannot be breached. It must be those eyes. The Sharingan. The ocular prowess of the bloodline limit. White could scarcely believe it. Naruto reached out to feel Sasuke's pulse. Dead. Indeed, there was no sign of life. System. You wouldn't betray me, would you? Although he annoyed me, how could I seal the great boss without Sasuke? Hey, Kurama, lend me some chakra. There was no time for hesitation. I must first defeat White within the magic mirror. You borrow chakra every day, yet I've never seen you repay me. The Nine-Tails expressed some dissatisfaction. I consider you a brother, and you treat me like a distant cousin? What's yours is ours. The human wished to retreat. Do you truly wish to forsake your chance? Orange chakra surged, flowing outward from Naruto's feet, filling the entire magic mirror barrier with a terrifying, malevolent energy. This power. An ominous premonition struck Kakashi's nerves. It was the chilling essence of the Nine-Tails. This is bad. Summoning technique. Kakashi found himself helpless against the dense fog, resorting to calling forth tracking ninja dogs. Zabuza, let us end this swiftly. Woof, woof, woof. The ninja dogs, relying on their exceptionally keen sense of smell, suddenly launched an attack on Zabuza, who was caught completely off guard, suffering a fierce bite. 3 shurikens flew through the air, striking Zabuza's arm. With his body restrained by the ninja dog, he could hardly move. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Thunder roared. Such potent lightning chakra. Zabuza felt an unprecedented fear as the specter of death began to loom. The power of the Nine-Tails shattered the ice of the magic mirror, leaving White gravely injured. Kill me, Naruto. White, you are kind, never intending to take our lives. Yet you are also tragic, daring to love but too fearful to express it. Why subject yourself to becoming a tool of his demise? No, Zabuza needs me. That is my greatest happiness. Silly girl. You have evaded the fatal flaw between Sasuke and me. I will not kill you. I cannot die yet. Zabuza still needs me. White's figure flickered and vanished. A tear slipping from Naruto's eye, for he knew that her departure foretold a sorrowful conclusion. Chidori. Thrust. Kakashi's hand pierced through a chest. Yet the figure before him was that of the pure-hearted White. His hand trembled. The sudden turn of events was beyond his anticipation. To die for me is her fate. Her life was meant to belong to me. Zabuza's voice was husky. Why do we love, yet remain silent? Must we only realize her significance and loss? Naruto roared in fury, for this ending remained unchanged. It was still a tragedy. Kid, what do you know? Her life is meant to be sacrificed for me. A cold voice resonated, and a tear fell silently. Indeed, your lives are all worthless. From afar, a chilling voice echoed, as a group of ruffians encircled a lecherous man, Kato. Kakashi, our battle ends here. Zaibujan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he turned to Kato, declaring, no one but me can speak to her. You must die. Eliminate this worthless fool and drag that woman's corpse to feed the dogs. Kato sneered. A throng of ruffians surged forward. Take action. Fight for those you love. Naruto handed Zaibujan a kunai, acknowledging that this was the extent of his contribution. Zaibujan nodded solemnly, expressing his gratitude to the boy. The clash of blades and cries of anguish filled the air as Zaibujan wielded the kunai, expending his final chakra. The demon of death fought valiantly for his beloved. Thank you, Naruto. A haunting voice echoed in his ears. It was Haku. A bittersweet smile crossed Naruto's lips as he thought, Haku, do you see? That man is fighting desperately for you. Kato was thrust into the sea, the icy waters swiftly engulfing his wicked soul. Tobirama, your scheme shall not prevail. Naruto cursed under his breath as he beheld Kato's drifting corpse. Kato's subordinates, all seasoned ninjas, had left Zaibujan severely wounded, his body riddled with weapons. Lifeless bodies lay scattered across the ground, both male and female, most of them mercenaries hired by Kato. Kakashi, I wish to see her once more. Zaibujan's voice weakened. Kakashi remained silent as he methodically removed the weapons from Zaibujan's back, then lifted him and placed him beside Haku. Haku, you have always been the most important person to me. Tears streamed down his face as he uttered those words. Zaibujan, you are fading. Naruto, thank you. Zaibujan's ethereal voice resonated. Haku and I are bound for another world. Perhaps we will part ways, but to express our feelings in our final moments is enough. Ding, ding, ding. The mission system chimed in his mind. Mission objective, Zaibujan and Haku. Mission content, the same beginning, but a different ending. Phase mission completed. Mission reward, 200 points of Sage Chakra. Huh, where's the differing outcome? Naruto chuckled bitterly, gazing at the two cold corpses. Tragedy was unfolding. Wait, Sage Chakra? Hey, Naruto. Where's Sasuke? Sakura rushed over, shaking his shoulder. Sasuke, he valiantly perished to protect me. What? Sakura's face drained of color as she let out a pained scream. No. Sasuke? Kakashi, too, was struck with terror as he hurried towards Sasuke's distant form. Heh, I'll make you regret constantly smashing my head. You violent girl. Naruto turned his gaze to the two bodies not far away, one male and one female. Well, they look decent enough. You shall do. Sage technique, soul fairy, human child. Is this sage technique? Your chakra cannot wield such power. It will cost you your life. The Nine-Tails exclaimed in alarm. Suddenly, the woman's corpse on the ground rose, followed shortly by the man's. Lord Zaibujan. The woman, upon seeing Zaibujan's body nearby, nearly broke into tears as she rushed toward him. Who calls for me? It is Haku. The man beside her looked around in disbelief. Shoo, do not speak. Naruto signaled for silence. As Kakashi and Sakura hurried to see Sasuke, he summoned every ounce of his strength to execute the forbidden technique. The former Zabuza and Haku were no more. They had departed from this world forever. Do you understand? The two exchanged glances and embraced tightly. Naruto, you shall become the greatest ninja in this world, the woman said, patting his shoulder. Be cautious of Danzo. I do not know much, but that individual is exceedingly treacherous. Fear not. I possess foresight and agility. Have you forgotten? Naruto managed a faint smile. Go forth. Live a simple life, and cherish each other for eternity. With tears blurring his vision, the man supported the woman as they gradually vanished into the mist. Sakura, you ought to lose some weight. Sasuke's weak voice echoed. Sasuke awakened. He was not dead. Sakura's tears transformed into laughter, her eyes ablaze with fury as she turned to face Naruto. You bastard, how dare you curse my idol? Take this punch. Naruto's head was struck, leaving a sizable bump. Indeed, it's still the violent Sakura. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. Alas, I told you that you could not master Sage Chakra. You impudent human. Such chaos. The voice of the Nine-Tails faded with a hint of admiration. Ding ding ding. Task system alert. Plot alteration penalty. 10 days of slumber. What? A failure. That useless Kato. The lecherous uncle, wrapped in bandages, cursed vehemently. One eye remained obscured in the shadows. Shimura Danzo. Lord Danzo, what shall we do next? A ninja from the Root organization, wearing a distinctive mask, knelt on the ground. Those brats led by Kakashi dare to disrupt my plans. They must perish. Inform Orochimaru. My patience is limited. Danzo crushed the blanket in his hand. Understood. In a flash, the masked ninja vanished. At the Konoha hospital, is Naruto still unconscious? Sakura anxiously paced before the hospital bed. He had been in a coma for 10 days, still trailing behind. Always a burden. If he did not awaken soon, he would miss the Chunin exam. Sasuke's discontented voice resonated. Naruto felt immense frustration. The task system had imposed a particularly harsh penalty this time. If he missed the Chunin exam, he would show them. Did that second-rate character just insult me? Naruto pondered, bouncing around in his mind. During these 10 days of forced slumber, he could hear every sound from the outside world, but could not awaken. Even more infuriating was Kurama, who refused to engage in conversation, leaving him in solitude. In my opinion, perhaps you should register for the Chunin exam next year. Naruto's situation is quite unique. He shows no symptoms yet remains in a deep coma, Kakashi expressed with some difficulty. After burying Zabuza and Haku, he returned to Konoha with the 3 young ones. Yet Naruto remained unconscious. A few days ago, the third Hokage officially announced the deadline for Chunin exam registration, which added to his troubles. Absolutely not. Sasuke suddenly sprang up from his chair, grabbing Naruto's collar and shaking him vigorously. Wake up, you idiot. Sasuke, please don't. Sakura interjected, unable to bear it any longer. You old man. Hey, Naruto is waking up. Sakura exclaimed joyfully, leaping with delight. I must insist that this fellow cannot be indulged. I will register. With his hands plunged into his pockets, Sasuke swiftly exited the infirmary. The abrupt movement left Naruto feeling dizzy. He quickly demanded a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. With a sorrowful expression, he lamented that if Sasuke hadn't been so quick, he would have received a blow to the head. Days later, the Chunin exams commenced in earnest. Halt! Who are you? Sakura suddenly called out to three strangely appearing boys ahead of them. At the forefront stood a diminutive figure, burdened by a battered gourd that seemed to extend beyond his own height. The small boy slightly turned his head, casting a sidelong glance. The cold, piercing gaze he bore was laden with murderous intent, suffocating Sakura with its oppressive aura. It's Gaara, Naruto exclaimed with glee, thrilled to see the future Kazekage, whom he held in high regard. Gaara, why are you so short? Naruto struggled to reconcile the image before him. The Gaara from the anime was undeniably handsome, perhaps just a tad less impressive than himself. Get lost. Gaara's frigid voice offered no leniency. Wow, how ruthless. Naruto shrugged awkwardly. At this moment, Gaara was a fearsome demon. Best not to provoke him further. Gaara cast a cold glance at Sasuke, inquiring, "What is your name?" Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke replied with equal iciness. Naruto stood aside, observing the scene. Curiously, he noted that at this moment, Sasuke bore a striking resemblance to Gaara. Both exuded an air of aloofness, seemingly above everyone else. Humph, what nonsense. Naruto crossed his arms defiantly, feigning indifference, though jealousy simmered within him. Very well, Gaara uttered curtly before turning to leave, with Temari and Kankuro mirroring his icy demeanor. Naruto recognized that they were heavily influenced by Gaara's presence. Hey, I'm Naruto. We shall be great friends from now on, he shouted to the retreating figures. You are unworthy. Gaara did not look back. How utterly humiliating. Naruto fumed, nearly spitting blood. Can't you see he doesn't regard you? What an embarrassment. Sasuke shot him a disdainful glance before walking away. Good grief. Sasuke has certainly become arrogant. I must find a way to rein him in. Constantly stealing the spotlight. How tiresome. As the second male lead, he ought to know his place. Hey, Naruto, if you don't hurry, you'll be late for the exam. Sakura called out, Sasuke, wait for me. Sasuke, everyone adores Sasuke. For heaven's sake, I am the protagonist here. Naruto felt a wave of despair, but resolved to endure for the greater good. To teach Sasuke and Sakura a lesson, Naruto refrained from revealing any spoilers. During the first examination, all were thoroughly intimidated by the bloodied visage of Ibiki, save for Naruto, who was distracted, drooling over Hinata's beauty. In reality, however, Hinata did not show him her paper, likely due to his previous light-hearted teasing altering the course of events slightly. No worries, in the end, she will still marry me, he thought, secretly reveling in delight. The overwhelming majority of ninjas fled in terror from the unknown 10th question. As soon as they exited the exam room, Sakura could not help but shout, what on earth happened that you don't know? Upon entering the examination hall, I succumbed to slumber. Even submitting a blank paper might suffice for passing. Is this Chunin exam truly so effortless? Naruto stretched languidly. Idiot. A resounding punch landed on Naruto's head as the fierce Sakura made her entrance. You fool. You made me worry incessantly. How could you possibly sleep during such a crucial examination? Can you not be more reliable? Sasuke found himself at a loss for words, pondering whether this guy was extraordinarily lucky or genuinely possessed in unwavering mental fortitude. He preferred to believe that Naruto had merely stumbled upon good fortune, especially since he himself had felt a moment of doubt during the recent exam. The second round of the examination was about to commence, reportedly requiring participants to endure 5 days in the Forest of Death. I'm off to collect the scroll, Sasuke remarked thoughtfully before departing. Well, if it isn't the wide forehead. Ino, with her alluring figure and flamboyant attire, made her presence known. Did Ino Pig also pass the exam? How remarkable. Sakura retorted, unabashed. Next, I'll be spending 5 days alone with Sasuke in the forest. Are you envious? You, Ino, are filled with jealousy. That Ino beauty, Naruto attempted to interject. Beauty? When did your eyes go blind, Naruto? Sakura's face darkened. Ino, upon hearing this, beamed brightly. Oh, let us not argue. Sasuke ended up with Sakura. While you're marrying Sai. Naruto, you can go to hell. Another punch flew, this time delivered by Ino. Sakura, upon hearing this, smiled radiantly. Ah, women. How capricious they are. By the way, is that despicable Sasuke truly that handsome? Indeed, the path of a protagonist is fraught with challenges. Naruto, hanging upside down against the wall, saw stars. It's the Earth Scroll, Sasuke declared, holding the scroll with a grave expression. Sasuke, I need to speak with you. Naruto finally resolved to take the plunge, Before entering the Forest of Death, he decided to take a risk. No time. Damn it. After mustering the courage to offer you some spoilers, you reject me? Naruto found it hard to believe. Chunin exam, second round, commence. With a command from the proctor, Anko. The barriers to the Forest of Death swung open, and all candidates entered in groups of 3 at a swift pace. Are we supposed to steal other people's scrolls? As they navigated through the dense forest, Sakura appeared somewhat anxious. We must gather both the Heaven and Earth scrolls and reach the Iron Tower at the center of the forest within 5 days to pass. If we don't steal from others, does anyone expect to willingly present us with their scrolls? Sasuke stated without hesitation. I need to pee. Sakura glared at Naruto with disdain. Naruto, must you announce such things in front of a girl? Girlfriend? Where's the girl? Naruto, do you wish to die? A menacing aura approached, startling Naruto into hastily retreating into the nearby bushes. It's about time. Naruto grinned mischievously. Hey, Snake Uncle, hurry and take that Sasuke guy away. With him around, I can hardly shine. Suddenly, a hand struck with a gust of wind towards his vital point. Damn it, I've waited for you for ages. Naruto retaliated with a swift kick, landing squarely on the assailant's face. Good thing I anticipated that. Otherwise, I would have been frightened to the point of wetting myself. Naruto, are you alright? Sasuke and Sakura rushed over to offer support upon hearing the commotion. I'm fine. He attempted to ambush me. Pointing at the fleeing ninja, Naruto whispered. We should devise a code to prevent someone from using transformation techniques to disguise themselves as allies and launch a surprise attack. I concur. Sasuke nodded without hesitation, marveling internally that this was precisely the strategy he had just conceived, only to be preempted by Naruto. Naruto secretly delighted in the moment, thinking, stealing your thunder. Let us see how you shine now. Sasuke rambled on with a multitude of words, yet Naruto grasped none of it. Do you remember? Sasuke asked earnestly, gazing at the two. No problem. Naruto responded with surprising enthusiasm. Sasuke scoffed, doubting that this fool could retain such a lengthy code. Splendid. It's so easy to find you. A sudden voice pierced the air. Who goes there? Sakura instinctively grasped her kunai, swiftly retreating to a large tree. Alert to her surroundings. They're coming, they're coming. Naruto exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Ahead, a fissure opened in the rocks, revealing a grotesque ninja, indistinguishable in gender. Crawling forth. Slurp. The long tongue licked the corner of its mouth, drool dripping down. Ugh, Uncle Orochimaru's entrance is as repulsive as ever. Naruto shouted, Orochimaru. Come bite me. I want the cursed seal. Hidden so well, yet still recognized? Orochimaru mused in disbelief. This young boy appeared to be no more than a teenager. How could he possibly know me? Cursed seal? He seemed to possess considerable knowledge. Orochimaru scrutinized the boy before him. Get lost. I want Sasuke. Damn it. It's Sasuke again. A colossal chakra, tinged with a bloody aura, surged forward, inescapable. I can't move. Sasuke, paralyzed by the overwhelming killing intent, found Sakura already collapsed beside him. Having never encountered such intense malice, it was terrifying. Sasuke struggled to maintain his composure, yet found himself unable. Uncle Snake, take a good look at me. I'm more handsome than that Sasuke and have greater potential. Naruto still refused to relent, knowing the cursed seal's power was quite practical in its early stages. Orochimaru, now visibly irritated, contemptuously retorted, Do you think I, Orochimaru, would desire just anyone? Damn, Uncle Snake. Your insults lack profanity. You're quite audacious. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some utility. Before Naruto could finish, a serpent spirit appeared before him. Summoning technique. Orochimaru summoned his summoned beast, the serpent spirit. The dark gray serpent loomed, towering as high as 100 stories. Uncle Snake, don't make a fuss. If you don't want to, then don't. You wouldn't actually go all out, would you? This serpent spirit was even more grotesque than in the anime, utterly unbearable. Look at Sasuke, frozen in fear. I'm no hindrance, so feel free to bite. Naruto waved his hand, tactfully retreating. Idiot, whose side are you on? Sasuke shouted in exasperation. This brat, could he possibly be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Orochimaru suddenly sensed a sinister aura emanating from Naruto. After much deliberation, Orochimaru silently lamented, Forget it. I'll go after Sasuke instead. My skills are no match for the Nine-Tails. The mischievous lad, seeing how obedient you are and how sweet your words are, calling me Uncle Snake repeatedly. I shall spare you today. Very well, Uncle Snake, you may carry on. Naruto swiftly leaped backward, arriving beside Sasuke. Do not be foolish. You are utterly unworthy of being a ninja. Sasuke's eyes were ablaze with fury. With a sudden thrust, the kunai in Sasuke's hand plunged into his thigh as he hoisted Sakura and fled. How intriguing to combat fear with pain. It is no wonder you belong to the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru remarked with satisfaction, flicking his tongue to moisten his cheek. Uncle Snake, shall we strike a bargain? Naruto coldly addressed the retreating Sasuke. Bargain with me? On what grounds? Orochimaru cast a dismissive glance in his direction. On the grounds that I can deliver Sasuke right to you. He is a seeker of vengeance, and he will inevitably come to me for power. Little boy, you seem to have miscalculated. Before you contemplate taking my life, do not challenge my limits again. Orochimaru's gaze remained fixed on the vanishing figure. Does Uncle Snake believe that Konoha's higher-ups would allow the Uchiha clan to defect unchallenged? Naruto retorted defiantly. Isn't Itachi Uchiha a rogue ninja? Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, questioning why he would waste time with a mere child. Yet, the boy before him exuded an aura of unprecedented mystery, possessing knowledge far exceeding that of his age. You should be aware of Kimimara's condition. As for the strength of the other four sound ninja, I trust you know better than I do. Do you believe they can stand against Konoha's many jonin? You know too much, little brat. Orochimaru's eyes turned icy, a murderous intent brewing. Uncle Snake, the Nine Tails will rampage under the condition of its Jinchuriki nearing death. Do you truly wish to witness a scenario of mutual destruction? Furthermore, you have yet to inquire about my desires. Naruto's demeanor shifted, exuding an air of maturity, almost as if he had transformed into another person. You seem to forget that I could also take Sasuke away. You still lack the leverage to negotiate with me. Huh? Naruto scoffed. Orochimaru, do you truly believe you can escape unscathed after ambushing Konoha? Orochimaru's face paled in shock. The plan to dismantle Konoha was highly classified, having only been devised in recent days. How could this boy possibly know? I merely wish to uncover Danzo's conspiracy. So what do you say, Uncle Snake? I will not interfere with anything. Ah, so that is your condition. Very well, we have a deal. A sly smile crept across Orochimaru's lips. Sasuke, carrying Sakura, finally succumbed to fatigue and collapsed. Sasuke, are you all right? Sakura, awakening from her terror, hurried to support him. Shut up. That fool betrayed us at the critical moment. And now he is flirting with Orochimaru. It is utterly revolting. Sasuke seethed with rage. Hey, second male lead. Are you gossiping behind my back? Naruto called from his perch on a branch, adjusting his forehead protector. Idiot. Upon seeing Naruto, Sasuke erupted in fury, seizing a kunai and lunging forward. However, exhaustion took its toll. As he leaped, his vision blurred, and he fell to the ground. Seeing this, Naruto rejoiced, leaping forward to tightly embrace Sasuke from behind, shouting, Uncle Snake, I have caught Sasuke. A deafening roar resounded as the imposing head of Orochimaru, connected to an infinitely elongated neck, suddenly surged forth from the distance, sinking its teeth into Sasuke's shoulder. Ah! Sasuke's anguished wail echoed through the forest. With a thud, he collapsed, his body crumpling at Naruto's feet. Kid, you are true to your word. I leave the rest to you. Should you dare to play tricks on me, you know my methods, Orochimaru remarked with a satisfied nod. Naruto stepped forward, striking a confident pose. Don't worry, Uncle Snake. However, in an instant, Orochimaru flickered and appeared close, seizing Naruto and lifting him into the air. Orochimaru. Naruto's bewilderment went unacknowledged as Orochimaru extended a hand, chakra surging forth, emanating a ghostly blue light from his 5 fingers. 5 elements seal. Ah! Naruto felt a searing pain in his abdomen. Dropping Naruto's frail form, Orochimaru leaped onto a branch, sneering coldly. I have severed your connection to the Nine-Tails chakra. If you fail to uphold your promise, I can extinguish your life at any moment. Damn it, Uncle Snake is indeed despicable. I couldn't escape. Darkness enveloped Naruto as he lost consciousness. Watching the grotesque creature fade among the treetops, Sakura turned to the 2 boys who lay unconscious on the ground. An unprecedented despair flooding her fragile being. Dragging Naruto and Sasuke into a cave, Sakura set traps at the entrance. Despite her exhaustion, she dared not relent. A singular conviction resided in her heart. She must protect Sasuke at all costs. As for Naruto, she clenched her fists, vowing to deliver a thorough beating once he woke. A companion who shared life and death with her had betrayed their team in this dire moment. She could not forgive him, no matter the circumstances. In the underbrush outside the cave, 3 figures moved stealthily. Orochimaru-sama's orders are to eliminate Sasuke. No, do not rush. We shall act at dawn. As for the other 2 brats, ha. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed ominously. As dawn approached, the distant sun began to rise, casting a fiery glow that seemed indomitable, illuminating the heavens and banishing the remnants of darkness. Sakura fought to remain awake. I cannot sleep. I must not sleep. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated from outside the cave. Ah, the trap has been triggered. Sakura gasped, grabbing a kunai to defend the entrance. Get out of the way, you brat. We only want Sasuke's life. If you don't interfere, perhaps you may be spared, especially considering your striking appearance. Haha, the Sound Village headband? Sakura was taken aback. The Sound Village was a newly established nation with little connection to Konoha, yet they sought to take a life. Moreover, they were not here for a scroll. Refusal? Then you cannot blame me. I'll send you on your way. A ninja named Kin from the Sound leapt forward. Having stayed awake all night and already weakened by Orochimaru's murderous intent, Sakura had lost all combat ability, the air of death enveloping her. Konoha whirlwind. Lee. Sakura seemingly glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Sakura, don't worry. I'm here, Lee declared, taking a stance to protect her, positioning himself as a shield. It is merely an additional sacrifice. Jean let out a cold smirk. A peculiar buzzing sound erupted, causing Xiao Li to feel an excruciating pain in his ears. Blood streaming forth. This is bad. Jean laughed uproariously, proclaiming that this was a sound-based ninjutsu attack, one for which you were utterly unprepared. You insolent brat, get down. With a thud, he kicked Xiao Li to the ground, and our dear, bushy-browed lad experienced his first heroic rescue mission ending in failure. The Sound Ninja, TOS, suddenly flickered into view, and before Sakura could react, her hair was seized with a vice-like grip. I cannot perish. I must protect my comrades. Sakura, enduring the heartache, valiantly brandished her kunai, severing her pink locks. Naruto could no longer contain himself. He had awakened the moment the Sound Ninjas appeared, merely to afford Xiao Li the chance to shine. I've given you the opportunity, yet you squander it. However, do not despair. There will be another moment for you. Naruto grinned at Xiao Li, baring his teeth. Hey, Sasuke, wake up. Your wife is being pummeled. Naruto vigorously shook Sasuke's body while his gaze fixated on the heavenly curse mark on his shoulder. 3 black commas, arranged counterclockwise, appeared quite ominous. For heaven's sake. If you don't wake up soon, your wife will be beaten to death. With that, he swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap to that handsome face. Sasuke emitted a low growl. Being handsome is a curse. Naruto shook his hand, having struck too forcefully, feeling a fiery sting in his palm. I am not enacting personal vengeance. Truly, I am not a fan of Sasuke. Please believe me. Naruto, you traitorous. Stop. If you keep prattling on, your wife will be killed. Naruto insisted, pointing at Sakura, who was being battered just outside the cave. Sasuke shoved Naruto aside and swiftly appeared before Sakura. Sakura, how did you end up in this state? Tell me who did this. I will end him. Sasuke's face darkened, and a chilling chakra surged from his shoulder, enveloping his entire being. The peculiar black markings rapidly spread across his face until they consumed him entirely. Seeing this, Naruto inwardly rejoiced, thinking, has he become disfigured? Serves you right for stealing my spotlight. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. He rapidly formed seals, unleashing a multitude of flames that surged forth like hands, overwhelming the area. The 3 Sound Ninjas narrowly evaded the fiery onslaught. Buzzing once more, another sound-based ninjutsu approached Sasuke silently. Ah, how can this be? Jean was taken aback, feeling utterly suppressed by Sasuke's terrifying chakra. The dark chakra surged forth, instilling fear in the hearts of all. This is Orochimaru's power. He clearly sent us to assassinate. How could this happen? In an instant, a figure appeared, and Sasuke, having closed the distance, moved with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Is this arm what you take pride in? Sasuke's cold voice dripped with disdain as he forcefully thrust his hands upward. Ugh! Jean let out a heart-wrenching wail. His arm severed. You are too powerful. We are no match for you. There are matters I need to ascertain. As compensation, I present this scroll to you. Sack dropped the Heavenly Division scroll, hoisting Jean and TOS, and gradually vanished into the depths of the forest. Naruto. Sasuke suddenly turned his head, his Sharingan gleaming a deep crimson akin to blood. Sasuke, let us converse calmly. Look at you. Quickly retract that cursed seal. It's not becoming. Naruto managed a forced, harmless smile. The power of the Nine Tails had been sealed by that scoundrel Orochimaru, and he certainly did not wish to be mercilessly beaten by Sasuke at this juncture, as it would cost him dearly in popularity. I'm giving you a chance to speak. If you cannot articulate clearly, I shall end you. Sasuke was genuinely anxious. He absolutely would not permit himself to be betrayed by a fool. Sakura, please bring Leon to rest. He is fine. Merely affected by the sound ninja's chakra on his auditory nerves. He'll be alright after a brief respite. Naruto's gaze shifted back to Sasuke. Before we enter the forest of death, I need to discuss something with you. You claimed to be busy before, but do you have time to listen now? Let us step outside for some fresh air. Upon keenly observing their surroundings and ensuring no one was near, Naruto abruptly dropped his smile. Sasuke, if you desire to kill your brother, with your current skills, I can only offer a derisive chuckle. Do not mention that person to me. Sasuke's eyes flared with rage, his emotions spiraling out of control as he struck a nearby tree with a punch. Boom! The sturdy trunk shattered into splinters. The immense power of the cursed seal sent Naruto flying. Cough! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The purpose of my existence is to see him suffer 1,000 deaths. Sooner or later, Sasuke gazed at the dark chakra swirling in his palm, a chilling, sinister laughter escaping his lips. Sasuke, perhaps you may not believe my words now, but I can prove to you that everything I say is true. Naruto was resolute. Let us address the previous betrayal first. The validity of your reasoning is essential for us to continue this conversation. Sasuke maintained a demeanor that suggested he could take a life at any moment. This is serious. If he doesn't believe my explanation, my elder brother could be wrongfully condemned by his hand. Naruto lamented silently. You are formidable now. After much contemplation, Naruto finally spoke. Sasuke regarded him, his gaze dimming gradually. Yet he remained silent. Is this excuse unsatisfactory? Naruto felt a wave of panic. Surely this fool did not want to eliminate him and assume the leading role himself? Kurama, save me, he cried out in his mind, but the Nine Tails offered no response. Is the mission system malfunctioning? The second lead is revolting. He seeks to usurp my protagonist aura. Please check for errors. Ding, ding, ding. Mission system prompt. No anomalies detected. Self-destructive behavior. Serves you right. Damn it, fake Hokage. That cursed mission system. If Sasuke snatches the protagonist's position from me, the world of Hokage will descend into utter chaos. Orochimaru's heavenly curse seal is a form of sage chakra. It grants you immense power. You've become astonishingly strong in an instant. Do you not find that perplexing? Naruto, undeterred, pressed on. Sasuke raised his palm, observing the surging chakra as if boundless strength flowed forth from the cursed seal upon his shoulder. Ah, this is promising. Naruto felt a surge of elation. It seemed his life, or rather, his existence, was temporarily safeguarded, and his protagonist aura remained intact. Phew. Naruto released a long sigh of relief. Although Orochimaru's cursed seal possesses formidable power, only a handful of individuals can endure its baptism and emerge alive. Naruto paused, adopting an enigmatic demeanor. As the most exceptional, powerful, handsome, and talented youth of the Uchiha clan, he was undoubtedly the prime candidate for the reincarnation technique. Forgive me for speaking insincerely. I cannot help it. The Uchiha clan has but you left, so all superlatives may rightfully be yours. After all, whether first or last, you are the sole contender. Naruto secretly praised his own wisdom. The reincarnation technique. Sasuke found himself increasingly bewildered by the blonde before him. Was he still the laggard he once was? This notion seemed rather profound. Shall I elaborate before you depart? Depart? Where am I to go? Sasuke grew more perplexed, his mind racing with questions, wondering if this fool had lost his sanity. Yet, he appeared somewhat inscrutable. Wait, why do I find this laggard intriguing? Apologies. That was merely a fleeting illusion. Sasuke swiftly grasped a kunai, his form flashing to appear behind Naruto. Don't move. Otherwise, I shall sever your throat instantly. You are not the foolish Naruto I once knew. Who are you truly? Sasuke found no better explanation. Hey Sasuke, don't jest. If you insult me in front of my eyes, I'll let it slide. We're even, right? Just pretend I said nothing. Less chatter. What is the code? The kunai edged dangerously closer to Naruto's neck, nearly causing him to panic. Is this truly a matter of life and death? You've made the code so lengthy. How could I possibly remember it? Naruto lamented, realizing he had truly dug his own grave. Strangely, Upon hearing this, Sasuke sheathed the kunai. Sharingan. After a meticulous second examination, Sasuke's expression softened slightly. Only you would forget the code. It must not be a ruse. Curse it. My intelligence has suffered a critical blow. Let us discuss the reincarnation technique, that loathsome Orochimaru, and why I must leave. Sasuke bombarded him with questions. Drawing from previous lessons, Naruto replied earnestly, at this moment. You are merely skeptical. How about this? Once the Chunin exam concludes, we shall engage in a thorough discussion. If you do not believe me now, do you think I will trust you then? Ignoring Sasuke's remarks, Naruto settled beside a large tree that had not met his fist. This afternoon, we will encounter a senior. Yakushi Kabuto, the medical team captain's adopted ninja. I've heard of him. He is also one of the examinees this time. Meeting him should not be remarkable. Sasuke retorted dismissively. He will withdraw before the third round of exams. Oh, the third round is one-on-one. My opponent is Inuzuka Kiba, while yours is Kankuro. Lee will face Gaara in the penultimate match, and Lee, beep, beep. System alert, severe spoiler detected. Penalty, uncontrollable plot, unexpected increase of 100 points. The red alert echoed in Naruto's mind, yet his determined visage remained unfazed. Lee shall have one arm and one leg broken by Gaara. Your cursed mark will be temporarily sealed by Kakashi-sensei after the battle. Following the conclusion of the Chunin exams, Orochimaru will launch a surprise attack on Konoha, resulting in the tragic demise of the third Hokage. Sasuke stood there, momentarily stunned. Sasuke, I now wager my life on our bond. For I have faith in my comrades. If all that I have just stated comes to pass, then after the Great Ninja War, we shall converse about the astonishing secrets of the Uchiha clan. Naruto turned to head towards the cave, but after a few steps, he suddenly halted. Sasuke, I share this with you knowing not what unknown repercussions await. If you wish for my survival and seek to unravel the burdens of the Uchiha clan, under no circumstances must a single word be uttered. As he gazed at Naruto's receding figure, the once dismissed fool appeared profound and obscure. I believe in my comrades. The Uchiha clan's monumental secrets, the mission of the Uchiha clan, echoed Naruto's words like thunder in Sasuke's heart. A sharp, resounding slap jolted him awake. How painful. This is no dream. Hey, little Sasuke, it's time for us to head to the assembly point. You haven't burned out your brain with that free chakra, have you? Naruto's voice called from afar. That idiot, still the same. Sasuke shook his head and hastened to catch up. Ding ding ding. Task system notification, serious spoiler detected. Penalty, uncontrollable plot, unpredictability increased by 200 points. The red alert blared once more, and Naruto forced a bitter smile. The system's network is poor. Is it lagging? Finally. You're back. Sakura appeared utterly exhausted, her face pale. Lee has been taken by Neji and the others. And, Sakura exclaimed in terror. The scroll from earlier suddenly vanished before my eyes. I'm certain I wasn't imagining it. What? Is this for real? The unexpected arrived swiftly. Naruto lamented, casting a helpless glance at Sasuke. Let us go. There's still a day left. We can seize another. Sasuke strode purposefully outside. Thud. Sakura collapsed to the ground, her fatigue overwhelming her physical limits. Hey, your wife, you carry her. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Sasuke forcefully pushed Naruto away. No need to overexert yourself. If you don't mind, I can carry her. Naruto grinned mischievously. No need. Sasuke retorted coldly, lifting Sakura onto his back and channeling chakra, disappearing from sight in a few leaps. Naruto smiled with relief, sensing that this Sasuke, who was only slightly less handsome than himself, was beginning to trust his words. Deep within the forest, Orochimaru extended his tongue, over 2 meters long, with viscous liquid dripping onto Anko's cheeks, utterly repulsive. Anko, I merely have my sights set on one child. This Chunin exam must not be halted. If you rob me of my amusement, then the end of Konoha Ninja Village shall ensue. His laughter faded ominously into the treetops, chilling to the bone. Sakura nestled against Sasuke's back, experiencing an unprecedented sense of happiness, unwilling to voice her thoughts even after awakening. Hey, Sakura, that's enough. I can see the smile creeping onto your face, Naruto exclaimed, channeling his chakra as he raced alongside Sasuke through the dense forest. Suddenly, Sasuke halted. Did I carry you for that long after just waking up? Sakura inquired, feigning ignorance while her heart brimmed with happiness. Witnessing their affection, Naruto silently resolved that once this bothersome Sasuke departed, He would certainly bring his beloved into the fold and shower Sakura with affection. Naruto. Sakura hissed, turning her head away with a fierce glare. With a resounding thud, a heavy punch landed, leaving a sizable bump on his head. I Haven T settled the score for your betrayal of Sasuke, and you dare to ruin my moment. Oh. Sakura, keep jumping around. Your days of receiving affection are yet to come. Naruto inwardly lamented. Ahead lay a river. Catching a few fish would stave off their hunger before they continued their journey. Sasuke maintained his aloof demeanor, yet his tone carried a hint of warmth. Sharingan, he declared. And with swift precision, 3 kunai struck 3 large fish. Damn it, you nearly hit me in the face with that kunai. If you're jealous of my good looks, just say it. Naruto retorted, crouching in the water, shivering. 3 fish should suffice. Sasuke stated matter-of-factly. Sasuke, I've prepared the firewood. I need your fireball jutsu. Sakura called from a short distance. Idiot, bring back the fish. Sasuke turned and walked towards her. The Earth Scroll has vanished, meaning only 12 teams can advance. Today is the last day. Our opportunities are dwindling. Sasuke analyzed their current predicament. Turning to Naruto, he noticed that his companion was fixated on the roasted fish. Utterly unconcerned about the looming crisis. I'll be the first to grab the biggest one. Naruto muttered to himself. Hey, we're about to be eliminated. Are you thinking of anything other than food? Sasuke exclaimed, exasperated. Naruto glanced sideways. What is there to worry about? Someone 1T let us be eliminated. Don't fret. Reinforcements will arrive soon. I'm thirsty, Sasuke, go fetch some water. Just as Sasuke was about to explode with anger, he caught sight of Naruto's peculiar expression and suppressed his fury, taking the water jug and walking away. Sakura, let us open the scroll and see its contents. We can fabricate a fake Earth Scroll with a regular one to pass the test. Naruto suggested with a hint of mischief in his voice, seemingly seeking Sakura's approval. Sakura stared at him in astonishment. But the examiner said we can't open the scroll until the exam ends. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. What is there to be afraid of? There are so many teams of candidates, and with some maliciously trying to eliminate others by seizing more scrolls. The examiners can't possibly check each one. Sakura felt tempted. After all, their situation was dire. Rather than waiting for elimination, perhaps they should take a risk. All right. Naruto pretended to grasp the heaven scroll, pulling the switch, ready to exert force. Suddenly, a figure flickered into view. A strange smile crept across Naruto's face. So, you've finally revealed yourself? Do not open the scroll. Kabuto seized Naruto's arm as he attempted to pull the switch. With a short gray-white ponytail and glasses that perpetually reflect the light, he has his wrists and ankles neatly wrapped in bandages, exuding an air of both competence and cunning. In the world of Naruto, he is the character with the least screen time but the deepest machinations. Enter Kabuto. Naruto exclaimed in excitement, having previously encountered him before the exam. Although at that time, Naruto had not yet considered giving him any attention. The scroll concealed a hypnotic seal. If opened recklessly, one would fall prey to the hypnotic technique contained within, remaining entranced until the conclusion of the second exam. Kabuto smiled gently, appearing amiable. Naruto had never harbored a favorable impression of him. Even after his forced redemption, the immense casualties he brought to the allied shinobi forces were incalculable. Moreover, without his interference, many situations would not have spiraled out of control. Sasuke returned with a water bottle, and, upon seeing Kabuto, his expression darkened. Even his fellow participants. The likelihood of encountering one another in the forest of death was slim. Yet, just as Naruto had predicted, Kabuto arrived as anticipated. What brings you here, Kabuto? Naruto asked, feigning ignorance. Oh, I got separated from my companions. You should be cautious with that fire. It may attract enemies, Kabuto remarked, gesturing to the flickering flames on the ground. Our scrolls are not yet complete. Haha, no worries. As long as we ambush near the Iron Tower, scrolls will surely come our way, Naruto replied nonchalantly. Knowing that even if he couldn't seize any, Kabuto would undoubtedly offer his own, and Orochimaru would not permit Sasuke's elimination here. When they reached the Iron Tower for assembly, Team 7 was the last group to successfully advance. Everything unfolded as Naruto had anticipated. They lay in ambush near the gathering point, and indeed, Rainin from the village hidden in the rain delivered themselves right to them. Cough, cough. The preliminary round of the third exam will consist of one-on-one duels. The victors will progress, while the defeated will be eliminated. If you wish to withdraw, now is your chance. The moonlight and the swift wind supported a sickly figure. I withdraw. Ah. Sasuke nearly gasped in disbelief. The individual raising his hand to withdraw was none other than the very Kabuto who had aided them in acquiring the scrolls. And what truly shocked him was that Kabuto had genuinely chosen to exit the competition. The first match featured Uchiha Sasuke against Kiba. The other participants moved to the second floor, stands to await their turn. The second match showcased Uzumaki Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba, with both sides preparing to the best of their abilities. The crowd was noisy, yet Sasuke had lost all desire for battle. He merely wished to conclude swiftly and retreat to the stands to validate his inner doubts. It's the opening move of the Lotus, Shadow Dance Leaf. Lee exclaimed in disbelief. Having merely exchanged a brief spar with Sasuke prior to the exam, only to see him employ it so effectively. The Sharingan's copying ability. Kakashi mused silently, reflecting that sometimes one's diligent efforts might be effortlessly accomplished through a mere glance from another. Sigh. Competition is ruthless. Might Guy couldn't help but lament. Lion's Barrage. With a resounding shout from Sasuke, Kiba's robust form was rendered incapable of rising again. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke. Ignoring the accolades from the crowd, Sasuke made his way straight to the second floor stands. Buy it now. Buy it now. Naruto found himself surrounded by a throng of people, the noise overwhelming. Naruto's odds of winning are 2-1, while Kiba's are even. The more one bets, the greater the potential gains. With the battle about to commence, Naruto vigorously wiped the sweat from his brow, reveling in the thought of a windfall, especially since no one had placed a bet on his victory. Naruto? Isn't he that lecherous classmate from Konoha who jumped off a building? Yes, that's the fool, rumored to be eternally at the bottom of the rankings. Hurry and place your bets, it's free money. A wave of embarrassment washed over Naruto. Is it really so well known that even abroad they discuss my heroic misadventures? Sasuke, witnessing the scene, was momentarily taken aback. How could I, the illustrious Sasuke, have misjudged this foolish youth? Are you truly serious? A fierce opponent awaits. And you have the audacity to engage in gambling. Unreliable, utterly unreliable. Gritting his teeth, Sasuke thought that if looks could kill, Naruto would have been dismembered by now. Sasuke, come with me. Kakashi's voice suddenly rang out, calm yet authoritative. In a room at the end of the corridor, Kakashi's expression turned grave. The curse mark must be sealed immediately. You already know? Sasuke stared at Kakashi in shock. Yes, Sasuke. Orochimaru's curse mark harbors malevolent chakra that can rob you of your sanity. Sasuke remained silent, slowly removing his shirt and sitting cross-legged on the floor. Evil sealing technique. As Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, a massive chakra emanated from Sasuke, creating a circular array bathed in a faint blue light, transforming into strange, ancient characters that spread outward. The chakra danced around Kakashi's fingers, inscribing runes around the curse mark on Sasuke's shoulder, 5 in total, glowing with a captivating blue radiance. Whoosh! With hands forming intricate seals once more, the sealing commenced. The transformed characters and surrounding runes swiftly converged on Sasuke's shoulder. An inexplicable agony surged from his shoulder, spreading throughout his body. Darkness enveloped him, and Sasuke lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Akamaru, are you starving? Naruto grinned at the little white dog cradled in Kiba's arms. Hey, you, the perpetual underachiever. First you tease Hinata, and now you want to cozy up to Akamaru? Not a chance. Akamaru despises lecherous types like you. Woof. Woof. Akamaru bared his teeth at Naruto, his expressions vividly animated. With hands forming seals, chakra surged. Shadow clone technique. Instantly, dozens of Narutos appeared, with several darting towards the edges of the arena. Transformation technique. Bang. Naruto transformed into a chicken leg. And over there, is that a bone? The spectators were bewildered. They had heard tales of this unreliable character, but this was beyond absurdity. Woof woof. Akamaru struggled to escape from Kiba's embrace. You dare to use such a pathetic tactic? Kiba seethed, pointing at Naruto. Akamaru hasn't had a proper meal in 5 days, and you resort to enticing him with food. Kiba's mouth gaped open in a roar. Ha. Naruto shrugged. I'm a dog lover. This little pup is too adorable to go hungry. Come on, Akamaru, eat up. How shameless can you be? Woof woof. Chakamaru dashed to the edge of the arena, joyfully indulging in his feast. Humph. Even without Chakamaru, I would still bring you down. You lay on the ground, eyes gleaming with malice. Four-limbed technique. His palms rapidly expanded, firmly gripping the earth like his feet. Whoosh. What incredible speed. Naruto gasped in astonishment. unable to fathom Ya's swiftness, which was almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Naruto exerted force from his dantian, vigorously pressing on his belly. With a dull thud, a silent yet pungent flatulence erupted. My goodness, that stench. I can barely tolerate it, let alone Ya, whose sense of smell is thousands of times more acute than an ordinary person's. Naruto grimaced, pinching his nose. Oh, how foul. With a thud, Ya tumbled to the ground, just as he was about to land a punch on Naruto's head, overwhelmed by the sudden, horrific odor that engulfed him. What? No way. Akimichi Choji held a handful of potato chips to his mouth, incredulous at the unexpected turn of events in the arena. It's my turn now. Naruto waved his hand, rallying his comrades. Go for it. Charge. 5 or 6 shadow clones swiftly lunged forward, delivering a kick from below. Is this shadow dance? Damn it. Is my technique so easy to learn? Lee was incensed. 1 kick, 2 kicks, 3 kicks. Naruto continued to unleash his barrage. Boom. Ya's body crashed to the ground. Ya lay there, legs in the air, frothing at the mouth. It was not merely Naruto's relentless assault that was formidable, but the sheer magnitude of that fart that was earth-shattering. In the second round, the victor is Naruto Uzumaki. Moonlight Gale announced the result with a tone of disdain, covering his nose in a lackluster manner. Blackout. Who needs skill? A mere fart can secure victory? I've lost all my pocket money this month. Now I'm bankrupt. Voices of anger, insults, and complaints rose in a cacophony as Naruto struck a pose, beaming with delight, basking in an effortless victory. Kurenai smiled gently, remarking, Hinata, that Naruto fellow is quite amusing. Hinata blushed, pondering whether Ya had been overwhelmed by the stench. Unbeknownst to her, Naruto had approached, seemingly unwearied, and waved gently at Hinata, beckoning her, my dear, come here. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she stood on tiptoe, retorting, Naruto, you may not want to, but you still follow the direction he leaves in. You'll face Neji soon. Just give it a try. Don't overexert yourself. You're no match for him. As she gazed at Hinata's delicate face, joy filled his heart. I am a ninja. How can I easily concede? Hinata defiantly looked at him. That once frivolous blonde boy was becoming increasingly enigmatic. With you by my side, you need not struggle. Hinata felt warmth in her heart, gazing at the youth before her, whose face, though not conventionally handsome, radiated determination. I won tea. Hinata remained resolute. This money is for the household. Rest assured, I can provide for our family. Saying this, Naruto presented the winnings from the wager to Hinata. So much money. Who did you rob? Hinata stared at him in astonishment. TCH. Naruto huffed with pride. I told you. I can provide for our future home. How could someone as good as me resort to robbery? Then I shall keep it safe for you, should you need it. Just come to me. Hinata was perplexed as to why she did not refuse. Almost as if compelled by fate, she accepted. Naruto wore a mischievous grin. Having kept a portion for himself, this was not a sign of insincerity. After all, it is the nature of men to submit their earnings while instinctively hiding their private stash. Come, give me a kiss. You can't be serious for more than 3 seconds. Hinata shook her head and turned to leave. What? 3 seconds? Are you doubting my capabilities as a man? You'll find out how many seconds it is later, humph. How could one measure Naruto's prowess in mere seconds? He shrugged helplessly. Being a man is truly challenging. At the end of the corridor, Orochimaru's raspy voice echoed ominously. Kakashi, do you think sealing the cursed mark will halt Sasuke's progress? Naive. He is a seeker of vengeance, and no one can impede him. When did he arrive? Cold sweat soaked his clothes as he swiftly formed hand seals, white chakra gathering around his palms like a laser tearing through space-time. In a flash, the chirping of 1,000 birds resonated. That was Kakashi's ultimate technique, Raikiri. Sasuke gradually regained consciousness from his stupor, feeling a faint coolness emanating from the cursed mark on his shoulder. His power had been suppressed? Sasuke was astonished. Kakashi struggled to pull himself from the fear he had just experienced, believing he had grown strong enough to perish alongside him. However, Orochimaru's power was more terrifying than ever before, yet fortunately, he had not made a move. The seal's strength is determined by your will, Sasuke. Your mindset holds greater significance than the seal itself. Go now. It seems Naruto has also triumphed in his match. I understand, Sasuke replied coolly, donning his attire. Hands in pockets, striding out without glancing back. Surveying his surroundings, he found no trace of Naruto, and his brow furrowed in concern. Where is Naruto? Sasuke approached Sakura, who looked utterly exhausted, Yet he had no inclination to comfort her. He had far more pressing matters to address directly, having just fought Ino to a stalemate. Sakura weakly shook her head. I didn't see him. It seems he left here. Sasuke's expression darkened. That guy left without a word. Navigating the edge of the forest of death, he was all too aware of the unfolding events. Rather than watching the match, he was far more eager to see that person. Hey, you little rascal. This is the women's bathhouse. With those beady eyes of yours darting around. I can tell you're a peeping Tom. The bathhouse owner shouted at Naruto. Beady eyes? If it weren't for the fact that you were just a side character, I'd make sure you'd be out of this scene. Naruto fumed. However, those girls' figures were quite impressive. He chuckled, not finding what he sought here. He decided to try another place. He refused to believe he couldn't find her. Ah, what a delight. Haha, what a figure. Naruto peered into the hot spring, nearly drooling. You dare to peek while I'm here. Bam. A heavy fist struck the top of Naruto's head. What are you thinking? The sound of that massive fist echoed. An ant weighing over 800 pounds stomped around like an earthquake, grabbing Naruto by his messy hair and bringing him close for inspection. Aren't you that little brat who made headlines a while back? Naruto, feeling somewhat embarrassed, managed to force a smile. Annie, is it really necessary to remember such trivial news headlines so clearly? He scratched his head and continued. Do you really believe I'm here looking for a middle-aged greasy uncle? I believe you indeed. Auntie swung her arm as if to throw him out, but suddenly halted mid-motion. You aren't here looking for that lecherous old man, are you? Naruto chuckled wryly. Is he that old? He seems all right, just a bit unorthodox. Internally, Naruto reveled in the thought that, in broad daylight, only the notorious pervy sage would dare to sneak a peek at beautiful women bathing in hot springs in the village of Konoha. An old man shamelessly accompanied by a little lecher. What is this? A gang of perverts. Auntie rolled her shoulders and declared, off you go. Suddenly, with a comical thud, Naruto found his head buried deep in the sandy riverbank. Hey. At such a young age, you're already on the wrong path. What will you become when you grow up? A hearty voice chimed in, struggling to pull himself out of the sand. Naruto raised his eyes to see a man with long silver hair tied back and striking red streaks across his cheeks resembling tear stains. Wearing wooden clogs, a red vest cloak, and a brown robe, he was crouched in the grass, gazing towards a nearby waterfall. Oh my, it's Jiraiya, Naruto exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. The man who had given him direction in life, his mentor. Naruto vowed to treat him with utmost respect. By the way, what happened to your face? The man before him was indeed Jiraiya, who had been lurking around the hot springs of Konoha seeking inspiration for his writing. Caught by the proprietress, he had endured a good thrashing, but for the sake of his great literary ambitions, such sacrifices were trivial. How could this little brat know me? Jiraiya pondered, a hint of alarm creeping in. Could my cover be blown? With a sudden burst of rage, he shouted, You little rascal, crying upon seeing me scared off the ladies taking a bath? I'll deal with you. Perhaps I should focus on finding inspiration, Jiraiya muttered to himself, brushing aside the grass, drooling at the sight. Wow, how delightful. Naruto, bewildered, realized that Jiraiya hadn't changed at all. He was still the same familiar character. I say, the pervy sage is truly a toad sage. Jiraiya abruptly turned his head, dominating the scene as he forcefully stole the spotlight. How can the illustrious protagonist allow you to overshadow me? Naruto sprang up from the grass and shouted towards the bathing beauties at the waterfall, Sister, that greasy uncle is peeking at you. Ah, a pervert. Run. As the beautiful figures gradually vanished from sight, Naruto shook his head in resignation. The production crew has truly changed. Even the extras are so alluring. Feeling a sudden chill, Naruto gasped. Is Jiraiya about to make a move against me? Seduction technique. Bang. Tsunade, clad in light attire and wielding a steel pipe, spoke with a flair. Jiraiya, would you care to witness a bit of pole dancing? Wait, what? Jiraiya met his untimely demise, having graced the world for but one episode. Naruto strolled leisurely along a forest path, occasionally glancing back at the partially exposed scroll peeking from behind a great tree, a cunning smile playing on his lips. Perverted sage, cease your pursuit. Unless you accept me as your disciple, I shan't perform a pole dance for you. With a bold stride, Jiraiya stepped forward, striking a striking pose. At this juncture, I can no longer conceal the truth. The sage merely hides his true name from the world. In all endeavors, I am effortless, unmatched across the land. One of the legendary three ninjas, the white-haired sage of Mount Myōboku, The striking gentleman capable of silencing a crying child in an instant. Lord Jiraiya, that is me. How utterly unrefined. Naruto scoffed, turning to continue his path, leaving Jiraiya to flounder in the gentle breeze. A white-haired boy? At such an age, still a virgin? You insolent brat. Do you not understand the virtue of respecting your elders? Jiraiya could no longer contain himself, if not for the desire to steal glimpses of his goddess. How could he endure such humiliation? This is a matter of virtue. Do not speak recklessly, lest I knock your teeth out. With a mischievous grin, Naruto replied, perverted sage. Take me as your disciple. There are many benefits I can offer you. Leaning closer to Jiraiya, he whispered enticingly, it's quite refreshing. Jiraiya relented, concocting a splendid justification for himself. It was all for the sake of writing. As an author, one must not betray their fans, and inspiration was essential for creation. Very well, as a fellow author, I express my understanding. Perverted sage, first, lift the seals on me. Naruto exclaimed, lifting his battle garb to reveal his round belly. Jiraiya's expression suddenly grew serious. It's the 2-layer seal and the 4-symbol seal. This is the technique to seal-tailed beasts. Could this child possibly be? With shock, Jiraiya noted the yellowish hair and the semblance of Minato, the 4th Hokage. It cannot be. Yet, this outermost sealing technique has severed the Nine-Tails chakra. Is it Orochimaru's doing? With one hand behind his back, he concentrated chakra into his 5 fingers, channeling it into the 5-element seal. Naruto, raise your hands high. Naruto, sensing the gravity of the moment, raised his hands, allowing his belly to fully expose itself. Ninjutsu, 5 elements seal release. His palm struck out forcefully, each finger corresponding to the 5 elements, smashing against the original seal's mark, unraveling the sealing technique Orochimaru had placed within Naruto. Kyuubi, have you missed me? In his mind, Naruto smiled softly, calling out to the Nine-Tails. The silence was profound, as still as death. No response echoed back, yet he could faintly sense the fluctuation of the Nine-Tails chakra. Perhaps it is merely asleep, he reassured himself, turning to Jiraiya. Perverted sage, teach me the summoning technique. Your chakra is still far from sufficient to master the summoning technique. Jiraiya shook his head. The youth before him seemed to possess greater knowledge than his peers. What if we factor in the Nine-Tails chakra? Jiraiya hesitated upon hearing this, taking a moment before slowly responding. You are aware of that, are you? Naruto nodded, neither confirming nor denying. Master Watergate, I am well aware of the prophecy. Rest assured, I shall diligently train to fulfill the mission of the prophesied child. Naruto's unwavering gaze met the old man's. Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. Many years ago, the great toad sage of Mount Myōboku had foretold that a great calamity would befall the ninja world, and from the chaos would emerge a hero, the so-called prophesied child. Back then, Jiraiya had been elated, believing himself to be the prophesied child destined to end the turmoil. However, the great toad sage had clarified that he would merely be the guide for the prophesied one. Could it be him? Jiraiya pondered, eyeing Naruto's light yellow battle robe and tousled hair. Perhaps a seductive jutsu would uplift the spirits? A broad grin spread across Jiraiya's face. Naruto shot him a disdainful look. At such a serious moment, how could he be thinking of such frivolities? Truly, he was the most lecherous old man in the world of Hokage. Jiraiya gently bit his thumb, inscribing a summoning circle in his palm before forcefully striking the ground. Summoning jutsu. Dark runes swiftly expanded from his palm, forming a summoning array. Boom. A toad, as large as a pavilion, was summoned, standing majestically with its arms crossed. Around its neck hung a distinctive nameplate emblazoned with the character for loyalty. It was Gamakichi, one of Jiraiya's summoned beasts, its long tongue curling around a peculiar scroll and presenting it to Naruto. Unfurling the scroll, Naruto discovered it was the contract passed down through generations, signed with the toads. Jiraiya's serious demeanor was quite handsome. Overjoyed, Naruto eagerly spread the scroll. He bit his finger, inscribing his name with his own blood and pressing down all his fingers as instructed. With utmost care, Naruto filled in the information, determined not to make any mistakes during such a crucial moment, lest he lose face. With a final surge of chakra and the correct hand seals, hog, boar, snake, monkey, and horse, Naruto completed the contract. Channeling his chakra, he swiftly performed the summoning technique. His palm struck the ground, and black runes appeared. Genius. This is true genius. Naruto silently praised himself. Puff. With a thunderous noise, a small puff of white smoke dissipated, revealing a lively tadpole. What the heck? A tadpole? Large beads of sweat trickled down Jiraiya's forehead. Even summoning a tadpole made him feel inadequate. Oh, I forgot to draw upon the Nine-Tails chakra. What a misunderstanding. Naruto sheepishly scratched his head. Kurama, lend me some chakra. He called out in his mind, but received no response. What was happening? Naruto felt a pang of anxiety. Since arriving in this world of Hokage, the Nine-Tails had never been completely silent. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Bang! The white smoke cleared, revealing a tadpole struggling with its two hind legs. Oh, come on. Still a tadpole? What the heck? Jiraiya sighed and offered words of comfort. There's progress. Compared to the last one, you have grown significantly. Look, it has legs. Perverted old man. Is it really necessary to mock me like this? Cough, cough. Jiraiya cleared his throat and said with utmost seriousness, you focus on your training here. I have pressing matters to attend to. Naruto glanced around, failing to find a bathing spot, and thought it plausible that the old man might indeed have urgent business. He nodded vigorously. Go on, but do return swiftly. Fear not, for I am the most responsible master. With that, he chuckled softly and leapt away. In the vast, empty forest, only Naruto remained. Sitting cross-legged, he endeavored once more to connect with the Nine-Tails. Kyubi, my dear brother. Yet, there was still no response. A sudden sense of unease washed over him. Is it you? Task system, causing this distress? Ding ding ding. Wrongfully accusing the task system, punishment issued. What? Stop messing around. It's all a misunderstanding. Naruto quickly pleaded. Since it wasn't a malfunction of the task system, an ominous premonition crept into his heart. After an entire afternoon of effort, he still could not summon the Great Toad, leaving him utterly exhausted. The excessive consumption of chakra rendered him somewhat weak. In moments of idleness, he would attempt to summon the Nine-Tails, but that once sealed door seemed eternally locked. In the distance, the setting sun cast a crimson hue upon the clouds. That lecherous sage must have gone off to peep at some beauties bathing again. Naruto muttered to himself, still as unreliable as ever. With a wry smile, he rose and, dragging his weary body, searched for Jiraiya's figure. Let us chat a bit more. The day is still young. Jiraiya, feeling quite pleased, reveled in conversing with two lovely ladies, considering it the pinnacle of his existence. Uncle, we must return now. The beauties waved goodbye, and Jiraiya, reluctant to part, gestured. We shall continue our conversation tomorrow. I am quite free. Lecherous sage, is this what you call important matters? Suddenly, a figure darted through the woods. Soaking in a hot spring, sipping tea, and surrounded by beautiful women, Jiraiya felt that life had reached its zenith. Initially, he thought that being caught by that brat would elicit some complaints, yet he unexpectedly gained delightful rewards. Seeing Jiraiya's joyous demeanor brought a flicker of comfort to Naruto's heart. Perhaps I should be a bit kinder to him. What type of beauties do you fancy? My clones can transform. Naruto offered as a reminder. Ha ha ha, how considerate. Jiraiya laughed heartily, then leaned closer and whispered in Naruto's ear. How about a few different styles of Tsunade? Heh, that one do. There are too many fans of Granny Tsunade, and I might get killed. Naruto shook his head. All right. It's not as if I've never seen them before. Jiraiya took a sip of his hot tea, relishing his leisure. Naruto forced a peculiar smile. You almost got yourself killed, didn't you? That's called sentiment. You're too young to understand. Naruto smiled silently, thinking to himself, when Granny Tsunade arrives, I hope you remain this composed. How goes your practice with the summoning technique? Naruto sighed, still a tadpole. Jiraiya straightened up, looking at him in confusion. How is that possible? You can't control the Nine-Tails chakra? No, Naruto hesitated. Ever since the seal was lifted, I can no longer sense the Nine-Tails' presence. Jiraiya's expression grew solemn as he contemplated the gravity of the situation. Orochimaru's five-element seal had merely severed the connection between Naruto and the Nine-Tails. The seal was now lifted, and such a predicament should not have arisen. Otherwise, arrangements for his funeral would need to be made, and perhaps a leap from a cliff would be in order. An idea sparked in Jiraiya's mind. The Jinchuriki often experience an overwhelming desire to survive in the face of imminent death, significantly enhancing their control over the tailed beasts. It is indeed tragic that these beasts, possessing immense chakra, have been reduced to mere instruments of human warfare. Jiraiya shook his head in resignation. What if we were to lift the seal? Naruto suddenly proposed, nearly causing Jiraiya to shatter his teacup in shock. The malice emanating from the Nine-Tails was too potent. If the seal were to be undone and chaos ensued, there would be no one left in Konohagakure capable of suppressing it. Such a risk was unwarranted. Jiraiya's gaze fell upon Naruto, warm and benevolent. He was reminded of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, who had sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails for the sake of the village. I consider the Nine Tails a friend, and I believe that one day he will understand my sincerity. Naruto grinned, his expression radiating hope. Where there is true intent, even stone can be moved, right? Jiraiya nodded with appreciation. To befriend a tailed beast was a notion he had never encountered before. Though somewhat fanciful, it revealed a unique strength within the boy. It transcended mere physical might. Perhaps it was a heart filled with unadulterated sincerity. Yet, Jiraiya harbored concerns. In a world rife with deceit, genuine feelings rarely garnered reciprocation. That had been a youthful dream of his, but reality was often cruel. He had witnessed the horrors of war, endured countless moments of helplessness, and observed the brutalities of life. Yet, the innocent fervor of his youth had never been extinguished. I'm so hungry. I've heard that Ichiraku's spicy hot pot has become quite the sensation lately. A bowl of that would truly make life splendid. Jiraiya's gaze fell upon Naruto's bulging pouch of Ryo, and mischievous thoughts began to form. Naruto smiled, feeling secure with the wealth he had amassed. He simply wished to provide a peaceful and comfortable life for those he cherished, including the man before him. He believed that had he not entered this world, Jiraiya would have treated him as a son. Despite the occasional mischief, he had never faltered in critical moments. After indulging in Ichiraku's spicy hot pot, Jiraiya patted his belly contentedly. However, Naruto remained loyal to ramen, though Jiraiya was perplexed by the unusual warmth with which the owner of Ichiraku treated Naruto. All right, let me see what's truly going on. Suddenly, Jiraiya halted, sitting cross-legged. Now, I will enter Sage Mode. You must remain silent. Huh, Sage Mode, Naruto exclaimed, panic coursing through him as the narrative began to spiral beyond his control. Jiraiya paid no heed to Naruto's astonishment, joining his hands in prayer and closing his eyes to gather Sage Chakra. It required considerable time to activate Sage Mode. If only the perverted sage could switch to Sage Mode at will, as I can in my later years. Moments later, a resounding boom echoed through the air. Bathed in moonlight, Naruto beheld two diminutive toads perched upon Jiraiya's robust shoulders, enveloped in a cloud of white smoke. Little Jiraiya, why did you summon us so early? Is something amiss? Sage Shima nervously surveyed the surroundings. Women tend to be a bit sensitive. Early? Naruto was somewhat puzzled. After all, it was a moonless night with a gusty wind. There's a time difference between Mount Myōboku and the Hidden Leaf Village. Thank you for your efforts, esteemed elders. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly. Come on, Naruto's mother, let us tone down the complaints. Little Jiraiya, is this child truly little Jiraiya? He looks like a greasy old man. Had I not seen the anime beforehand, I would have thought that this little frog dared to speak so boldly, and Naruto would have surely slapped him. Deep Sage. This is Naruto. The Nine Tails is sealed within him. So that is the case. What has transpired? Has the Nine Tails gone berserk? I doubt even Naruto's father and I can handle the Nine Tails. Sage Shima's confidence wavered. No, the Nine Tails has not gone wild. It's just that Naruto's connection to his chakra and the Nine Tails chakra was severed by Orochimaru's five-element seal. I attempted to unravel the seal, but it seems ineffective. Orochimaru, you say? Sage Fukasaku raised his snowy eyebrows slightly. Little Jiraiya, you still cannot let go of the bonds in your heart. Jiraiya lowered his head in silence. Before the two sages, he resembled a mere child. Jiraiya scratched his head and said, I have already taken on this student. I must bear some responsibility. Did you not vow to stop accepting disciples? If the old man learns of this significant matter, he will remind you that one of your disciples would be the prophesied child. However, Nagato is already deceased. Jiraiya spoke with a hint of sorrow, seemingly recalling a melancholic visage. Will the prophesied child bring peace or calamity to the ninja world? The old man did not foresee this in his dreams. Little Jiraiya, this child is indeed the host of the Nine Tails. Jiraiya's expression grew resolute. I believe in him. If the prophecy of the great sage Toad truly comes to fruition, I am convinced that Naruto will indeed bring an end to the chaotic times. Master, tears welled up in Naruto's eyes. How incredibly moving. Because he is just as lecherous as I am, there can be no mistake. A man with such desires is destined to achieve great things. I can't believe it. Such principles shattered into pieces. Truly, Jiraiya-sama remains as refreshingly candid as ever, though he is hardly dignified for more than 2 seconds. In fact, even a second less than Naruto. Regarding Nagato, mentioned by Jiraiya, Naruto restrained himself from interjecting, as his understanding had been thoroughly overturned. At such a critical juncture, he dared not complicate matters further. After many twists and turns, everything will eventually settle. There is no need for haste. Is it possible that Orochimaru tampered with the seal? Sage Shima appeared relaxed, tending to her freshly done nails. The sealing of the 9 tails was accomplished by Minato using the unique dual sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. Combined with the 4-symbol seal, the Uzumaki clan excels in sealing techniques, which are not easily altered by Orochimaru. In that case, summoning me and Naruto's mother is futile. We are powerless against the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Sage Fukasaku's words carried a hint of frustration. As a dignified sage possessing formidable sage chakra, he was still at a loss against the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Without knowledge of the correct sequence of hand seals, unraveling it was utterly impossible. I merely wished to perceive the natural energy through the sage mode to sense the 9 tails. However, as both esteemed masters are aware, once I activate sage mode, I must summon the 2 of you. Jiraiya stammered. Bang! A heavy fist struck Jiraiya on the head. You brat! To activate sage mode so early in the morning and disturb my peaceful slumber, are you out of your mind? Naruto was taken aback. In the world of Hokage, regardless of whether they were women or female toads, they exhibited such violence. He silently pitted the men and male toads for 3 seconds. Speaking of which, young Jiraiya, it is high time you learn to complete sage mode independently. The great sage also wore an expression of displeasure. Oh ha ha ha. I am Jiraiya, and I shall master sage mode swiftly. Bang! Another heavy blow landed, leaving Jiraiya with 2 symmetrical lumps on his head. What the heck? Hurry up and get to work. I still need to return and do my hair. After breakfast with my best friend, I will head to the beauty salon. And you little brat, have wasted my time. Naruto, at a loss for words, could not find any term to encapsulate his current feelings. He truly did not comprehend the world of toads, especially the female toads. Suddenly, Jiraiya grew serious, channeling and concentrating sage chakra to probe within Naruto. Jiraiya was abruptly forced back by a powerful and malevolent force, emitting a sound of agony. Those sinister, cold eyes were filled with hostility. It was the 9 tails. It could undoubtedly repel my sage chakra. Yet, why can I not sense the 9 tails? Naruto felt a sense of urgency. The 4-symbol seal remained intact. However, the sealing symbols seemed even more fortified than before, as if the 9 tails was intentionally avoiding you. What? No way. Naruto found it hard to believe. Thank you for your hard work, esteemed masters. I shall release sage mode now. Jiraiya glanced apologetically at the small toad sages on either side of his shoulders. Young Jiraiya, I believe it is necessary for you to take him to Mount Myōboku to meet the elder. The great sage looked earnestly at Jiraiya. Perhaps later. For now, he still needs to learn some ninjutsu. Sage mode, release. Bang. Jiraiya's face, slightly distorted from sage mode, finally returned to normal, and his limbs, somewhat toad-like, reverted as well, though the powerful force had torn apart the bandages that wrapped around his wrists. Had he not removed his wooden sandals beforehand, Naruto could scarcely imagine what form he would have taken at that moment. Is Kurama deliberately avoiding me? Naruto pondered, feeling puzzled. Since arriving in this world, although the 9 tails had not been particularly close to him, it had generally been responsive to his needs. Why, this time, was it different? All right. I need to find a place to take a nap. I have an appointment with a lovely lady tomorrow for a heart-to-heart. Where do you live, little brat? Glancing at Jiraiya's massive frame and then at his own small bed, Naruto sighed. It was indeed time to find a larger, more lavish residence. Here, find yourself a place to stay. Naruto handed over his pouch of money. Oh ho ho, this disciple is good, understanding filial piety, but speaking of which, you little brat shouldn't be able to take on such high-level tasks. Where did you acquire so much money? Jiraiya was somewhat perplexed. Although he barely managed to make a living from his best-selling novels, the insufferable brat before him seemed to possess greater wealth. Naruto, ever vigilant, glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, I have shares in Ichiraku Ramen, an investment in its technique. Was it truly necessary for a ninja to dabble in business? Were the missions from Konoha insufficient to sustain a livelihood? What was going on with the 3rd Hokage? Alas, It appeared he was not cut out for the role of Hokage. Jiraiya's expression was one of discomfort. How about we create a shadow clone of Tsunade to accompany me for a late-night chat? Naruto nearly choked, silently lamenting, "Please don't malign me, Tsunade's fans. Tomorrow, I shall continue honing my summoning technique. I refuse to believe I cannot summon a great toad." With that, Naruto tossed aside a remark and turned to leave, waving his hand vigorously as he walked away. "Come on, just consider it. One shadow clone would suffice. It's merely a chat. Kurama, why have you been playing hide and seek with me? You rascal." Naruto lay in bed, his mind racing with thoughts. In the depths of his consciousness, within the shadowy confines, the Nine-Tails' blood-red eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions as it lay in silence within its cage. "It seems this is the only way." Jiraiya scoffed and turned over to sleep. The following day, Naruto arrived early at the place where he had practiced his summoning technique the previous day. But he waited in vain for Jiraiya's appearance. Surely yesterday's lack of productivity hasn't left him too exhausted to rise? He murmured to himself. Speaking ill of his master behind his back was hardly the behavior of a good student. Suddenly, Jiraiya's languid voice broke through. "You lecherous sage, you are incredibly unreliable. Seriously late." Before Naruto could finish his retort, Jiraiya grabbed his slender frame and leaped onto a nearby tree, dashing towards Konoha village. Naruto was bewildered but did not resist. After all, he had never doubted Jiraiya. "Come, let us see if this outfit I selected for you fits well." Jiraiya led him into a clothing store. Although it wasn't a prestigious brand, most ninjas from Konoha came here to have their battle attire made. "What is different about this from what I'm wearing?" Naruto asked, eyeing the bright orange garment with a hint of excitement. In his world, he too was an orphan, never having had anyone buy him clothes. "New," Jiraiya exclaimed, tossing out the word. Indeed, aside from being new, there was no other distinction. Naruto could only silently chide the props team for not providing him with more outfits. Surely he deserved to look like a protagonist. Clothes make the man, he mused, feeling invigorated in his new attire. Even Sasuke would not be his match. And Naruto swelled with pride, swollen with arrogance. "Is there anything else you wish to eat? It's on me." Jiraiya jingled Naruto's pouch of money. Suddenly, a thought struck Naruto, and he asked in panic, "You aren't planning to kill me, are you, lecherous sage? You're not going to toss me off a cliff to trigger the Nine-Tails chakra in a near-death experience, are you? Is this your way of arranging my affairs? Listen, lecherous sage, the Nine-Tails isn't even speaking to me right now. Throwing me off a cliff would be utterly futile." Jiraiya held Naruto in his grasp like a small alpaca. "If you truly let me fall to my death, it would merely prove you are not the prophesied child." Jiraiya paid no heed to Naruto's explanations, his chakra surging as he swiftly ascended the mountain peak. Such a hasty rationale was utterly ludicrous. What if I were to transform into 10 different versions of Tsunade? In the interest of survival, I must temporarily endure the agony of rejection. Ignoring me. Naruto stood in bewilderment, realizing that even his transformation jutsu failed to entice Jiraiya. It appeared that this time, he was truly doomed. "I am still a virgin. My Hinata, my treasure, how unjustly I am destined to perish." Jiraiya stood at the precipice, his face devoid of expression, and after a long sigh, he murmured softly, "Minato, do not blame me. Away I go." The fierce wind howled past his ears, and as he gazed ahead, the steep cliff rapidly ascended. This chasm was unfathomably deep. A fall would undoubtedly lead to a shattering demise. "Human child, must you always display your mortality to me? Is there not a semblance of novelty?" The Nine-Tails finally spoke. "Kurama." Suddenly, his vision plunged into a world within his mind, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Before him stood a frigid prison, its gate tightly shut, adorned with a peculiar rune at its center, emanating a faint blue glow of potent chakra. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he were ensnared in hell, the chills seeping into his very bones. This prison was the polar seal, with the rune above representing the four-symbol seal, the masterpiece of your father, Minato Namikaze. The Nine-Tails' tone was cold and eerie. Indeed. Here time is suspended. I can no longer sense the passage of time, only an interminable solitude." Naruto felt a pang of sympathy as he beheld Kurama's immense form lying on the ground, eyes shut tight, concealing his inner turmoil. "Kurama, I am sorry." The Nine-Tails' laughter was chillingly sinister, a hypocritical human. "Sorry? To me, life is merely the transfer of one body to another. What humanity seeks from me is merely potent chakra, nothing more. Naruto finally comprehended why his animated counterpart was renowned for his verbal prowess. Often, communication serves as the key to unlocking the soul. Kurama, whether you believe it or not, I genuinely wish to be your friend, a brother through trials, a companion in life and death. Naruto's expression turned grave. His clenched fists felt utterly powerless in that moment, and his verbal prowess seemed unusually feeble. Ha ha ha. That is the most absurd jest I have heard in ages. The Nine-Tails suddenly opened his eyes, blood-red irises brimming with animosity. I do not know what has transpired to incite such hostility within you. It was enough. Child, what you desire is also chakra. This hellish prison is endless. It would be better to perish together with you, you wretched brat. The laughter resonated through the air, lingering ominously. Naruto's gaze turned fierce, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "You old fool, I have vowed to be your friend. Once I set my sights on you, there is no escape." Friend? The concept was utterly foreign in the realm of tailed beasts. Your companion, the Uchiha's eyes, I detest them to the core. Is it Sasuke? Naruto lowered his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Kurama, are you envious of the bond one share with Sasuke during our tribulations? I am utterly indifferent to the notion of jealousy. I fear not your attempts to restrain me, for you have merely fortified the seals beyond the 4 symbols with the 5 elements, severing our connection. I disdain to converse with you. The words of the Nine-Tails left Naruto in a state of bemusement, the illustrious Nine-Tails fox, throwing a tantrum like a mere child. That is Orochimaru's 5-element seal, and I am powerless against him. Preserving my life is already a considerable achievement. Naruto helplessly waved his hand, adopting an expression of innocence. As for the Uchiha clan, they indeed possess the ocular prowess to control tailed beasts, yet it is Uchiha Madara who harbors the ambition to dominate you. I shall certainly avenge you upon him. He swung his arms, forcefully striking the air before him. Humph, you are aware of Madara? With your pitiful strength, you could hardly withstand a single blow from him. Are you jesting, you human brat? The Nine-Tails slightly closed his eyes, silently cursing. Boasting is trivial. Who cannot do so? Suddenly, Naruto dashed forward, scaling the Nine-Tails' claw to stand firmly upon its nose. The Nine-Tails was taken aback. He had long lost count of how many times he had been sealed by humans, and he could scarcely recall the countless bodies he had been confined within this frigid cage. Yet, never had anyone dared to enter the cage. For if the Nine-Tails were to act and slay him at that moment, the seal would shatter, granting the Nine-Tails freedom from his fate of confinement. If that fool Naruto were aware that he was dancing upon the edge of a blade, he would surely be paralyzed with fear. What audacity! This fellow was standing on the tip of the Nine-Tails' nose, striving to bring his body closer to the beast's eye. Gritting his teeth, he spoke deliberately. Listen well, Kurama. In my eyes, you are neither a fox nor a tailed beast, but my brother, my comrade. He forced a benign smile. Alone, I could never defeat Madara. But with you by my side, we shall confront him together. Leaping from the Nine-Tails back to the ground, he turned towards the door. The Nine-Tails was utterly stunned. Freedom was tantalizingly close, merely a heartbeat away from crushing this impudent youth. After years of yearning for this moment, he found himself momentarily forgetful. In his heart, the Nine-Tails cursed. Damn it, you little brat. Dare to come closer again? I was merely momentarily distracted. What is happening? Is this fool lacking in wit? The Nine-Tails was in utter disarray, torn between regret and frustration. Kurama. Naruto turned to him, smiling innocently and radiantly. I shall never allow my brother to remain imprisoned. If you wish to leave, so be it, but as long as you reside within my body, you are free. With a resounding clang, the long-buried iron chains fell. The 4-symbol seal was undone, the polar seal was released. In an instant, the skies darkened and the earth roiled. Dark crimson chakra stained the world in a hue of blood. In the shadows, a single tear slipped from the corner of the Nine-Tails' eye. Naruto. For the first time, he uttered his name. If you wish to court death, do not drag me into it. I have not yet lived enough. Quickly, use the summoning technique. Ah, good heavens, had you not mentioned it, I would have forgotten. We're doomed, surely to become a mere puddle of flesh. Curse you, Kurama. It's all your fault for wasting time. Jiraiya stood at the edge of the cliff, his expression clouded with worry as he muttered, this is a serious predicament. Below, the scene he had hoped to witness did not materialize. In a moment of peril, he summoned the power of the Nine-Tails chakra to invoke a summoning technique, calling forth a gigantic toad for salvation. Minato, if I were to say that I let your son plummet to the bottom of this cliff, you wouldn't mind, would you? Jiraiya murmured to the air. Well, if you don't respond, I'll take it as your consent. Do you agree? With a bitter smile, he reflected on the woeful idea that had consumed his thoughts through the night. Rising early, he had chosen a splendid outfit for Naruto, intending to elevate the atmosphere. Alas, it seemed to have transformed into a funeral shroud instead. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted from below the cliff, casting a crimson hue over the entire precipice. A torrent of immense chakra surged upward, nearly toppling Jiraiya. The music ceased. It appeared there was a glimmer of hope. Naruto awoke from the visions in his mind, the roaring wind distorting his face, yet he felt invigorated, enveloped in dark red chakra, warm and secure. Hurry, form the seals, he urged. What? How deep is this cliff? I haven't reached the bottom yet. With determination, he bit his thumb, drawing blood to inscribe a seal on his palm, rapidly forming the necessary hand signs. And thrusting his palm into the air, ninjutsu, summoning technique. Dark sigils materialized around his palm, resonating with the red chakra enveloping him. Boom! A cloud of white mist erupted. An earth-shattering howl echoed through the skies, shaking the very ground. Thud! Naruto's body collapsed onto a soft, yielding cushion. At that moment, the most distressed being was none other than the great toad, Fukusaku. Having been summoned while enjoying a drink with his companions at Mount Myōboku, he had been reveling in their camaraderie, boasting with abandon. Suddenly, he found himself summoned by the technique. Ever since Minato's heroic sacrifice, no human had been able to summon him. Startled, he thought it might be Minato returned from the dead, but upon opening his eyes in this unfamiliar world, he realized it was merely the beginning of a nightmare. Am I summoned to be a dish for a hot pot? Unable to be killed? They intend to drop me to my demise, and then chop me up for a meal? Terrified, he let out a thunderous scream, nearly dropping his pipe. Never had he felt such humiliation. If the other frogs witnessed him in such a disheveled state, how could he ever maintain his status in the frog world? Infuriated, Fukusaku seethed, Jiraiya, you scoundrel. Why have you summoned me to this place, preparing to turn me into a hot pot dish? He suddenly remembered that besides Minato, Jiraiya could also summon him, though typically, due to his irritable nature, Jiraiya would summon the more temperate toad, Gamakichi. Just as Fukusaku pondered this, Naruto was bouncing about behind him, exclaiming, This toad is enormous. Oh no, it is truly splendid. What? Are they really preparing a hot pot? Fukusaku fumed, Jiraiya, you rascal. Come out here. At the cliff's edge, beads of sweat rolled down Jiraiya's forehead as he muttered to himself. That little rascal Naruto has managed to summon this big guy. I must make my exit. I cannot afford to face the wrath. Having spoken, he swiftly dashed away. Toad Sage. It's me, Naruto. I care not whether you are a sage or a star, brat. Where has Jiraiya gone? Why have you summoned me? The Toad Sage bellowed impatiently. The perverted sage? He must have thrown me off a cliff. I should still be hovering above it. You claim you summoned me to this world? The Toad Sage's voice wavered slightly. Indeed, indeed, Naruto exclaimed, sliding down from the Toad Sage's head to perch on his nose, excitedly waving his hands. It is I? The Toad Sage strained to focus his eyes, for this minuscule human was difficult to discern. With his tousled blonde hair, clad in a yellow ninja outfit, and a round cherubic face, he was unmistakably a mere child. Ha ha! The Toad Sage couldn't help but burst into laughter. A powerful gust of wind sent Naruto tumbling back, and he barely managed to grasp the edge of the smoking pipe with his chakra. Hey, old man, you can talk. But don't laugh. This wind is akin to a 12-level tornado, and you think this little sesame seed can summon me? Anger flared within him, a competitive spirit igniting. But he suppressed it, offering a gentle smile. Toad Sage, it was the perverted sage who summoned you. The perverted sage? The Toad Sage hesitated momentarily, then realization struck. Ah, that name suits him well. Where is he then? Why did you call me here? The perverted sage remarked that you are a fine specimen, rich in meat and flavor. Ideal for hot pot. You rascal. Jiraiya has grown quite audacious. We must deal with him. The Toad Sage fumed. Hold on tight, brat. No sooner had he spoken than 4 massive claws clenched tightly. Boom. The immense pressure forced Naruto firmly against the Toad Sage's back, making it difficult to breathe. In the blink of an eye, they had leaped off the cliff and onto solid ground. The perverted sage is over there. Naruto pointed towards Jiraiya in the distance, a sly grin forming on his lips. Let us see how you evade this beating today. Hee hee. The Toad Sage followed Naruto's gesture, spotting Jiraiya's robust figure hiding behind a large tree. Little one, as long as you don't fall off my back, you shall be my junior from now on. I'll protect you. With that, he turned, his eyes glinting fiercely like bronze bells. Jiraiya, today I shall use you as my toilet paper. Just tell me if you'll lose your hair. Jiraiya took off running. He was well aware of the Toad Sage's temper. If caught, becoming mere toilet paper was not out of the question. Outside of Konoha, the colossal Toad Sage, Fumita, chased Jiraiya across the landscape, while Naruto struggled on his back amidst the tremors. Straining his chakra to hold on tightly, he knew that falling would spell disaster. Fortunately, he had the Nine-Tails support. Though Naruto was still unable to fully harness such vast chakra, the Nine-Tails had never anticipated that the long-awaited moment of freedom would suddenly arrive. Yet as the two seals were completely undone, he experienced an unfamiliar hesitation regarding his departure. As he gazed upon the exhilarating chase unfolding before him, he felt no sense of dissonance. Rather, both the pursuer and the unfortunate prey bore expressions filled with hues that the Nine-Tails had previously failed to comprehend. Trust and being trusted. Perhaps, old sage of the Six Paths, the human you spoke of has finally emerged. The Nine-Tails murmured softly. Lying in what he once perceived as hell, the same space, the same old place, yet he felt an unprecedented sense of solidity and tranquility. Perhaps, this is what humans refer to as the feeling of home. The Nine-Tails gently closed his eyes, and a flicker of flame danced within his gaze. Brief, yet resplendent. Jiraiya, having exhausted all his sweet words, finally managed to coax the elder Toad back, and Naruto, thoroughly worn out, collapsed alongside his mentor at the entrance of Konoha, their eyes brimming with tears. Naruto, does this count as betraying your teacher? Jiraiya thought to himself, wishing to rise and give him a good whack. Perverted sage, if you still have the strength to get up and strike me, then I shall consider you the victor, Naruto declared, tilting his head as he strode confidently into the city. Such a rapid recovery? Is this the power of the Nine-Tails? Jiraiya silently marveled, unaware of how the missing Nine-Tails had been restored. However, that child filled him with an unprecedented light. Perhaps the aimless days of the past had merely been waiting for his emergence. With a quiet smile, Jiraiya rose to his feet. Hey, perverted sage, don't misbehave tonight. Start teaching me the Rasengan tomorrow. Naruto shouted back without looking. TCH, does this little brat think of me as a laborer? Jiraiya chuckled helplessly. The Rasengan. How does he know about that? A peculiar expression crossed Jiraiya's face. After turning a few corners, Naruto shouted in his mind. Hey, Nine-Tails. Would you like a bowl of spicy hot pot? It's deliciously spicy. I guarantee you'll be howling with delight. The Nine-Tails, eyes closed, chose to ignore him. Nine-Tails. Ramen wouldn't be bad either. Naruto seemed unwilling to relent. Tailed beasts do not require sustenance. The Nine-Tails replied nonchalantly, realizing that this little brat would not quiet down otherwise. Oh, no food. That means you don't need to use the restroom then? Naruto mused, pondering whether he should find a girlfriend to nurture the next generation. Why do you have to ramble so much? What nonsense occupies your mind all day long, you fool? The Nine-Tails regretted not leaving. It seemed a mistake to remain. Naruto, puzzled, responded, I'm just making conversation. Look at you, getting all worked up. Do you realize that when you stepped through the Iron Gate today, if I had killed you in an instant, I could have broken free from this seal and regained my freedom? The Nine-Tails' voice had lost its former coldness, resembling that of an old friend long reunited. Wait, what? Is the world truly so treacherous? Naruto exclaimed. All right, I see. You're quite the fool, a naive young fool, unafraid of tigers due to your youthful ignorance. The Nine-Tails fell silent. This trust was already sufficient. Under the bright moon in the high sky, with a gentle breeze blowing, Sasuke paced anxiously in circles. Having spent 2 consecutive days unable to catch sight of the elusive figure, this individual truly demonstrated remarkable agility, always evading capture by a mere footstep. Thus, Sasuke resolved to wait, convinced that you would eventually return to rest. Little did he know, he waited an entire day. Our second male lead certainly has his temper. Hey, Sasuke, what brings you here? Naruto greeted with a playful grin. Sasuke's expression remained taut, his face a mask of gloom. The finals were set for a month later, and the feudal lords would be in attendance. I know, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes widening in confusion. Weren't you the one who mentioned that Orochimaru would attack Konoha? Sasuke lowered his voice, perhaps feeling more uncertain than ever, unsure if he would lose fans over this. Naruto was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Sasuke would believe him so readily. After all, the Sasuke in the anime was notoriously aloof. Are you worried about the safety of the feudal lords? Naruto asked incredulously, reasoning that even if he were to perish, Sasuke would remain unfazed. I merely wish to uncover the astonishing secret of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke turned to glare at him. And how do you know so much? Hey, you're stealing the spotlight here. Naruto sighed dramatically, adopting the demeanor of a weathered elder. Listen, Sasuke, I would share everything, but not now. You're far too impulsive. Impulsive, my foot. Sasuke retorted, his irritation evident. Look, you're the one who's anxious. Youthful one, you must mature. Refrain from prying into matters beyond your grasp. This water runs deep. Idiot. Sasuke muttered as he turned to leave. I will find the answers myself. Naruto gazed at Sasuke's retreating figure, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. Sasuke, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's that the mission system forbids it. 5 minutes earlier. Ding, ding, ding. Mission system notification. Mission objective. Sarutobi Hiruzen mission content. Different beginnings, destined endings. Mission reward. None remarks. Due to the executor's recent severe violation of spoiler regulations, the mission board has decided to impose strict penalties and revoke the rewards for this mission. Penalty. You shall not be informed. Friendly reminder. When you encounter Sasuke, keep your mouth shut. Any further infractions will result in dire consequences. Naruto erupted in a fit of anger. Is this a mission system? It resembles a rogue thug from the streets. Look at how you've become so inflated lately. And you dare call this a friendly reminder? Where's the friendship in that? In his mind, the mission system retorted nonchalantly, dare to challenge me? How despicable. What a lack of integrity. And a mission board? Are you all merely a troupe of jesters? A circus? Different beginnings, destined endings. Grandfather Third. Can I not prevent your regrets? Naruto pushed open the door. What brings you here? Sarutobi Hiruzen beamed at Naruto. I came to check on you. It seems many of your provisions have expired. The third Hokage's eyes flickered, a similar expression of concern gracing his face. You really ought to take better care of yourself. Grandfather Third, I'm fine. Look, I've managed to keep myself healthy and plump. He replied, rolling up his sleeve. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently patted his head. You've entered the Chunin exam finals. Young Naruto has grown significantly, no longer the mischievous child he once was. Naruto's voice trembled slightly as he reflected on the third Hokage, who bore the weight of the will of fire. While the host of the dreaded Nine Tails was shunned by many, he alone guided others to recognize Naruto's worth. Time may erode the physical form, yet an indomitable spirit remains unyielding. Naruto pondered whether he had ever blamed his parents. At a loss for words, he perhaps questioned his right to answer on behalf of Naruto, yet he believed that the vibrant boy from his memories had never known a moment of despair. They may not have been exemplary parents, but to the village of Konoha, he was a Hokage worthy of respect and remembrance, and she was equally a competent ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen approached the table, gazing at the photographs displayed before him. The golden-haired Minato Namikaze, beaming with a bright smile, and the serene red-haired Kushina Uzumaki. How youthful they appeared in those days. A gentle smile graced Naruto's lips as he wished for his grandfather to release the burdens in his heart. If an inevitable fate awaited them, he hoped the elder had no regrets. First and foremost, his father was the fourth Hokage of Konoha, and only then was he Naruto's father. He was not only a good father, but also an exceptional Hokage. Naruto caressed the photograph, his expression resolute. As Hokage, it was his mission to ensure the safety of the people of the Land of Fire and to maintain the security of Konoha. Hiruzen's eyes glistened with emotion. This child had truly grown. Good boy. The future of Konoha will be even brighter. He patted Naruto's shoulder firmly. Rest early and train diligently. Jiraiya was my own student. Hiruzen spoke with a hint of pride. Being the teacher of the legendary Sannin was indeed a lifetime of boasting. Of course, Orochimaru was also a product of his tutelage. Grandfather, Konoha may soon experience unrest. Naruto couldn't help but interject as Hiruzen prepared to leave. Ding ding ding. A warning alarm blared in his mind. Task system reminder. Fool. You are courting disaster. Silence. Naruto roared in his thoughts. Task system reminder. Oh? Are you planning a rebellion? I'll deal with you. It certainly won't be peaceful. Several feudal lords from various nations are coming to observe. It seems the Kazekage will attend as well. I'm getting a bit old for this. Hiruzen chuckled warmly. waving his hand as he turned to depart. Naruto watched Hiruzen's retreating figure and spoke. Kurama, do you think I can activate the Nine-Tails mode now? Good liquor. Brother, shall we indulge? Kurama's voice echoed in Naruto's mind, sounding utterly inebriated, as he clutched a bottle of sake and hollered at him. What? Kurama, I thought you didn't need to eat or drink. Why are you indulging in alcohol? After a moment's hesitation, Naruto exploded with anger. Task system, you wretched being. Reminder, drinking too much will make you urinate. Nanny? No way. The night passed without further incident. The following morning, Naruto felt a persistent dizziness. If it wasn't due to a restless night, then surely that rascal Kurama had used his head as a night pot. However, it seems that the Nine-Tails is in such a stupor that one cannot ascertain how long it will slumber. Naruto, thoroughly exasperated, lamented that this task system is nothing short of a farce, capable of conjuring the most ludicrous ideas. Perhaps it is best to lay low for a while. Muttering to himself, he quickened his pace towards the woods outside the city. Hee, how splendid, how voluptuous. Inspiration abounds, flooding my mind. Jiraiya lay concealed in the grass, wielding a telescope that he had obtained from who knows where. Naruto felt a wave of despair. Were the young women of today truly deranged? To come running for a bath so early in the morning. Had the production team become so reckless as to hire such unreliable extras? Yet, I must admit, they possess quite the allure. Salivating, Naruto joined the ranks of the voyeurs. Suddenly, Jiraiya pointed at a large tree behind them, exclaiming, There's a water balloon. Use your chakra to burst it. Naruto pouted, muttering his dissatisfaction. You're unusually enthusiastic today. Let's just break the water balloon first. Jiraiya, eyes glued to his telescope, paid him no heed as he remained transfixed on the distant beauty in a swimsuit. TCH, how could this be a soccer ball? Shouldn't it be a balloon? Jiraiya appeared oblivious to Naruto's protests, continuing to drool. Perverted sage, I am asking you, why did you substitute a balloon for a soccer ball? Naruto's patience waned. Jiraiya lowered the telescope and shouted, Who told you to use a balloon? Suddenly, a voice, presumably male, echoed from nearby, causing alarm. Quickly, let us depart. We could be caught peeping. The swimsuit-clad beauty, having dressed, departed from the stream. A chilling aura? Naruto distinctly sensed an overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Jiraiya. With a resounding thud, Naruto was slammed against the tree trunk. Here's a basketball. Break it with one hand each. What? Is this a personal vendetta? Naruto pointed at Jiraiya, tears welling in his eyes. Task system, must you treat me so cruelly? Jiraiya retrieved a flask from his backpack, saying, You practice while I have a sip. To swap a balloon for a soccer ball and a basketball. How am I to master the Rasengan in 3 days? 3 days? Jiraiya exclaimed, hastily taking a swig to steady himself. The Rasengan, an advanced technique invented by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had taken him 4 years to learn. What my father left me should be considered an inheritance. I ought to inherit it directly. Surely it shouldn't feel like starting from scratch? What nonsense. You must channel your chakra to manipulate the water flow, creating pressure to burst the ball from within. This is foundational to mastering the Rasengan. Naruto's jaw dropped. Was this not akin to the art of dual wielding? Drawing squares with one hand and circles with the other? Do you dare claim you're not a fake Hokage? Do I need to report you for this? Such complexity could not possibly thwart me. It's merely about employing water flow to burst the ball. While it sounded simple, executing it proved quite the challenge. Chakra can be both offensive and defensive. Merely spinning it rapidly in place seemed a daunting task. Naruto muttered to himself. It appears I must resort to the shadow clone technique. Multiple shadow clones sprang forth. Bang bang. 2 clones appeared beside him. Listen up, my brothers. You cover this side. And you cover that side. Let the chakra whirl. Give it your all. Bang. Water from the broken ball splashed onto Jiraiya's face, startling him awake from his slumber. Is it raining? Naruto proudly shouted while holding the shattered ball. Pervy sage, praise me. How could this be? Jiraiya was utterly speechless, astonished. The essence of the Rasengan lies in the mastery of chakra rotation at high speed. It sounds simple, yet it requires considerable effort to truly grasp. To break the ball in just a few short hours was beyond Jiraiya's wildest imagination. You brute. Such a brute. Naruto shot him a glare, slightly displeased. Is this how you compliment others? Jiraiya stomped his foot, beaming with delight. Ha ha ha. A true master produces exceptional disciples. Whether or not he was a true master was debatable, but the analogy of an exceptional disciple was somewhat fitting. Can we start practicing the Rasengan now? Jiraiya's smile faded as he scrutinized Naruto from head to toe. Hey, 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 pervy sage, I'm talking to you. Truth be told, did you eavesdrop on my dreams? How else would you know so much? Such a high-level ninjutsu as the Rasengan could not possibly be learned so quickly by anyone other than a genius like me. Jiraiya. Narcissistic as ever, what a predicament. Whether it was the task system causing chaos or not, Naruto exerted tremendous effort to get the chakra spinning. Yet the power unleashed was less impressive than a mere fart. This left Naruto utterly frustrated. Watching Jiraiya revel in his own delight was disheartening, causing Naruto to sulk beneath a large tree, unwilling to befriend him. Listen, brat, in 3 days, the Chunin exam finals will be held. You must bring back a Chunin. Otherwise, where will I, Jiraiya, put my face? Naruto huffed, thinking, if your face has nowhere to go, what about mine? The nine tails in his mind was in a drunken stupor, leaving Naruto feeling unprecedented despair. If Neji were to seal his chakra pathways, that would indeed be a dire situation. It seemed the progress of mastering the Rasengan would have to be temporarily set aside. In contrast, guarding against Uncle Snake's surprise attacks was far more crucial. Even if the outcome seemed inevitable, he didn't wish for it to unfold quietly. Hey, pervy sage. Naruto smirked. In 3 days at the city gate, there will be countless beautiful women from the land of sand and the land of water shooting swimsuit covers. Don't say I didn't show you filial piety. He leaned in closer, a mischievous grin on his face. I'm the first to inform you of such juicy gossip. Wow. Jiraiya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seeing Naruto's disdainful expression, he quickly crossed his arms over his chest. Is it really that good? Since when have you been so supportive of my writing career? Jiraiya, only admire swimsuit beauties for the sake of writing. Hey, you're not trying to deceive me, are you? I had a date with a girl that day. Naruto wore a helpless expression, cursing inwardly. I wondered why you arrived so late during Orochimaru's surprise attack on Konoha. Turns out you were off chasing girls. Naruto lifted his chin, indifferent to whether others believed him or not. After all, such rumors were not commonplace. He patted Jiraiya's belly, cheerfully noting that with the Chunin exams underway, many foreign beauties would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to travel. Don't you agree? As he watched Naruto's retreating figure, Jiraiya's smile gradually faded, his gaze turning melancholic. Come out, old man. He has walked far enough. The silhouette of Hiruzen Sarutobi materialized from the treetops, landing before Jiraiya, his pipe glowing ominously. Are you truly resolute in your decision? Sarutobi inquired. His eyes cast towards the horizon, his expression forlorn, as if transported back in time to years past. The whimsical Tsunade, the carefree Jiraiya, and the prodigious Orochimaru, all those youthful faces flitted through his mind. Jiraiya, your task is to safeguard the village from destruction and to disentangle the grievances with Orochimaru. Sarutobi sighed heavily. It was I who once released him. If your intelligence is accurate, then I shall rectify the mistakes of my past with my own hands. Jiraiya's gaze dimmed. He wished to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. As the third Hokage, he bore the weight of many mismanaged affairs, the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Orochimaru's defection. Master, I understand your desire to do better, yet others are far less benevolent than you might hope. Sarutobi turned to Jiraiya, offering a wry smile. And are you not also guilty of this? Turning his gaze back to Naruto's distant figure, Sarutobi's voice grew hoarse. Minato hoped this child would be seen as Konoha's hero. But Jiraiya's expression hardened with determination, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps Minato never envisioned that the pain of the Nine Tails would be transferred onto Naruto. Sarutobi nodded thoughtfully. Naruto is no longer that mischievous child. He embodies the legacy of a formidable power. He turned to Jiraiya. That is the will of fire. The future of Konoha will undoubtedly be radiant. Sarutobi began walking slowly towards the village, while Jiraiya's eyes remained fixed on the old man's retreating silhouette. A flicker of helplessness crossed his gaze. Stubborn old man, do not perish in battle. Naruto meandered through the streets of Konoha, eventually locating Konohamaru amidst a group of children. He leaned in, whispering instructions into Konohamaru's ear repeatedly. Do you remember? Konohamaru grinned widely, missing a tooth in his speech. Why must we do this? Is there a special event in the Chunin exams? Naruto grew impatient. Why did this little brat have so many questions? He clenched his fists and waved them in front of Konohamaru's eyes. You dare question the orders from the boss? Believe me, I'll knock out the rest of your teeth. Stand at attention, a proper show of respect. Don't worry, boss, I'll ensure the mission is accomplished. Good. Naruto nodded in satisfaction, realizing once more that the wisdom of the revered Mao Zedong held true. Power is forged through strength. Next, he faced the most troublesome matter, Sasuke. The secondary protagonist who, aside from being slightly handsome, never ceased to trouble him. According to the storyline, at this moment, Sasuke should be training with Kakashi-sensei to master the Chidori. Naruto shook his head with a bitter smile, realizing that knowing too much could indeed shatter one's heart. Did I just say he was handsome? That depends on whom you compare him to. Speaking of the task system, do you dare to prepare a bowl of hangover soup for the Nine-Tails? In his mind, Naruto was bouncing around, utterly exasperated by the task system, which seemed to resort to all sorts of underhanded tactics. It had even provided the Nine-Tails with a bottle of 53-degree Mao Tai, such fine liquor. And the Nine-Tails had managed to consume 2 bottles, all by itself. This was a recipe for sleeping until spring. By the way, where did you even get Mao Tai? Ding ding ding. The task system issued a friendly reminder. Serious spoilers detected. You're in for it. Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to retort angrily at this foolish system, a delicate voice called from behind. The only one capable of pronouncing his name with such a level of sweetness, aside from our rarely seen heroine Hinata, could only be her. Thus, the esteemed lady prepared to give the poor baby some extra scenes. Wife, why did you come here? Naruto turned around to see Hinata's delicate appearance, and the anger he felt toward the task system immediately dissipated. Ahem, ahem. Hinata was coughing quite violently, with faint traces of blood on her handkerchief. Seeing this, Naruto was filled with rage. You, Niji, how could you hurt my wife like this? If I don't smash your head in, consider it a favor. Hadn't he been told that a few symbolic gestures would suffice for surrender? How could Niji have injured her so badly? Watching Hinata in pain broke Naruto's heart. During the preliminaries, eager to meet the lecherous sage, Naruto hadn't stayed to watch the subsequent matches. He had merely advised Hinata not to push herself and to surrender outright. Little did he know that this stubborn girl would persist. Ahem, I'm fine. Father is calling for you. A flicker of panic surged within him. His father-in-law was looking for him. This plot didn't exist in the anime, did it? The fake Hokage had returned? Surely. He wouldn't have found out about my inappropriate behavior with Hinata, would he? Oh no, I'm in for a beating. Wife, you didn't tell your father, did you? At this, Hinata's delicate face flushed slightly, and she stepped on Naruto's toe, causing him to grimace in pain. In a world like this, there was only one lady, and she had been violently treated by the fake Hokage. Hyuga Hayashi sat solemnly at the tea table, taking a small sip from his cup before gently placing it down. Naruto sat across from him, holding his breath. Don't be ridiculous. It's my first time meeting my father-in-law, and you're not nervous? Is there something you need? Lord Hyuga? In a moment of urgency, he nearly revealed his true intentions. Hyuga Hayashi's previously stern expression gradually softened. Little Naruto, Hinata is seriously injured. She requires the chakra of a medical ninja to heal. Naruto lifted his gaze to Hinata, whose small face was as pale as paper. Heartbroken. Who wouldn't he be concerned for their beloved? However, currently, Konoha was lacking medical ninjas. And that medical ninja named Kabuto had left the Forest of Death with you. Do you know where he is now? Naruto exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that he was not being pursued for his past transgressions. The enigmatic Kabuto? As he strained to recall the narrative, it seemed that at this juncture, Kabuto should be with the foolish Suna ninja, Maki, lurking in the shadows, manipulating the situation for Orochimaru. A faint smile crept upon Naruto's face as he reassured Hinata's father that there would be someone to tend to Hinata's wounds during the Chunin exams. Hyuga Hayashi wore a grim expression, noting that there were still 3 days to go. Yet, why was this young boy so certain that someone would heal Hinata? Suddenly, a figure appeared. Lord Hayashi, Yukige's has been murdered, and the body has been discovered. Bang! Hayashi slammed his fist onto the table, rising abruptly to leave. After a few steps, he halted, casting an unusual glance towards Naruto. If the Chunin exams can indeed heal Hinata's injuries, then I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs. With that, he pivoted and vanished without a trace. First came shock, for with Yukige's demise, Konoha had lost yet another capable jonin. Then came elation. Their elder was no longer meddling in their matters. What did this imply? Was it an invitation for early romance? That was not the kind of person he was. He escorted Hinata home, repeatedly advising her to drink plenty of warm water. What could he do? The legendary warm water was said to cure all ailments, and for now, he could only temporarily deceive his poor wife. Naruto would never admit to being a cad. On the eve of the Chunin exams, Naruto finally cornered Sasuke. He wondered where Kakashi-sensei had taken this guy. Learning Chidori seemed to take an eternity. In this regard, Naruto felt vastly superior, not to mention that he had already mastered the Rasengan, regardless of its current potency. If you're not here to divulge the earth-shattering secrets of the Uchiha clan, then refrain from speaking. Sasuke's demeanor was frosty, seemingly still miffed by Naruto's refusal to divulge spoilers a few days prior. Oh dear, the second male lead. You've become increasingly arrogant, daring to utter such brazen words. Naruto chastised Sasuke loudly. Idiot. Sasuke retorted curtly, his response succinct and sharp. I have never disclosed a word to anyone. I have upheld my promise regarding what you said that day. Sasuke turned to glare at Naruto. If Orochimaru truly attacks Konoha tomorrow, why did you not warn Lord Third in advance? Naruto found himself at a loss for words. This little Sasuke's verbal prowess had reached new heights, leaving the renowned talker, Naruto, speechless. Frustration welled within him, for suddenly a red alert blared in his mind. Ding ding ding. The task system announced, severe spoiler alert, multiple warnings issued for unrepentant behavior. Penalty, continued reduction of Rasengan's power. Damn it. Naruto couldn't help but curse internally. I said I had learned the Rasengan, but it seems that it's more difficult to execute than to merely speak about it. So it was you playing tricks. Where are these multiple warnings coming from? I just said nothing. Why the punishment? I demand an appeal. The task system replied. Spoiler attempt failed, constituting an inclination towards active spoiling. Appeal invalid. Naruto was in a state of turmoil, fully aware of everything yet forced to witness the unfolding of outcomes he wished to avoid. It was an immense torment. His words abruptly ceased, for he dared not continue. His expression shifted to one of gravity as he patted Sasuke on the shoulder. Tomorrow, when facing Gaara, do not pursue relentlessly. You might meet your demise. With that, he turned and walked away, devoid of any trace of a smile. The usually playful Naruto had suddenly taken on such a serious demeanor, leaving Sasuke visibly astonished. He stood frozen for a moment, watching Naruto's gradually fading silhouette, softly murmuring, how could I possibly defeat someone carrying a gourd? I can't believe you. Naruto tossed and turned in bed, the kindly visage of the third Hokage dancing in his mind. The same beginning, a predetermined conclusion. Curse it all. He abruptly sat up, rapidly forming hand seals. Shadow clone technique. With a puff, another Naruto materialized. Brother, you are to infiltrate the barrier where Orochimaru and the third Hokage will battle tomorrow. Find a safe corner and transform into a tile. The clone vanished in a flash. Throughout the night, Naruto struggled to find rest. The nine tails in his mind rambled on, babbling incoherently as if inebriated. It was nothing more than boasting about its esteemed position among the tailed beasts and its overwhelming chakra. However, one revelation surprised Naruto. This creature had never won an argument against the one-tail, Shikaku, the large tanuki. In the distant sky, a piercing eagle cry echoed, startling the gazelles into flight and causing serpents and insects to retreat. A dark speck spiraled across the azure expanse before diving like an arrow into the distance. A figure materialized, Orochimaru lurking in the shadows, his tongue slithering menacingly across his cheek. Glancing at the corpses of the fourth Kazekage and his attendants, he removed the garb emblazoned with the Sand Village insignia, adorning the Kazekage's hat. Only his glimmering eyes were visible. Zetsu, well done. My trust in you seems to deepen. Orochimaru's voice echoed ethereally. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, an eerie light flickering in and out of view. Your lordship's recognition is the finest gift. Orochimaru smiled faintly, tossing a mask of an animal. Tomorrow, you will conceal yourself within Konoha's umbu, waiting for the right moment to act. Remember, do not alert the enemy before the signal is given. Understood, Kabuto replied, vanishing in an instant. As night waned, wisps of dust swept across the earth, heralding the inevitable arrival of a sorrowful day. At the gates of Konoha, traffic flowed incessantly. Ibiki could hardly recall the last time so many foreign guests had arrived. The feudal lords from several small nations surrounding Konoha, seeking a diversion from their mundane lives, had come to witness the joint Chunin exams. It was an opportunity to escape their country and indulge in travel. After all, for the Land of Fire's Konoha was indeed a formidable power on this continent. Naruto felt a sense of futility. People from every era and place seemed to be drawn to travel abroad, and the vast gates could not contain their soaring spirits. The pale yellow long dress and the fluffy hair presented a variety of styles. Additionally, it served the purpose of witnessing the current prowess of ninjas from various countries and hidden villages. This would facilitate the delegation of more tasks to reliable ninja villages for execution. In this regard, Naruto found no grounds for criticism. He merely hoped that this visit to Konoha would not be too disastrous. Uncle Snake had prepared a grand gift for everyone, one that would be beneficial for a lifetime. Naruto specifically ventured to the city gate to observe, where Ibiki was directing the Umbu members to ensure proper security during the Chunin exams. Everything appeared to be orderly. As he scanned the area, he did not spot the lecherous sage Jiraiya. With a wry smile, Naruto shook his head. The venue for the Chunin exams was packed. A sea of eager spectators, with cheers resonating from miles away, creating a lively atmosphere. Raising his gaze towards the podium, he saw the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Uncle Snake, disguised as the fourth Kazekage, seated prominently. As the moonlight swept through, Gekko Hade had taken a lunch break, and Shiranui Gunma was temporarily filling in as a proctor. Watching Gunma with a toothpick in his mouth, Naruto pondered whether there was any connection to Shiranui Mai from the Game King of Glory. In the finals of the Chunin exams, the first match featured Naruto Uzumaki against Neji Hyuga, with the victor advancing and the loser eliminated. The ninjas entered the arena. Naruto swaggered into the competition area, standing face to face with Neji. "Cousin, aren't you being a bit too ruthless?" "Huh." Neji was puzzled. What did cousin even mean? "Dare to lay a hand on my wife. Let us see if I don't knock your head off today." Neji cast a disdainful glance at Naruto, thinking him a typical underachiever who had failed the Genin exam 3 times. As the previous year's top-ranked Genin, he did not regard someone like Naruto as a threat. Was Naruto truly losing his mind? Even during the finals of the Chunin exams, he was still thinking about chasing girls? Hey, isn't this the guy who jumped off a building out of shame after misbehaving with a female classmate in Konoha? It certainly seemed so, as he resembled the photos that had circulated in gossip columns, sporting a rather lewd expression. The stands erupted in murmurs, while Naruto's face turned ashen. This joke was no longer relevant, was it? How old-fashioned to bring up the jumping-off incident. Glancing towards the entrance of the venue, he spotted Hinata walking in with Hayashi Hyuga. Phew. Naruto exhaled in relief. Thankfully, his father-in-law hadn't heard that, or he would be in for some trouble. Begin. With Gunma's commanding shout, the Chunin exams officially commenced. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. A multitude of small Narutos appeared before Neji. Even though he knew he couldn't evade Neji's 8 trigrams 64 palms, he would strive to dodge as much as possible. Being struck by those 64 palms would surely not be pleasant. "Brothers, this guy injured my wife a few days ago. Let us get him. How dare he harm our wives? Let us take him down." With a whoosh, dozens of Narutos soared into the air, unleashing countless shuriken in a seamless barrage of 360-degree assaults. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly be pierced like a honeycomb. 8 trigrams, heavenly spin. A pale blue chakra coalesced around Neji's body, instantly expanding outward. Neji's figure spun rapidly in place, his chakra swirling around him. The pale blue chakra enveloped Hyuga Neji completely, leaving no gaps. The 8 trigrams palm, Kaiten, is a ninjutsu that amalgamates both defense and offense, representing a form of absolute defense. What is even more formidable is that during the activation of Kaiten, not only is the defense impenetrable, but any nearby adversaries also suffer from the immense rotational force of the chakra. How splendid! Naruto gazed at the swirling chakra of Hyuga Neji, reminiscent of a colossal Rasengan. He silently resolved that once he mastered Sage Mode chakra, he would create a gargantuan version of the Kaiten Rasengan to flaunt. In the stands, Hyuga Hayashi regarded the scene with a grave expression. The 8 trigrams palm, Kaiten, is a technique seldom mastered even by the main branch of the Hyuga clan. As a member of the branch family, Neji's prowess brought him a sense of pride, and he felt comforted on behalf of his deceased brother. Naruto, concealed within the ranks, refrained from charging forward with the main force, unwilling to be hurled away by Kaiten. "Found you." The corners of Neji's eyes shimmered with white patterns, meticulously observing every fluctuation of Naruto's chakra. "Regrettably, you have entered my attack range. This is the end for you." Neji's triumphant voice echoed in Naruto's ears. "No way." Naruto felt a twinge of despair, for the narrative was not unfolding as he had anticipated, was that the initiation of the 8 trigrams 64 palms. With a desperate roar, Niji's arms danced vigorously, executing his technique with flair. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms. The sequence culminated. Bang! The attacked Naruto transformed into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing without a trace. Ah, a shadow clone, Niji exclaimed in astonishment. A powerful force surged from Niji's chin, propelling his body into the air with a kick. Thwack! He was struck 3 more times midair. Naruto retaliated. Boom! Niji's body crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Naruto charged forward, delivering a rapid series of kicks, muttering incessantly, "You dare to hit my wife? I shall make you pay dearly." The 8 trigrams palm. Katen. Thud. The immense chakra sent Naruto flying. What the hell, task system? Are you messing with me again? 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji gritted his teeth in frustration. Being bested by a bottom-tier opponent would be utterly humiliating. The narrative forcefully reverted, and as the 64 palms rained down, Naruto felt every chakra point in his body being inexplicably sealed. Kurama, my brother, wake up quickly. I might be beaten to a pulp. In his mind, the Nine-Tails remained blissfully unaware, lost in drunken stupor. Stop! Naruto raised his hand to halt the advancing Niji, lowering his voice to impart a secret. It's about your father. Hayashi. What? Niji's excitement was palpable. All this time, your animosity towards the main family stemmed from your father's demise, but in truth. Naruto glanced sidelong at the audience. He wasn't killed by the main family. He willingly sacrificed himself for his own elder brother. If you don't believe me, you can ask your uncle. Your uncle. Large beads of awkward sweat slid down from his forehead. How could he resort to such foul language? Hyuga Niji turned away, striding directly towards the medical room. Niji voluntarily exited the arena, declaring Naruto Uzumaki the victor. What on earth? Is it truly possible to win in such a manner? This reeks of foul play. Is there some unspoken rule at work here? It seems this fellow has triumphed with alarming ease. The stands erupted with voices of skepticism. However, Naruto paid them no mind. Upon spotting Hinata departing from the stands, he felt it was inappropriate to intervene further. The next match was about to commence. Uchiha Sasuke against San Ninja Gaara. Is it starting now? I hope that foolish Sasuke doesn't get too carried away. Watching the spirited Sasuke, Naruto hid at the back of the crowd, observing every subtle change within the arena. Sasuke's haughty gaze was fixed on the diminutive figure carrying a gourd ahead of him. He was well aware of this opponent's strength. His innate arrogance ignited an unwavering belief in his victory. An inexplicable sense of justice surged within him. He must defeat him. Let us skip the pleasantries and unleash our ultimate techniques to determine the victor. Uft. Naruto spat out the water he had just taken a sip of. What? Is he truly going to unleash his ultimate technique? Can this Hokage be any more ridiculous? By the way, from whom did Sasuke learn to speak in such fluent northeastern dialect? Channeling his chakra, a white light swiftly coalesced from Sasuke's right hand. With a shrill cry, the white light illuminated Sasuke's icy gaze. Is that killing intent? Naruto silently lamented. The plot had inexplicably accelerated. Gaara's expression grew grave as sand particles rapidly gathered around him, forming a circular defense. The legendary absolute defense. Chidori is Sasuke's most potent single-target attack technique, while the absolute defense is Gaara's prideful unbreakable wall. The strongest spear is about to strike the strongest shield, and at this moment, Naruto's internal conflict reached its zenith. Hey, little Naruto, get me 2 more bottles, take a couple of swigs. Huh. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. The Nine-Tails had sobered up? Damn you, Nine-Tails. If you dare drink again, I swear I'll show you what death looks like. Do you have any idea how close I was to being killed just now? TCH. The Nine-Tails scoffed disdainfully. Task system prompt. 1 bottle of Moutai, please enjoy. Another bottle of white liquor appeared beside the Nine-Tails. Naruto was utterly dumbfounded. Damn task system. Do you truly wish to see me perish? Hey, little Naruto, I hit the jackpot. Bring me another bottle. Gazing at the 4 bold red characters on the cap of the Moutai in the Nine-Tails' hand, Naruto was rendered speechless. His principles shattered into a million pieces. Completely bewildered. Nine-Tails, do you not notice anything peculiar about that boy in the arena, the one with the gourd? With no other options left, Naruto had to take an unconventional approach. It was a rather absurd idea, but it proved effective. The Nine-Tails slowly set down the liquor bottle, fixated on Gaara. After a long moment, the Nine-Tails murmured softly, "Is that Shikaku, the big raccoon? It's been many years since we last met. I do feel a bit inclined to have a bout with him." Naruto smiled faintly. "Can you truly contend with him?" Bang! The Nine-Tails, exasperated, shattered the wine bottle in his hand. "I could smash his head to bits." A sly grin crept across Naruto's lips. "Are you so hungry for compliments that you must boast? To waste such exquisite wine is a true travesty." Damn it! Naruto was utterly exasperated. A travesty? This must be a classic line from the Northeast. Who orchestrated this farce of a Hokage? Oh ho! Bring me another bottle. The Nine-Tails laughed heartily, waving the bottle cap in delight. Naruto could only helplessly roll his eyes, silently cursing the wretched task system in his mind. Drinking impedes progress. Better to deal with the giant cat first, and then indulge in celebration. With a resigned shake of his head, Naruto's gaze followed the startled exclamations toward the center of the arena. Bang! Sasuke's right hand pierced through the sandy barrier, crimson droplets cascading from his fingertips. I sensed the wrath of the giant cat. That handsome little human must be reaching his limit, and Naruto cannot bear it any longer. "Kurama, whose side are you on? Have you forgotten? That male's second lead pales in comparison to my charm." The Nine-Tails ignored Naruto's jest, fixated on the massive sand sphere conjured by Gaara. Whoosh! Sasuke withdrew his hand, retreating swiftly. In that fleeting moment, a violet pattern flickered through the narrow aperture. What was that? Cold sweat dampened Sasuke's cheeks as an inexplicable dread enveloped him. Whoosh bang! A signal flare shot from a corner of the stands, exploding in the sky with a thunderous roar. The inevitable had come. The plan to bring Konoha to its knees had begun. Figures darted about, converging toward Kakashi while Shikamaru remained motionless in the aisle. Naruto let out a bitter laugh. This fool truly acts as if ensnared in a genjutsu. When a dog bites him, I hope he doesn't cry too disgracefully. Kakashi-sensei, there's a traitor among the Yumbu. Naruto's gaze shifted to the masked Orochimaru nearby. He had refrained from exposing him earlier, for Orochimaru had, after all, revived Sasuke and performed a good deed by healing Hinata's wounds. Such a narrative, Naruto would not disrupt. Boom. The rampaging Gaara blasted a massive hole in the city wall, with Kankuro and Temari assisting him as they soared through the opening. "You brat! Where do you think you're going?" Sasuke bellowed, his figure flashing as he pursued relentlessly. Naruto couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, this fool is truly losing his mind. "Chasing after you, you idiot." Kakashi's expression turned grave as he swiftly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu. Summoning technique. Bang! A cloud of white smoke dissipated, revealing an adorable little ninja dog before Naruto. "Naruto, Sakura, I entrust you with an A-rank mission. Retrieve Sasuke." Naruto turned to the podium, where Orochimaru's kunai was poised at Hiruzen Sarutobi's throat. "Go on, I will handle things here with Guy. Nothing will happen." Naruto's eyes brimmed with sorrow as the barrier created by the sound severed the life of his grandfather, the third Hokage. "Do not doubt the vigor of your youthful struggle. Go forth, Naruto, for I have faith in you." Might Guy's radiant smile sparkled brilliantly under the sun's warm embrace. Sensing no abnormalities in the tiles transformed by his shadow clones, Naruto nodded firmly. He glanced at Shikamaru, who lay on the ground, and gently patted the ninja dog, Pakin. Observing Pakin's sharp teeth, he nodded in satisfaction. This fellow was ensnared in a genjutsu. Only pain could liberate him from its grasp. Pointing at Shikamaru's exposed thigh with a mischievous grin, he instructed, "Pakin, bite here, and apply some force." "Understood." Pakin nodded earnestly, targeting Shikamaru's thigh with a decisive bite. Ack! The anguished wail resonated, piercing the air. What was that just now? Sasuke, fueled by a sense of justice, felt compelled to eliminate the threat. Yet, he was acutely aware of the violet patterns that had flashed past the cave entrance, weighing heavily upon him. Pakin, skilled in tracking, led them through the woods. Following Sasuke's scent, Shikamaru winced as he jumped up and down, the bite on his thigh throbbing. He pondered whether he needed a rabies vaccination. After all, a ninja dog was still a dog, and contracting rabies would be unfortunate indeed. "It seems our enemy came prepared. I suspect we may have pursuers behind us," Shikamaru remarked, thumping his chest. "Rest assured, I can handle 1 or 2 pursuers." No sooner had he spoken than Pakin abruptly halted, sniffing the air before murmuring, "Oh dear. It seems my prediction was accurate. We are indeed being pursued." Naruto smiled faintly. No worries, Shikamaru. I leave it to you. Pakin turned to Shikamaru with concern etched across his canine face. It appears there are about 9 of them. What? Shikamaru stared, dumbfounded. I meant 1 or 2. I can't handle 9. Naruto chuckled wickedly, patting Shikamaru's shoulder. Hang in there. Asuma-sensei will be here shortly. With that, he vanished in a flash. Already 100 meters away, Sakura cast a sympathetic glance at Shikamaru, encouraging him as she sprinted forward. Woof. Shikamaru's expression was one of despair, his face contorted in agony. Naruto, you scoundrel. If Asuma doesn't arrive, am I to perish in this episode? He grumbled. And what on earth is that ninja dog doing barking? A strange smile crept across Naruto's lips. All the spotlight-seeking antics fall upon me. If you wish to steal the limelight, you must endure some hardship. Alas, such is the burden of the protagonist. Ding ding ding. The task system chimed in. Task objective, Uchiha Sasuke. Task content, prevent the assassination of Uchiha Sasuke. Task reward, flying thunder god technique. What? The sudden task notification that appeared in Naruto's mind caused him to halt abruptly. An assassination attempt on Sasuke? The unfolding events diverged drastically from the narrative he was familiar with, an inexplicable dread washing over him. A foreboding intuition surged within. So, they can see through the trap I laid. It seems they possess some skill. A jarring voice suddenly emerged from the dense foliage ahead. Clang, clang, clang. 2 intricate traps swiftly retracted under the deft control of Kanjiro, encircling his painted visage. Sakura could not help but give Naruto a thumbs up. His combat insight was truly astonishing, with a perception that rivaled even that of a canine. However, this remark inadvertently offended both a person and a dog. The ninja dog, Pakin, bared his teeth at Sakura in discontent, yet he had to concede that he had indeed overlooked the recently triggered traps. The sight of this blonde youth managing to halt so precisely beside a trap mere steps away was genuinely impressive. Kanjiro, do you believe me when I say I didn't notice your trap? Sweat beads trickled down Naruto's forehead. What in the world is happening? Shouldn't Kanjiro be helping Gaara escape at this moment? How could he claim ignorance when he had fortuitously stopped right next to it? Haha, my leg is cramping. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Awkwardness was written all over Kanjiro's face. Was this a jest at his expense? Suddenly, a figure flashed into view, sporting a fashionable hairstyle and sunglasses that sparkled under the sun. Upon seeing Shino Aburame arrive, Naruto's spirits lifted. Shino, I leave this guy to you. You two must cherish every opportunity to appear on screen, as the camera time is woefully scarce. Naruto lamented as he observed the 2 tense individuals, shaking his head gently. Let us keep it to a minimum. We wouldn't want any limbs broken. Who knows, perhaps in the next episode, everyone will reconcile. Sakura murmured as she watched Naruto dash ahead. That Naruto, lately, his words are always so cryptic. An assassination on Sasuke? Who could possibly have the audacity to strike him down at such a time? Could it be? Naruto could not contain a startled exclamation, quickening his pace as he raced forward. Temari guided Gaara through the forest. She had never seen Gaara in such a feeble state. Too weak even to run on his own. Half of his face had begun to undergo the transformation of the tailed beast, rendering his appearance both terrifying and grim. Temari, put me down. Gaara's icy voice rang in her ears. You're far too weak right now. Bang. Before she could finish her sentence, Gaara sent her flying with a punch. What a betrayal. At least wait until he crossed the river before burning the bridge. In this frail state, Temari dared not speak further. Gaara slowly turned, his eyes reflecting a handsome yet ominous presence. His blood-red pupils, ever constant like ping-pong paddles, glinted dangerously. Foul creature. Where do you think you're going? Sasuke rapidly formed hand seals, the white light of Chidori illuminating the surroundings in a ghastly pallor. Swish. With a flick of his left hand, he hurled 3 shuriken, his form flickering. In his right hand, the mournful cry of Chidori echoed. Boom. Even with the defense of sand, the immense force propelled Gaara's body away. The ground erupted, creating a deep crater. Ha ha ha. Gaara let out a chilling, anguished roar. Suddenly, his right arm began to swell dramatically. The intricate violet patterns swiftly spread from his right arm to half of his face, transforming his entire arm into the fearsome claw of a beast. A tail, measuring over 10 meters, swayed menacingly in the air. What in the world is this monstrosity? Sasuke couldn't help but gasp in shock, regretting not heeding Naruto's advice and pursuing recklessly. Sharingan. Activating his ocular powers, an excruciating pain suddenly surged through his body, rapidly engulfing him. His chakra reserves were utterly depleted. Bang! Shikaku's right arm came crashing down. With hands forming seals, he unleashed fire style, great fireball technique. Whoosh! A torrent of flames surged forth, instantly engulfing Gaara, who charged headlong into the inferno. The claws enveloped him entirely, rendering the flames ineffective. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as Sasuke was sent flying by a single punch, colliding violently with the trunk of a great tree, which caved in deeply. Wisps of white smoke began to rise. Ugh! A pained howl escaped Sasuke's lips, as an excruciating agony radiated from the cursed seal on his body, spreading rapidly. In the distance, Gaara drooled menacingly, his appearance grotesque. Life hung by a thread. Disregarding any seals, his consciousness shattered the bindings, as the dark patterns coursed through him. His gaze grew increasingly cold, and the formation of seals slowed. Buzz! A solitary bird cried mournfully, the chilling light glimmering ominously as a vast chakra coalesced into a dark electric current. Boom! Two figures launched into the air simultaneously, claws blotting out the sun, the brilliance of Chidori flashing. Thud! Their forms intertwined, blood splattered. Sasuke's shoulder was brutally torn by the claws. Exhausting all his chakra rendered him stiff and immobile. Uchiha Sasuke, today I shall end you. Gaara, battered by the Chidori, became even more ferocious, his expression twisted in anguish, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. This is truly disastrous. Sasuke muttered despairingly as he watched the claws reach out toward him. This strike would surely shatter him to pieces. Alas, little Sasuke, did I not warn you against getting too carried away? You pursued relentlessly, and now look at the state you're in. Have you lost fans yet? That most insufferable and detestable voice echoed behind him. This is the consequence of stealing the spotlight. You show off. Naruto turned to see Sakura, her face a mask of terror, and shouted, "Hurry and save your old man, or he might actually be killed." Huh, my old man. Sakura went pale at the sight of Gaara. It was no wonder. Even Naruto felt a chill at the sight of Gaara, transformed and half-mad, let alone a girl. Despite her fierce demeanor, Sakura was still, after all, a girl, and fear was inevitable. Go now? Bang! Naruto delivered a kick that sent the dazed Sakura flying towards Sasuke, landing right before him. Task system notification. How utterly malicious. Hitting home. Malicious? You wretched fool. At this moment, only Sakura could rush to Sasuke's side to awaken the remnants of emotion buried deep within Gaara. You are the protagonist. And so am I. How dare you, a mere faceless system, attempt to steal the spotlight? Naruto could not help but vent his frustration within his mind. Why do you obstruct my path? Gaara suddenly clutched his head, letting out a pained scream. Brother, I'm truly sorry, but I must deliver this kick. With a powerful leap, Naruto aimed for Gaara's once handsome face. Clang! Gaara's body was sent crashing to the ground. Whoosh! Shikaku's sharp claws suddenly shot out from the side, pinning Sakura's body firmly against the tree trunk. Naruto, save Sakura, yelled Sasuke, who lay helplessly on a branch. Shut your mouth, you handsome second lead. Who is as useless as he is troublesome? Naruto turned his gaze, resolute. With my brother by my side, neither your wife nor you shall perish. Just lie there and wait quietly. TCH. Sasuke hesitated, bewildered by the confidence radiating from this fool. Aren't you the one who jumped off the building after offending a female classmate from Konoha? Gaara's icy eyes swept over Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, from now on, we are bound as comrades. You shall become my loyal little fan. Gaara was thoroughly incensed. The illustrious third Hokage, reduced to being trounced by a mere underdog. Ninja technique. Feigned slumber. Buzz. Gaara's head sank down. Boom. Shikaku finally assumed its complete form, its dark golden eyes glimmering ominously. Wahahaha. It's finally my turn to perform. I shall eliminate you all. Naruto was left utterly dumbfounded. This creature hadn't even paused to converse with Gaara before it decided to slumber. This is it. The giant raccoon has been unleashed. Naruto lamented inwardly. The fully formed Shikaku was far larger than Naruto had anticipated. Round and plump, Shikaku appeared far more adorable than the Nine Tails. Though its temperament was quite foul. Biting his finger, he drew a cross on his palm. Ninja technique, summoning jutsu. Bang! A large toad pipe erupted in a cloud of white smoke. Gamabunta appeared, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. Nanny? Who am I and where am I? I was just drinking with some friends, and now I'm here in the blink of an eye. Naruto bounced atop Gamabunta's head. This giant toad is truly massive. Gamabunta rolled his eyes upward, recognizing the little rascal that always interrupted his drinking. Well, boss, I have no idea when you're drinking. Just look at this formidable creature before us. I can't handle it. Following Naruto's pointing finger, a large, flower-patterned raccoon cat glared coldly. Gamabunta felt a shiver run down his spine. Is this the legendary one-tailed Shikkotsu? This foe is not to be trifled with. I may not stand a chance. Naruto smiled faintly. We'll deal with it together. I'll provide support. One must not lose face in front of a younger brother. Gamabunta slowly drew a dagger from his waist. Kid, hold on tight. With a leap, the massive toad soared into the air. Wind release, vacuum bullet. Suddenly, a colossal sphere of wind, formed from immense chakra, shot forth from Shikkotsu's mouth. The howling wind swept through, leaving no blade of grass untouched. Water-style, iron cannonball. With a powerful surge, Gamabunta unleashed a formidable torrent of water, creating a massive wall before him. Whoosh! The wind sphere collided with the water barrier, sending forth a deluge of rain. Crack! With a swift motion, Gamabunta severed Shikkotsu's right arm. Be careful not to damage it. This large raccoon has its uses later on. Naruto muttered, mentally calling out, Kurama. In an instant, orange chakra enveloped Gamabunta's form, exerting immense pressure on Wantai's body. What is this? Boss, use chakra to restrain Shikkotsu. I will rouse the host. Naruto shouted, bending his body and leaping into action. Slap. A resounding smack met Gaara's face. A jolt of pain coursed through him, leaving Gaara stunned, gazing in disbelief at Naruto. It was the first time he had felt pain. Gaara, your mother has always been by your side. She has never left you. In a moment of desperation, Naruto resorted to his most poignant words, aiming for a decisive impact. You're talking nonsense. Gaara screamed in anguish. Wind style, sand bullet. Boom. The sand bullets spewed forth from Shikkotsu's mouth, piercing through the protective layer of nine-tailed chakra. The tremendous force sent Gamabunta flying, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. Bang! Shikkotsu unleashed a full-force attack, though not as devastating as the tailed beast bomb, at such close range. It was either death or injury. Kid, the summoning technique has been disrupted. I'm heading back to drink. Before he could finish, Gamabunta vanished in a puff of smoke. Kurama, quickly catch up with Shikkotsu and buy me some time. I need to initiate the mouth technique. With the summoning disrupted, Naruto had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. Unable to rein in the furious Shikkotsu, he could not communicate with Gaara. Hey, big raccoon. I've got some matai. Care for a drink? Upon hearing this, Naruto's composure shattered. What am I even saying? At a time like this, Kurama is still clutching a bottle. Shikkotsu suddenly froze, his massive form standing still, scanning the surroundings. The rare calm allowed Naruto to breathe a sigh of relief as he found a flat spot atop Shikkotsu's head to stabilize himself. Ha ha ha, it's Kurama. You foul fox, are you still alive? Drip, drip. 2 beads of awkward sweat slid down Kurama's forehead. Suddenly, Kurama's head expanded dramatically, filling the entire screen. After so many years, is this how you speak to your elder brother? You have no sense of your own standing. You can't even tell the difference between the elder and the younger. Speaking so casually in front of young Naruto, Kurama felt his dignity slipping away. Well, I am the one tail. By rank, I am the elder brother. You, aside from having a few more tails, rank as the 9th, making you the little brother, understand? Naruto could not help but chuckle. Gaara cast a cold gaze upon the boy before him, struggling to recall his name. Ignoring the banter between the 2-tailed beasts, Naruto shifted his attention to Gaara. The Shikkotsu, the one-tailed beast, possessed wind-based chakra, yet lacked control over sand. Gaara's icy stare softened slightly. The manipulation of sand is a gift from your mother, Karura. No, that is not it. Gaara was engulfed in profound anguish as memories of past suffering flashed before his eyes. The sand's instinctive protection over you stems from your mother's love. Yet, your uncle Naruto glanced towards the distance, where Sasuke lay against a tree trunk, seemingly attempting to rise. Shikkotsu's formidable claws gradually receded, and Sakura began to awaken from her unconsciousness. Leaning against the great tree alongside Sasuke, they both restored their chakra. Naruto's anxious heart began to ease. Your uncle, Yashimaru, has been tasked with testing you to discern whether you can truly wield the power of the one-tailed beast. Your father, as the Kazekage, bears the responsibility for the safety of Sunigakure. Thus, the The order for this trial was issued by him. You cannot hold it against him. In a moment of reflection, Naruto thought of himself, of Minato Namikaze, and of the duties that come with being a leader. It was at that moment he truly understood how similar his fate was to Gaara's. Yet, in comparison, he was far more fortunate. At least he had a mentor who acknowledged him, and the hidden support of the third Hokage. Alongside him were comrades like Sasuke and Sakura, willing to share in life and death. My father is the fourth Hokage. He sacrificed his life to seal the nine tails within me to protect Konoha. Naruto's voice grew somber, as if he were sharing in the weight of their experiences. Even though the nine tails had invaded his body, he could feel a profound sorrow resonating from deep within. Perhaps it stemmed from him, or perhaps from Naruto. Are you also a Jinchuriki? Gaara's frigid heart melted instantly. The barriers surrounding his spirit creaked open. Naruto smiled faintly, asserting that being a Jinchuriki is not a tragedy. What matters is to open one's heart, embrace the significant people in your life, and safeguard your companions. Companions? Gaara whispered, his gaze drifting towards Temari and Kankuro in the distance. Hee. Naruto grinned widely, adding, and of course, they're Esme. We're best buddies. Gaara's lips curled into a slight smile. The sun shone brightly. The familiar Gaara had finally reemerged. What was your name again? Gaara asked, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. Tick-tock, tick-tock. This time, 2 beads of awkward sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. Truly outrageous to still forget the protagonist's name. You're even more absent-minded than that supporting character, Sasuke. In a swift motion, he leaped from the top of Shikaku's head to the ground, turning with an innocuous smile, while suppressing the urge to tease him. I am Naruto Uzumaki. If you forget again, I might just have to give you a bump on the head. Gaara's gaze swept over Naruto, noting the latter's somewhat foolish demeanor. The Nine Tails and Shikaku continued their squabble over who held the title of the elder brother. Naruto furrowed his brows, caught in a mix of bemusement and exasperation. Ultimately, animals remained animals. Their thought processes differed vastly from those of humans. Suddenly, a resounding explosion jolted everyone from the bickering of the two-tailed beasts. The vibrant orange chakra of the Nine Tails manifested around Sasuke and Sakura in an instant. Naruto's eyes widened in alarm. This was the chakra previously concealed upon the two of them, triggered only by a sudden attack. Had the assassination attempt on Sasuke commenced? The explosive tags obliterated the very ground where Sasuke and Sakura had stood. As the dust began to settle, a figure draped in a black cloak adorned with crimson clouds came into view. Is that Akatsuki? No, something was amiss. Akatsuki's cloak was supposed to be black with red clouds. Had this fool reversed the colors? White bandages wrapped around the figure's forehead, obscuring the right eye while leaving the left exposed. His gaze was both greedy and laced with disdain. His entire right arm was ensconced in white bandages, and a black mask concealed his mouth and nose. A bead of sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead, and he felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Did this imbecile think that obscuring his features with a rag would render him unrecognizable? This was hardly a mindless period drama where a mere veil could disguise one's identity. Was the production team too strapped for cash to provide him with a decent outfit? Who are you? Sasuke, propelled by the explosion, found his recently regained chakra once again depleted. With Sakura's assistance, he struggled to maintain his footing. The black patterns of the curse marks spread across his body. Agony etched on his face. What kind of fool could not see through this charade? Naruto couldn't help but scoff. In the entire village, who else donned such a distinctive guise? Simply smearing something across one's face does not blind others to one's identity. Moreover, anyone who obscures their face is rarely a good person. Meanwhile, Kankuro's expression darkened. If you have something to say, just say it without taking jabs at my appearance. This is the latest trend in facial art. Naruto, do you know who he is? Sakura's eyes widened in shock as she turned to Naruto, her expression tinged with confusion. Well, I don't know either. With a swift motion, Sakura used her free hand to punch Naruto on the head. Stop rambling if you don't recognize him. Another bump formed on Naruto's head. Could no one show the protagonist a modicum of respect among this crowd? The mysterious figure observed the assembly before him, his expression growing increasingly sinister. After a moment of silence, he pointed a finger at Sasuke, speaking in a low voice. I only require him. You may leave. Only him. Clearly, this was someone who had indulged in too many period dramas. Hey, Naruto, he emanates a peculiar aura, one that seems to transcend humanity. The Nine Tails words pierced through Naruto's thoughts. What nonsense. Was Danzo not human? An aura not belonging to humanity? Naruto's expression suddenly turned blank. Tears streamed down, and the expression of anguish left all those nearby utterly astonished. Even the distant Danzo wore a look of bewilderment. What was happening? The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails had lost control? A hint of smugness crossed Danzo's face. There was no need for the child to wear such a mournful expression. All he desired was Uchiha Sasuke. As for the others, he had no interest in them. With swift movements, Danzo formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful wind technique, vacuum wave. A blade of fierce wind shot forth from his mouth, aimed directly at the fallen Sasuke. Ah! Sakura gasped, instinctively shielding Sasuke in her embrace. The individuals before them were merely low-ranking shinobi, and Danzo paid them no heed. What did the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails matter? Without the ability to wield the power of the Nine Tails, they were no better than worthless. His objective was to eliminate Sasuke and seize the already awakened Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly, Naruto soared into the air, hands moving to form seals with a speed that resembled a phantom. Boom! A wall of earth erupted before Sakura and Sasuke. Bang! The wind blade collided with the earthen wall, sending sparks flying. How could this be? Danzo was left dumbfounded by the scene before him. Earth release, and a high-level defensive technique like Earth Flow Wall, manifesting in the hands of a mere genin. Danzo felt his worldview shatter. According to the information from the Root organization, this Naruto was just a failure who hadn't graduated after 3 years of assessments. Had it not been for the fear of unforeseen circumstances, he might not have even bothered to intervene personally. Suppressing his astonishment, Danzo sneered contemptuously, thinking you can play the hero with just a technique or two learned from Hiruzen. Naruto's gaze turned icy. Gritting his teeth, he enunciated each word. Don't utter the name of the third Hokage. You are not worthy. Humph. Danzo scoffed derisively. If that old fool can survive today, I'll eat my own words upside down. Naruto's eyes blazed with intensity, as if ready to unleash flames. He glanced at the astonished onlookers, then bit his finger hard, drawing blood to carve a mark on his palm before rapidly forming seals once more. Slamming his hand down onto the ground. Swish, swish, swish. Black runes spread rapidly in all directions. Danzo, from afar, froze as if struck by lightning. He was all too familiar with such hand signs. How could this be? He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Summoning technique. Come forth, King of Monkeys, Enma. With a blinding flash of white light accompanied by a thunderous roar, billowing clouds of smoke erupted forth. Boom. Long white hair, eyes like bronze bells. With hands as powerful as hammers. It was truly Enma. Danzo gasped in shock, cold sweat soaking his clothes. Slowly, Enma opened his eyes, tears streaming down his face. As if still lost in sorrow. Hiruzen's essence, how could this be? Enma stared in astonishment at everything around him, his shock rivaling Danzo's. Is this your summoning technique? Enma's gaze fell upon the nearby blonde-haired youth, recognizing the familiar chakra emanating from him. Yuan-Emo, I currently lack the time to elucidate everything to you. Naruto turned his head, a melancholic gaze directed at Yuan-Emo. Please, safeguard my comrades. His eyes then shifted towards the distant Danzo, that old lantern. I intend to confront him one-on-one. Naruto gritted his teeth, vowing to strike him down until he tasted defeat. Yuan-Emo followed Naruto's gaze, sensing a familiar aura. No, we are unfamiliar with him. Let us simply deal with him. Yuan-Emo's words were abruptly interrupted by Naruto, since Danzo was deliberately concealing his identity. It might not necessarily be a detrimental matter. Naruto preferred that the few individuals behind him remain unaware of too much. The less Sasuke and Sakura knew, the safer they would be. Ninja technique, multiple shadow clone jutsu. Bang, bang, bang. 3 mini Narutos materialized. Humph, you think this mediocre ninjutsu can bring me down? Brothers, seize him. Just as Danzo was about to boast further, for Naruto's soared into the air. Their hand seals executed with such speed that they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Sasuke, endowed with the Sharingan, was left utterly astonished. The chaotic hand signs and their velocity were discernible only to the Sharingan. Naruto, how have you become so formidable? His proud heart was unexpectedly pierced by a strange emotion. Earth style, Earth Flow River. Fire style, Fire Dragon Projectile. Earth style, Earth Dragon Projectile. Water style, Water Dragon Projectile. For forms of ninjutsu erupted almost instantaneously, obscuring the sky and shaking the earth. By the heavens, how can one wield such a multitude of elemental ninjutsu simultaneously? Danzo, having finally seized a moment to shine, was left petrified by Naruto's sudden barrage. He stood utterly dumbfounded. A mere underachiever who barely passed the Genin exam had proven to be this powerful. Danzo began to doubt the accuracy of the root organization's intelligence. Life itself began to seem questionable. The mudslide created by the Earth Flow River ensnared Danzo instantly. Fire, earth, and water, three elemental dragon projectiles coalesced into formidable spheres of chakra, resonating with the turbulent mudslide. The air was filled with the sound of drums and firecrackers. Danzo's face, once tightly bound by bandages, was now a grotesque tableau of blood and flesh, resembling a field of blooming peach blossoms. It was so ghastly that even his own mother might struggle to recognize him as Danzo. Sasuke's mouth hung slightly ajar, his dual Tomoe Sharingan fixated on the enraged Naruto. Is this truly an underachiever? This is a colossal underachiever indeed. Hey, Sasuke, am I not handsome? Sasuke, astonished, scrutinized him from head to toe, managing to mutter, not handsome, but undeniably impressive. Kanjiro, rendered speechless by the scene before him, swallowed hard. He whispered to Gaara, Konoha is utterly insane. We must inform our father to quickly latch onto a powerful ally. Gaara nodded solemnly, equally astounded, grateful that he had not previously acted foolishly in Naruto's presence. Otherwise, his demise would have been exceedingly tragic. Buzz. Danzo's battered form gradually became ethereal, vanishing from sight. What a substitution! Sakura gasped in shock. No, it must have been the original body just now, but Sasuke rubbed his Sharingan vigorously, beginning to doubt whether his eyes had expired. Naruto furrowed his brows. Izanagi? Danzo's voice echoed once more from the distant woods. Though I find it hard to believe what lies before me. You have indeed instilled within me an unprecedented sense of shock and fury. Lightning style, thunderbolt. A massive surge of chakra coalesced into a blue spear, erupting from Naruto's mouth. Zing. In the distant forest, a flash of electricity sparked, scattering embers. Danzo cursed vehemently. Can you let me finish what I have to say? Lightning style? How could you strike me from such a distance? Singed and battered, Danzo was left charred and gasping for breath. I can't even manage to say a complete sentence. Is it right for you to bully me like this? I, Danzo, am about to inherit the title of Hokage. Izanagi. Buzz. Once again, the charred figure of Danzo vanished. This time, he had learned his lesson, channeling chakra to form a defensive barrier around himself. Some harsh words must be uttered, or else they would stifle one to death. 2. Naruto silently counted within his heart. The use of Izanagi was not infinite. He needed to ascertain how many more chances Danzo had to resurrect. Though I find it hard to believe what lies before me, you have indeed instilled within me an unprecedented sense of shock and fury. Danzo's voice echoed again, and Naruto could hardly contain his laughter. Would he not even change his lines? This fellow knew how to switch enemies at the drop of a hat. This time, however, Danzo's words came forth at an accelerated pace, leaving no time to interrupt. With a resigned shake of his head, Naruto conceded, Fine, I shall grant you a chance to speak. Wood-style secret technique, birth of the trees. Danzo's voice was cold and desolate, as if composing a death march for those present. What? How could he possibly wield this ninjutsu? Naruto gasped in horror. He was all too aware of the technique's formidable power. Monkey King, adamantine prison. With a startled cry, Naruto transformed rapidly, invoking the indestructible form of the Monkey King. A square cage materialized as the towering trees surged skyward, enveloping Sasuke and the others within its confines. Naruto sighed in relief. In his mind, the Nine-Tails gaze was piercing, awaiting Naruto's final command. Witnessing the roots erupting from the ground in a dazzling display, Naruto was profoundly impressed by the might of the first Hokage's ninjutsu. Regrettably, the task system could not consume non-soul entities. Without further thought for the events transpiring with his shadow clone, Naruto smiled faintly. Kurama, it is your time to shine. Creak. A piercing cry resounded throughout the universe. The chakra of the Nine-Tails swiftly enveloped Naruto's entire being, an unprecedented power coursing through every cell. It was as if he were engulfed in raging flames, radiating golden light. Whoosh. With his hands forming seals, he disregarded the swirling vines before him. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The terrifying chakra of the Nine-Tails, combined with Naruto's own wind attribute chakra, bestowed upon the fire dragon an energy capable of devastating the earth. A deafening roar echoed through the air. The fire dragon unleashed a torrent of molten lava from its maw. incinerating everything in its path. The trees nurtured by the chakra of the first Hokage were instantly reduced to ashes as the fire dragon soared into the sky. Suddenly, with a resonating cry, the dragon split into four, diving down simultaneously from the four cardinal directions, swift as lightning and fierce as thunder. Drip, drip, an unidentified liquid oozed from Danzo's trousers. This man was truly terrified. Even wielding such a formidable wood-release technique, he could not escape death. Yet, having just resurrected from his Izanagi, before he could even steady himself, he found himself encircled by four fire dragons. At this moment, it was as if there were no escape from heaven or earth. Even with the resurrection granted by Izanagi, how could one not be petrified by such an utterly obliterating fate? Buzz. Another Sharingan on his right arm closed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Counting the remaining open Sharingan on his right arm, Danzo's sanity began to unravel. He had expended 4 Sharingan and had failed to kill even a single lowly shinobi. In fact, he hadn't even touched them, yet he had been slain 4 times himself. A thought of fleeing surged within him. If he didn't run now, he would surely perish here. He had failed to seize the Sharingan and had instead lost 4. How utterly humiliating. Turning toward the direction of Konoha, he fled. Watching Danzo retreat, Naruto wore a perplexed expression. Was he really running away? A bittersweet, yet cunning smile graced his lips. Turning to Gaara, Naruto waved his hand. Brother, I have important matters to attend to. We shall have the opportunity to reminisce once you ascend to the position of Kazekage. Before Gaara could respond, Naruto glanced at Sasuke and Sakura. You two should head back to Konoha first. I will join you shortly. No sooner had he spoken than Naruto soared into the air. Saru, after you return those two to Konoha, you should head back as well. I will inform you about the third Hokage's matters later. Saru looked at the departing youth, his gaze gradually becoming misty. The essence of his old comrade, the legendary Hiruzen Sarutobi, lingered within this young man, an aura discernible only to the king of the Saru clan. Danzo navigated through the dense forest, feeling as though all of his life's wisdom had crumbled on this day. Of course, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had possessed little wisdom to begin with. Danzo, do you truly believe you can escape today? A jolt of fear struck Danzo's heart, and he quickly darted to a nearby tree, biting his finger to draw a summoning seal in his palm. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. With a puff of white smoke, the Dream Eater appeared, shaking its large nose in front of Danzo. Little creature, you actually know who I am. Why didn't you reveal it earlier? Naruto smirked disdainfully. I didn't expose you to allow you a path of retreat. His gaze sharpened as he looked at the right eye tightly bound by bandages. Once, in your quest for the Sharingan, you orchestrated the massacre of the Uchiha clan. The blood of the Uchiha is already plentiful on your hands. Tuanzong suddenly became agitated, his demeanor shifting to one of extreme agitation. You speak nonsense. I act solely for the sake of Konoha. Everything is for Konoha. Naruto scoffed lightly. For Konoha? And what about Shisui's eyes? How do you explain that? At these words, Tuanzong was taken aback, his face paling, and after a long struggle, he managed to utter a single word. You. Suddenly, the old man's countenance darkened like water, and a chilling gaze emanated a murderous intent. Do you wish to kill me? Naruto shot him a disdainful sidelong glance. Today, I shall pluck out your eyeballs. What? Tuanzong completely fell apart. Are you serious about plucking out my eyeballs? Will you do it yourself now? Or should I wait until you exhaust the remaining 6 Sharingan in your arm before I intervene personally? Shock. Fury? Fear? No. Tuanzong could find no words to describe his current state of mind. Slowly raising his arm, Tuanzong could hardly believe that this boy before him was more aware of the number of Sharingan on his right arm than he was. Izanagi might preserve your life for the moment, but you should know the quantity of Sharingan. The last bastion within him had finally been shattered. Izanagi, a forbidden technique that even many members of the Uchiha clan might not know, was so casually mentioned by this boy, as if he possessed a pair of all-seeing eyes. No, it was as if he had the eyes of a celestial being, with everything in this world falling under his gaze. He knew the number of Sharingan on his right arm, the true reason for the Uchiha clan's demise, and even Shisui's right eye. Tuanzong began to doubt what this boy did not know. Having committed countless heinous acts, his hands stained with the blood of innocence, the Sharingan he had painstakingly acquired was about to be seized, and Tuanzong could not tolerate it. Moreover, if he were to truly have his eyeballs plucked out, how could he ever navigate the ninja world again? Noticing Tuanzang's gaze grow increasingly cold and profound, Naruto grew impatient and shook off the dust clinging to him. Old man Tuanzang, have you made your decision? He pointed at Tuanzang's bandaged right eye. Shisui's eyes will be mine today. If you fear the pain, I will personally take them. Swish, swish, swish. Tuanzang quickly formed hand seals, wind style, vacuum wave. The dream demon opened its massive mouth, and a tremendous suction gathered the surrounding air instantly. Bang, 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 bang. Several wind blades, crafted from wind chakra, erupted from Tuanzang's mouth. The wind blade sliced past the dream demon's mouth, and the gale expelled by the dream demon maximized the power of the vacuum wave. Naruto's expression suddenly turned ashen, exclaiming, "The old man actually took action. I've underestimated him." Earth style, earth flow wall. The speed of his hand seals noticeably slowed, barely managing to erect an earthen wall for defense just before the wind blades reached him. Boom, boom, boom. The wind blades instantly pierced through the earthen wall, shattering the chakra-formed defense in an instant. This subtle change was impossible to escape Tuanzang's right eye. Humph, your speed in forming seals has slowed, and even the power of your earth style has diminished significantly. I shall see how you intend to pluck out my eyeballs today. The corners of Danzo's mouth curled into a cold and triumphant smile. With a sudden crash, Naruto's body gradually slumped, transforming into a pile of earth scattered about. What? Was it merely a mud clone? Danzo rubbed his right eye vigorously, inwardly lamenting. Had his Sharingan passed its expiration date? Why had he not sensed that what lay before him was merely a clone? Where had the real one gone? Cold sweat instantly erupted from his forehead, and Danzo felt a chill race down his spine. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu, multiple shadow clones. A resonant voice rang out from behind Danzo. What? Danzo was struck with alarm. Someone was behind him, and his Sharingan had failed to detect it? Could it be? Had it truly expired? In a panic, Danzo acted without thought, kicking the dream demon away to shield himself. The flames, reminiscent of the phoenix flower, fused perfectly with the massive shuriken charged with chakra. Accompanied by a deafening hum, the clones multiplied into countless phoenix flowers midair. The shuriken spun at high speed, emitting a piercing drone, as the fiery inferno consumed the entire scene. The summoning technique of the dream demon was obliterated in an instant. Bang! The dream demon vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, Danzo's body was shredded into pieces, igniting a raging fire. It had been ages since he had savored skewered delicacies. The aroma was tantalizing. Naruto twitched his nostrils, the scent of barbecue striking a familiar chord. Thud! The Nine-Tails gave a sharp rap on Naruto's head within his mind, admonishing him to focus on the fight. Come on, it's just Danzo. There's no need for such theatrics. As he witnessed Danzo being brutally struck down, Naruto collapsed at the feet of the Nine-Tails, stars dancing in his eyes. Danzo was undoubtedly a ninja of elite caliber. To belittle him was ill-advised. Suddenly, the Nine-Tails' expression grew grave. I warned you before, he carries an aura of malevolence, a scent that is not of human origin. Huh. Naruto rubbed his head. The Nine-Tails had a fiercer touch than Sakura. Turning to the Nine-Tails, he queried, if it's not human, does that mean it's beastly? The Nine-Tails' head loomed larger, filling the frame, its gaping maw seemingly ready to devour Naruto whole. Are you insulting him or me? Naruto lightly tapped his forehead. Nine-Tails, you've been stealing the spotlight lately. Are you planning a rebellion? Ignoring the blonde beneath him, the Nine-Tails fixed his gaze on Danzo, who was gradually disappearing into the flames. That cold, sinister aura had emerged even before I did. Though I am unaware of its true nature, I am certain of its presence. Earlier than the Nine-Tails' arrival, Naruto was taken aback. Utilizing the third Hokage's mud clone allowed for a brief evasion of the Sharingan's tracking. He lay in wait, concealed in the shadows. Yet, the Nine-Tails' words caused Naruto to falter. Had the Otsutsuki Kagaya been resurrected ahead of time? Wind style, vacuum great sphere. Just as Naruto's thoughts spiraled into chaos, a voice reached the ears of the distant clone, Danzo's voice. Izanagi had revived him once more. Danzo, lurking in the shadows, launched a surprise attack. Bang, 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 bang. The deafening roar of gunfire erupted from Danzo's lips. Concealed in the shadows, Naruto nearly burst into laughter. This fellow, the moment he activated the vacuum great sphere, had transformed into a veritable machine gun. Wind attribute chakra coalesced into projectiles that shot forth from Danzo's mouth, igniting countless sparks. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shadow clones of Naruto swiftly formed seals, advancing rather than retreating in the face of Danzo's wind-based assault. Ninjutsu, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. By merging earth and fire release techniques, he expelled a powerful fireball, complemented by the Earth Dragon Bullet, creating a fire-breathing Earth Dragon. Such a formidable composite ninjutsu could only be wielded to its fullest extent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo was utterly bewildered. The Earth clone could elude his right eye's scrutiny and summon the Monkey King using summoning techniques. Even the unique composite ninjutsu of Sarutobi Hiruzen was at his disposal. Where am I? Who am I? As the chakra infused with fire and earth pierced through his chest, Danzo began a new round of soul-searching. Izanagi. Casting a glance at the last 3 remaining Sharingan on his right arm, an inexplicable rage threatened to consume him whole. Who are you, Sarutobi Hiruzen? Danzo suppressed his inner fury. Even in death, he would seek clarity. Naruto wore a subtle smile. Uzumaki Naruto. Impossible. Danzo howled in anguish. To wield wind, fire, lightning, water, and earth chakra techniques simultaneously, there was no one but Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo's words plunged Naruto into profound despair. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Grandfather, the third? The scene before him began to blur. Danzo extended his hand, slowly unraveling the bandages wrapped around his forehead. The right eye of Shisui, hidden in the shadows, finally emerged into the light. It has finally appeared. A faint smile graced Naruto's lips. Sharingan activate. Ding, ding, ding. Mission system prompt. Mission objective. Prevent Uchiha Sasuke from being assassinated. Mission accomplished. Mission reward. Flying Thunder God technique. The voice of the mission system echoed in his mind. Naruto's anxious heart finally eased. The mission was complete. It seemed Sasuke had safely arrived in Konoha. Concealed in the shadows, Naruto's true self slowly formed seals, making no sound. Ninjutsu, multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, 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 boom. Instantly, a multitude of small Narutos appeared around him. Hush! Naruto swiftly made a shushing gesture, fearing this raucous group would cause a commotion. Clack, 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 clack. With marks set upon all clones and instructions conveyed in his heart, Naruto felt a weariness settle as he watched them gradually disperse. Were it not for the fear of Danzo resorting to the desperate use of Kodoame Tsukumi. Why would he act so cautiously? You have pushed me into a corner. Very well. Danzo's right eye glimmered with crimson brilliance beneath the sunlight, radiating a fierce glow. As his gaze swept across the youth before him, Danzo internally let out a howl. Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. Buzz. Suddenly, Naruto realized that his shadow clone had slipped from his mental control. Had the Kodoame Tsukumi already been activated? Truly, it is the most formidable Jinjutsu, utterly undetectable. The greatest strength of Kodoame Tsukumi lies in the fact that those ensnared by its illusion remain blissfully unaware of their predicament. Other Jinjutsu merely alter the visible surroundings, while Kodoame Tsukumi invades and alters one's very thoughts. At last, Naruto had compelled Danzo to reveal his final trump card, emerging slowly from the shadows. Danzo stood frozen in place as another Naruto appeared in the distance. Veins bulged upon his forehead, and his eyes transformed into a tempest of flames. It was still a mere clone. He was collapsing, utterly unraveling. Danzo felt like a mere puppet, manipulated by a brash youth. The most tragic aspect was possessing numerous Sharingan, yet being incapable of discerning that what lay before him was merely a clone. Years of chakra had been meticulously cultivated, yet it was wasted on a shadow clone under the might of Kodoame Tsukumi. At that moment, Danzo felt a torment worse than death, his heart twisted in agony. Biting down upon his own teeth in frustration, he loathed Naruto's cunning, but loathed his own impotence even more. It felt as if a lifetime of savings had been squandered on a counterfeit artifact, and the most ironic twist was that this counterfeit was originally someone else's nightpot. Earth-style clone activate. Bang! The Naruto ensnared by Kodoame Tsukumi collapsed to the ground, disintegrating into a heap of dirt scattered about. Don't toy with me. My Kodoame Tsukumi has suffered a fate worse than Zhao C's father. Danzo rasped, all his hatred converging upon Naruto. Humph. Old man, don't get too worked up. Even if I let you keep it, you'd still fare worse than this time. Naruto could not help but scoff, noting that the technique had proven more effective than when applied to Mitsuba. Suddenly, a thought struck Danzo. You deliberately used the clone to force me to unleash the Jinjutsu. Did you know about Kodoame Tsukumi from the very beginning? His worldview shattered, A thunderclap of realization struck him. Naruto paid no heed to Danzo's despairing expression, pointing at the right eye. I already stated that I would pluck your eye from its socket. I shall keep my word. The eye of Shisui is mine to claim. Creak. A radiant golden light enveloped Naruto as the chakra of the Nine Tails surged forth, flames of gold igniting his entire being. Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, Naruto vanished from his spot. What? Danzo gasped in disbelief. After the death of the fourth Hokage, the Flying Thunder God technique had become a relic of the past. How could this be possible? Danzo let out a wail of anguish as his right eye was swiftly plucked from its socket, blood spraying forth to drench his face in crimson. Izanagi. Buzz. Danzo would not permit Shisui's eye to be taken from him. He quickly invoked the forbidden technique. The bloodied palm of Naruto gradually lost the eye he had just seized, the stains of crimson disappearing with it. The recently acquired Sharingan was transformed into a fleeting dream by Izanagi. Danzo's figure reappeared in the distance, a scornful smile gracing his lips. The mark of the Flying Thunder God had vanished. He would not allow it. Yet, before he could finish his thought, Naruto flashed once more in a blaze of golden light. Flying Thunder God technique. Tuanzong let out another anguished wail as his right eye was plucked from its socket in an instant. Blood sprayed forth, staining his visage in crimson. Naruto extended his palm, shaking Shisui's right eye before him. You still possess 2 more uses of Izanagi. Do you wish to continue? The area, spanning 100 miles, was enveloped entirely by the chakra of his shadow clones. Regardless of where Tuanzong might resurrect, the outcome would remain unchanged. Naruto's gaze gradually turned frigid, a murderous intent emerging. Today, you shall perish here, mark my words. Tuanzong, trembling in fear, gazed at the last 2 Sharingan on his arm, suddenly rooted in disbelief. A wave of dark energy swiftly enveloped his entire being. The Nine Tails bellowed within Naruto's mind. This is the scent. What? The black chakra emanating from Tuanzong's feet began to consume him, dragging him downwards. The old man gaped, unable to utter a single word, seemingly expending his last ounce of strength to point at Naruto. We shall meet again. Ha ha ha. His figure sank into the mire, vanishing from sight. Kurama. Naruto exclaimed in shock. The Nine Tails replied calmly. He has disappeared. What was that just now? Naruto stood frozen, the image replaying in his mind. Yet, he had never encountered such a phenomenon. The final words, both tone and pitch, were not those of Tuanzong. Who could it possibly be? Obito? Kagaya? None of them. Ding ding ding. The mission system chimed. Mission details, a similar beginning, a predetermined conclusion. Mission accomplished. The notification jolted Naruto back to reality. Glancing at Shisui's bloodied right eye in his hand, he took a deep breath and resolutely extracted his own right eye. He could not suppress a cry of agony. Am I truly this ruthless to myself? The gruesome scene left the Nine Tails astounded. A saying rang true, when I am enraged, even my own eyeball shall be sacrificed. As he transplanted Shisui's right eye, Naruto gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Kurama, why are you so verbose? Are you seeking the spotlight? Hurry and assist me in healing. The Nine Tails silently channeled its chakra, swiftly mending the wound. Without the Uchiha bloodline, it seemed impossible to fully unleash the power of the Sharingan. The Nine Tails' voice was unusually calm, as if everything had become a matter of course. Boom. Naruto sensed the disappearance of his clone far away in Konoha, the memories of the clone instantaneously returning to his true self. Tears of sorrow could no longer be contained. Kurama, the 3rd Hokage has fallen. He raised his eyes towards the direction of Konoha, tears cascading down, yet they flowed deep within his heart. Grandfather 3rd, the will of fire shall be inherited by me. Snap. The recently transplanted right eye emitted a clear sound. 3 Tomoe Sharingan, activate. The memories of the clone began to unfurl in his mind. An hour prior, Senju Tobirama's eyes had been dim, devoid of any trace of life. Swish, swish, swish. With swift hand seals, he invoked the jutsu, technique of the dark path. Buzz. The jutsu that deprives all light enveloped Sarutobi Hiruzen in utter darkness. Teacher Yuan Fei, you have truly aged. Once hailed as the master of all jutsu, save for the bloodline limits, now you bear the title of a jutsu instructor. However, time is a merciless reaper. Only those like me, who have mastered the forbidden techniques of immortality, can hope to endure beyond the sands of time. Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped for breath. the vigor of his youth having faded with the passage of time. He could not deny it. He had indeed grown old. Yet, the conviction in his heart remained steadfast. There was no way he would allow Orochimaru to destroy Konoha. As Hokage, he would protect the village's safety, even at the cost of his own life. Orochimaru, it was my moment of weakness that led to the grave mistake of today. I vowed to rectify the errors of my past. With his eyes firmly closed, the frail hands of the aged Hokage formed a peculiar seal upon his chest. You have spent your life consumed by forbidden jutsu. Today, I shall unveil to you a technique you have never encountered before. Orochimaru licked his lips, saliva dripping down to his feet. From a distance, Naruto watched in disgust, nearly retching at the sight. A jutsu I have never seen? Impossible. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly. Ninjutsu, Shiki Fujin. A mournful wail echoed as a colossal phantom emerged. The Shinigami was summoned forth by chakra, with its long tongue wielding a sharp blade. A chilling aura enveloped the entire barrier. Naruto's gaze dimmed gradually, realizing the will of the third Hokage was on the brink of conclusion. Hiruzen's two shadow clones seized the bodies of the first and second Hokages amidst the darkness. With a resounding crash, the Shinigami's arm pierced through the chest of the clone, capturing their souls tightly. Seal. The ground shook as spiral runes etched themselves upon the clone's abdomen, resulting in a mutual demise with the two Hokages. How could this be? Orochimaru was left in a state of shock. The golden staff of the Monkey King suddenly extended a hand towards the frozen Orochimaru. Ah! Orochimaru gasped in horror, recognizing the sealing technique that could resurrect the first and second Hokages. Such jutsu was indeed unprecedented to him. Kuchios, Yamada no Orochi. Countless serpents erupted from Orochimaru's right arm, ensnaring the Monkey King tightly. Suddenly, a frail, aged figure lunged from the side, gripping Orochimaru's shoulders firmly. It is over. With a sigh from Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Shinigami's arm pierced his chest. The hand dove into Orochimaru's body, grasping his soul tightly. You wretched old fool. Do not think you can succeed. Prepare to meet your end. With a flick of his fingers, the Kusanagi sword soared into the air, descending at an angle from behind. The blade gleamed ominously, slicing through the surroundings with a deafening roar. Caught in the grasp of the serpentine shadow technique, Hiruzen extended his arm, but it was too late. With a sudden impact, a small figure burst in from the side, kicking the Kusanagi sword's hilt. The sword embedded itself deeply into the earth. Naruto Uzumaki. I will carve you into 1,000 pieces. Orochimaru, in a fit of hysteria, unleashed a torrent of curses, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. A faint smile crept across Naruto's face. It appeared even Uncle Snake feared death. Grandfather Third, please do not kill him. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already exerted himself to the utmost, teetering on the brink of collapse. Little Naruto, why do you? Naruto gazed at Sarutobi, his expression gradually turning somber, even though he had successfully kicked away the Kusanagi sword. Sarutobi, drained of chakra, was beyond saving. Grandfather Third, despite Orochimaru's numerous misdeeds, he must not perish. Naruto suddenly found his own words to be painfully inadequate. Little Naruto, for the future of Konoha, I must seal Orochimaru. It was my moment of weakness that led to this dire situation. Sarutobi's gaze was resolute, his icy demeanor undiminished. It is precisely for the future of Konoha that you cannot kill him, Grandfather Third. Your will shall forever inspire the ninja of the next generation. Please trust me. Naruto stepped forward, wiping the blood from Sarutobi's lips. You spared Orochimaru once. Perhaps that was a mistake, but ultimately, it was the right choice. Grandfather Third, believe in me, and in yourself. Sarutobi's eyes grew increasingly clouded, his thoughts drifting back to many years ago, to the night he discovered Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu. A moment's hesitation had led to a world of right and wrong. Over the years, he had questioned himself repeatedly about whether his choices were correct. Yet, if he could return to that time, perhaps he would still grant Orochimaru a chance at life. Sensing the murderous intent of Sarutobi dissipating, Orochimaru winked at Naruto, silently urging him to speak further. How about this? Let us seal only Orochimaru's hands. This way, he will be unable to use jutsu, and thus pose no threat to Konoha, honoring your earlier mercy. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi sighed deeply. As long as there are leaves dancing in the wind, the fire shall continue to burn. The flames illuminate the village and nurture new growth. The will of fire shall never be extinguished. Naruto, I entrust the future of Konoha to you. You shall become the bearer of the will of fire. The Shinigami wielded a small blade, severing Orochimaru's hands from his soul. Seal. Sarutobi's body collapsed with a resounding thud, a look of contentment gracing his face. My hands. Orochimaru cried out in agony, his arms drooping as the malice in his eyes faded. Nine-Tails brat, save my life, and you may propose a condition. As long as I can fulfill it. Naruto gazed at Sarutobi's lifeless form, a serene sorrow enveloping him. Uncle Snake, you may go. When the time is ripe, I shall seek you out. Orochimaru soared into the air, followed closely by his 4 sound ninjas. I can do something for you, but do not forget our agreement. Naruto remained silent, unwilling to cast another glance at Orochimaru's retreating figure. Ding ding ding. Mission system notification, an Yingjibia Lingoan has appeared. Do you wish to choose to devour? Note, upon devouring, all chakra and ninjutsu of the soul entity are acquired. Reminder, all devoured souls are temporarily sealed within the mission system, ready to be released at any moment. Naruto's gaze was vacant, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly uttered, devour. Mission system notification, devouring successful. Acquired all chakra and ninjutsu of the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. As he observed the figures gradually materializing in the distance, Naruto formed a hand seal. Shadow clone, release. On the day of the 3rd Hokage's funeral, a gentle rain began to fall over Konoha. There were no flashes of lightning or rumblings of thunder. Only the soft patter of rain cascading silently. Konohamaru wept inconsolably, tears and snot mingling together, and Naruto longed to comfort him, yet found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps this was an essential moment in Konohamaru's journey of growth. Naruto shed not a single tear. It was not that his heart was particularly hardened, but rather that he had already cried days prior. The demise of the 3rd Hokage served as both a totem inspiring the ninjas to inherit the will of fire and a belief that permeated Naruto's own ninja way. On that very day, in addition to the 3rd Hokage's passing, Konoha faced another significant event making headlines: the mysterious and sudden disappearance of Danzo Shimura. The shocking news left everyone astounded. Naturally, Naruto was the exception. No one understood the reasons behind Danzo's inexplicable vanishing act better than he did. The Umbu and Root organization mobilized almost their entire force, scouring the vicinity of Konoha for hundreds of miles, yet found no trace whatsoever. Sasuke Uchiha was gravely injured, reportedly due to excessive chakra depletion. Naruto, however, was more aware than anyone that Danzo was merely a manifestation of inner turmoil. Jiraiya stood at the rear of the crowd. While everyone else donned black attire, he remained unchanged, still clad in his familiar garb. Naruto wondered if the props team had run out of funds. Jiraiya, Mito Kazahana, and Tsunade Koharu approached slowly from the back of the crowd. Jiraiya turned around to see their aged faces, causing him to furrow his brow. These 2 old-timers, as senior advisors of Konoha, were notorious for their unannounced visits. The news of the 3rd Hokage's demise would soon spread across the nations, and Konoha's most pressing concern was selecting a strong successor for the Hokage position. Mito Kazahana spoke directly. Jiraiya remained silent and turned to walk into the village. The old man and woman showed no signs of surprise and quickly followed in his wake. Tsunade Koharu continued to persuade, emphasizing the internal and external crises facing Konoha due to Danzo's sudden disappearance. Would the Land of Wind seize this opportunity to incite war? As one of the legendary 3, you must prioritize Konoha's safety. The old man and woman chimed in unison. Jiraiya vigorously rubbed his ears, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I'm indifferent to this. The Hokage position is certainly not suited for me. Suddenly, Jiraiya halted, fixing his gaze upon the 2. The legendary 3 do not consist solely of me. The elderly couple exchanged glances, both exclaiming in astonishment. Are you suggesting Orochimaru should inherit the Hokage title? Alas, with such intellect, they still held the position of senior advisors? Truly, it was absurd. Jiraiya shook his head, unwilling to engage in conversation with the simpleton, and turned to continue his forward journey. It was well known that they were among the legendary 3 ninjas. Aside from the lecherous sage and Orochimaru, there was also Granny Tsunade. Naruto, trailing behind, happened to overhear their dialogue. Ah, of course. How could I have not realized this? Mito Minion forcefully slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Drip, drip. Awkward beads of sweat slid down Naruto's forehead. Who brought these 2 old geezers back as advisors? Tsurugi Koharu also could not conceal her excitement. For the first Hokage had shown them both great kindness. Now, witnessing Princess Tsunade ascend to the role of Hokage, they felt immense satisfaction. However, Tsunade had been absent from the village for many years. Her whereabouts remained a mystery. Given the pressing circumstances, I believe, Naruto scoffed. What do you know? At your age? With your failing eyesight, what can you possibly see? This is simple. The lecherous sage has always harbored feelings for Granny Tsunade. Surely he knows where she is. Naruto confidently pointed at Jiraiya. Bang! A heavy fist struck the top of Naruto's head, leaving a sizable bump. Jiraiya's head expanded dramatically until it filled the entire screen. With his mouth agape, he bellowed, "Finally, I get a moment to shine, and you come to steal the spotlight." His head gradually shrank. Suddenly, it enlarged once more. Such matters of unrequited love should not be spoken of so freely. Do you want me to turn your head into a target? Naruto clutched his head, utterly bewildered. Am I the protagonist, and yet I get beaten for stealing a scene? Jiraiya adjusted his hairstyle, his expression returning to seriousness as he regarded Naruto. Before I assume the role of Hokage, I have more pressing matters to attend to. In a few days, I shall set out to bring Tsunade back. The old man and woman exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Whoosh! A shadow flickered past Ming Ren, adorned with the distinctive mask of the Umbu. Sir, the security barrier of Konoha has detected an unfamiliar presence infiltrating the village, he reported. But, Tsurugi Koharu gasped in shock. But what? The Umbu ninja, somewhat terrified, continued. The barrier has not been breached. It was opened from the outside. Only the higher echelons of Konoha would know the structure of the barrier. If it was opened from the outside, could it be? Tsurugi Koharu hesitated. Naruto was astonished. It seemed the two advisors had become unexpectedly astute. Could it be that Danzo has returned? Damn it, I was indeed overthinking it. Uchiha Itachi, my Itachi, you have finally made your appearance. A strange smile crept across Naruto's lips. Hey Kakashi. Jiraiya called out to Kakashi, who was walking into the village. The Umbu has detected an anomaly. Take a few jonin to investigate. Understood, Kakashi replied, turning to take flight. Naruto grabbed Kakashi's arm, pulling him aside, and whispered urgently in his ear. Whatever you do, don't confront him directly. One glance from that man, and you'll be bettered in for 3 days and nights. Upon hearing this, Kakashi immediately erupted in anger, delivering a sharp blow to Naruto's head. I, the illustrious Kakashi, have succumbed to a mere glance, fainting for 3 days. What utter nonsense is this? Naruto, clutching his head, wore a visage replete with grievance. Ignoring the protagonist's words only leads to misfortune. Currently, Kakashi pales in comparison to the formidable Itachi. Sigh. Naruto exhaled deeply, shaking his head in resignation. Well, Itachi is unlikely to resort to lethal measures. Perhaps imparting a lesson to Kakashi-sensei would not be entirely detrimental. Naruto, prepare your belongings. Tomorrow I shall take you out for a few days of leisure. Naruto cast a disdainful glance. Just admit you're going out to chase girls. There's no need to dress it up with grandiose justifications. Am I merely a third wheel? Suddenly struck by a thought, Naruto turned to Jiraiya and exclaimed, perverted sage. I shall return to gather my things. He then dashed back toward the village. That fool Sasuke remains blissfully unaware. Naruto must find a way to meet Itachi alone before events unfold. The left eye of Uchiha Shisui must be acquired. Since returning from the third Hokage's funeral, Sasuke lay alone in the hospital bed, tossing and turning. The memory of Naruto's terrifying power from days prior incessantly replayed in his mind. To wield 5 elemental chakra natures simultaneously, such strength was truly astonishing. Upon returning to Konoha, he had not uttered a single word. Being outpaced by a bottom-tier ninja by several streets, he felt utterly humiliated. His right eyelid twitched incessantly, amplifying Sasuke's agitation. Knock, knock, knock. A flurry of urgent knocks resounded. Sasuke pulled the covers over his head, ignoring the disturbance. Bang! The door was forcefully swung open. Hey, Sasuke, I've noticed your chakra and jutsu haven't improved lately. Yet your temper has certainly escalated. Naruto yanked the covers off, offering no courtesy to Sasuke, and carelessly poured salt into his wounds. Avoiding the topic of strength would have been preferable, but mentioning Sasuke's insecurities only heightened his irritation. Get lost. I'm a patient in need of rest. Could you refrain from incessant chatter in my presence? Sasuke retorted angrily, pulling the covers back over his head. With the left eye predicting fortune and the right eye predicting disaster, the saying held true. This guy was indeed a harbinger of calamity. Sasuke, I understand your feelings. You must be somewhat envious of my overwhelming strength, right? Go to hell. Sasuke cursed, ignoring Naruto's smug expression. In his eyes, Naruto's boasting was merely an exhibition of arrogance. In due time, our strengths will be closely matched, Naruto remarked casually. Suddenly, Sasuke threw off the covers and sat up. In due time? When is that? Hey, aren't you supposed to be a patient? Closely matched, though there is still a slight gap. Naruto smirked, only to realize that Sasuke displayed no signs of anger. Instead, his face was illuminated with an undeniable joy, albeit tainted with a glimmer of cold, murderous intent in his eyes. Have you ever pondered why Itachi massacred the entire Uchiha clan, yet spared only you? Crash! Sasuke abruptly hurled a cup from the table to the ground, shattering it into fragments. Veins bulging on his face, eyes wide with fury, teeth grinding audibly. Fool, do not mention him to me. I shall personally ensure he meets a gruesome fate. Heh! Naruto smiled faintly. With your current abilities, I wager Itachi could vanquish you with but a glance. Sasuke scoffed disdainfully. Did you not say that I would grow stronger in time? At the very least, I am younger than he. Ultimately, he will age before I do. Even if that day comes. Naruto looked on in astonishment. Sasuke's misunderstanding of Itachi had become ingrained in his very blood. Naruto shook his head in resignation. If you persist in this extreme mindset, the mysteries surrounding the Uchiha clan will forever elude you. Sasuke froze momentarily. You would share this? That depends on your willingness to listen. Sasuke's gaze drifted towards the window, and after a long pause, he slowly inquired, is it related to Itachi? Naruto nodded gently, non-committal. Speak then, if you dare to deceive me. Sasuke's expression gradually darkened. Even if I were to deceive you, what would it matter? The Naruto of today is no longer the underachiever he once was. With a long sigh, Naruto stated softly, Itachi has now entered the Hidden Leaf Village. As the words left his lips, Sasuke abruptly leaped from the bed, rushing towards the door. Are you seeking death? Naruto shouted behind him. Suddenly, Sasuke's body froze as if struck by lightning, standing rigidly in place. Even if you wish to kill him, you must possess the requisite strength. Look at you now. You cannot even defeat me, let alone Itachi, who wields the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke slowly turned his head, his proud and solitary heart once again deeply wounded. Ding ding ding. Mission system notification. Mission target, Uchiha Itachi. Mission content, unravel the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre. Mission reward, restoration of Rasengan's power. Note, the Akatsuki storm has officially commenced. Spoiler penalty. Given the protagonist's serious spoiler infractions, the Mission Systems Board has decreed a penalty of a 100-point increase in appearance rate and a 100-point increase in danger level. Naruto was taken aback by the sudden system notification. Could the spoiler penalty be any harsher? If an increased appearance rate is considered punishment, then may it lead to my utter ruin. Mission system notification. Fool, you will eventually learn the severity of the punishment. Heh, Naruto scoffed. What harm is there in more screen time? It is far better than being beaten for stealing someone else's moment. Observing Sasuke's despondent expression, Naruto managed a bittersweet smile. I must find an opportunity to meet Itachi alone. If you truly wish to uncover the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, then transform and remain by my side. Sasuke looked at Naruto with confusion. You wish to meet him alone? Naruto nodded gently, stepping back a few paces, his expression turning grave. Sharingan activate. Buzz. As Naruto's right eye awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, Sasuke stood transfixed. The Sharingan? That is a bloodline limit exclusive to the Uchiha clan. Yet now, Kakashi possesses it. And this underachiever has it too. What is truly detestable is that, as a scion of the Uchiha clan, I am merely a bearer of the dual tomo. Kakashi is understandable. After all, he has long been renowned for his Sharingan. Yet, the individual before me possesses a three-tomo Sharingan as well, leaving little room for the second male lead to thrive. Curse it. Sasuke could no longer contain his frustration. There are limits to endurance, and while the elder may tolerate, even the ant cannot abide this. For the first time, Naruto refrained from retorting, let them insult him, as he was nearly rendered invisible by their barbs. How is it that you possess a Sharingan? Is it now so commonplace that any random individual can merely pull one out? Naruto's gaze sharpened. This is the right eye of Uchiha Shisui. What? The left eye of Shisui resides with Itachi. Sasuke's worldview shattered, leaving him with an abundance of questions swirling in his mind. The Uchiha clan's annihilation is intricately linked to these eyes. Thus my dialogue with Itachi is your journey towards uncovering the truth. Sasuke fell silent, the atmosphere thick with an almost suffocating stillness. The precondition is that you must ensure you can control your emotions. Naruto reminded him once more. Very well, I promise you. I shall refrain from striking until your conversation with Itachi concludes. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Then let us transform. How about becoming a gentle little puppy? Upon hearing this, Sasuke delivered a swift kick to Naruto's rear. Transform into a puppy? How dare you? Can you not be more insulting? Naruto gently brushed the forehead protector emblazoned with the emblem of the Hidden Leaf Village, feeling its weight as a result of Sasuke's transformation technique. Upon exiting the hospital, Naruto returned directly to his residence. He was acutely aware that, given Itachi's familiarity with the Hidden Leaf Village, he would naturally deliver the goods directly. By the flow of time, Itachi should presently be conducting a lesson for Kakashi-sensei. The Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi, would undoubtedly leave an indelible mark on Kakashi's memory. Reflecting on the moment he had given Kakashi a slight spoiler, Naruto surmised that the fate of a 3-day night coma was inescapable for him. Knock, knock, knock. The deep sound of knocking roused Naruto from his reverie. His forehead protector slid down a few inches. Furrowing his brow, he thought, "Can you not maintain your composure? If you slip up, I swear I will end you." Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, as it was indeed his first encounter with his idol, Naruto felt a surge of exhilaration. Creak. The door opened in response. The forehead protector of the leaf bore a deep scar down its center, and stubborn strands of hair cascaded down either side of his face. The black cloak, adorned with crimson clouds, appeared so dim. A handsome, yet weary visage. Those eyes, with blood-red pupils, spoke volumes of untold sorrow and despair. How much hardship must one endure for their gaze to become so sorrowful? The high collar obscured half of Itachi's face, yet the man, accompanied by an air of dramatic flair, radiated brilliance. "Uchiha Itachi," Naruto whispered softly, the corners of his mouth curling in awe. Alas, it seems that Mr. Itachi has gained considerable notoriety in Konoha, renowned far and wide. Even the smallest of children are well aware of your esteemed reputation. Kisame Hoshigaki, bearing the enormous sword Samahata, peered in from the side entrance, audaciously intruding upon the scene. "I am Kisame Hoshigaki." Naruto scoffed. "Sharkman, step aside. I didn't ask for your input." The visage of Kisame, with its pancake-like face, oddly resembled the logo of canned shark. Goodness, are all the ninjas from Konoha this brazen? Kisame, flustered, unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Naruto. Fuming, "You come here, you little brat, I assure you. I won't kill you." Itachi cast a sidelong glance, calmly interjecting. "Kisame, we are not here for jest. There are serious matters at hand. Do refrain from causing a ruckus." Hearing this, Kisame begrudgingly shrugged and sheathed his sword, muttering, "For Mr. Itachi's sake, I shall not stoop to your level, you little punk." Naruto chuckled, as expected. A false Hokage, even Itachi speaks with such flair. Itachi's gaze swept over Naruto. "You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails?" Naruto nodded slightly, non-committal. He could distinctly feel his forehead protector vibrating. Touching it, he inwardly lamented, "Hold it together, my friend. Do not reveal anything. Your brother's eyes are not to be trifled with. Come with us," Itachi commanded, turning to leave, seemingly perceiving the child before him merely as an easily attainable objective. "Mr. Itachi, I wish to speak with you privately," Naruto suddenly called out, his demeanor calm and composed. Itachi surveyed the child once more, beneath his overwhelming chakra pressure. The boy remained unflustered. "Mr. Itachi?" Kisame shrugged in resignation. "Looks like this kid is your little fan." With that, he turned to walk towards the end of the corridor. Disregarding Kisame's remark, Itachi scrutinized Naruto and inquired, "What do you wish to discuss?" With a hum, Naruto channeled his chakra, activating his Sharingan. Oh! Upon glimpsing Naruto's right eye, Itachi's body suddenly froze. His widened gaze fixated upon the familiar Sharingan, his body trembling slightly. The right eye of Shisui. How is this possible? Jinjutsu Tsukuyomi. Just as Kisame turned, he caught sight of Itachi's Sharingan magnifying before him. "Mr. Itachi, you..." Kisame was instantly ensnared within the Tsukuyomi, struggling to voice a question. "Kisame, there is no need for alarm. I require a private conversation with the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. You may rest within the realm of Tsukuyomi." Kisame, resigned, coughed lightly. "Then arrange for a companion for me in this illusion, will you?" Having long been partners, Kisame's trust in Itachi was evident, and within the Tsukuyomi, he remained unfazed. Itachi ignored Kisame's unreasonable request, sealing off visual and auditory senses before slowly turning his head. Why would Shisui's right eye be with you? Naruto smiled faintly. I took that old coot Danzo's eyeball. Upon entering Konoha, I learned through the newspaper of Danzo's disappearance. Initially, I suspected it was a ploy by the old rascal. Little did I know that something truly dire had transpired. Yet, Itachi gazed at Naruto with great perplexity. How could this mere boy, scarcely in his teens, possibly wrest the Sharingan from Danzo? Let us engage in earnest conversation, one that is open-hearted. Itachi began with a reflection on Shisui Uchiha. His expression suddenly turned sorrowful at the mention of his once dear friend. Noticing Itachi's silence, Naruto understood the weight of his burdens and the doubts that plagued him. Years ago, Danzo had ambushed Shisui, seizing his right eye. In his dying moments, Shisui entrusted his left eye to you, sacrificing himself to enable you to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. What? How do you know this? Itachi exclaimed in astonishment. Naruto did not answer directly, but continued to gaze intently at him. I know everything, including the truth behind your slaughter of the Uchiha clan. As these words hung in the air, Itachi became visibly agitated. Impossible. Danzo would never reveal such a thing. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. It is not Danzo who has spoken. He may well be less informed than I. Years prior, the Uchiha clan, dissatisfied with the restrictions imposed by Konoha's higher-ups on their power, conspired to instigate a coup, with your father, Fugaku Uchiha, at the helm. Itachi's forehead protector trembled violently, prompting Naruto to swiftly turn away, avoiding Itachi's gaze. Naruto's revelations transported Itachi's thoughts back to that fateful night many years ago. The act of slaughtering his own kin and closest relations had shattered his heart into a million pieces. I have witnessed the Third Shinobi World War and the profound sorrow that war inflicts upon humanity. All I desire is to safeguard the peace of Konoha. Itachi spoke, his voice tinged with melancholy. Naruto refrained from interjecting, wishing to afford Itachi more opportunities to voice his thoughts. Only through his own words could the hatred harbored by Sasuke be alleviated. One individual bore the weight of Konoha's safety, while simultaneously shouldering the desolation of being loathed by those he held dear. Naruto believed that countless nights had seen Itachi's heart bleed. Itachi, you carry too much. I am determined to alter your tragic fate. Here, let us transfer some of that burden to Sasuke, that fool. He has little else to occupy his time. The Uchiha clan's conspiracy had long been uncovered by the Umbu. Shisui sought to alter the coup's decision using Kotoeme Tsukumi, but Danzo seized his left eye. With the loss of his left eye, Shisui could not change the course of the coup and had no choice but to entrust the responsibility of protecting Konoha to me. Under Danzo's oppressive influence, Konoha's higher-ups resolved to strike against the Uchiha clan's insurrection. I recognized that the outcome of the coup was destined for annihilation. Yet my beloved younger brother Sasuke was still so very young. Itachi released a torrent of words that had been pent up within him for years. He had carried this burden alone for over a decade, unable to share it with anyone. So, you proposed to Danzo to personally terminate the coup against your clan, with the condition that Sasuke be spared? Itachi nodded slightly, a bittersweet smile gracing his features. Sasuke may harbor hatred for me, but it is only through that hatred that he can find the strength to endure. In his quest for vengeance, he would relentlessly grow stronger, ultimately powerful enough to safeguard himself. The forehead protector gradually became soaked with tears. The weather is rather warm today. Look, I'm sweating. Naruto awkwardly chuckled, gently wiping away Sasuke's tears from his forehead. Itachi turned to glance at Kisame and calmly remarked, there is perhaps another reason that no one knows. Is it to preserve the Uchiha clan's reputation? Naruto inquired tentatively. Itachi was taken aback, turning his head to look at Naruto. How could a mere adolescent possess such mature insight? His gaze was seasoned, his demeanor unwavering. Itachi nodded in appreciation. He was pleased to see that Konoha had promising successors. You are indeed exceptional. Are you and Sasuke comrades? Naruto waved his hand dismissively. He is my little brother, and in light of Itachi-san's standing, I will protect him. Suddenly, the forehead protector tightened, causing Naruto to grimace in pain. Are you planning a rebellion? Number 2? How do you know so many secrets? Itachi's inquisitive gaze reignited. Naruto looked at Itachi and said, your return ostensibly to investigate the Nine Tails for the Akatsuki is, in reality, to look after Sasuke, isn't it? You know this too? The news of the third Hokage's demise must have spread across the nations. You understand that after the third's death, Danzo would surely seek an opportunity to eliminate Sasuke. Hence you are demonstrating against him. Itachi was utterly shocked by the insights of the young blonde before him. Even his hastily made decisions had not escaped the boy's notice. Another purpose was to inadvertently disclose intelligence about the Akatsuki to Konoha. Itachi-san, you truly have noble intentions. Itachi could no longer maintain his composure. If the prior information had been divulged by the third or Danzo, he might have accepted it. Yet, the words spoken by the youth were plans he had only concocted days prior. How could this be? Who are you, and what is your purpose? Seeing Itachi's confusion, Naruto quickly forced a harmless smile. Itachi-san, please hand over Shisui's left eye to me. Upon hearing this, Itachi's vigilance heightened. Shisui's left eye possessed the supreme Genjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. It was a final request from a dear friend, one he could not take lightly. Suddenly, the forehead protector slipped from his forehead with a thud. As a cloud of white mist dissipated, Sasuke stood tearfully between Naruto and Itachi. You all deceived me. This cannot be true. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Sasuke screamed in anguish. The hatred that had simmered for over a decade had, in mere moments, transformed into an enormous misunderstanding. His persona had utterly collapsed, and his worldview had been irrevocably shattered. Most distressing for Sasuke was the thought of losing followers. Liars. You are all liars. I will not believe it. I refuse. Thud. Thud, thud. Sasuke. Itachi could hardly believe his eyes as he watched Sasuke dash away in a frenzy, momentarily frozen in shock. Itachi-san, you need not worry. Danzo has been severely injured. Although his whereabouts are currently unknown, he has lost the foundation to stir trouble. Yet, concern for Sasuke lingered in Itachi's heart. Naruto grinned mischievously in his mind at the Nine Tails. Kurama, swiftly grant me the power of the Nine Tails mode. I wish to showcase my prowess before Itachi. The Nine Tails cast a disdainful glance at him. Naruto, your arrogance has reached new heights. Are you becoming too full of yourself? In an instant, Kurama's chakra enveloped Naruto, a radiant golden flame illuminating him with a breathtaking glow. The immense chakra transformed the entire room into a dazzling spectacle of gold. Is this the perfect form of a tailed beast? The successive shocks rendered Itachi's heart momentarily overwhelmed. A mere teenager possesses such mastery over the complete form of a tailed beast. The sheer magnitude of chakra left Itachi in awe, though it posed no threat to him. Within the vast expanse of the ninja world, few could rival this power. Caw! A pitch-black raven emerged from within Itachi, letting out a long cry. Its left eye, adorned with the striking red Sharingan, was particularly prominent. The Sharingan is the bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. Without Uchiha lineage, it is challenging to harness its full potential. Yet, witnessing Naruto's formidable chakra, Itachi extended his hand, and the raven gently perched upon Naruto's shoulder. Your chakra is sufficient to manipulate the Sharingan. Yet Shisui has yet to unlock the Mangekyo Sharingan. The secrets of the Sharingan, Naruto interrupted. I am well aware of the evolution process of the Sharingan. Time is of the essence, and I am more concerned about your circumstances, Itachi. You understand the conditions for unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan, do you not? Naruto nodded affirmatively. What you know, I know. What you do not, I am also aware of. Itachi found himself momentarily speechless, for the first time being refuted. As the most exceptional genius of the Uchiha clan, he could find no grounds for rebuttal. The confidence and determination reflected in the boy's eyes were unparalleled, a certainty he had never encountered. Return to Konoha. You bear too much alone. Itachi gently shook his head. There is no longer a place for me in Konoha. The events of the past cannot be summarized in mere words. Turning to glance at Kisame, Itachi spoke softly. Within the Akatsuki, I can gather crucial intelligence. With a companion like you by Sasuke's side, I am at ease. We shall jointly safeguard Konoha's safety. With that, Itachi extended his fist. Naruto, taken aback for a moment, gradually broke into a smile and reciprocated the gesture. Suddenly, Itachi released a raven that swiftly flew into Naruto's mouth. Cough, cough. Naruto nearly choked. You've given me Shisui's eyes, yet you stuff a raven into my mouth? There is something of utmost importance. Channel your chakra into the raven, and it will awaken my clone. Someone is approaching. Our conversation must cease here. As his words fell, Itachi's hands swiftly formed seals. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Instantly, A torrent of flames surged towards Naruto. The unexpected turn of events left Naruto momentarily stunned, unable to react. Internally, he lamented, "Itachi, though you are my idol, you cannot use fire style here. This is my sanctuary." As the phoenix fire approached fiercely, Naruto, startled, swiftly formed hand seals. Water style, water dragon bullet. A massive column of water collided with the phoenix fire, instantly creating a cloud of steam. "Hey, it's just a performance. No need to be so serious." Amidst the mist, a figure emerged behind Naruto. Ninjutsu, toad mouth binding technique. With a resounding thud, the figure slammed both palms onto the ground. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Plump toad flesh rapidly spread from the surrounding walls, enveloping the entire room in an instant. "You are all captured." Jiraiya struck a proud pose, making a grand entrance. As his gaze swept over Naruto, Jiraiya suddenly froze. "Why does this kid look so familiar? Have we met somewhere before?" Naruto, jumping around in frustration, angrily exclaimed. "You lecherous sage. We just parted ways for a brief moment, and you don't recognize me anymore?" "What?" Jiraiya exclaimed in shock, realizing it was Naruto. Drenched in a golden glow, the chakra coalescing into flames enveloped Naruto entirely. "Is this the chakra of the Nine Tails? Good grief, you actually unleashed the Nine Tails?" Jiraiya was filled with terror. "When did you break the two polar four-symbol seal?" "Uft." Naruto scoffed disdainfully. "That's ancient history from several episodes ago. It's just the Nine Tails transformation. Is there really any need to make such a fuss? Just the Nine Tails transformation?" Naruto's nonchalant remark sent chills down Jiraiya's spine. To have mastered the power of the Nine Tails in such a short time was nothing short of astonishing, yet it filled him with dread. He silently lamented, "Can you truly control the Nine Tails? If it goes berserk, given the current state of Konoha, no one could handle it." Sensing Jiraiya's concerns, Naruto patted Jiraiya's belly with a proud expression. "Don't worry, I'm good friends with the Nine Tails. There won't be any issues." Jiraiya shook his head, baffled by Naruto's camaraderie with a tailed beast, especially the Nine Tails. "Mr. Itachi, who is this white-haired old man?" Kisame, just released from the Tsukuyami illusion, caught sight of Jiraiya's peculiar attire. He is one of the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya. Itachi's expression grew serious. He didn't dare underestimate someone of Jiraiya's caliber, especially considering his current status as a rogue ninja. "Uchiha Itachi." Jiraiya retracted his playful grin, adopting a serious demeanor. The person across with a round face dared to refer to Konoha's most handsome man as an old man. "Soon, you'll pay for it with your head in a drink for the great toad sage." Suddenly, Itachi soared into the air, retreating swiftly. "Kisame, stay close to me." With that, he turned and dashed in another direction. Useless. To date, no one has ever escaped the toad mouth binding technique. Naruto expressed sympathy for Jiraiya's boast. "You might as well enjoy it while you can. Soon enough, there'll be nothing left to boast about. Before Amaterasu, everything turns to ash." Observing Jiraiya pursuing closely behind, Naruto quietly retracted the power of the Nine Tails. He removed the left eye from the crow's eye, once again initiating the grim spectacle of dislodging his own eyeball. The scene remained as gruesome as ever. Fortunately, the miraculous healing effects of the Nine Tails chakra rendered the pain ephemeral, vanishing within mere moments. A resounding crash echoed from a distance, as a beam of light pierced through the corridor's end. Shortly thereafter, Jiraiya returned, his demeanor dejected. Naruto chuckled awkwardly. "Isn't there anyone who can escape this binding technique?" Jiraiya's embarrassed smile froze upon his face as he waved the scroll in his hand. That Uchiha Itachi had employed some unknown ninjutsu to shatter the bindings of the toad mouth. After securing the scroll, Jiraiya let out a deep sigh, his expression steeped in disappointment. "Tomorrow, I shall set off alone to find Tsunade." "Alone?" Naruto scratched his head, bewildered. "Aren't we supposed to go together?" No. Jiraiya waved his arm dismissively. "I had hoped to search for Tsunade while training you, but it seems I have little to teach you now." With that, he turned to exit. "Hey, is this a strike?" Naruto laughed, hastily following him. "No way. I still have many jutsu to learn from you." "Really?" "Of course. Ha. It seems I, Jiraiya, am still the most handsome man in Konoha." The two figures gradually faded from view at the corridor's end. Ding ding ding. Task system notification. Task objective. Uncover the truth behind the Uchiha massacre. Task complete. Task reward. Recovery of Rasengan's power effect. After scouring the entirety of Konoha, Naruto finally located Sasuke at the training ground outside the village. With a vacant stare, he sat silently before the very post where Naruto had once been bound. Naruto approached and sat beside Sasuke. Playing it cool? Naruto glanced sideways and remarked, "Now that you know the truth, do you feel any regret?" Sasuke's cold gaze gradually softened, his lips twitching as he managed to utter a few words. "Is it Danzo?" Naruto nodded vigorously. "If hatred is what drives your growth and strength, then it matters not whom you despise. Why should Itachi bear this unjust resentment? I will become powerful by any means necessary. I will personally twist off Danzo's head." "Splendid. That's the kind of spirit." Naruto secretly reveled in his response. "Tell me, how can I become stronger?" Sasuke turned his head, his gaze slicing through Naruto's cheek like a blade. "Danzo's strength is unfathomable. He is a far more terrifying entity than Itachi. To take his head, you will need to exert even greater effort." Naruto's flair for embellishment was undoubtedly innate. Sasuke's underlying hatred grew even more formidable. "I will not allow my brother to bear this burden alone. I must grow stronger. Tell me what I must do." Naruto stood, brushing off the dirt from his clothing. "Indeed, there is someone who can truly make you powerful." Sasuke suddenly leapt to his feet. "Who?" Naruto smiled faintly as he turned to walk back into Konoha. "I'll tell you tonight while lying in bed." Lying in bed? Sasuke looked utterly bewildered. "Are you suggesting we sleep together?" Naruto felt a deep sense of grievance as he recalled the incident, exclaiming in anger, "My home has been utterly transformed into ruins by your brother's phoenix fire. And you expect me to stay at your place? Should I be left to sleep on the streets? A brother must repay his debts to his sibling. It is only just." The business of Ichiraku Ramen flourished remarkably. Not only had they opened numerous branches in the Land of Fire, but they had also established franchises in several other major nations. As a stakeholder, the dividends he received contributed to an ever-growing savings account. After Itachi had burned down Naruto's house, lying on Sasuke's bed, Naruto contemplated whether he should purchase a small villa. After all, the property prices in the Land of Fire were astonishingly affordable. Thinking of the near future, when he could finally realize his dream of a luxurious mansion and a beautiful wife, Naruto couldn't help but smile foolishly. Sasuke spread the bedding on the floor. Under a roof, one must bow their head. In order to extract information from Naruto, Sasuke made a concession, offering his bed to Naruto. "Can you speak now?" Sasuke leaned against the bed's edge, craning his neck to look at Naruto. "I can tell you, but you must promise to adhere to my plans," Naruto replied, sitting up and fixing his gaze on Sasuke, whose serious demeanor made Sasuke feel somewhat uneasy. "All right," Sasuke said after a moment of contemplation. "The one who can make you stronger is Orochimaru." Orochimaru? At the mention of the name, Sasuke instinctively touched the cursed seal on his shoulder. The mark indeed bestowed upon him an unprecedented strength. Yet, recalling the terror he felt when he first encountered Orochimaru in the Forest of Death sent a shiver down his spine. Orochimaru had slain the third Hokage. If he were to train with him, would he not become a rogue ninja? Naruto shot a disdainful glance at the remarkably handsome, yet foolish young man. "Well, at least your brain hasn't rusted," he retorted. "If you wish to grow stronger, you must leave the village and seek out Orochimaru." Sasuke was left momentarily speechless, lost in thought. Suddenly, he sprang up from the ground, veins bulging on his forehead as he pointed an accusing finger at Naruto, shouting in anger, "You idiot! After all this time, you suggest such a terrible idea? I can't believe you." Naruto scoffed. "If you don't go find Uncle Snake, then prepare to inherit my legacy." "What legacy do you have?" Sasuke shot back, pointing at the graduation photo on the wall. "That title of perennial underachiever can be yours." Sasuke's smile faded, realizing Naruto was serious. "As long as I can become stronger, I will try any path." The proud and aloof Sasuke had returned. He turned and began to silently pack his belongings from the cabinet behind him. Naruto frowned. "What are you doing?" "Going to find Orochimaru." Naruto shook his head helplessly. "You have little skill and a hasty temperament. I remember saying that you must follow my arrangements. Are you rushing to your own demise?" Sasuke suddenly halted, turning to meet Naruto's disdainful gaze. "Isn't it now?" Naruto shook his head. "You must understand why Orochimaru bestowed the cursed seal upon you. He is no philanthropist. What he desires is your body." Sasuke was taken aback, instinctively shielding his body. "I concede that I possess considerable charm, yet surely, men must only harbor envy toward me." Sasuke began to question when his attractiveness had ascended to a level that appealed to both genders. Naruto seemed somewhat exasperated. Sasuke had recently become increasingly insufferable. "Initially Naruto believed I was the most shameless character in the role of the false Hokage, yet it appears you surpass me in that regard. Orochimaru, possessing the secret technique of reincarnation, could utilize the bodies he favored to achieve immortality. Naruto gestured toward Sasuke's eyes, a hint of disdain on his face. What captivated the Snake Sage was your Uchiha lineage, inheritors of the Sharingan, which had nothing to do with your beauty. Bang! Upon hearing this, Sasuke suddenly slammed his fist against the cabinet, glaring at Naruto with fury. Are you implying that back in the Death Forest, you made a deal with Orochimaru using me as a pawn? Naruto awkwardly scratched his head. Haha, so many episodes have passed. Let us not dwell on those unpleasant matters. It was merely a temporary measure, a matter of going with the flow. At this moment, Sasuke finally comprehended everything. Ever since their first encounter with Orochimaru in the Death Forest, marked by the cursed seal of heaven, through the collapse of Konoha, to the truth behind the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, and all the burdens Itachi bore, he was acutely aware of it all. Every step was clear to him. From the very beginning, he had known that this day would inevitably come. Why did that once pathetic individual before him know so much about the past and future? Who exactly are you, and why is everyone ensnared in your game? Naruto smiled faintly. Little Sasuke, you overestimate me. Turning his gaze toward the window, Naruto's tone became laden with meaning. Sasuke, the missions we bear are far beyond what we can comprehend today. All we can do now is to grow up swiftly. Then I shall set off immediately to seek Orochimaru and begin my training. Naruto was utterly exasperated, having gone in circles only to return to this issue. The timing is not yet ripe. Orochimaru has had his hands sealed by the third Hokage. If you approach him now, it would only lead to your demise. Be careful, or I shall report you. Noticing Naruto's distraction, Sasuke hurriedly stepped forward to inquire, when then shall we wait? Naruto cracked a peculiar smile. Do not rush. Someone will come for you when the time is right. Naruto spent nearly the entire night without sleep, as Sasuke relentlessly interrogated him, exhausting all topics. Naturally, Naruto could divulge some details of the past, but when it came to the future, he could only offer vague responses. He had no desire to suffer the punishment of spoilers again, just as he finally began to drift into slumber. A series of urgent knocks at the door jolted him awake. A frown creased his face. Was it truly a matter of preventing him from sleeping? Rolling over, he glanced at Sasuke, who was sleeping like a dead dog, drool trickling down to his cheek. The man who claims to be the most handsome Hokage has fallen asleep, and it is hardly remarkable. Should this scene come to light, it is likely that Sasuke would lose a considerable number of fans. Rising to his feet, he approached the door and opened it. Jiraiya, clad in a brand new robe, came into view, ready to embark on his journey. He appeared invigorated, as if enveloped in a state of ecstatic enthusiasm. Is it truly necessary to be so formal when visiting Granny Tsunade, you lecherous sage? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's expression soured slightly. When visiting a first love, one must certainly make an effort to look handsome, you little brat. What do you know? First love? Naruto scoffed. That seems rather one-sided, doesn't it? At best, it's unrequited love. With a swift motion, Jiraiya delivered a punch to Naruto's head. You talk too much. On this summer morning, the air was particularly humid. Occasionally, the distant cries of soaring eagles echoed through the forest. Observing the crimson sun just rising above the horizon, Naruto rubbed the swelling on his head with vigor. Jiraiya strode ahead with purpose, his steps accompanied by a gentle breeze. Naruto found it perplexing that a man in his 50s could still be so frivolous. In more flattering terms, one might say he retained a childlike spirit. In less flattering terms, he was a quintessential example of an old fool. Ding, ding, ding. Task system alert. Task objective. Tsunade Senju task content. Acquire the first Hokage's necklace task reward. Level 1 win. Seeing the task prompt appear in his mind, Naruto's brow furrowed in dismay. The first Hokage's necklace was a crystallized chakra of the wood nature, originally intended to suppress the violent power of the Nine Tails. However, Naruto had completely mastered the power of the Nine Tails, rendering any risk of losing control non-existent. He simply could not fathom the significance of this absurd task assigned by the system. Even if he were to retrieve the necklace, he would be at a loss as to how to explain it to Kurama. Furthermore, what on earth did a level 1 wind reward entail? After traversing the small town for an entire morning, they finally arrived at a bustling locale just before Naruto's stomach growled audibly. Wow, miss, your dress is stunning. What brand is it? Show it to your brother. Jiraiya exclaimed, tugging at a young girl's arm, his eyes fixated on the brand tag, which, coincidentally, was positioned quite close to her chest. Naruto, witnessing this, wore a look of disdain. Are you sure you're just interested in the brand of her dress? Hey, lecherous sage. Should I inform Granny Tsunade of your heroic exploits when we see her? Jiraiya quickly straightened up. Stop it. Jiraiya-sama never dabbles in such affairs. He hastily pulled Naruto closer, a threatening glint in his eyes. When we meet Tsunade, if you dare to speak out of turn, you can forget about my teaching you sage techniques. Wow. Are you threatening me? You're ruthless. After scouring every casino in the town, they had yet to catch sight of Tsunade. Exiting the last establishment, Jiraiya murmured. Could it be that Tsunade has turned over a new leaf? Uffed. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. You really think Granny Tsunade has quit gambling? It's quite possible. Otherwise, there's no reason we wouldn't find her in a casino. Naruto shrugged. Perhaps he had lost all his money and was now evading his debts. Before he could finish his thought, a melodious and charming voice of a girl rang out behind him. Jiraiya? Turning around, he was met with the eternally youthful and beautiful visage of Tsunade. Accompanying her were two ample curves. In utter astonishment, Shizen clutched her pet pig, gazing at Jiraiya with wide eyes. Sitting at the restaurant table, Naruto fixated on Tsunade's generous bosom and softly inquired, Sister, how old are you? Upon hearing the child refer to her as sister, Tsunade's face lit up with a radiant smile. In my 20s, Naruto silently thought. I did not inquire about your age. Jiraiya leaned in closer, lowering his voice to whisper in Naruto's ear. She's over 50, the same age as me. When she says in her 20s, you may interpret it as anywhere from 20 to 30. Thud. Tsunade delivered a swift punch to Jiraiya's head. Is a woman's age something one can indiscriminately disclose? Dazed and seeing stars, a large bump began to form on Jiraiya's head. As the dishes were served, Naruto disregarded any semblance of decorum, devouring his meal ravenously. After an entire day of travel, he was truly famished. Unfortunately, I have no money, having just lost it all. Tsunade chuckled awkwardly, pouring herself drink after drink with great enjoyment, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Jiraiya, now looking terrified, exclaimed, I am also broke. What? Shizen, with a worried expression, glanced at Naruto. You three adults aren't expecting me, a mere child, to pay, are you? Perhaps we could pawn this pet pig to the owner? The pig protested with a series of squeals. Naruto touched his wallet, silently lamenting, had I known, I wouldn't have ordered so many dishes. After a few cups of alcohol, Jiraiya's expression suddenly turned grave. Teacher Yuanfei has passed away. Tsunade paused momentarily, her wine glass hovering at her lips. Though it was just a fleeting moment, even the slightest movement did not escape Naruto's keen eyes. Tsunade struggled to mask the sorrow in her eyes. Her voice was slightly hoarse as she asked, Orochimaru? Yes. Jiraiya replied softly. The teacher would not allow me to intervene. Tsunade let out a bitter laugh and shook her head. That old man has always been so stubborn. The higher-ups have decided to appoint you as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade's body trembled slightly. With low pay and high stress, I refuse. Naruto, with a wry smile, suggested. Sister Tsunade, how about a bet? A bet? Tsunade looked at the little rascal beside her with some confusion. Is my infamous reputation for losing all bets already well known? Naruto extended a hand, smiling lightly. I can defeat you with one hand, in a single move. What? Tsunade was nearly incensed enough to overturn the table. Even if I am known to lose every wager, how dare a mere genin speak so boldly? Do you not realize that Tsunade is one of the legendary Sannin? Shizen was somewhat angered, thinking it audacious for him to speak to Tsunade in such a manner, truly the fearless bravado of youth. Jiraiya forcefully gestured to Tsunade. But the furious beauty, blinded by rage, paid no heed to him. You little brat, come out, she exclaimed fiercely, storming out of the restaurant. Naruto, gently tugging at Naruto's sleeve, whispered in a low voice, be lenient with your teacher. Teacher? Naruto replied incredulously. I haven't even acknowledged you as a sensei yet, and you're already calling her teacher. Besides, Tsunade would never look at you. Tsunade's face flushed with anger, her veins bulging as she clenched her fists, her eyes gleaming with menace. Deep down, she vowed that if she didn't knock this brat senseless today, she would forfeit her dignity. The streets of the small town lay deserted. Naruto pointed to the necklace adorning Tsunade's neck with a faint smile. If you lose, Sister Tsunade, you must return to Konoha to take on the mantle of the 5th Hokage, and you shall give me that necklace. Tsunade paused, her fingers delicately tracing the necklace. A hint of melancholy flickered in her gaze. "This necklace is cursed. If you're not afraid of dying, then take it," she retorted, removing the necklace and clenching it in her palm, fury surging within her. "If you're still alive later, I'll give it to you." Naruto smirked, a sly smile creeping across his face. "Be careful, Tsunade." He extended his right hand, his expression grave, showing no hint of fear. "Kid, it's not too late to regret. Considering how sweetly you call me sister, I might allow you to use both hands." Naruto firmly adjusted his forehead protector, his demeanor serious. "As long as Sister Tsunade can handle it, one hand will suffice for me." Tsunade regarded the young boy with disdain. "You'll soon learn the dire consequences of arrogance." Ignoring her threats, Naruto had no intention of holding back. He aimed to reveal all his abilities. This was crucial for Tsunade's confidence, particularly when pain would attack Konoha in the future. He had to give it his all. "Kurama, activate Nine-Tails transformation." Buzz. Golden chakra enveloped Naruto, bathing the entire street in a radiant golden hue. The flames of the Nine-Tails ignited, dancing atop his shoulders in the wind. "What?" Tsunade froze, taken aback by the sudden surge of power. Such terrifying chakra. Was this truly the Nine-Tails? Her voice trembled as she glanced at Jiraiya. "This brat, could he be?" Jiraiya shrugged helplessly. "I did try to signal you. The son of Minato Namikaze?" Jiraiya smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying. However, the next scene left not only Tsunade but everyone else utterly astonished. "Sharingan, activate." With a crisp sound of activation, Naruto implanted the eyes of Uchiha Shisui. Opening them for the first time, the three Tomoe Sharingan emerged, their blood-red pupils gleaming brilliantly against the backdrop of the golden chakra. Jiraiya stood in stunned silence. Naruto has successfully unlocked the dual polar force symbol seal, fully mastering the chakra of the Nine-Tails, and has awakened its complete form. In his eyes, this power is utterly terrifying, reaching an extreme level of abnormality. However, at this moment, the Sharingan, which symbolizes the mightiest ocular prowess of the Uchiha clan, has inexplicably manifested upon Naruto. Jiraiya is utterly flabbergasted, while Tsunade is left in a state of complete disbelief. It is astonishing that a mere teenager can wield the power of the Nine-Tails. Even more incredulous is the fact that he possesses the Sharingan as well. With a swift motion, Naruto channels his chakra into a rapid whirl, swiftly coalescing a massive sphere of chakra in the palm of his right hand. He infuses it with the power of the Nine-Tails, creating a pale blue Rasengan encircled by a golden halo of chakra. It appears as a gilded crystal ball spinning at an incredible speed, slicing through the surrounding air and emitting a resonant hum. "Hey, pervy sage, take a look at my Rasengan. Can I get a perfect score?" Tsunade's expression darkens. This little brat has even mastered the Rasengan. He is nothing short of a prodigy. Naruto smiles faintly. "Sister Tsunade, are you ready?" Tsunade hesitates for a moment, then smiles back, radiant as a blooming flower. She approaches Naruto, taking a few steps to his side, and gently places a necklace around his neck. She tenderly ruffles his disheveled blonde hair, her lips parting slightly. As the soon-to-be fifth Hokage, how could she engage in combat with her subordinate? That would be unbecoming. She glances at Jiraiya and Shizune, both of whom are utterly astonished by her actions, not to mention the pet pig. "Hurry back and have dinner. We depart for Konoha at dawn to assume my role as Hokage." Jiraiya and Shizune break out in a cold sweat, scratching their heads while silently applauding Tsunade. "Women, you are so changeable." Tsunade turns back, pulling Naruto close and whispering threateningly, "You little brat, show me some respect. In a few days, I will be the fifth Hokage. Are you trying to get yourself ostracized from Konoha? What the heck? Is this how you threaten people?" Naruto silently dissipates the Rasengan, retracts the Nine-Tails chakra, and closes his Sharingan. Bang! Tsunade delivers a heavy punch to Naruto's head. "You little brat, daring to show off in front of Lady Tsunade. I'll knock some sense into you." Naruto collapses to the ground, seeing stars. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the harder the hit. Ding ding ding. The mission system alerts him. Mission objective, Tsunade Senju. Mission content, acquire the necklace of the first Hokage. Mission complete. Mission reward, level 1 wind. The system notification echoes in his mind as he observes the trio returning to the inn, indulging in drinks. Naruto inwardly laments, how ruthless. Upon returning to the lodging, Naruto falls asleep almost instantly. The previous night, he had been interrogated relentlessly by that fool Sasuke, leaving him sleepless. Early this morning, Jiraiya had pulled him out to find Tsunade. It had been a day of non-stop activity. Even with the support of the Nine Tails chakra, Naruto felt overwhelming fatigue. Sleeping soundly until midday. Knock, knock, knock. Still lost in the depths of slumber, Naruto was abruptly roused by a series of insistent knocks at the door. Naruto, wake up quickly. Lady Tsunade is missing, and Jiraiya has been poisoned. The urgency in Shizune's voice sent a chill down Naruto's spine, instantly dispelling his drowsiness. With a swift motion, he sprang from his bed. It turned out that Jiraiya was not in grave danger. He had merely been administered a drug by Tsunade that temporarily suppressed his chakra. As Naruto strained to recall the details of the unfolding events, a frown creased his brow. He turned to Shizune and inquired, "Did Orochimaru come looking for Granny Tsunade?" Shizune regarded him with a hint of disdain. This impudent boy, addressing Lady Tsunade as sister before her, yet privately referring to her as Granny Tsunade. Indeed, Tsunade met with Orochimaru yesterday morning, but I am unaware of the details of their conversation. At her words, Jiraiya's body quivered slightly as he struggled to rise. However, Tsunade was a formidable medical ninja, the architect of Konoha's medical system, and the drug she administered was indeed rather formidable. Naruto slapped his forehead in frustration, casting a reproachful glance at Jiraiya. Staying up all night to drink with Granny Tsunade. And now you've been drugged? What a disgrace. Beads of sweat trickled down Jiraiya's forehead as he stammered. It's all about sentimentality, just reminiscing. Reminiscing? What ulterior motives do you harbor? Naruto's mind conjured images that were far from wholesome. Shizune, you are also a medical ninja. Can you find a way to counteract the poison Tsunade administered? Shizune gently shook her head. My abilities pale in comparison to Lady Tsunade's. I might only be able to alleviate the effects of the drug slightly. With that, she produced a vial of medicine and administered it to Jiraiya. After what felt like an eternity, Jiraiya finally managed to rise from the floor. Tsunade's meeting with Orochimaru poses a grave danger. He is aware of her vulnerabilities. We must hasten to her side, Naruto declared, his expression grave. Is she in danger? Naruto was not surprised that Orochimaru sought out Granny Tsunade at this critical moment. However, he felt it was high time to instill a sense of deterrence in the serpent. Kabuto supported Orochimaru against the wall, his glasses glinting in the sunlight. Perhaps in his life, Orochimaru had never appeared as disheveled as he did now. His hands hung limply before him, a far cry from the once mighty figure he used to be. His eyes burned with resentment. Tsunade, if you can heal my hands, I can resurrect the man you cherished and your brother. Tsunade stood frozen in place, the radiant smiles of Kato and her brother flooding her mind. After a prolonged silence, she finally emerged from her reverie, her voice steady yet laden with disbelief. Did you kill Master Yuanfei? Orochimaru responded with a sinister smile, his tongue flicking across his cheek. That old fool, even in death, left my hands crippled. Next time, I shall ensure Konoha is utterly destroyed. Tsunade, taken aback, was astonished. The Orochimaru of yore, though treacherous, had not yet descended to the depths of murder. But now, the Orochimaru before her was cold, his demeanor radiating an aura of lethal intent. Emerging as if from the depths of hell, Tsunade struggled to muster a smile, beckoning Orochimaru closer. Orochimaru, come here, allow me to tend to your wounds. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's face brightened with delight. He pushed aside Kabuto and slowly approached Tsunade, silently praising his own cleverness. He knew well that Tsunade harbored lingering feelings for her loved ones, unable to truly let go of her lover and brother. Suddenly, Tsunade extended her right hand, pulling Orochimaru close. With a powerful thrust of her legs, she delivered a swift strike. Thud! The impact struck true. Orochimaru grimaced in pain. Was this truly a method intended to render him incapable of progeny? Poor Orochimaru barely had time to utter a groan before Tsunade followed up with a swift jab to his back, immediately followed by a flying kick. Bang! His body flew backward like a cannonball, crashing against the wall, which shattered upon impact. I am about to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage, and you dare speak of undermining Konoha in my presence? What foolishness! Tsunade's reputation for ferocity was well-deserved. Kabuto, taken aback by Tsunade's unexpected onslaught, was momentarily stunned. As he witnessed Orochimaru being thoroughly beaten, he quickly channeled his chakra, forming a faint blue blade in his hands. He swung it left and right, attempting to fend off Tsunade's relentless assault. Orochimaru staggered out from the debris, pointing at Tsunade, his eyes ablaze with fury. This wretched girl is fainting from the sight of blood. Kabuto, cut your palm. Frighten her. At this command, a sly smile crept across Kabuto's face. With a swift motion, he plunged a kunai through his palm, blood dripping steadily onto the ground below. Tsunade's pupils dilated, her body freezing in place, consumed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Die! Kabuto thrust the kunai towards Tsunade's neck. Thud! Blood splattered across her face. Suddenly, a hand shot out from the side, blocking the deadly strike. Tsunade, filled with terror, looked up to see a golden-haired boy with fierce determination in his eyes. Naruto? In pain, Naruto gritted his teeth. Tsunade, are you still fainting from blood? Tsunade stared in shock at Naruto's impaled hand, her expression dazed. She shook her head vigorously, as if to dispel the faintness. Naruto silently lamented, realizing this was merely a ploy to make him bleed. Herby Sage, take your goddess somewhere cool. Leave this to me. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, felt a surge of joy, as if the poison within him had lessened. You again? Why do you always show up everywhere? You're like a persistent adhesive bandage. Orochimaru, exasperated, pointed an accusatory finger at Naruto, cursing him. Every time a critical moment arose, that pesky golden-haired boy appeared. From the Forest of Death to Konoha, and now here again. While not a significant threat, he certainly stole the spotlight. You two can leave now while I still find you somewhat useful. Naruto's piercing gaze rested coldly upon Orochimaru and Kabuto. The playful smiles of yesteryears have completely vanished. Oh, are you conversing with Uncle Snake in such a manner? Orochimaru found himself both amused and exasperated by the words of the young boy before him. The last time you aided me, I merely agreed to assist you with a task. However, I never consented to you posturing before me. Suddenly, a cunning glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, as a chilling aura emanated from his being. Kabuto, take care of him, so he understands the appropriate tone to use when addressing Uncle Snake. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto adjusted his glasses gently, the chakra scalpel in his hand pulsating ominously with a blue glow. Whoosh! In an instant, Kabuto leaped into the air, tracing a graceful arc. Dealing with such a minor character presented him with an excellent opportunity to showcase himself before Lord Orochimaru. Naruto shook his head helplessly. These supporting characters only knew how to pose for the spotlight. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With rapid hand signs, he executed the ninjutsu, earth clone technique. Bang bang. With two crisp explosions, two small Narutos appeared beside him. Let us unleash a trio of strikes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The three Narutos simultaneously formed hand signs. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. The fiery dragon soared skyward, the ominous Earth Dragon loomed darkly, and the azure Water Dragon glimmered like the horizon. They all emitted a piercing hum as they charged towards Kabuto, who had just turned in midair, preparing to wield his chakra scalpel. What? Simultaneously utilizing 3 different chakra attributes in ninjutsu? How is this possible? Kabuto was struck with dread, realizing he was suspended in midair, paralyzed with fear. At that moment, he regretted his earlier bravado. He had intended to execute a stylish move against this young brat, to finish him off with a single blow. Instead, he had unwittingly become a living target. He could scarcely believe that this mere teenager, once an inconsequential genin just over a month ago, could possess such formidable strength. Kabuto had even deemed it unnecessary to record this boy's brief remarks on his intelligence card. With no way to escape, he crossed his arms defensively. Ninjutsu, healing wound destruction. Bang bang bang. The 3 resounding impacts left Kabuto grievously injured. Fortunately, he had preemptively established a healing setup with healing wound destruction. Otherwise, he would not have survived this encounter. Ha ha ha, it's not over yet. A peculiar smile crept across Naruto's lips as he observed Kabuto, who had just regained his footing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 3 Narutos formed hand signs once more, their speed so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. Lightning style, thunderclap. What? He can even use lightning style? Despair enveloped Kabuto. At that moment, he could find no words to encapsulate his feelings except for those 2. Earth style, Earth Flow River. Wind style, spiraling sphere. The Earth Flow River surged with a torrential flow of mud and stones, ensnaring Kabuto's newly stabilized form. A flash of lightning struck, erupting above Kabuto's head. He was instantly engulfed in an explosion, leaving him charred and disheveled. Bang! The spiraling sphere struck precisely at the center of his chest. A notification from the mission system chimed, alerting him to activate level 1 wind release chakra ninjutsu. Suddenly, a red alarm echoed in his mind. At the very moment the spiraling sphere collided with Kabuto's chest, a tempest erupted, instantly doubling the original attack's range. With a resounding rip, the chakra shield enveloping Kabuto was torn asunder in an instant. His body was battered by a flurry of successive strikes, leaving him unrecognizable. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto had significant roles to play in the later stages. Naruto merely intended to instill a sense of intimidation. He bore no intent to kill. Therefore, the chakra infused into his jutsu was less than 40% of its full potential. What he did not anticipate was that the level 1 wind, awarded from a previous mission, would automatically activate upon the initiation of the wind release ninjutsu. This unforeseen development caught Naruto off guard. Kabuto lay in a pool of blood, his fate uncertain. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. On that fateful afternoon, the air was thick with tension. Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. From the moment he realized Naruto had harnessed the power of the Nine Tails to witnessing his activation of the Three-Tomoe Sharingan just yesterday, and now observing him unleash 5 elemental chakra with the prowess of a Kage-level technique, it was utterly unfathomable. This boy, in his teens, had surpassed the strength of a Kage. Such a feat was simply incredible. Tsunade, am I mistaken? Naruto, in a state of shock. Ino clutched her pet pig, her speech faltering. Tsunade mechanically turned her gaze toward Jiraiya, equally astonished by his expression. Jiraiya, you claim he is your disciple. Before we delve into belief, do you truly believe it yourself? Jiraiya shook his head gently, grappling with disbelief. Who am I? Where am I? How could I not be astonished? It was not uncommon for a ninja to wield 2 or 3 different elemental chakra techniques, yet to master 5 simultaneously was a rarity, with only Hiruzen Sarutobi in the entirety of the ninja world having achieved such prowess. However, the true source of Jiraiya and Tsunade's astonishment lay in the fact that this young boy could execute various elemental chakra techniques concurrently. Not only had they never witnessed such a phenomenon, but it was also beyond the realm of hearsay. In recent days, Naruto had repeatedly left Jiraiya in a state of shock. In a daze, Jiraiya recalled their first encounter when the young rascal proclaimed he would become the strongest Hokage in history. Jiraiya had merely smiled at the time, dismissing it as youthful bravado. Yet now it seemed that it would not be long before whether he could assume the title of Hokage became irrelevant. The question of becoming the strongest was merely a matter of time. Compared to Tsunade and Jiraiya, who were left slack-jawed, Naruto felt that Uncle Snake had seen greater spectacles. Although the astonishment in his eyes was undeniable, this level of power did not evoke fear within him. Little Nine-Tails, it appears I have underestimated you. Orochimaru forcefully licked his cheek. Kabuto, struggling through a pool of blood, limped his way to Orochimaru's side. With a determined bite, he punctured his fingertip, drawing a line of blood across Orochimaru's 2 useless arms. Whoosh! Kabuto's hand seals were executed with remarkable speed. He struck the ground with fervor. Ninja art, summoning technique. Boom! With 2 resounding crashes, 2 colossal serpents erupted from the earth, adorned with dark brown patterns and hissing ominously. Naruto let out a bitter smile. This uncle of snakes, even with his hands incapacitated, could still summon a myriad of serpents. Impressive. Jiraiya, observing from behind, exclaimed, Naruto, use the summoning technique to call forth the great toad. Huh. Orochimaru, puzzled, wondered if this little brat could indeed summon a giant toad. Naruto gently shook his head, uttering a few words. To deal with them, there's no need for the great toad. At this moment, in Mount Myōboku, the great toad was indulging in a drinking session with several companions. Having downed a dozen bottles of chilled beer, he was already quite tipsy. Fortunately, Naruto did not summon him. Otherwise, he would have arrived in a state of disarray. You may wield 5 elemental chakra jutsu, but at this distance. Suddenly, Orochimaru's triumphant smile faltered. Beneath the myriad serpents, a golden flash illuminated the scene, and Naruto transformed in an instant, enveloped in golden flames. An inexplicable surge of electricity coursed through Orochimaru's entire being. This was the power of the Nine Tails. He had mastered it and activated the complete form of the tailed beast. Yet, what astonished Orochimaru even more was the sight of Naruto's eyes, crimson pupils, deep and sinister. Those were the Sharingan he had coveted for years. How is this possible? You possess the Sharingan? Did Danzo fall to your ambush after failing to attack Konoha? Orochimaru had heard of Danzo's disappearance and had presumed that the old fox was hiding away to study some secret technique. He never anticipated that the boy before him had seized Danzo's Sharingan. But why did he possess a pair of Sharingan? Countless questions ricocheted in Orochimaru's mind. This time, he was utterly astonished. His final defenses crumbled completely. Activated the complete form of the Nine Tails, wielding the Three-Tomoe Sharingan, capable of simultaneously employing 5 different elemental chakra techniques. Each one alone was enough to shock the entire ninja world. Yet, it could not disturb the nerves of this uncle of snakes. However, the miraculous convergence of all these wonders manifested in a single individual, a mere teenager. Orochimaru's once proud title of genius was shattered. Naruto, with a disdainful smile, stood tall, thinking, "You believe I am powerless?" Swish. In Naruto's palms, 2 rapidly spinning light blue chakra spheres gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Ninja art, flying thunder god technique. Whoosh. A plume of white smoke rose from the very spot Naruto had just occupied. In the next moment, Naruto, infused with the power of the Nine Tails, appeared between Orochimaru and Kabuto. What? The 4th Hokage's flying thunder god technique. This is madness. Spiraling sphere. With a mighty roar, Naruto unleashed a powerful Rasengan infused with the force of a gale. Bam! Orochimaru and Kabuto were instantly sent flying, their bodies tracing a graceful arc in the air before crashing to the ground, creating 2 circular craters. Jiraiya was left in a stupor, his gaze vacant and lifeless. Having mastered the flying thunder god technique, he lamented, "Why not just let me be your master?" His mind, overwhelmed by a series of shocks, had become numb. However, Tsunade remained remarkably composed. With her arms crossed over her chest, she accentuated the already prominent basketball on screen, making it appear even rounder. Jiraiya struggled to suppress a nosebleed, discreetly stealing glances from the corner of his eye, his heart swelling with delight. What a splendid shot. Bang! Tsunade delivered a heavy punch to the top of Jiraiya's head. "You old fool, where are you looking? Do you dare to feast on my tofu?" As Jiraiya rubbed the bump on his head, drool inadvertently escaped his lips, presenting a scene of sheer indulgence. Ignoring the lecherous old man, Tsunade turned her attention to Naruto, offering a radiant smile that bloomed like a flower. "Behold the magnificence of our 5th Hokage's subordinates." Even Dudu, the pet pig, could no longer contain itself and let out a couple of disgruntled snorts. Meanwhile, Kabuto assisted Orochimaru in emerging from the deep pit. For the first time, the formidable Orochimaru felt a tinge of fear in the face of overwhelming power. The great serpent, with its tongue flicking, glared menacingly. Naruto's speed had been so astonishing that even the mighty snake was momentarily dazed. As he regained his senses and leaned back, he prepared to charge at Naruto in a desperate bid for confrontation. "Do you dare to toy with Uncle Snake? Don't go to your doom. We can't defeat him." Orochimaru shook his head in resignation. This brat was simply a prodigy. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. That Nine-Tails brat. Orochimaru forcefully closed his gaping jaw, unable to conceal his shock and fear. "I remember in the Forest of Death, you asked me to bite you for the Heaven's Curse mark, didn't you?" Naruto, tilting his head, looked at Orochimaru from a distance, mumbling incoherently. He appeared somewhat bewildered, his brow furrowed in confusion, unsure of what Orochimaru was trying to convey. "Do you still want it?" Orochimaru finally managed to articulate a complete thought amidst his astonishment. Naruto paused, lifting his head and contemplating for a moment before breaking into a faint smile. "Then let us do it. I'll take both the Heaven's Curse mark and the Earth's Curse mark." "What? You want both?" Orochimaru was utterly shattered. Initially, he had merely posed a tentative inquiry. Now, witnessing Naruto's terrifying power, he deeply regretted his earlier choice. Had he known, he would have opted for the blonde boy instead of Sasuke, directly marking him with the curse seal and seeking an opportunity for rebirth. Wouldn't that render him invincible? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Orochimaru began to lose his composure. The Heaven's Curse mark and the Earth's Curse mark were secret techniques extracted from the body of Yugo. Each curse mark possessed its own terrifying power. However, until now, he had never left both marks on a single individual, not for lack of desire, but because no one had ever survived the simultaneous implantation of both marks. Even the Sound Ninja 5 can be deemed as the most successful experimental subjects of the Cursed Seal. They are among the mere 5 survivors from countless test subjects. The overwhelming majority of these experimental bodies perished within a day of the Cursed Seal's implantation. No one comprehends the terrifying power of the cursed seal better than Orochimaru. Yet, the consequences of having two cursed seals simultaneously placed upon a single individual remain an enigma to all, including himself. Naruto gently rolled up the sleeves of his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips. Come on, let us see what happens with just one arm. At that moment, Jiraiya's face turned ashen, and he shouted at Naruto in a frenzy. Naruto, don't be reckless. The Heaven and Earth Curse Seal is an unknown forbidden technique developed by Orochimaru. Even he may not fully understand its effects. Orochimaru stared in astonishment at Naruto's exposed arm. He is correct. I have no idea what will happen when the Heaven Curse Seal is placed on a person. I advise you. Naruto waved his hand dismissively. Uncle Snake, I'm not afraid of death. Why should you be? Orochimaru stood there, stunned, gazing at the young man before him. Does this kid truly fear nothing? When the Heaven Curse Seal was first sealed within Sasuke's body, Naruto witnessed firsthand the torment it inflicted on him. That was merely the Heaven Curse Seal. What the Earth Cursed Seal entails, Naruto had never seen depicted in the anime. He certainly wouldn't carelessly seek out two cursed seals for his own demise. Just 5 minutes prior, a loud thud echoed. Boom. The first stage of the Ninja World adventure has commenced. Adventure objective, Orochimaru. Adventure content. Acquire the Heaven and Earth Cursed Seals. Adventure note. This quest cannot be skipped. Failure to complete it will result in an endless loop of the stage. This notification was entirely different from previous task systems. The words that had just appeared in his mind were written in glaring red. It was the first time a Ninja World adventure stage had manifested. Reflecting on his arrival to this world, he recalled a series of XXXX symbols that had emerged in his thoughts, filling him with an unprecedented dread. The prospect of both Heaven and Earth Curse Seals being simultaneously inscribed upon him. Was this wretched system truly attempting to bring about his demise? Naruto silently lamented. If that is the case, then let fate decide. A sinister smile crept upon Orochimaru's lips. In the next moment, his head abruptly soared upward. His elongated neck spiraled in the air for a moment before a buzzing sound shattered the silence. Orochimaru's head darted straight toward Naruto's outstretched arms, tearing through the air with a rip. Rip! As the sounds of tearing echoed, Naruto felt a piercing pain radiate through his arms. The instant Orochimaru's head retracted, the blood that dripped from his teeth turned pitch black. The wounds left by 3 teeth quickly congealed, manifesting a cursed seal resembling the shape of 3 Tomoe in Naruto's arm. Thump! His heart constricted tightly. A chilling sensation rapidly spread from his left arm throughout his body. Even more alarming was the searing pain in his right arm that pierced to the bone. Naruto let out a cry of anguish. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Orochimaru swiftly exchanged a knowing glance with Kabuto. Such a splendid opportunity for escape was not one to be squandered. With a resounding crash, 2 plumes of white smoke erupted, and the figures of Orochimaru and Kabuto vanished from sight, along with the towering serpents. Kurama, hurry and save me, Naruto exclaimed, his mind in disarray. Was this some sort of cruel jest? His body was a battlefield of extremes. The left side felt as frigid as an ice cavern, while the right seared with the heat of molten lava. Was this what they referred to as the legendary dichotomy of ice and fire? The Nine-Tails regarded the boy with palpable disdain, beginning to doubt the words of the Sage of 6 Paths. Could this fool truly be the one destined to alter the fate of tailed beasts? In agony, Naruto curled into himself, his consciousness slowly fading. He watched as Jiraiya rushed towards him in a panic, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Unaware of how long he had been unconscious, this time was markedly different from the last, where the mission system had forcibly rendered him insensible. Now, he was devoid of any sensation. For 3 full days and nights, Jiraiya and Tsunade's hearts were heavy with despair. Observing the unconscious boy, half of his body was stained crimson while the other half was pallid, the contrast strikingly vivid. Despite Tsunade's extensive medical ninjutsu, she found herself at a loss. Naruto was neither injured nor ill. Rather, 2 profoundly sinister forces were clashing within him. When the scorching energy gained the upper hand, Naruto would feel as if he had just emerged from a boiling pot of oil. Conversely, when the chilling power prevailed, he would turn as cold as an ice sculpture from the most frigid of realms. After her final examination of Naruto's condition using her medical chakra, Tsunade turned to Jiraiya, her eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and sorrow. With a heavy sigh, she remarked that his life force was dwindling. It seemed he might not survive. Jiraiya, upon hearing this, turned ashen, his heart seething with silent fury. He lamented inwardly for not heeding the wisdom of the elders. He had warned them, yet they had chosen to ignore him. With a face etched in worry yet unwilling to accept defeat, he pondered whether the prophecy of the great sage Toad was indeed erroneous. Would the child of prophecy perish so unceremoniously? Could the narrative possibly become any more melodramatic? The great sage, at his advanced age, perhaps misinterpreted his dreams due to failing eyesight. Reflecting on this, Jiraiya cast a reluctant glance at the boy lying in bed. Suddenly, a peculiar glimmer appeared in Jiraiya's eyes. Prepare to return to Konoha. I will find a suitable place to bury this little one, he declared. What? Ino exclaimed, clutching her pet pig in shock, sensing something amiss. She thought to herself that the legendary Sannin were truly an odd bunch. Orochimaru was obsessed with ninjutsu, becoming a grotesque amalgamation of man and monster. Tsunade was infatuated with gambling, tragically cursed to lose every bet. Yet, the most eccentric of all was Jiraiya. Not only a lecherous old man, but also merciless in his resolve. Despite the boy still clinging to life, was he truly contemplating a burial? It seems there is no other choice. Let us just bury him. Tsunade uttered these words with a hint of nonchalance, a sly glimmer flickering in the corner of her eye. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Naruto sprang up from the bed just as Jiraiya took a few steps closer. You lecherous sage. You wicked old man. Are you planning to bury me alive while I'm still breathing? In that moment, Hinata finally understood why the two seemed so peculiar. Jiraiya's head suddenly swelled, filling the entire screen. You're awake and yet still pretending. If you weren't to be buried alive, could you possibly rise from your slumber? Naruto chuckled awkwardly. Hee, you all saw through me. The crimson and pale hues on his body gradually faded. He felt invigorated, devoid of any unusual sensations. Glancing at the 3-Tomoe curse marks on his arms, he murmured softly, This isn't as terrifying as I imagined. In his mind, the drunken ramblings of the Nine Tails echoed. Hey, little brat, come, let us have a drink together. Naruto directed his gaze inward, and upon a fleeting glance, he was infuriated. The Nine Tails was surrounded by a chaotic array of Moutai bottles. Damn the mission system. A notification chimed. Mission system alert. Spoilers detected, resulting in my year-end bonus being docked by the board. I'll make you pay for this. Awakening from his slumber, he noticed the sun had already risen high in the sky. Casting a glance at Sasuke, who was sprawled on the floor, Naruto smiled with satisfaction. Little Sasuke has been quite obedient lately, returning from the gambling city late last night. He had no choice but to stride boldly to Sasuke's place to commandeer a spot on the bed. He felt justified, shifting all responsibility onto Itachi. After all, it was your Uchiha clan that set my house ablaze with that phoenix fire. Contemplating that there were no pressing matters awaiting his attention today, Naruto turned over, ready to indulge in a delightful nap. Tsunade was undoubtedly engrossed in meetings concerning her new role as the 5th Hokage. Such a splendid opportunity to curry favor with her would not be missed by Jiraiya. With rare leisure at hand, a second nap was the most enticing prospect. Suddenly, a series of alert sounds jolted Naruto from the brink of slumber. Mission system alert. Mission target, Valley of the End. Mission content, eliminate the Sound 5. Mission reward, level 2 wind. A chill crept down Naruto's spine. Why had the plot advanced so prematurely? Why was there such a significant deviation in the storyline? The Sound 5 were not meant to perish by his hand. Could it be that his foreknowledge had disrupted the original course of events? A multitude of questions flooded Naruto's mind. He swiftly rose, pulling the sleeping Sasuke up from the ground. With bleary eyes, Sasuke glanced at Naruto and muttered, Go away. I'm not awake yet. Cursing, he flopped back down to continue his slumber. Naruto furrowed his brow tightly. How had Sasuke grown so lazy? Was this the same individual who had joined him in saving the ninja world? Quit sleeping. Your ride has arrived. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sasuke sprang up as if electrified. With a swift leap from the ground, he dashed towards the cabinet ahead, seizing a package and slinging it over his shoulder. Let's go now? The urgency in Sasuke's demeanor left Naruto utterly bewildered. How desperate could this secondary character be to leave? The thought that soon he would no longer have to share the spotlight brought a flicker of delight to Naruto's heart. What's the panic? It's broad daylight. How could anything happen? Sasuke shot Naruto a fierce glare, dropping the package and returning to his bed, lying down once more. You must remember what I've instructed you. Timing is crucial. If you fail, I lose my chance as well. Naruto's unease lingered, prompting him to reiterate his concerns. The narrative had taken an unexpected turn, igniting a vague sense of dread within him, as he feared that any misstep might lead to unforeseen complications. Sasuke's gaze suddenly turned icy, his tone deep and serious as he fixed his eyes on Naruto. I don't regard Orochimaru as a threat, but you should be more concerned about your own safety. The familiar Sasuke had returned, arrogant, self-assured, and cold-hearted. Yet, Naruto couldn't shake the feeling that this Sasuke lacked the charm he possessed in the anime. If my calculations are correct, they will make their move tonight. Sasuke nodded slightly, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Konoha will undoubtedly send someone after you. Your task is to keep running forward. Those who come for you will cover your retreat. Naruto stepped closer, a hint of hesitation flickering across his face. When bidding farewell to Sakura, he mustn't utter a single wrong word. From this point on, while he would not be classified as a rogue ninja, Konoha's pursuit of him would remain relentless. Sasuke's gaze swept over Naruto, stern yet laced with a touch of menace. Once I leave, if you dare to lay a hand on Sakura, I'll make sure you regret it. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. The gravity of Sasuke's expression clashed with the absurdity of his words. TCH. Naruto scoffed dismissively. My beloved is the gentle and serene Hinata. I have no interest in your fiery Sakura. Yet, at that moment, a rather mischievous idea flickered in Naruto's mind. With Sasuke gone, perhaps he should recruit Hinata into his team? This way, he could shower Sakura with daily displays of affection. Imagining a life with Hinata on his left and Sakura on his right filled Naruto with joy. Exiting Sasuke's presence, he made his way directly to Ichiraku Ramen. Though currently, his technical support favored the spicy hot pot, Naruto's heart remained loyal to Ichiraku Ramen. He felt an undeniable discomfort if he didn't indulge in a bowl each day. Turning down a few streets, a familiar figure suddenly flitted past at the end of the alley. Sigh, Naruto murmured softly. Since Danzo's disappearance, the organization had been temporarily taken over by the oil girl Ryoma. Yet, Naruto could never shake his worries regarding Danzo's whereabouts. That schemer had a mind full of malice. As long as Danzo remained alive, Naruto would never feel at ease. Currently, Sasuke lacked the strength to protect himself. Danzo posed the greatest threat to Sasuke's life and safety. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto swiftly followed suit. Sai, as a member of the Root organization and one of Danzo's trusted spies, might hold some clues. Sai headed west, darting through the city gates and into the woods. Naruto cautiously trailed not far behind. Just as impatience began to brew within him, Sai abruptly halted in a clearing. A shadow emerged from the forest. The distance was too great for Naruto to discern the figure's features. He attempted to edge closer, but inadvertently stepped on a brittle twig. Snap! The dry branch broke underfoot. Who goes there? Sai exclaimed, and the shadow beside him flickered before vanishing into the woods. Realizing his cover was blown, Naruto decided to reveal himself. Upon seeing Naruto, Sai's expression betrayed a hint of surprise. Naruto, you were following me? Naruto offered a faint smile, choosing not to answer Sai's query, instead adopting a stoic demeanor. Renowned as the underdog of Konohagakure, Sai was astonished but did not regard Naruto as a significant threat. However, Naruto's grim visage, with eyes sharp as blades, unnerved him. This was precisely the effect Naruto sought, fixing his gaze upon Sai until his resolve wavered. Who was that just now? Sai feigned calmness, maintaining his composure as he countered. Was there someone here? I saw no one. Naruto let out a chilling smirk. No wonder you were trained by the Root organization. Even when caught red-handed, you remain unflappable. His gaze shifted towards the woods. The mysterious figure had already vanished without a trace. Was that Danzo? Sai's face remained impassive, yet a flicker of disturbance crossed his eyes, which Naruto keenly observed. The Sharingan truly was remarkable. No subtle movement could escape its scrutiny. Lord Danzo has been missing for days. No one knows his whereabouts. As Sai spoke, Naruto's gaze remained fixated on Sai's tongue. A peculiar black rune flickered in Naruto's vision. The curse of tongue obliteration. This was a special seal devised by Danzo to prevent members of the Root organization from leaking his conspiratorial information. The seal's presence indicated that Danzo was still alive. Shifting his gaze from Sai, Naruto, acknowledging Sai's subsequent awakening, chose not to press him further. With the curse of tongue obliteration still in effect, even if Sai possessed knowledge, he could not articulate it. With this thought, Naruto turned to head back towards Konohagakure. Suddenly, Sai drew a scroll from his waist. his right hand deftly sketching upon its surface. Ninjutsu, super beast imitation picture. Huh. Naruto's heart raced in alarm. An ambush from behind. You're finished. There's no way you're joining Team 7 now. You've forced my hand to include Hinata in my squad. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth. Channeling chakra, he propelled himself forward into the air. With both hands swiftly forming seals in midair, Naruto unleashed the fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Like a ferocious fire dragon, it soared forth from his mouth, hurtling towards a descending eagle. Whoosh! The eagle was instantaneously reduced to ashes. What? Sai could scarcely believe his eyes. A Fire Dragon Flame Bullet? Such a high-level fire technique emanating from this underdog? Sai stood frozen in disbelief, biting down on his tongue. Ouch! This is no dream. When did this fellow become so formidable? Naruto turned to glance at the astonished Sai, his gaze taking on an air of authority. This time I will let it slide, but if you dare to ambush me again, I shall surely knock out your 2 front teeth. A shiver ran down Sai's spine upon hearing Naruto's words. His eyes brimmed with an intimidating coldness. Watching Naruto's retreating figure, Sai murmured to himself, Lord Danzo. Naruto has truly evolved. Tsunade sat in the Hokage office, her face etched with worry. No mahjong, no land cards, and, lamentably, no alcohol. Being the Hokage was truly a torment. Beep beep. Her pet pig, Tun-Tun, emitted a few protest squeals in Shizun's arms. Shizun forced a sheepish smile and gestured towards the teacup on the table. This tea is quite fragrant, Lady Tsunade, do have a taste. Shizun was quite content with her current life, far preferable to trailing behind Tsunade, dodging debts. Whoosh! A figure flashed into the doorway, donning the signature animal mask of the Umbu, obscuring their face. Kneeling on one knee, they reported in a hushed tone, Hokage-sama. The protective barrier of Konoha has been breached from the outside. Unidentified ninjas are invading. Bang! Tsunade slammed her fist on the table, startling Tun-Tun, who nearly tumbled from Shizun's grasp. What? Hadn't the barrier seals just been replaced? How could it be breached from the outside? A sense of foreboding flickered in Tsunade's mind. Is Orochimaru making another attempt to infiltrate Konoha? Just as I assumed the Hokage position, and he is already stirring up trouble? Tsunade extended her slender fingers, tapping the table. Go, summon Naruto to see me at once. The Umbu member hesitated momentarily before replying, yes, and vanished in a flash. Deep within, the Umbu member felt perplexed. With such a grave situation at hand, what use was it to summon a lowly genin? The invasion of unidentified ninjas was no trivial matter. Yet, the 5th Hokage did not immediately gather elite jonin to discuss countermeasures, but instead was eager to meet with a lowly genin. What is more unfortunate was that this genin had gained some notoriety for failing to graduate after 3 years and for being forced to jump from a height due to his antics with girls. Each incident was worthy of gossip. However, Tsunade knew all too well that, in terms of strength, currently, no ninja in Konoha surpassed Naruto. At this moment, the safety of the village rested almost entirely on his shoulders. If she wasn't seeking Naruto first, whom else could she turn to? As Naruto made his way back to the village through the woods, he pondered the recent events. At that very moment, Sai had stealthily left the village to meet a mysterious figure, an encounter that was anything but coincidental. However, given Sai's current blind loyalty to Danzo, Naruto felt utterly powerless. He decided to let things unfold naturally, for he doubted Sai could stir up much trouble. Muttering to himself, he leaped towards Konoha village. Upon entering the village gate, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Naruto, the 5th Hokage commands you to meet her immediately. Meet her? Naruto thought, puzzled. It seemed there shouldn't be any engagement with Tsunade at this moment. What was going on? He flashed a grin, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. What's the matter, Umbu brother? In a hushed tone, the Umbu operative replied, the village's barrier has been breached. We have an intruder. What? Naruto gasped in shock. Internally lamenting the unreliability of the current Hokage, he wondered how anyone could invade Konoha at such a time. Could it be Pain? Unlikely. Nagato should still be manipulating the Akatsuki from the Rain Village. Without further thought, Naruto soared into the air, racing towards the Hokage building. Tsunade sat in the Hokage's chair. Her expression grave. Her ample bosom rose and fell with each breath. Suddenly, the door burst open as Naruto pushed it aside forcefully. Sister Tsunade, what has happened? Perhaps the costume department should consider providing Tsunade with a different outfit. It was quite distracting under the current circumstances. The Umbu just reported that Sasuke Uchiha has escaped the village with 4 sound ninja, effectively betraying Konoha. What? Naruto exclaimed in horror. Everything was spiraling out of control. What is going on? With a fierce glare, Tsunade slammed her fist onto the table. Only 2 days into my tenure, and we already have a ninja defecting. This will ruin my reputation. I intend to issue a bounty, pursuing Sasuke Uchiha at all costs. Naruto nearly panicked. If a bounty were placed, Sasuke would meet a grim fate. Tsunade, we must not issue a bounty, and we certainly cannot bring him back. Upon hearing this, Tsunade shot Naruto a piercing gaze. Cold and severe. The room fell into a profound silence. After a long moment, she observed Naruto's unwavering determination and slowly sank back into her chair. Provide me with a reasonable explanation. Naruto gently shook his head, unable to divulge the truth, yet he implored Tsunade to trust him. Just then, the door swung open again, and Mito Kamizuki and Toka Shizune entered, their expressions dark. Jiraiya followed closely behind, equally grave. Sasuke Uchiha has defected from the village, Tsunade. You must issue a pursuit order immediately and dispatch elite jonin to apprehend him. Tsunade glanced up at the two elders, remaining silent. Toka stepped forward, her demeanor aggressive. The Uchiha clan possesses the Sharingan. If it falls into Orochimaru's hands, the consequences would be dire. Mito added fuel to the fire. Moreover, Sasuke has awakened his double Mangekyo Sharingan, and Orochimaru's ambition to undermine Konoha remains unquenched. Should the Sharingan fall into Orochimaru's hands, the village shall know no peace. Naruto remained silent, unwilling to squander words on these two old men. His gaze, steadfast and unwavering, was fixed upon Tsunade. At that moment, Tsunade faced her first arduous decision since assuming the mantle of Hokage. Her eyes flickered as they scanned the faces of those present, ultimately resting upon Naruto. The young man who had left her profoundly shaken, his resolute expression etched itself deeply into Tsunade's mind. With a resounding thud, Tsunade slammed her palm against the table. Summoning Shikamaru. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shikamaru responded promptly, soon returning with haste alongside the aforementioned ninja. Originally, Shikamaru had come to handle the Chunin registrations, only to be informed of an urgent summons from the Hokage. Shikamaru, Uchiha Sasuke has strayed from the path, leaving the village with the sound ninja. I command you to select the strongest of the genin and bring Sasuke back to Konoha immediately. What? Shikamaru exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? Lead the genin to retrieve Sasuke? Tsunade turned her chair slightly to reveal only half her face, calmly stating. All the jonin in the village are out on missions. Naruto could hardly contain his laughter. Tsunade's audacity in fabricating such a tale was impressive. Shikamaru was utterly bewildered. All of Konoha's jonin were out on missions? When did the village become so bustling? He thought to himself, ISNT, this is set up for disaster? How can we possibly retrieve Sasuke with a group of genin? Shikamaru glanced over at Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, who seemed to be idly standing by. Noticing Shikamaru's gaze, Jiraiya quickly covered his mouth, a sorrowful expression crossing his face. I just bit my tongue while eating. The injury is severe, leaving me incapable of doing anything. Dude. Naruto shot him a derisive look. Come on, can your excuse be any lamer? Injured your tongue? Really? Shikamaru soon realized that there was no genuine intent to retrieve Sasuke. Nodding in understanding, he turned to Naruto. So, Naruto, your tongue isn't scathed, right? Naruto grinned widely. I just trimmed my nails. I wonder if that counts as a serious injury? Mito's expression darkened significantly. Tsunade, are you intentionally allowing Sasuke to escape? Can you bear the consequences? With a powerful strike, Tsunade shattered the table before her. As the fifth Hokage, I shall, without hesitation, defend the safety of Konoha with my life. Since you have chosen me as your leader, my orders are indisputable. She then turned to the astonished Shikamaru, commanding, execute the order. Yes. Shikamaru vanished in an instant. Naruto turned to leave, quietly admiring Tsunade's commanding presence. He watched as Mito and Konohamaru departed with somber expressions. Tsunade leaned towards Jiraiya, whispering, Naruto, better not let me down. Her gaze shifted to the grinning Jiraiya beside her. Jiraiya, come here. Tsunade's ruby lips moved as she beckoned Jiraiya with a gaze full of affection, exuding an enchanting allure. Wow. Blood gushed from Jiraiya's nose. Could it be that the goddess was sending me signals? Was she intending to embark on a sweet twilight romance with me? The lecherous old man, overwhelmed by her beauty, was about to embrace her with open arms. Smack! Tsunade swung her arm, delivering a heavy punch to Jiraiya's head. A blood blister the size of an egg immediately swelled up. Stars danced before his eyes, and the world spun around him. To think he would bite his tongue over such a trivial matter was truly ridiculous. Jiraiya, feeling innocent, clutched his head, but his expression suddenly turned serious. Tsunade, sending a lower-ranked ninja to intercept Sasuke is clearly futile. Why bother with such an endeavor? Tsunade smiled faintly. The Uchiha clan was once the strongest in Konoha, and now the last remaining heir has defected. If we do not send someone to pursue him, how can we silence the whispers of the villagers? A flicker of surprise crossed Jiraiya's eyes. Are you intentionally letting Sasuke go? Oh, Tsunade replied absently. Why? Why? She retorted, raising her head with a hint of a bitter smile, her eyes filled with helplessness. Ask your dear disciple. Jiraiya's smile faded. Naruto? Tsunade ignored Jiraiya's shock and waved her right hand in front of him. If you dare to betray me, I will ensure that I twist the heads of you two worthless men, old and young, and use them as toilets. Jiraiya instinctively touched his neck, silently lamenting. Naruto, please don't drag me down with you. Outside the gates of Konoha, Shikamaru wore a troubled expression as he looked at the makeshift laborers gathered before him. Inuzuka Kiba, Akimichi Choji, Hyuga, and the perennial straggler, Uzumaki Naruto. There was no choice. These were the only individuals he could assemble in such a short time. Shikamaru shrugged helplessly. After all, the Hokage had no expectations of bringing Sasuke back. It was merely a formality. With that thought, Shikamaru, the only Chunin in the temporary team, outlined a rough battle plan. Naruto, however, absorbed none of it. His primary concern was that fool Sasuke. They had agreed to depart at night, but this reckless individual was utterly disorganized, catching Naruto off guard. Let us go. With Shikamaru's command, the 5-member temporary team sprinted forward. After several hours of continuous running, they suddenly halted before a dense thicket. Byakugan. Niji's eyes bulged with veins. Earth release, earth prison. A low, furious roar echoed from within the forest. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the ground quaked. Countless clumps of earth soared around the 5-man team, swiftly coalescing. In the blink of an eye, they formed a mud fortress, trapping the 5 within. Naruto smirked lightly, recognizing the handiwork of that fat fool. As the words left his mouth, Akimichi Choji shot him a fierce glare. You are the fat fool, and your entire family is filled with fat fools. Naruto awkwardly scratched his head. I mean, Jiraiya, you can't blame me for making assumptions. Suddenly, Niji Hyuga's expression darkened, fear palpable in the air. This barrier is absorbing our chakra. Shikamaru gasped in shock. What are we going to do? This is my first time leading a team as a Chunin, and we've already faced total annihilation without even seeing the enemy. If this got out, how would I, Shikamaru, manage to hold my ground in the Chunin community? In disdain, Inuzuka Kiba smirked, pulling out a soldier pill and offering it to his pet dog, Akamaru. You think a tiny mound of earth can trap me? He formed hand seals. Dog fong. Boom. With 2 thunderous sounds, the barrier trembled violently. Akamaru and Kiba both sported bumps on their heads. The barrier's walls merely scratched the surface before swiftly healing themselves. Naruto couldn't help but laugh softly, gently patting Akamaru while noticing the puppy's pitiful eyes. It was hard not to chuckle. Was it really wise to treat one's head so carelessly? Indeed. It echoed the saying, pushing through with determination. Without a powerful attack to shatter the barrier, we risk being drained of chakra. Niji felt somewhat despondent. He could see the enemy's chakra regenerating at an astonishing speed behind the wall that Kiba had just breached. Naruto walked over and patted Niji on the shoulder. Don't worry, brother-in-law, let me take you to new heights. Niji cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, clearly unimpressed. You think you can do that? He had no desire to debate Naruto's title for him. This guy was notoriously thick-skinned. However, Niji was all too aware of Naruto's capabilities. Breaking the barrier? Was he joking? Niji's scornful gaze was disregarded by Naruto, who chose to overlook his ignorance, considering them family. Swish, 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 with hands flying through seals. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bomb. Boom. The Earth Dragon erupted from Naruto's mouth with a resounding roar, instantly piercing through the wall behind him. What? The other 4 were momentarily petrified, especially Niji, who was utterly stunned. At the moment the Earth Dragon was unleashed, his Byakugan perceived Naruto's chakra, vast like an unfathomable ocean, in the center of the azure waters. The fiery red chakra surged like molten lava. Well done, brother-in-law. You're magnificent. Everyone was taken aback by Niji's sudden flattery. Was he trying to curry favor? The change in address was quite the spectacle. Jiraiya was nearly incredulous. A bunch of mere genin managed to breach the earth prison barrier. This was quite unexpected. Naruto pointed at Jiraiya's protruding belly and turned to Choji. You stay back and assist my shadow clone in taking this guy down. With that, he formed hand seals. Earth style, earth clone. Bang. A small Naruto appeared beside him. Buzz. In a flash of golden light, the clone transformed into a shimmering figure. Others continue the pursuit. This task is entrusted to me and Choji. Remember, no stealing kills. Everyone was rendered speechless by the scene before them. It took Shikamaru a good 10 seconds to emerge from his astonishment. Chase. With Shikamaru's command, apart from the shadow clone Naruto and Choji, the rest of the team vanished in an instant, already 100 meters away. The shadow clone Naruto let out a disdainful sneer. Jirobo, I grant you 10 seconds to activate your curse seal's second state. A wave of murderous intent swiftly spread from Naruto's eyes. Remember, you only have 10 seconds. Jirobo scoffed dismissively. Do I really need to use my second state against someone like you? You're merely a lowly genin, and you're targeting a clay clone. In Jirobo's eyes, he was hardly even garbage. The shadow clone Naruto shook his head helplessly. I've given you a chance, yet you're still useless. When we reach the underworld, don't say I didn't give you an opportunity. With hands flying through seals, he declared, Ninja art, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang. A swarm of little Narutos surrounded Jirobo, encasing him in their midst. What? Jirobo's worldview shattered. A clay clone could use shadow clones? This is absurd. I must report you. This maneuver utterly overturned Jirobo's understanding. He inwardly lamented. Lord Orochimaru never mentioned that clones could utilize shadow clones in class. Isn't this just blatant cheating? The shadow clone Naruto smiled faintly. Allow me to showcase my self-created jutsu. It's worth your demise. As soon as he finished speaking, a pale blue chakra rapidly coalesced in the palms of each little Naruto. The spiraling sphere, spinning at high speed, made the surrounding air hum with a deafening roar. Jirobo was taken aback. Such an immense chakra. He had never encountered anything like it in his minor role. In his mind, Orochimaru was the most formidable ninja. Wait, I've changed my mind. Perhaps I should activate my second state. Before Jirobo could finish, the shadow clone Naruto marked several kunai with the flying thunder god technique. Whoosh. The kunai flew forth, aimed directly at Jirobo's face. Jirobo snorted derisively. You call that a self-created jutsu? Throwing kunai? Is that all? Swiftly, he drew 2 kunai from his waist, one in each hand. Just as he prepared to deflect the incoming kunai, poof, the surrounding Narutos vanished in an instant. The next moment, they had already appeared on the kunai hurtling toward him. Dozens of spiraling spheres followed in quick succession, raining down like there was no tomorrow, striking Jirobo squarely in the face. Flying thunder god spiral sphere. Bang, 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 bang. Jirobo's round face was bombarded as if 1,000 blossoms had bloomed. Poor Jirobo, having just activated his second state of the cursed seal, met his end under a barrage of spiraling spheres. Jirobo, down for the count. Suddenly, a massive shadow obscured the sunlight above Naruto's head. Alarmed, Naruto quickly channeled his chakra. Flying thunder god technique. Utilizing the mark left upon the shuriken he had just cast aside, Naruto swiftly executed the flying thunder god technique, vanishing from his original position. A familiar roar echoed from above. Super multiplication technique, mountain press. Boom. The augmented Akimichi Choji descended with a thunderous crash. The earth trembled and cracked. Clouds of smoke billowed forth. Blue butterflies danced through the air, transforming the sky into a vast oceanic expanse. Goodness, this support is stealing kills with a super move? As the smoke cleared, Choji's enormous head filled the screen. Naruto, I just consumed 3 colored pills. How's that for an assist? Just moments ago, Naruto had unleashed a breathtaking sequence of divine ninjutsu, leaving Choji utterly astonished. How could such a formidable figure allow himself to lag behind that perennial underachiever? A fierce competitive spirit surged within him. This guy had gobbled down 3 pills to unleash such a cataclysmic move. Naruto stared in disbelief at the rotund figure before him. Did you really consume all 3 pills? Yup. Choji nodded vigorously. I took down Tsunade, didn't you see? Naruto was caught between laughter and tears. You do realize the 3rd pill comes with side effects, right? Oh my goodness, I forgot. Choji's face paled in shock. The 3rd pill could cause excessive strain on the body, and it could be fatal. The chubby ninja lamented, "It's over. I won't be able to enjoy barbecue anymore." Naruto frowned, exasperated. Even in the face of impending doom, he was thinking about food. This isn't a workplace injury. This is pure self-destruction. With a sense of resignation, Naruto mused that the legendary pig teammate was truly living up to his reputation. The shadow clone of Naruto lifted Choji back to his normal size. Gradually, they made their way toward Konoha, while Shikamaru walked alongside Naruto, weaving through the dense forest. Observing a faint smile of bitter amusement on Naruto's lips, he cautiously inquired, "Is everything settled over there?" "Yes." Naruto nodded. "Choji sustained minor injuries. My clone has already escorted him back to Konoha." Today, Shikamaru was witnessing a revelation. Naruto's current strength had surpassed that of an elite jonin. In just 2 short months, the once lagging blonde boy from their graduating class had transformed entirely. Suddenly, a faint noise echoed from ahead. A large white net, glistening with a visible viscous substance, came hurtling toward them. Whoosh! The net unfurled at a rapid pace. The four were unable to evade and collided with it. What the? Caught in Gaitomaru's spider web. How utterly humiliating. Naruto cursed silently. This won't cause me to lose fans. Will it? It's all Shikamaru's fault for dragging me into this conversation. Swish! Gaitomaru emerged from the shadows, 6 arms protruding from his body like a massive spider. Aside from Naruto, the other 3 struggled desperately against the web. Yet, no matter how hard they tried, their efforts seemed futile. The stickiness of the web far exceeded their expectations. Stop struggling. It's useless. The web has been infused with chakra. Naruto glanced at the others, a look of disdain crossing his face. Kurama, stop drinking and give me some chakra. Observing the Nine-Tails' relentless drinking, Naruto felt utterly helpless. However, he found solace in one aspect. The red-haired fox's alcohol tolerance had noticeably improved. The Maudai provided by the mission system had nearly been consumed entirely by the Nine-Tails. Yet it remained unperturbed. Such impressive drinking capacity. Buzz. In an instant, Naruto's body transformed into a radiant golden hue. The immense chakra surged forth, manifesting as flames that danced around him. With a whoosh, the chakra flames swiftly enveloped the entire net in a delicate crimson glow. Watching the flames flicker, Ginkitsu let out a disdainful snort. My spiderweb strong adhesive is fireproof and waterproof. However, before he could finish, his smile froze on his face. In an instant, the spiderweb was reduced to ashes. Was it fire? Or perhaps chakra? No way. Ginkitsu was utterly bewildered. He had never encountered such a terrifying chakra that resembled flames. With swift hand seals, Naruto executed the Earth Release, Earth Clone technique. Turning to Shikamaru, he instructed, as per usual, "Niji will assist my clone while the rest of you continue the pursuit." Ginkitsu howled in rage. "Director, someone is cheating." As he watched the golden chakra slowly fade from view, Ginkitsu's heart, once racing in fear, began to settle. With the main body gone, what was there to fear? The yellow-haired brat before him was merely an Earth clone, and Ginkitsu dismissed it entirely. Coughing lightly, Naruto declared, "You have 10 seconds to activate your second cursed mark form." Swish! The cursed mark on Ginkitsu's shoulder rapidly spread across his body, the strange black runes enveloping him entirely. Buzz! With a crisp sound, Ginkitsu's form shifted to a dark yellow hue. The second cursed mark form was activated. Naruto smirked. "Well, this one is certainly smarter than that heavy-set fellow. Ha. With my second cursed mark form activated, no one can leave alive." Ginkitsu bellowed with all his might. Naruto could only smile wryly. "I might as well boast while I can. There won't be many chances left." "Brother-in-law, aren't you being a bit too arrogant?" Niji Hyuga looked at Naruto with concern. "You are strong, but such arrogance is unwarranted. Are you really giving the enemy time to activate their cursed mark? That's quite dismissive. To kill both body and spirit, is it not? Sharingan, activate." Crack! With a resounding snap, the 3-Tomoe Sharingan opened in an instant. The blood-red eyes radiated a fierce aura. Is this the Sharingan? Niji was utterly stunned. Through his Byakugan, he could see the terrifying power emanating from Naruto's eyes, leaving him speechless. Impossible. The Uchiha clan's bloodline limit, the Sharingan. How could it manifest in Naruto? "Well, little brat, your eyes have turned red. Are you angry?" As Gue Tongmar beheld the diminutive figure before him, the child's eyes appeared to bleed a crimson hue, evoking a sense of perplexity within him. Is this a case of conjunctivitis? Goodness! How severe must the affliction be to render one's eyes so blood-red? Naruto let out a derisive chuckle, observing the naivety of his counterpart. Truly, it is lamentable that one relegated to such a supporting role could appear so utterly defeated. Do you not even recognize the Sharingan? Internally cursing, Naruto deemed it unnecessary to enlighten him further. Guei Tongmar bit down hard on his finger, drawing blood to etch a sigil upon his palm. He forcefully struck the ground, invoking the ninja art of summoning. With a resounding thud, an immense web unfurled overhead, at the center of which lay a colossal spider demon. Guei Tongmar seized the kunai in his hand, making a delicate sweep. Crack! A gash was etched into the spider's abdomen, unleashing a swarm of minuscule spiders, each no larger than a sesame seed, that took flight, trailing fine threads of chakra behind them. Perish! Guei Tongmar bellowed, his mouth agape in fury. Naruto's gaze turned icy, his lips twitching slightly. Do you mean to disgust me with this swarm of arachnids, knowing I suffer from a fear of clusters? His hands flew into action, forming seals with remarkable speed. The Sharingan captured every minute movement of the tiny spiders with precision. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. A blazing orb erupted from Naruto's mouth, resembling a mountain of flames, shrouding the sky in a fiery embrace. Everything in its path was instantaneously reduced to ashes. With a swift motion, he bit his finger once more, gliding it gently across his palm. Ninja art, summoning technique. Boom. As the white smoke dissipated, two small toads materialized beside Naruto. Hey Naruto, why didn't you summon my father and instead brought us two? Toad Gigi gazed at Naruto with a hint of confusion. Ah, so much delicacy, and its barbecue flavor. Toad Long suddenly exclaimed, jubilantly hopping about. Naruto chuckled, gesturing toward the ground littered with roasted spiders. Feel free to enjoy the barbecue. Do not hesitate. Toad Gigi, feeling quite pleased, responded, Naruto, you're too generous. From now on, we shall be good brothers. As soon as the words left his mouth, he followed Toad Long in a jubilant dash to devour the roasted treat. Guei Tongmar was nearly apoplectic with rage. The army of spiders he had nurtured for so long had, in an instant, become mere snacks for the toads. With a swift motion, surplus limbs transformed into a golden bow. He drew forth a golden arrow from his mouth, its flexible chakra thread connecting to the arrow's tip. The arrow was knocked. Guei Tongmar summoned every ounce of chakra, fueled by a burning fury, vowing to pierce the head of the insolent child before him. Boom! The golden arrow sliced through the air, tearing apart the atmosphere with a piercing hum. Swish, swish, swish. Naruto's hands moved rapidly, forming seals. Earth-style, earth wall. A towering wall of earth erupted before Naruto. The ground trembled violently. The Sharingan's pupils constricted as the trajectory of the golden arrow appeared to shift. What? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Just as the arrow was about to collide with the earthen barrier, it abruptly altered its course, hurtling toward the beleaguered Hinata Niji in the distance, who was currently enduring considerable hardship. As the two of you engaged in a fierce battle, I merely observed the commotion. Yet it seemed I had unwittingly become a target for the audience's wrath. Hinata Niji had yet to recover from the shock of Naruto activating the Sharingan. He had not anticipated that the true target would be himself. As a golden arrow hurtled towards him, there was no time to utilize his defensive technique, hack. And in a more disheartening twist, his Byakugan revealed that the arrow was locked onto him. Evasion was futile. To meet such a tragic fate, while merely spectating felt exceedingly unjust. Flying Thunder God technique. With a resounding boom, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke, reappearing right beside Niji. He had previously inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark on each of his comrades to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. With a sudden burst, he unleashed a pale blue Rasengan. Rasengan. The task system chimed with notifications, indicating a wind attribute chakra ninjutsu attack, automatically activating level 1 wind. With a thunderous crash, the Rasengan struck the golden arrow with pinpoint accuracy, altering its trajectory and creating a tremendous explosion that left a deep crater behind Niji. Niji emitted a pained wail, his body rolling violently before crashing to the ground, his garments shredded in an instant. Naruto, perplexed, wondered how Niji had been injured after he had deflected the arrow. Could it be that the level 1 wind had inadvertently harmed him? What on earth is this wind? Does it distinguish between friend and foe? Niji lay motionless on the ground, unconscious. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Misunderstanding. Task system, you are a real nuisance, almost putting my dear uncle in a dire situation. He leaped to the edge of the crater, observing the chakra threads at the arrow's tip, a sly smile creeping across his face. Kiyotaka, have you ever experienced the sensation of electricity? Unbeknownst to Kiyotaka, his meticulously devised strategy had been effortlessly countered. Those crimson eyes, could they be the fabled Sharingan? With a casual smile, Naruto began forming hand seals. Lightning release, thunder crash. With a crackle, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the chakra thread at the arrow's end. The electricity surged along the thread with alarming speed. In the distance, Kiyotaka's body convulsed as if struck by a thunderclap. Kiyotaka down. Observing Neji, now unconscious on the ground, Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. Uncle, I truly did not mean it. Please don't report this behind my back. Seeing that Neji remained silent, Naruto took it as tacit consent. Glancing at Gamakichi and Gamaten, the two little toads were blissfully enjoying barbecue, sipping on ice-cold beer they had somehow procured, thoroughly relishing the moment. Gamakichi, I leave my uncle in your care. Please escort him back to Konoha. Gamakichi took a hearty swig and waved his hand with a contented expression. Rest assured, good brother. Naruto's body transformed into a heap of mud and scattered on the ground. Naruto. Shikamaru turned to glance at his companion, the blonde-haired youth beside him, lost in thought. When we encounter the enemy again, I and Kiba will hold them off, while you pursue Sasuke with all your might. Naruto shot an irritable glance at Shikamaru. Are you trying to steal the kill again? Our current mission is to buy time. Only by delaying Orochimaru's reincarnation can we ensure Sasuke's safety. Naruto was acutely aware that Orochimaru could not endure for long. Soon, he would succumb to the torment of his ailing body and opt for a temporary reincarnation. Most importantly, the cooldown for the reincarnation ability lasted for several years. Ample time for that fool, Itachi, to grow stronger. Neji had been injured and had nearly been finished off moments ago. The strength of these few was not to be underestimated. Shikamaru felt a twinge of fear and reluctantly dismissed the thought. With Naruto, the towering figure, by his side, he decided to play it safe and refrain from reckless actions. Woof, woof. Akamaru suddenly barked, as if sensing the enemy's presence. Up ahead, Kiba shouted, channeling chakra and accelerating. This time, he had to showcase his prowess. He couldn't let Naruto steal the spotlight. He quickly handed a soldier pill to Akamaru. Upon ingestion, Akamaru's entire body was enveloped in a dark crimson hue. Human technique, two-headed wolf. Naruto furrowed his brow. Was he really going to unleash a powerful move right off the bat? Fong over Fong. Whoosh. The combined form of Kiba and Akamaru, the two-headed wolf, spun rapidly, charging forth like a missile, wreaking havoc in its path. Boom. A whirlwind of dust and debris surged forward. Rashomon. From a distance, a deep, furious roar echoed. A wall of impenetrable metal rose with a thunderous crash. The sound was crisp. One would expect nothing less from such a formidable barrier. The Fong over Fong collided with the Rashomon, producing a deafening buzz that made the ground tremble beneath. Kiba, that fool, was practically stuck against the Rashomon. Puff. Naruto was left astonished by Kiba's display. Wasn't he this just handing over a head on a platter? The scene was almost comical. Watching Kiba and Akamaru awkwardly lodged against the Rashomon. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Just behind the Rashomon, a figure rushed forward, with legs that transformed into shadows in the air. It aimed a kick directly at Shikamaru's face. Fortunately, Shikamaru, being agile, leaped off a nearby tree and narrowly evaded the attack. Tick-tock, tick-tock, an enchanting flute melody filled the air. Magic flute, dream lock. Shikamaru suddenly let out a heart-wrenching wail. His gaze vacant and expression filled with sheer terror as his face contorted in agony. Naruto shook his head helplessly. This Doyu was quite ruthless, launching a powerful attack right from the start. How could he possibly escape the illusion? Doyu's figure leaped from behind the Rashomon and appeared in front of Naruto. Upon seeing Naruto's blood-red eyes, Doyu gasped in astonishment. Is that the Sharingan? Naruto offered a faint smile, dismissing your illusion as inconsequential. He turned to observe Shikamaru's pallid visage and the figure of Kiba embedded in the Rashomon gate. A sense of helplessness washed over Naruto. What kind of divine teammates do I have? Alas, your speed is woefully inadequate. Suddenly, a cold, profound voice echoed from afar. What on earth? Naruto felt a twinge of anxiety. Junmaru had already arrived. It seemed they were poised to engage in a three-pronged battle. He bit down hard on his fingers, drawing blood, and swiftly formed seals, striking the ground with force. With a resounding crash, black runes rapidly spread outward. Summoning technique. Arise, King of Monkeys, Inma. Bang. A puff of white smoke dissipated, revealing Inma, whose eyes, resembling copper bells, scanned the surroundings. A familiar chakra emanated from Naruto. Inma's gaze grew intense as he fixated on the distant Rashomon, a glint of ferocity in his eyes. It is one of Orochimaru's subordinates. Young Naruto, you are surrounded. Naruto stared at Inma, astonished. You know my name? Oh. Inma remained noncommittal. The summoning contract now bore not only Sarutobi Hiruzen's name, but also yours. A warmth bloomed in Naruto's heart as he silently murmured, Thank you, Grandpa Third. He swiftly formed more seals. Earth release, Earth clone technique. Bang. 2 tiny Narutos appeared, one on each side of Inma. Inma, assist my clones. He then turned his gaze towards the figure beside the sealed container that held Sasuke's body. As for Junmaru, I shall confront him personally. Zoken let out a few chilling chuckles. This bravado is commendable. Drip, drip, the sound of the magical flute resonated once more. Summoning technique. 3 demons. Doyus summoned beasts. The 3 demon musicians swung their spiked clubs, barreling toward Naruto's face. Inma raised his right arm, charging forward to meet the oncoming clubs. With an indomitable body, he scoffed at the mere spiked clubs. Junmaru's icy gaze slid over Naruto, a hint of cold amusement curling at the corners of his lips. Shouldering the wooden tub, he turned and fled into the distance. What the? Am I being ignored? 1,000 critical hits struck at Naruto's heart. Junmaru, are you being a bit too arrogant? He glanced back at his clones engaged in combat with Doyu and Zoken. Naruto propelled himself forward in pursuit. With Junmaru already present, Naruto found himself surprisingly unperturbed. Orochimaru's reincarnation technique had already been utilized on others. At the very least, the foolish second son was temporarily safe. Exiting the forest, a grassy expanse unfolded before him. The wooden tub sealing Sasuke was left behind by Junmaru, who now stood at the center of the meadow, garbed in attire reminiscent of Orochimaru. Naruto halted, fixating on Junmaru's frigid gaze. Were you waiting for me? Junmaru scoffed softly, glancing back at the wooden tub, which was billowing with purple smoke. The seal is soon to be undone. The vessel that Lord Orochimaru desires will naturally present itself. Junmaru's attention shifted back to Naruto. However, those eyes of yours may pique Lord Orochimaru's interest as well. What the hell? Junmaru, are you attempting to extract my eyeballs? Reflecting upon the life of Orochimaru, it is rather amusing. Obsessed with ninjutsu, he has long desired a pair of Sharingan, yet that aspiration remains unfulfilled. However, Junmaru has set his sights upon himself, which leaves Naruto somewhat displeased. Are you jesting? You intend to strike with lethal force. In a fleeting moment of distraction for Naruto, Junmaru suddenly extended 10 fingers, targeting Naruto's body. Bone pulse, 10 finger piercing. Bang, bang, bang. The 10 bony fingers shot forth like bullets from a firearm, tearing through the air with a resonating hum. Caught off guard, Naruto thought, is this fellow armed with a pistol? Swiftly, he formed hand seals. Earth style, earth flow wall. A formidable wall erupted before Naruto. Thud, thud, thud. The bony fingers struck against the wall, producing sparks. Crack. Goodness. The wall had been fissured by the force of the bony projectiles. Such overwhelming power was unprecedented for Naruto. Earth style, earth flow great river. With a rush, a torrent of mud and rock surged forth from beneath Naruto's feet, crashing towards Junmaru. Junmaru merely smiled faintly, drawing a scapula from his left arm. The eerie white bone transformed into a bone blade, glistening ominously. Bone pulse, dance of the larch. As a deep voice resonated, Junmaru's entire body was enveloped in a shield formed of bones. Whoosh! Junmaru's figure darted forward at great speed, traversing the mud flow with ease. Huh! For the first time, the earth flow great river failed to ensnare the enemy. Truly, Junmaru is worthy of being Orochimaru's chosen vessel. His ability to manipulate bones with such finesse is indeed formidable. Nonetheless, a mischievous smile crept upon Naruto's lips. How about some braised spare ribs? Yet before Naruto could revel in his triumph, a thorn-covered spine was hurled from Junmaru's hand. The spine unfurled from the side, nearly encompassing half the grassy field. Like an invisible net, evasion was utterly impossible. No matter where one sought refuge, the spine would ensnare the foe. Naruto opted to remain still. If the earth flow great river could not bind Junmaru, evasion would be fruitless. Bone pulse, dance of the iron wire flower. The tip of the spine whirled rapidly, tightly constricting around Naruto's form. From afar, Junmaru smirked disdainfully. Is that all? Raising his right arm as a spear above his head. The ensnared enemy would find themselves immobilized. The spear in hand would serve as the final blow. It is over. Humph. A cold chuckle escaped Naruto's lips. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Whoosh. An overwhelming torrent of flames erupted from Naruto's mouth. The flames coalesced in midair into a fire dragon, leaving scorched earth in its wake. The intense heat instantly dried the mud and rock beneath Junmaru's feet, trapping him within the cracked cement. Fortunately, the skeletal armor summoned by the dance of the pine and cedar enveloped his body. Despite this, Kimimaro could still feel the searing heat nearly penetrating his bones. Such a formidable fire release technique emanated from a mere youth, leaving Kimimaro somewhat astonished. Possessing the Sharingan and an immense, terrifying chakra, he found it incomprehensible why Lord Orochimaru had not chosen this golden-haired boy as his vessel. Was it merely because he lacked Sasuke's striking handsomeness? Beyond this reason, he could surmise no other. Useless. I concede that your fire release technique is indeed powerful. Yet it ultimately cannot breach my skeletal shield of the dance of the pine and cedar. As Kimimaro watched an overwhelming inferno continuously erupt from the boy's mouth, he slowly raised the spear on his arm against the flames. Aiming for a decisive blow, he mused, the temperature should be sufficient now. Just as the magma-like flame subsided, Naruto let out a mischievous laugh. With an almost imperceptible speed, he formed hand seals once more. Water release, Water Dragon Bullet. A resounding boom echoed as the water dragon erupted from Naruto's mouth, radiating a deep azure glow. Under the sunlight, it emitted wisps of white vapor. An ominous intuition suddenly gripped Kimimaro. This is bad, he exclaimed, but it was too late. Fueled by Naruto's chakra, the water dragon surged forth with a piercing roar, crashing against Kimimaro's scorched bones. The sound of cracking filled the air. The vertebrae entwined around Naruto shattered instantaneously, and the skeletal armor encasing Kimimaro erupted in fragments. The spear formed from his arm's bones splintered into several pieces, falling at his feet, singed and red-hot, only to be met by a wave of frigid seawater. Must you be so cruel? Kimimaro seethed in fury. Naruto, glancing at the scattered bones around him, could not suppress a chuckle. I've broken Kimimaro's bones. In a fit of rage, Kimimaro activated the earth seal. The black sigils of the curse spread rapidly across his body, and within mere breaths, he transformed into a dark gray figure. A tail emerged behind him, resembling the tentacle of the Eight Tails. Suddenly, Kimimaro erupted into a violent coughing fit, spewing blood from his mouth. Naruto's expression turned serious. Had life reached its end for him? As the strongest among the Sound Four and Orochimaru's ideal vessel for reincarnation, Kimimaro was indeed formidable. Yet, longevity is the true victor. Health is the capital of revolution. Naruto could only express his exasperation at Kimimaro's untimely demise. At this moment, he felt a measure of respect for Orochimaru. What personal allure did the snake sage possess that could inspire such unwavering loyalty in his followers? Most astonishing was the depth of devotion exhibited by each of his loyal adherents, ready to sacrifice their lives without hesitation. The Sound Four demonstrated this. And so too did Kimimaro. Before his demise, being able to eliminate a formidable warrior from Konoha for Lord Orochimaru could be considered a worthy end. Kunmaru had grown exceedingly feeble, yet the unwavering intensity of his murderous intent remained undiminished. Dance, O Corpse Bone Pulse, the dance of early fern. Naruto offered a faint smile. Indeed, Kunmaru's dance of early fern appeared quite impressive. However, Naruto possessed a significant flaw. The bone spikes, rising merely 1 or 2 meters high, although covering the entire ground, could easily be evaded by leaping into the air. It was this naive notion that first made Naruto sense the looming threat of death. Crack, crack, crack. Countless sharp bone spikes, glimmering with a sinister light, erupted from the ground, exuding a piercing brilliance that could penetrate all matter. Naruto channeled his chakra and leapt forcefully into the air. What? The sight beneath him sent chills down Naruto's spine. Having leapt several meters into the sky, he was astonished to discover that the glaring bone spikes were rapidly extending upwards with astonishing force. For the first time, Naruto felt the breath of death. What in the world is this? In the anime, when Gaara faced Kunmaru, this dance of early fern seemed to rise only a few meters. Why? Now that it is my turn, Does it extend to such lengths? Damn it, this is clearly a trap. Is the mission system trying to eliminate me to replace me with another protagonist? Ding, ding, ding. Mission system notification. Suspected wrongful accusation of the system. Penalty applied. Jump height capped at 20 meters. Huh. Naruto was instantly dumbfounded. If the dense spikes below pierced through his body, he felt he would instantaneously become a honeycomb coal. At 20 meters, Naruto's ascent abruptly halted. Is this for real? Cold sweat trickled down his spine. As he watched the bone spikes closing in, Naruto felt utterly bewildered. Konoha whirlwind. Crack. A dark green figure flashed from the side, with legs spinning and swirling. The bone spike that was about to pierce Naruto's body was momentarily halted by a well-timed kick. Rock Lee grasped Naruto and propelled them further into the air. Bushy brows. Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of gratitude. He had nearly met his end. It was terrifying. Rock Lee, somewhat astonished, observed the bones beneath him. Whose bones are these? That they are so hard? Lee believed that his Konoha whirlwind kick was powerful enough to shatter mountains. Yet striking the bone spike with all his might only managed to halt it momentarily. At that moment, Naruto could hardly dwell on such thoughts. This was a narrow escape. However, joyful moments are often fleeting. The speed at which Rock Lee was elevating Naruto noticeably slowed after a few breaths. Their jumping power had reached its limit. Yet the bone spikes below showed no signs of diminishing in menace. Naruto glanced at the equally terrified Rock Lee and couldn't help but chuckle. Bushy brows. Would you consider this a buy one, get one free deal? Lee wore a look of despair. Lady Tsunade had just healed my legs, and I thought I would seize a moment in the spotlight. With a pained wail, Lee lamented his predicament. This situation is utterly disheartening. Not only was a life lost, but another was unnecessarily sacrificed. Is my youth destined to end like this? At the precipice of existence, Naruto finally gained a moment of clarity. It was not Kinshiki's early Fern's dance that had the upper hand. Rather, he had overlooked a pivotal issue. Initially, it was Gaara who faced Kinshiki. As the quicksand pulled Kinshiki down to a depth of 200 meters, he unleashed his ultimate technique. However, at that moment, Kinshiki executed the early Fern's dance from the surface, which propelled him upward by 200 meters. Oh no, this is disastrous. Just when Naruto sank into despair, a swirling mass of yellow sand suddenly appeared beneath him. Gaara's figure emerged, racing towards him, treading upon the sands. Naruto, don't fear. I'm here to rescue you. Gaara exclaimed. Naruto was elated. Having a brother in times of crisis is indeed a blessing. It could help one navigate through perilous situations. The current Gaara appeared significantly more mature, his eyes no longer reflecting the indifference of yore. My sand can soar 199 meters, so fear not. All will be well, Gaara assured him. 199 meters? What about that last meter? Naruto thought, as bone spikes pierced from below, encroaching upon him. Oh no, not again, another sacrifice. Is this a buy one, get one free deal? Frantically, he called out, Kurama, save me. In his mind, the Nine-Tails shook his head in resignation. I'm targeting a fox, not an eagle. I've bestowed upon you my chakra. Now you must handle the rest. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped Naruto as he was imbued with Kurama's chakra. Initially, he intended to confront Kinshiki as an ordinary person, but that was no longer feasible. This adversary had clearly gained an unfair advantage, unleashing a barrage of bones that were impossible to evade. It was time to reveal his hand. I possessed the tailed beast bomb. Concentrating chakra, he gathered it into the palm of his hand, infusing it with the power of the Nine-Tails. The size of the Rasengan expanded, shifting from a light blue to a deep purple as Kurama's chakra coursed through it. He bent down, then forcefully hurled it forward. Tailed beast bomb Rasengan. The massive orb of chakra collided violently with the oncoming bone spikes. A brilliant explosion ensued. What? It's not budging? Naruto could hardly believe his eyes. Was he truly targeting bone? He was utterly flabbergasted, trapped in a standstill. Ding ding ding. The mission system prompted. Wind Attribute Chakra Ninjutsu initiated. Level 1 Wind activated. At that moment, as the wind power surged forth, the Rasengan shattered through obstacles effortlessly, severing the bone spikes in its path. How could this level 1 wind possess such tremendous force? The mission system kindly reminded. Wind power enhanced by Wind Attribute Ninjutsu. Naruto secretly rejoiced. With the ultimate techniques in the later stages, all being wind attributes, this could turn out favorably. Gaara stood in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. In just a few short months, Naruto had once again shattered his worldview. Having just assumed the mantle of Wind Shadow, I have come to Konoha to forge an alliance. No, I must cling tightly to the Great One. Channeling chakra, I manipulate the yellow sand to follow closely behind Naruto. Just as I touch the ground, Naruto barely has time to catch his breath when suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail emanates from the bone spikes beside me. Die! Junmaru's right arm has transformed into a drill, thrusting viciously towards Naruto's head. A bitter smile curls at the corner of Naruto's mouth. Junmaru, may you have a safe journey. Gaara gasps in shock as he watches the glinting, cold blade poised to pierce Naruto's skull. Yet, Naruto does not flinch or evade. Naruto! Both Lee and Gaara exclaim in unison. The needle-like tip halts just a millimeter from Naruto's eye. Junmaru, down you go. The myriad bone spikes dissipate as Junmaru falls. Glancing at the now unsealed, empty barrel not far away, Naruto nods slightly. At this moment, Gaara's admiration for Naruto flows like an unending river. To remain so composed in the face of Junmaru's final, lethal strike is truly remarkable. In the face of death, unperturbed by the imminent danger, he is indeed unyielding. Ding ding ding. The mission system alerts. Mission objective, Valley of the End. Task content, eliminate the Sound Ninja 5. Mission failed. Remarks, incorrect location. Damn it. Naruto cannot help but curse. Am I supposed to drag all 5 of them to the Valley of the End to kill them? What a disaster. Turning to see Gaara's starry-eyed admiration, Naruto offers a faint smile. Shikamaru and Kiba are injured. You two should escort them back to Konoha first. Lifting his gaze towards the Valley of the End in the distance, Naruto murmurs softly. Flying Thunder God technique. Sasuke races desperately along the river of the Valley of the End. The chakra beneath his feet allows him to traverse the water's surface effortlessly. Breaking the seal from within the barrel, Sasuke feels an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, rekindling his confidence. Not far ahead, a figure flickers atop the statue of Hashirama Senju. Who is that? Sasuke channels his chakra, soaring into the air and landing atop the statue of Madara Uchiha. Naruto smiles faintly, observing Sasuke's left eye now resembling Orochimaru's. A pale yellow fills his pupils, with black patterns spreading from the corners in the shape of pines. He looks rather impressive, though the expression in his eyes seems to have grown somewhat cold. Little Sasuke, you are now without organization or discipline. Naruto chides lightly. Oh, I thought it was someone significant. It's just you, foolish one. What brings you here? Sasuke's tone is unusually frigid, evoking the haughty demeanor he once had when they first met. What the hell? Naruto is taken aback. What is going on? Is Sasuke reverting to his original character? Who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? Are you plotting a rebellion, secondary protagonist? A sinister chuckle echoed through the desolate canyon, emanating from Sasuke as he clenched his right fist with fervor, casting a disdainful glance at Naruto. I feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me. Have you inflated your ego? Naruto responded with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. I wish to remain humble, but my prowess simply does not permit it. It seemed that the once aloof Sasuke had made some progress and was now reveling in it. Give him a ray of sunshine, and he will shine brilliantly. Naruto tightened the headband upon his forehead, pointing at it with an indifferent expression. Very well, should you manage to touch my headband. You will be my leader from that day forth. How audacious. Sasuke seethed, feeling insulted that Naruto could disregard the newfound strength he had attained. I must put him in his place. In a flash, he withdrew a kunai from his waist, channeling chakra as he propelled himself upward with force, slashing towards Naruto's forehead. A sly smile flickered at the corner of Naruto's mouth. Swish, swish, swish. His hands moved rapidly, forming seals. Lightning release, thunderclap. A brilliant flash illuminated the air as thunder erupted above Sasuke's head. You wretched fool. Is that how you choose to commence? Sasuke was drenched in cold sweat. Without hesitation, he activated the second stage of his cursed seal. Wings suddenly unfurled from his back, and a celestial star formed upon his brow. His skin darkened to a shade of gray, and a layer of black chakra enveloped him, crackling with electric energy. The wings flapped furiously, barely evading the thunderous onslaught. With a sweeping motion of his right arm, he unleashed the Thousand Birds technique. A cascade of lightning surged forth, resembling a myriad of serpentine bolts. It effectively confined Naruto's escape routes. This expansive display of the Thousand Birds left Naruto in awe. No wonder Sasuke had become so boastful. The second stage of the cursed seal indeed bestowed upon him formidable strength. Yet, Naruto was undeterred by even Orochimaru himself, let alone the mere celestial curse bestowed by the snake sage. He concentrated chakra in the palm of his right hand, forming a rapidly spinning Rasengan. Observing Sasuke's arrogant demeanor, Naruto suppressed his rising fury, reducing the size of the Rasengan once more. As the 1,000 birds descended from all directions, encircling him, it seemed there was no avenue for escape. Sasuke appeared to envision Naruto rendered unconscious, a smirk curling at his lips as he silently seethed. You've become insufferably arrogant during this time. You can't even distinguish between your strengths. Today, you shall learn. Before Sasuke could complete his thought, Naruto's form vanished in an instant. What? Sasuke gazed in disbelief as the lightning from the 1,000 birds converged where Naruto had just stood, crackling with thunderous intensity. Flying Thunder God, Rasengan. A resounding thud echoed as an immense force of chakra collided into Sasuke's back, propelling him away. He crashed into the statue of Senju Hashirama, sprawled out in disarray. Naruto grinned triumphantly, having left behind the mark of the Flying Thunder God on Sasuke earlier. At this moment, it proved to be of great utility. Ding ding ding. The task system prompted. Wind Attribute Chakra Ninjutsu activated. Level 1 Wind automatically initiated. Crack. Sasuke's wings were violently torn apart. Sasuke emitted a painful wail. Naruto awkwardly scratched his head. Did he perhaps strike a bit too hard? Sasuke slipped from the statue and fell into the tumultuous river churned up by the waterfall. He struggled fiercely to rise from the water, the searing pain in his back causing him to grimace. His eyes were ablaze with fury. Chidori! Buzz! A piercing cry of a bird echoed. Dark chakra coalesced in the palm of Sasuke's right hand, the flashes of lightning further enhancing his cold demeanor. Naruto could only muster a bitter smile. Are you serious about this? He summoned chakra once more, hesitant to infuse the Rasengan with Nine-Tails chakra, as the activation of level 1 wind could very well cost the foolish second son his life. Yet, it was undeniable that this fellow needed to be taught a lesson. Sasuke vigorously swung his injured wings, channeling chakra to propel himself upward, his speed akin to lightning. Chidori. Naruto's body rapidly dove downward, his right arm forcefully swinging out. Rasengan. Boom. The blue chakra collided with the black chakra midair, merging into a colossal chakra sphere. It shattered with a thunderous sound, the heavens and earth trembling. The statues on either side were mercilessly torn apart by the immense residual chakra. The two massive chakra forces abruptly severed the waterfall's flow, sending torrents of water soaring into the air, drenching the surroundings in a deluge. Naruto rubbed his sore right arm and approached the writhing Sasuke, who lay in agony atop the statue of Uchiha Madara. Noticing that Naruto was unscathed while his own heaven's curse-marked second form had been shattered, Sasuke quickly donned a playful grin and called out, "Naruto, I was just joking." Naruto clenched his fist and delivered a heavy blow to Sasuke's head. Bang! Stop pretending. Your head's not a target. Sasuke cradled the swelling bump on his forehead, feeling tears well up in his eyes. What was he thinking, playing along with him? All right, let's hurry. Once we reach Orochimaru, we must exercise caution. Seeing Naruto's concerned gaze warmed Sasuke's heart. He nodded earnestly, clumsily rising to his feet and sprinting off into the distance. Naruto stood there, dumbfounded, watching Sasuke's receding figure, unable to suppress a wry smile. Now he understands who the real protagonist is, that rascal. Ding ding ding. The task system announced. Task objective, Valley of the End. Task content, eliminate the Sound Ninja 5. Task completed. Task reward, level 2 wind. Just as Naruto was about to celebrate, the voice of the task system echoed in his mind once more. Ding ding ding. Task system prompt. Task objective, Myōboku. Task content, enter sage mode. Task reward, 3 level wind. As I gazed at the task prompt swirling in my mind, a flicker of trepidation surged within me. It was already midnight when I returned to Konoha from the Valley of the End. I learned from the Umbu patrolling the village that the Sand Shinobi had not lingered in the village. After signing the agreement, they hastily departed Konoha, heading back to the Land of Wind. Lying on Sasuke's bed, Naruto tossed and turned, unable to find solace in sleep, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him. The disordered narrative had instilled a profound sense of unease within him. Despite enduring several grueling battles throughout the day, Naruto felt no fatigue. As he glanced at the slumbering Nine-Tails in his mind, a gentle smile graced his lips. Since I am here, I shall make peace with it. The following morning, News of Sasuke's defection from the village dominated the front page of Konoha's entertainment gossip. Within half a day, it spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys of the village. Even reporters from neighboring nations caught wind of this explosive news, clamoring to report on it. In an instant, it became common knowledge. Consequently, through the connection with the crows within him, Naruto expended considerable effort to explain the situation to Itachi. Fortunately, Itachi's trust in Naruto remained steadfast. Otherwise, there would be no way to clear his name. Nonetheless, Naruto found some solace in the fact that, at least on the surface, it appeared Sasuke had indeed defected from Konoha. The more this news was disseminated, the safer Sasuke and Itachi were in enemy territory. The situation unfolded almost exactly as Naruto had envisioned. Tsunade, against the majority's opinion, did not classify Sasuke as a rogue ninja. However, it seemed that Niji's injuries were more severe than he had anticipated. Observing Niji's pallid complexion, a twinge of guilt welled up within Naruto. Brother-in-law, this is not your fault. My activation of the heavenly spin was somewhat delayed and did not form a definitive defense. Naruto was taken aback. What? You had already activated the heavenly spin? Otherwise, I would have likely met my end, Niji replied, a shiver of unease in his voice. Reflecting on the previous day, had Naruto not intervened in time to block the fatal blow, he might have faced an untimely demise. This deepened Naruto's respect for him. The spiraling sphere, empowered by the wind, was capable of such terrifying might, which filled Naruto with both joy and concern. He was delighted that the troublesome task system had finally exhibited a touch of valor. Yet he worried that in future uses of the spiraling sphere, he would have to exercise extreme caution around his comrades. If a mere level of wind could yield such results, the potential for uncontrollability would only escalate in the future. Brother-in-law? Hinata's delicate face peeked through the door. Hearing Niji's peculiar address towards Naruto, Hinata looked at him with confusion. She had come to visit, bringing some homemade meals upon hearing that Niji had been injured during a mission. However, she was taken aback by this perplexing scene. If Niji referred to Naruto as brother-in-law, did that not imply he had another sister? With this thought, Hinata gently set down the food in her hands and beckoned to Naruto. Naruto, could you step outside with me? Oh ho, is my wife about to bestow upon me a reward? To the outside world, I am indeed the gallant young man who saved Niji. Naruto, brimming with delight, followed Hinata out of the hospital room. In his mind, he contemplated whether he should maintain an aloof demeanor if Hinata were to bestow upon him a passionate kiss. Suddenly, a heavy punch from Hinata landed squarely, catching Naruto off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. If you dare to speak so freely again, I'll give you a taste of your own medicine, he thought, seeing stars as he lay there. He watched as Hinata turned and re-entered the room. Moments later, anguished pleas from Niji Hyuga echoed from within. Hinata, my dear cousin, remember that I am your elder. Besides, I am a patient. Please be gentle. After a flurry of playful kicks and sounds of clanging, Naruto, nursing a bump on his head, grinned widely as he devoured the meal Hinata had brought him, a look of pure bliss on his face. As if he had savored the sweetest nectar. He was caught in a delightful pain. Meanwhile, Niji, bruised and battered, protested from his bed. Wasn't he that food meant for me, the patient? Must you flaunt your affection so brazenly? Naruto, positioning himself to shield Hinata from Niji's gaze, discreetly raised a fist in warning. If you ruin my good fortune, I shall continue to pummel you once she leaves. Niji, feeling wronged, fell silent, knowing full well the disparity in their strengths. In this moment, there was no one who could contend with Naruto. Creaking open, the door swung wide as Tsunade entered. Her expression dark. Upon seeing Naruto and Niji's battered appearances, she paused, then allowed a faint smile to grace her lips. It was a scene reminiscent of her own youthful days. Lord Hokage. Niji attempted to rise, but Tsunade gestured for him to remain seated. I merely came to assess your injuries. This peculiar wind-based chakra is unlike anything I have encountered before, she remarked, a hint of confusion crossing her face. According to the intel from the Umbu, the foe Niji faced, Kidamaru, was not known for wind techniques. Her gaze shifted to Naruto, and she hesitated to speak further. With Sasuke's departure, Sai temporarily filled in for Team 7. Tsunade uttered a simple farewell and turned to leave. Naruto, upon hearing this, sprang from his bed and pursued her. What exactly he conveyed to the 5th Hokage remained a mystery. In any case, it wasn't long before Hinata received the notification to fill in for Team 7, while Sai took her place in her original team. joining Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame to form a new tracking unit. Kakashi, what a shame, to have fallen into a coma merely from a single glance. Tsunade had exerted considerable effort to rouse Kakashi from his slumber, her displeasure evident. Kakashi sheepishly scratched his head, regretting not heeding Naruto's warning. Indeed, Itachi Uchiha's Sharingan was terrifyingly potent. Reflecting on the bloody and tragic visions within the Tsukuyomi, he still felt a shiver of dread. After wandering around the village of Konoha, Naruto finally located Jiraiya at an outdoor hot spring. His gaze fell upon a swimsuit-clad beauty, soaking in another spring not far away, and Jiraiya's mouth nearly watered in anticipation. The lecherous sage, I have matters to discuss with you. Jiraiya rolled his eyes and softly rebuked. Cannot you see that I am in search of writing inspiration? Naruto crouched down and whispered in Jiraiya's ear, if Granny Tsunade asks where you have gone, how should I respond? Naruto feigned a troubled expression. Jiraiya quickly wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and assumed a mature demeanor. What is it that you seek from your master? It is time to head to Myōboku Mountain to train in sage techniques. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. You little brat, how old are you? Yet you are already thinking of mastering sage arts? Ever since Hinata joined Team 7, Naruto felt as though his springtime had finally arrived. On his left, a gentle and shy Hinata. On his right, a coldly enchanting Sakura. Life was simply too blissful. Had he known life could be so delightful, he would have sent that troublesome Sasuke away much earlier. Without Sasuke, Naruto believed his attractiveness in Konoha was steadily rising. He could almost claim the title of the most handsome in the village. The new Team 7, led by Captain Yamato, had completed several simple missions. Naruto had not let a single hair on Hinata's head be harmed. Whenever they traveled to other countries for missions, Naruto would always take Hinata out for wild shopping sprees during their leisure time. After all, the dividends from Ichiraku Ramen had turned Naruto into an invisible tycoon. Since he had the opportunity to travel abroad, it was only fitting to spend money freely. This wave of affection had thoroughly satisfied Sakura. The tides of fortune had shifted. It was time for her family to experience the loneliness of being single. Reflecting on the days when the foolish Sasuke was around, Sakura and he had certainly fed Naruto plenty of dog food. His rapport with Captain Yamato was quite harmonious. As for Orochimaru's experimental subjects regarding the exploration of wood-style chakra, Yamato could only be considered a semi-finished product. Naruto was not yet ready to delve into Captain Yamato's background. The moment had not yet come. The day agreed upon with Jiraiya was drawing near, and the time to journey to Myōboku Mountain was imminent. Naruto felt a twinge of anxiety within. After all, Jiraiya had perished just before Naruto began his training in sage arts. Thus, during this period, no matter where he went on missions, Naruto would leave a shadow clone in Konoha. He had also meticulously marked Jiraiya with the Flying Thunder God technique. Should any emergencies arise, Naruto could arrive in an instant. At such times, he often inwardly lamented. Clearly, he could rely on the halo of the protagonist, yet he insisted on depending on his own abilities. Alas, what could he do? For he was simply that exceptional. Observing Hinata beside him, happily indulging in ice cream, Naruto displayed a contented smile. The years were serene. What more could one desire? After completing a mission and returning to Konoha for a few days of respite, Naruto finally arrived at the most exhilarating moment. Early in the morning, Jiraiya pulled Naruto from his slumber. Ever since Sasuke left, Naruto had naturally moved into Sasuke's single dormitory, while his original home had been restored and transformed into Jiraiya's residence. Naruto, with bleary eyes, gazed at Jiraiya, climbing back onto his pillow with a hint of dissatisfaction. Pervy Sage, did you not go out to flirt with the ladies today? Jiraiya's expression darkened upon hearing this. You should hurry and get ready. We have received news from Mount Myōboku. Thud. Before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, Naruto's figure had already vanished from the bed. After meticulously preparing, Naruto followed Jiraiya into the woods outside of Konoha. All right, we shall now await the reverse summoning technique from Mount Myōboku. Time passed slowly. From dawn until the sun hung high at noon, they waited, but the reverse summoning technique did not arrive. Naruto, nearly dehydrated under the sun's relentless heat, could no longer contain his complaints. Pervy Sage, are you sure about the time you agreed upon with the old man? Jiraiya scratched his head vigorously. Indeed. We agreed on the morning of June 1st. Oh no. Just as Jiraiya finished speaking, he suddenly leaped into the air. How could I forget? Mount Myōboku is in a different time zone. Naruto felt utterly exasperated. The notion of a time difference was absurd for a so-called Hokage. Moreover, June 1st was, after all, Children's Day. One could only wonder if the old man and Granny Shima were celebrating it. Ninjutsu, reverse summoning technique. A voice suddenly echoed beside him. Naruto felt a flash of light before his eyes. Bang! The gentle and benevolent light of dawn from Mount Myōboku graced Naruto's forehead. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found himself amidst peculiar stones and exotic flora. The croaking of frogs filled the air, and on a large lotus leaf, several frogs basked in the morning sun. It was a paradise, akin to a celestial realm. Bang! A figure leapt down from a nearby tree, landing not far from Naruto and shaking the ground. Naruto, my brother. It is I who summoned you here with the reverse summoning. Naruto looked up to see Gamakichi, now resembling a small mountain, greeting him with pride. What the? Naruto was taken aback. In just over 10 days, how had Gamakichi grown so large? What kind of fertilizer had he consumed? Observing Gamakichi's robust legs, Naruto couldn't help but think of Bullfrog Hotpot. One of those legs could probably feed several of his friends. Little Jiraiya, little Naruto. The old man Fukasaku hopped over from a distance. Naruto, seeing the diminutive figure of Fukasaku, couldn't help but wonder. What peculiar breed were Fukasaku and Granny Shima? Why were they not as enormous as other giant toads? I received word from little Jiraiya last night and began preparations as soon as dawn broke. I had Gamakichi summon you. Last night, Naruto felt a twinge of displeasure. He had informed Jiraiya long ago about coming to Mount Myōboku to train in sage arts. And now this old fellow was proving to be increasingly unreliable, having only relayed the message to Mount Myōboku last night. Noticing Naruto's increasingly somber expression, Jiraiya hastily waved his hands. Miyamu Mountain is a realm of celestial wonder, where the laws of time diverge significantly from those of the mortal world. Here, a single day equates to an entire year in the human realm. What? Naruto felt his head spin with disbelief. This is utterly preposterous. Initially, he had planned to cultivate here for several years, but upon hearing such a mind-bending revelation, he could no longer afford to be complacent. Grasping the hand of the elder Shinzaku, he dashed towards the distant waterfall. Enough of this nonsense. If he did not seize the moment, by the time he returned to Konoha, Hinata's child would be old enough to buy soy sauce. There was no time to ponder the trivialities of which frog was larger or smaller. After all, one could hardly use them for a hot pot. What purpose would that serve? Naruto, what are you planning to do? The sudden action startled the elder Shinzaku, causing his frog-like visage to alternate between shades of red and white. I must diligently practice sage techniques. I am in a hurry to return and start a family. The elder sighed in resignation, shaking his head. There is no need to rush. The old master wishes to see you. The old master? Naruto furrowed his brow. The elder Shinzaku's reference to the old master could only be the great sage Fukasaku. Why would he emerge to steal the spotlight? An unsettling wave of anxiety washed over him once more. Observing the elder Shinzaku energetically leading the way, Naruto hastened to follow. The great sage Fukasaku was even grander than Naruto had envisioned. His entire form was enveloped in an orange hue, adorned with yellow eyes. Around his neck hung a string of prayer beads, featuring a pale purple cat's eye stone inscribed with ancient characters. A scholarly cap rested atop his head, lending him an air of wisdom. The dignified Tsunade sat gracefully upon a stone pillar beneath the great sage. Her expression was notably serious. Jiraiya, having heard of the great sage's summons, accompanied them as well. Opportunities to meet the great sage were rare. Many humans had journeyed to Miyamu Mountain for training. Yet only Jiraiya and Naruto had received a personal invitation. Old Master, little Jiraiya and little Naruto have arrived, the elder Shinzaku announced, leaping to perch upon another stone pillar. The great sage Fukasaku gently opened his eyes and moved his neck to glance at the two humans standing below. Last night, I had another dream. Little Jiraiya, your fate has undergone a significant alteration for reasons unknown. Jiraiya's complexion turned ashen, and he stepped forward to inquire urgently. Great sage, what of the child of prophecy? The elder sage lightly shook his head, interrupting Jiraiya. In last night's vision, the ninja world was utterly destroyed, and the child of prophecy did not appear in the dream. What? Cold sweat trickled down Naruto's spine. How could this be? Was the old sage perhaps misperceiving the situation? Had he truly been transported into a false world of Naruto? Even in a fabricated version, there should at least be fewer melodramatic twists, right? Could it be that all the ninjas in the world had been annihilated? A cascade of questions flooded Naruto's mind. The fate of the ninja world appears to be governed by an invisible force, starkly contrasting with previous dreams. This unseen power seems to be altering the destinies of every individual within the ninja realm. An invisible force? Naruto stood there in a daze. He vaguely recalled that during his earlier revelations, the task system had issued severe warnings. However, recently, such warnings had diminished, and even the penalties for revealing secrets had become trivial. This unseen power unmistakably referred to as alterations of the original storyline. The great sage Toad shifted his gaze towards Naruto. Are you Naruto? Naruto tentatively took a step forward and nodded vigorously. Grandpa Gamamaru, I am Uzumaki Naruto. The great sage Toad gently shook his head, then nodded slightly. His partially opened eyes revealed a rather peculiar expression. You are Naruto, but not Uzumaki Naruto. If you are Uzumaki Naruto, then you are no longer Naruto. Huh. Jiraiya furrowed his brows. Was the great sage Toad truly muddled, speaking in riddles? Even Shinzaku and Shima were left bewildered. Shinzaku glanced at Shima, his eyes conveying a silent message. The old man is really losing it. Shima returned his gaze, equally perplexed. Next in line for the great sage Toad is you. In contrast, only Naruto listened to this riddle without a hint of surprise. He understood better than anyone what the great sage Toad was implying. Is this also a scene from the dream? Naruto asked, a hint of apprehension in his tone. The great sage Toad nodded slightly, noncommittally. In my dreams, you are the one who wields that power. Naruto gazed at the old Toad in astonishment. Am I the child of prophecy then? The great sage Toad shook his head gently. You are not the child of prophecy, but rather the one who controls it. In the dream, my vision fails to perceive everything about you. Merely what? Naruto stepped forward, his expression filled with dread. When the ninja world shatters, the bodies of all ninjas will lie at your feet. Naruto trembled all over, stepping back a few paces. The corpses of everyone. In the dream, the sage's symbol reappeared. The great sage Toad trembled as he extracted a thin talisman from his massive form. The great Toad ancestor left behind 2 sage symbols. Each prophesied to play a significant role at critical junctures in the ninja world's monumental transformations. The great sage Toad looked towards the distance, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Before finally speaking softly, one of these sage symbols has already fulfilled its mission. I will now entrust this one to you. As his words fell, the sage symbol slowly descended from the great sage Toad's webbed hand to rest before Naruto. Naruto reached out cautiously to receive it. The talisman felt delicate, smooth, and somewhat reminiscent of a playing card. A large character for sage was engraved at its center, surrounded by an intricate array of strange runes. Naruto carefully stowed away the sage symbol. As I was about to inquire further, the great Toad sage atop Sendai slowly let his heavy head droop. A thunderous snore erupted from him. Is the old Toad sage asleep again? Naruto harbored no doubts regarding the sage's prophetic dreams. He understood all too well what those dreams signified. Yet, how could it be that everyone perished before him? Such was not the fate of the Hokage. Seeing the somber expression on Naruto's face, tinged with a hint of sorrow, Jiraiya stepped forward and gently patted Naruto's shoulder, his usual jovial demeanor absent, replaced by a benevolent and warm gaze. Naruto, I believe you will be the one to guide the ninja world towards the light. Naruto stared blankly at the old sage before him. But all the bodies lie at my feet. With a faint smile, Jiraiya replied, if that were truly the case, I believe everyone would place their last hope in you. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes. Because you have never wavered. He mustered a semblance of a smile. Pervy sage, tell me the truth. Your words are unusually sweet today. Do you have some ulterior motive? Bang. Jiraiya swung a fist the size of a sandbag and struck Naruto on the head. You little rascal, I finally managed to evoke some emotion for the camera. And you have to spoil it. You really are asking for it. Naruto cradled the bump on his head, his expression one of grievance. Yet, warmth surged within him. The old sage, leaping and bounding from the stone pillar, observed the two with an air of exasperation. Half the morning has already passed. Are we going to practice sage techniques or not? Naruto, taken aback, looked down to see that his new pants were noticeably shorter. He then fully grasped that in Myōboku Mountain, a day equated to a year in Konoha. In just this brief time, he had grown a little taller. This is intolerable. Pervy sage, if Hinata becomes someone else's bride, I'll fight you to the end. Standing before the waterfall formed by the toad oil of Myōboku Mountain, Naruto wore a troubled expression. Mastering Sage Chakra proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. The so-called Sage Chakra was the energy that existed in nature. I understand. The energy within oneself is called chakra, while the energy that exists beyond oneself in the earth and air is the natural energy. I comprehend. By gathering natural energy and merging it with one's own chakra, one manifests the chakra of sage power. I truly understand. Can you cease your incessant chatter? At last, Naruto could no longer endure Jiraiya's relentless explanations. This old pervert, having mastered Sage Chakra, incessantly lectured him, seeming to possess even more knowledge than the ancient sage. Master Fukasaku, in my humble opinion, let us stick to the toad oil. This kid's comprehension ability is even less than mine. Whack! Master Fukasaku struck Jiraiya on the forehead with his staff. You've been rambling for half the day. It's no wonder little Naruto can't calm his mind. Jiraiya pressed his hand against the swollen bump on his forehead, a look of utter grievance etched across his face. Naruto's eyes darted around before he approached the nearby pool of toad oil, dipping his hand into the viscous substance. He carefully applied a layer of it to his arm, sitting cross-legged and earnestly attuning himself to the influx of natural energy that surged into him. However, he couldn't shake the sensation of swelling on his face. Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed as the old man Shinzaku struck Naruto's head with his dog-beating stick, instantly scattering the natural energy that had begun to coalesce. Although toad oil could temporarily gather natural energy, the moment I initiated the fusion technique, little Naruto would be transformed into a toad statue. Naruto clutched his head and vigorously nodded, inwardly lamenting, I am well aware of this. By the way, old man, could you not name that stick a dog-beating stick? Isn't that rather insulting? And at your age, can't you go a little easier on the strikes? Mealtime, mealtime. The voice of Grandma Shima echoed from a distance. Upon hearing her call, Shinzaku immediately discarded his stick and hopped away, vanishing from Naruto's sight. If one is not eager for food, there is something wrong with their head. And if one is overly enthusiastic about eating, there is also something wrong. Nevertheless, contemplating the delectable worm banquet, Naruto hesitated, pulling his foot back. He reached into his pocket, retrieving 2 squished buns, devouring them ravenously. If one were to consider the passage of time at the rate of 1 day, equating to a year, it had been several months since his last meal, making him feel rather impressive. Little Naruto, aren't you going to eat? Shinzaku's head emerged from the grass, gazing at Naruto with surprise. Logically, this little rascal should have been starving by now. Why did he show such indifference towards food? Shinzaku nodded slightly, observing Jiraiya's gluttonous consumption beside him. He suddenly felt that little Naruto possessed far more perseverance than Jiraiya. Well, I'm not very hungry. You all eat first. I'll practice a bit longer. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, promptly assuming a meditative posture. What? Little Naruto isn't eating? I went all the way to Konoha to buy so much food, and now it feels like such a waste. Grandma Shima expressed her disappointment with a few complaints. Jiraiya, munching away, mumbled through a mouthful, there won't be any waste. I can finish it all. What? You went to Konoha to buy food? Isn't at the worm banquet? Through a gap in the grass, Naruto caught sight of a table laden with a variety of exquisite dishes. Jiraiya was devouring with grease dripping from his chin, relishing what seemed like a free lunch, devouring it with abandon. The sight was utterly unrefined. At that moment, Naruto felt a wave of despair wash over him. Even if he were presented with delicacies now, he couldn't possibly eat. His stomach was already full from the 2 buns. Sighing, he felt parched from the dry bun filling. I need some water. He scooped up some water from the nearby pond, gulping it down eagerly. Ah, refreshing. It was quite surprising how sweet and delightful the spring water from Myōboku was. Does Myōboku have spring water? Spring water? Water? I am utterly bewildered. What have I just consumed? Frog oil. Oh no, this is a disaster. With a lamenting wail, Naruto startled Jiraiya, causing the piece of braised meat he was about to savor to plummet to the ground. In an instant, Naruto felt his head swelling. His visage filled the entire screen. Jiraiya exclaimed, what in the world is this? Granny Shima gasped, there's a ghost. Old man Fukasaku uttered, my heavens. The 3 of them simultaneously expressed their astonishment at the sight of the rotund Naruto. Old man Fukasaku thought to himself, having led 100 or so individuals to Mount Myōboku, he had never encountered a mind of such caliber. Absorbing natural energy to the point of resembling a pig's head, it was as if he were forcefully stealing the spotlight. For goodness sake, little Jiraiya, hurry and grab a stick to beat him with. or Naruto will be petrified. Jiraiya and Granny Shima, alarmed by this, swiftly darted from beneath a nearby giant mushroom and each seized a stick. A human, alongside two frogs, surrounded Naruto, forming a triangle. Rolling up their sleeves, they swung their arms and struck Naruto's head with vigor. Smack! Bang! Clang! Just as Naruto felt the overwhelming natural energy threatening to burst his head. Excruciating pain radiated swiftly from his crown throughout his body, causing him to grimace in agony. With each strike of the stick, the natural energy was abruptly diminished. The feeling of swelling also eased considerably, albeit he was left disoriented, seeing stars. Little Naruto, have you washed your face with frog oil? His face was already swollen from the blows, and he was at a loss as to where his lips were. Stammering for a while, he could not utter a single coherent word. At that moment, Jiraiya began to piece together the puzzle. With a hint of desperation, he asked, "You didn't drink the frog oil, did you?" Upon hearing this, Naruto vigorously nodded in affirmation. Old man Fukasaku was completely dumbfounded. What on earth could be done now? He turned and called out loudly to the astonished Fukasakugama not far away. "Summon your father, Fukasaku Bunta, your uncle, Fukasaku Ken, and your brother, Fukasaku Hiro." Fukasakugama was momentarily stunned before promptly leaping away. Suddenly, old man Fukasaku remembered something and shouted, urging them to bring all the sticks from their homes. "What?" Naruto gasped, nearly losing control. Jiraiya, being human, at least had some restraint. Granny Shima and old man Fukasaku were merely small frogs, not overly strong. But if Fukasaku Bunta and his brothers each wielded a stick, Naruto let out a desperate wail. Fukasaku Bunta, with a flushed complexion, held a large pipe in his mouth. Fukasaku Ken brandished a steel fork and carried a massive pot lid on his back, his skin a deep crimson. Fukasaku Hiro, bearing two long swords on his back, resembled a giant frog with his green skin contrasting with the others. Three large toads, each wielding a staff for striking dogs, fixated their gaze upon Naruto, who stood encircled in their midst. The moment Naruto exhibited even the slightest hint of transformation, the staffs would simultaneously swing down with force from various directions. At that moment, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of despair. A momentary lapse had led him to consume 2 portions of toad oil, resulting in this catastrophe. These creatures were intent on delivering a severe beating, leaving Naruto's head swollen with lumps. To mitigate the blows, he could only concentrate all his energy on mastering the natural energy. If he failed to assimilate this energy swiftly, he feared he would not witness the sun rising over Myōboku Mountain the following day. These toads were not assisting him in honing his sage arts. Rather, they were akin to whack-a-mole. As natural energy surged within him, a wave of warmth suddenly coursed through his arms. Buzz! The 3-tomo seal on his arms emitted a peculiar radiance. An immense influx of natural energy seemed to have found its way home, surging wildly towards the seals on his arms. What? A most astonishing scene unfolded before Naruto's eyes. The natural energy within him rapidly differentiated at his abdomen, dispersing into 2 distinct forces that spread to either side of his body, creating a stark contrast centered around his arms. One half was vibrant and fiery, while the other exuded a dark, cold gentleness. As the natural energy continued to flow in, the seals grew increasingly luminous. His right arm fused with the natural yang energy, merging with Naruto's own chakra to form yang attribute sage chakra, marked by a golden 3-tomo seal. Meanwhile, his left arm absorbed the natural yin energy, combining with his chakra to create yin attribute sage chakra, adorned with a dark, celestial 3-tomo seal. Suddenly, an orange hue emerged at the corners of Naruto's eyes. The elderly Shinigami, observing Naruto's remarkable transformation, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The elder Shima also recognized this peculiar phenomenon. It seemed that the natural energy within young Naruto had been integrated into 2 distinct types of sage chakra. As sage toads, their keen vision allowed them to clearly perceive the extraordinary changes occurring within Naruto. The elderly Shinigami, stunned into silence, took a long moment to gather his thoughts. Lord Shinigami, Naruto's eyes are manifesting the markings of sage mode, he finally articulated. Jiraiya, who could also enter sage mode, recognized that Naruto had evidently entered this state, albeit without displaying any of the typical toad characteristics, representing perhaps the most flawless fusion of sage mode. For centuries, there had been no record of a human achieving sage mode, without significant external changes. After a prolonged silence, the elderly Shinizugaku shook his head slowly. No, the sage chakra within young Naruto is even more refined. This transcends mere sage mode. The elderly Shima gasped in shock at his words. Father of the child, are you suggesting that little Naruto, indeed, the chaotic sage chakra has been separated and purified, resulting in the manifestation of the yin and yang forces of sage chakra? Shinzaku shook his head in resignation. So the legends are true. Legends? Jiraiya looked at the old man with a hint of confusion. The ancestral toad of Mount Myōboku once proclaimed that sage chakra could differentiate into two distinct properties of yin and yang. However, to this day, no one has witnessed it firsthand, not even the old man himself. Yet, little Naruto has managed to achieve this. In contrast to the astonishment of the elderly Shima, Jiraiya felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, a master begets a remarkable disciple. However, if this is not the sage mode, then what are the sage facial markings that Naruto exhibits? Jiraiya remained somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless, he sensed that it appeared quite formidable, and he was not overly concerned with whether it was indeed sage mode. One could only conclude that little Naruto had transcended sage mode. This form is, in essence, sage itself. Huh. Jiraiya was left bewildered. Oh, something's amiss. Frogs Ken and Hiro. The toad Bunta noticed the anomaly at the corner of Naruto's eye and hurriedly alerted the two large frogs nearby. Bang, bang, bang. Three cudgels struck forcefully from different directions atop Naruto's head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Oh, it doesn't seem to hurt that much? Just as Naruto grimaced in preparation to lament, he suddenly discovered that the cudgel striking his head had broken into several pieces. Shinzaku quickly leaped in front of Naruto, sternly reprimanding, Bunta, Ken, Hiro, cease immediately. Naruto has already fused with sage chakra. Upon hearing this, Naruto sprang up from the ground in astonishment. Is that true, Shinzaku? The elder nodded gently. I can't believe it. It was that simple. If I had known, I would have consumed more toad oil. Bang! Shinzaku, in a fit of exasperation, delivered a powerful punch to Naruto's head. A miracle has occurred within you. Had it not been for this, do you think consuming toad oil would allow you to survive? You rascal! While Naruto clutched his head, feeling slightly wronged, he secretly reveled in the fact that he felt no pain from the hefty blow. This is incredible. I no longer have to fear Sakura's violent fists. What fascinated Naruto even more was that it seemed as if every bit of sage chakra consumed was automatically replenished by natural energy, alleviating any concerns about the duration of sage mode. Thus, could it be possible to enter sage mode indefinitely? How utterly astonishing. As dusk descended, the sun slipped below the distant horizon, signaling the arrival of night upon Mount Myōboku. While everyone else slumbered, Naruto ventured to a secluded spot alone. The Land of Wind. A vast desert stretches endlessly, showcasing a desolate expanse. As far as the eye can see, yellow sand carpets the ground. The scorching grains resemble the essence distilled from fierce flames, having evaporated every trace of moisture from the earth beneath, leaving behind a significant void of vitality. Amidst the swirling sands, the cacophony of dust dances through the air, while the melodious chime of bells flutters gracefully across the boundless sea of sand, mingling with the wind. It seems to transform into a desolate howl, as if issuing a deathly cry towards this heartless realm. Two figures advance slowly, one tall, one short, one stout, one slender. The striking red cloud on their black cloaks stands out starkly against the vast desert. Behind them trails a scattering of delicate footprints and a shallow ravine. Deidara gently adjusted his conical hat, his carefully braided hair flattened beneath its weight. How could he tolerate such a loss of charm? Art embodies ephemeral beauty. To hide one's stylish hair is an affront to artistry. Beside him, the short and stout figure was thoroughly displeasing to the eye. Alas, he had no choice but to form a team with this individual, and he felt equally helpless. As long as this fellow ceased his incessant arguing, he would refrain from obliterating him. Such were Deidara's thoughts. Hey, Scorpion, your little legs are moving far too slowly. Why don't you wait here while I single-handedly capture the one-tail? Scorpion had long been irritated by the blonde before him. In stark contrast to Deidara, Scorpion believed that art is something that can endure and be passed down. Eternal beauty is true art. This topic had led to an unending quarrel between the two as they journeyed together. If you're so unafraid of death, then go ahead, Scorpion coldly remarked. I despise waiting. You better hurry up, or, before Scorpion could finish his sentence, Deidara, already impatient, soared away on the large bird he had just fashioned from clay. Art is an explosion. All this incessant chatter is tiresome. Deidara scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the stout figure left behind, feeling quite pleased with himself. The most perfect embodiment of artistic form was about to unfold, and Deidara could hardly contain his excitement. Commenced the capture of the One-Tail. Lord Kazekage. Unidentified flying objects are invading from the air. Gaara was in his office within the Kazekage building, attending to recent documents when a ninja from the Umbu rushed in, breathless. Unidentified flying objects. UFOs? Who dares disturb my reign as Kazekage? Seeking death, are they? With a resounding thud, Gaara slammed his fist onto the desk. I'll take care of this. Notify the Umbu to remain vigilant and ensure the village's safety. Yes. The Umbu members responded promptly. Deidara circled above Sunagakure on his grand avian creation, stirring a commotion below. I yearn to ride the winds home, yet fear the lofty jade towers, alas. The chill of heights is unbearable. Deidara couldn't help but voice his musings. Soaring freely in another's airspace, his cloak billowing in the breeze, he felt ethereal. Just as Deidara reveled in his own delight, a surge of yellow sand suddenly rushed from below. Whoosh! The large bird executed a sharp turn, nearly toppling Deidara. Has it finally appeared? According to the organization's intelligence, the one-tailed Jinchuriki was indeed the boy skilled in manipulating sand. Gaara's brow furrowed. Observing that the sandy assault was somewhat lacking in range, he commanded, order all ninjas to protect the villagers with all their might. At a single command, Gaara summoned his chakra to form a platform of sand beneath his feet, propelling himself swiftly into the air. A trace of disdain flickered across Deidara's lips as he reached into the satchel at his waist. In his palm, he bit down forcefully on a piece of explosive clay. After a mere few chews, 3 small white birds materialized in Deidara's hand. With a whoosh, the tiny birds were released. Emitting a prolonged cry as their size magnified exponentially in midair, hurtling towards Gaara. Boom, boom, boom. The triple explosion erupted, flames soaring skyward and thick smoke billowing forth. As the haze dissipated, Deidara found himself dumbfounded by the sight before him. A sphere of yellow sand had formed around Gaara, exhibiting an impenetrable defense that remained unscathed by the explosion. Was this the so-called absolute defense mentioned in the intelligence reports? Deidara cast a defiant glance. Feeling a sense of indignation, his explosive birds were renowned for their destructive power. He had never encountered such humiliation. Suddenly, a handful of yellow sand surged upward from the side of his flying bird, catching him off guard. Despite executing several sharp turns, he could not evade the pursuit of the sand. With a crash, his right arm was ensnared tightly by the grains. A glint of cold murderous intent flashed in Gaara's eyes. Sand binding coffin. With a crack, Deidara felt a piercing pain radiate from his right arm, and in an instant, his entire limb was crushed. He grimaced in pain, yet managed to infuse the explosive clay into the yellow sand before the bones were shattered. Reaching into his pocket with his left hand, he bit down on another sizable chunk of explosive clay. His prideful C3 number 18 was about to make its grand entrance, promising a spectacular visual feast. The perfect artistry would soon be rightfully interpreted through the explosion of C3 number 18. A cunning smile crossed his face as he squeezed the C3 number 18, channeling chakra into the explosive clay. With a gentle toss of his left hand, he released it. Bang! A cloud of white smoke erupted as C3 number 18 transformed into a formidable bomb midair, buzzing ominously as it descended towards the sand village below. The power of the C3 number 18 bomb was enough to raise the entire village to the ground. Oh no! Gaara exclaimed, hastily weaving hand signs. Sand barrier. With a whoosh, a massive concentration of chakra coalesced into yellow sand, swiftly constructing a wall above the sand village. The expanse of the sand wall nearly enveloped the entire village, forming a protective barrier in the air. A colossal hand rose to securely catch the C3 number 18. Boom. The deafening explosion shattered the glass of houses below, the shockwave shaking the very foundations of the sand village. Gaara exhaled deeply, the excessive consumption of chakra rendering him exceedingly weak. Suddenly, 3 white birds zipped past him. Not good. Gaara screamed, a cold sweat soaking his attire. In his panic, he summoned chakra to manipulate the sand, obscuring the gap left by the sand sphere. The absolute defense took form, and regardless of the strength of external assaults. Gaara remained unfazed. A faint sound akin to crunching echoed within the sand sphere, as if something were gnawing at the grains. Suddenly, a small white spider emerged from the depths of the yellow sand, wriggling before Gaara. At that moment, he distinctly heard the sound of his own being torn asunder. Huh! With a thunderous exclamation from Deidara, a muffled explosion resonated within the sand sphere of absolute defense. The sand sphere, suspended in midair, burst apart with a resounding crack. Exhausting the last remnants of his chakra, Gaara strained to drag the empty sand barrier precariously above the sand village. As the barrier crashed to the ground, it stirred up a tumultuous wave of sand. Gaara's consciousness began to blur, and he urgently sent a message to Konoha, calling for Naruto to rescue him. Gaara! Kankuro exclaimed in shock, shouting into the sky. However, unable to take flight, Kankuro could only watch helplessly as Gaara's body was ensnared by the tail of the great white bird. One-tailed Shikaku captured. Mission accomplished. Life in Myōboku Mountain seemed to unfold at a more languid pace than in Konoha. The mastery of Sage Chakra was thoroughly solidified, and his ability to absorb and perceive chakra reached an unparalleled zenith. In the ensuing days, Naruto studied some martial arts under the tutelage of the old master, Fukasaku. Jiraiya imparted his understanding of Sage Mode to Naruto, and after 2 days, Naruto felt as though he had entered a realm of effortless mastery in Sage Mode. The boundless Sage Chakra allowed him to maintain this mode at all times. This was an existence of invincibility. Jiraiya could not help but feel envious. By the third noon, Naruto suddenly discovered that his pants had transformed into oversized shorts, while his upper garment was utterly unwearable. This revelation left him with mixed feelings. On one hand, he was pleased to find himself having grown to a height of 1.8 meters, a strapping young man. On the other hand, he had not brought a change of clothes, leaving him uncertain about how to enter the village upon his return to Konoha. In Myōboku Mountain, it was manageable, with only Jiraiya around. The other frogs, oblivious to matters of clothing, considered their skin sufficient attire. They wore the same outfit their entire lives, saving money and easing laundry burdens. A quick dip in the river ensured cleanliness. However, Naruto could not compare. Upon returning to Konoha, he could not simply stroll about in the nude to procure new garments, could he? He recalled his initial arrival in this world, believing he was dreaming when he had already made an unwelcome advance towards Hinata, even gracing the front pages of entertainment gossip. It had stirred quite a commotion both domestically and internationally. If he were to run about in the nude to buy clothes again, he would likely find himself trending on social media once more. Just as Naruto was consumed by his dilemma, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Ding, ding, ding. Task system alert. Task objective, Myōboku Mountain. Task content, activate Sage Mode. Task completed. Task reward, the 3 basic wins. Naruto turned over, placing the novel pinned by Jiraiya aside. With nothing else to occupy his time, he perused Jiraiya's first book. Surprisingly, despite its lack of literary finesse, it proved rather amusing. Naruto. Jiraiya rushed over from a distance, his expression grave. Konoha has sent word. We must return immediately. Huh. Naruto's heart raced at the unexpected urgency. What has happened? Within the Hokage building, 2 delicate figures stood outside the Hokage's office. Ninjutsu, reverse summoning technique. A loud bang echoed, followed by a billow of white smoke. As the mist dissipated, a striking scene emerged before the crowd. Behind Jiraiya, Naruto appeared, clad in oversized shorts, standing tall and proud. Is that Naruto? Sakura gasped, her gaze fixed on the familiar, handsome visage, her cheeks flushing. After 3 years, Naruto had transformed into a striking young man, exuding charisma. Yet, what was he wearing? Was he attempting to be lewd? Naruto immediately noticed Hinata standing beside Sakura. To him, it had only been 3 days. How had Hinata blossomed into such a lovely young lady? Serene and graceful, she embodied elegance, her figure perfectly proportioned, truly beautiful. Darling. Naruto waved vigorously, only to realize he was shirtless, hastily retreating behind Jiraiya. Hinata shook her head in exasperation, retrieving a set of clothes from her bag and tossing them to him, a faint blush gracing her charming face. Quickly, put these on. Naruto examined the attire he held. Clad in vibrant orange, it was the quintessential garb of a protagonist. With a grin, he felt a surge of joy. A man with a wife truly stands apart. Having donned his new outfit, he stepped out of the room, only to be met with a rushing figure. Naruto, look out. Seduction technique. Bang. A stunning swimsuit-clad beauty appeared before Naruto. Oh my! The scene was utterly electrifying, causing Jiraiya to spurt blood from his nose. Naruto cast a disdainful glance at Konohamaru. It's been 3 years, and aside from a slight height increase, your ninjutsu hasn't improved at all. Konohamaru, your seduction technique is lacking. Let me teach you a modern version sometime. Upon hearing this, Konohamaru eagerly nodded. Bang bang. Simultaneously, Hinata and Sakura unleashed powerful punches, catching Naruto off guard and sending him sprawling to the ground. What happened to the promise of embracing both sides after that full left? This was absurd. The speed of their strikes was unanticipated. Everyone come in. Tsunade's voice resonated within the office. Naruto pondered in confusion. How much chakra must Tsunade expend to maintain her youthful appearance? And those two ample assets were still quite distracting. Emergency mission. Tsunade disregarded Naruto's bewildered expression, tossing a scroll in front of Jiraiya. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto glanced at it and gasped. Gaara has been captured by the Akatsuki? This is complete chaos. Naruto clenched his fist with determination. I have already commanded Kakashi to lead a team to the Land of Wind for assistance. With a grave expression, Naruto stepped forward and declared, I shall join. Tsunade, without a moment's hesitation, shouted no. The Akatsuki organization is clearly after the tailed beasts. It is far too perilous for you to venture out. Jiraiya offered a wry smile. Let him go. Tsunade looked at Jiraiya in confusion, seemingly unconcerned for Naruto's safety. Jiraiya scoffed softly. It is indeed dangerous. If the enemy is swift enough, perhaps he could still save his own life. At that moment, Jiraiya believed that anyone unfortunate enough to cross paths with Naruto would be exceedingly unlucky. In the current ninja world, Jiraiya could scarcely fathom anyone capable of besting Naruto. This boy truly seems to possess an extraordinary advantage. Ding ding ding. Task system notification. Task objective. Rescue the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Task details. Save Gaara. Eliminate Sasori of the Red Sand and defeat Deidara. Task reward. Level 4 wind. As the task notification appeared in his mind, Naruto couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Isn't taking down Deidara more suited for that foolish second pillar? Nevertheless, Naruto was more than willing to seize the spotlight. Yet, this jumbled plot had already spiraled beyond Naruto's control, leaving him uncertain of what unforeseen events awaited him. Traversing through the woods en route to the Land of Wind, with Hinata to his left and Sakura to his right, Naruto felt a surge of joy. Such delightful moments were truly exhilarating. Tsunade sat in her chair with a somber expression, gazing at Jiraiya, hesitating to speak. Is there something on your mind? No one understands Tsunade better than Jiraiya. Tsunade averted her gaze from Jiraiya, pondering for a moment. The Umbu have traced connections between the Akatsuki and the Rain Village, but I've just returned from training. I think I'll find a place to have a drink. Jiraiya interrupted Tsunade, striding directly toward the door. Temari was on her way back to the Land of Wind, her right eyelid twitching incessantly. If the left eye twitches for wealth, does the right eye not also signify prosperity? Temari mused. After all, it is my eyelid to command. This business trip to Konoha had the village reimbursing her for round-trip expenses, with all legitimate expenditures covered by the village. Temari wondered whether the local specialties she purchased in Konoha counted as legitimate expenses. However, it must be said that the taste of the spicy hot pot at Konoha Ichiraku was far superior. It was exponentially more delicious than the branch in Sunagakure. During this visit to Konoha, Shikamaru had accompanied her throughout, liaising with various departments, which spared her from a multitude of tedious procedures. Completing all her official duties in such a short time left Temari quite satisfied with the trip. Reflecting on it now, Shikamaru, that big boy, though not as handsome as Sasuke, was indeed a quintessential warm-hearted individual. If only she could marry into Konoha, it would surely be a cross-border romance, destined to become a cherished tale. The tender feelings of youthful infatuation caused her to blush slightly. Suddenly, a hurried rush from behind interrupted Temari's thoughts. Temari. As Naruto spotted Temari leisurely ambling along the road, he promptly called out to her. Who are you? Temari scrutinized the tall boy before her, finding him somewhat familiar. An awkward bead of sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. This girl, Temari, had truly lost her bearings. She didn't even recognize the illustrious Naruto. Are you trying to meet your end prematurely? You don't know me? Naruto muttered dissatisfiedly. Temari, scratching her head in confusion, felt a flicker of recognition but couldn't immediately place him. Let me remind you, I am the most handsome youth in Konoha. Ah, so it's Sasuke. You've changed so much. Why do you look increasingly unappealing? Another bead of embarrassment rolled down Naruto's face. Temari, how can you speak like that? The pride he took in his appearance took a significant blow. Darn it, that foolish second pillar has been out of the scene for years, yet he still lingers. Sakura and Hinata couldn't help but chuckle. Naruto, Uzumaki. Frustrated, Naruto decided it was best to introduce himself before the situation became even more awkward. Ahem. Temari cleared her throat. I remember now, haha. Are you all on a mission? At her words, Naruto's smile faded, and his expression turned considerably somber. Let us hurry along. We must speak as we go. Time is of the essence. Kakashi cast a helpless glance at the group of youngsters, silently lamenting their youthful exuberance. The group raced towards the sand village of the Wind Country. After learning from Naruto about Gaara's abduction by the Akatsuki organization, Temari fell into a contemplative silence. Her complexion pale and her eyes filled with concern, completely devoid of her earlier nonchalance. Naruto slowed his pace and turned to force a reassuring smile. Don't worry, I will definitely bring Gaara back. Temari, gazing into Naruto's determined eyes, felt a warm surge in her heart. The anxiety that had gripped her suddenly eased. She couldn't comprehend why this tall boy before her instilled such a sense of security. At the very least, the unwavering resolve in Naruto's gaze was something she had never encountered before. Onward, we must reach the sand village without delay, Naruto shouted, quickening his pace. Hinata watched Naruto's retreating figure, her heart racing. 3 years had passed, and Naruto had matured significantly, embodying a newfound masculine strength. Just looking at him felt reassuring. Suddenly, a colossal surge of chakra enveloped Hinata, dispelling the fatigue from their journey out of Konoha in an instant. A faint dark red aura began to materialize around her. What is this? Turning to survey her surroundings, she noticed that, aside from Naruto, the others were equally wrapped in this peculiar chakra. Naruto was sprinting at the forefront of the group. Through her Byakugan, Hinata could see the tremendous chakra surging from Naruto, continuously flowing into the others. What warmed Hinata's heart the most was that, comparatively, Naruto had infused an extra layer of chakra into her. If the others were being pulled along by Naruto, she felt as though she were being carried on his back, indistinguishable from the rest. Hinata's delicate and charming face gradually blossomed into a sweet smile. Her cheeks faintly tinged with a rosy hue. Naruto, you must be careful, your body may not withstand this. Kakashi noticed the unusual circumstances surrounding them. The cloak of Nine-Tails chakra enveloping them could belong to no one else but Naruto. However, Kakashi was astounded to see how expertly Naruto had mastered the power of the Nine-Tails. It seems that 3 years of training under Jiraiya-sama have indeed yielded significant progress. Truly, a talented disciple emerges from a great mentor. Speaking of which, I suppose I can consider myself a teacher as well, can I? Naruto turned his head and smiled faintly. Kakashi-sensei, rest assured, while I cannot claim to have an abundance of chakra, I have enough for a few exchanges. He gave a thumbs up, grinning broadly. Proud and self-satisfied. Bang! In his eagerness to converse, Naruto failed to observe the path ahead, colliding headlong into a tree trunk, causing the earth to tremble. Hinata shook her head helplessly, forcing a bittersweet smile. Indeed, beauty cannot last beyond 3 seconds. The yellow sands howled and swirled, lifting countless grains to obscure the sun. Upon entering the land of wind, Naruto truly experienced the ferocity of a sandstorm. The gale, laden with sand, made even the act of traveling impossible, let alone keeping one's eyes open. Shikamaru wore a worried expression. In this weather, we cannot proceed. Naruto gently shook his head. Kurama, it's time to get to work. He thought mischievously in his mind. What now? You don't expect me to shield you from the wind and sand, do you? The Nine-Tails regarded Naruto's faint smile with suspicion, sensing that it could not bode well. Buzz. In an instant, a layer of golden chakra enveloped Naruto's body. The golden chakra flames billowed in the wind. He slowly formed hand seals. Sage Art, Rasen-ten. With a crash, an immense surge of chakra erupted from Naruto's body, rapidly expanding outward from a central point. In the blink of an eye, a vacuum area with a diameter of 100 meters was formed. The swirling chakra shielded the sand particles from the ferocious winds, creating a safe zone. Is this Rasen-ten? Hinata exclaimed, turning to gaze at Naruto. Meanwhile, the others cast their eyes toward Hinata. Rasen-ten is a secret technique of the Hyuga clan. How could such a high-level ninjutsu be taught before she is even married into the family? Hinata's innocent gaze carried a hint of helplessness. There would be no washing away this misunderstanding. Naruto smiled softly. Wife, activate your Byakugan and lead the way. Kakashi, however, stood frozen in shock, utterly dumbfounded. His concern was not about who had taught Naruto the Rasen-Ten technique, but rather whether this formidable chakra truly belonged to the same Naruto he once knew. Chiyo's weathered face, lined with wrinkles, scrunched together as she examined Kankuro's injuries. With a resigned shake of her head, she declared, "It's that grandson's handiwork. This poison is incurable. Prepare for the worst." Grandson? Which grandson? Ero-Sennin was perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. Which grandson could it be? Of course, it's Sasori. Sasori? Upon hearing that name, the faces of the sand shinobi turned ashen. Yet in Chiyo's eyes, he was nothing more than a wretch. The Red Sand Scorpion, renowned as the foremost puppet master in a millennium, not only exhibited extraordinary prowess in manipulating puppets, but was also a master of poisons. Much to the dismay of his adversaries, the puppets he crafted were nearly all laced with lethal toxins. A mere scratch from one would result in a swift, fatal outcome. Many of these poisons lacked an antidote, even for the scorpion himself, a classic case of to kill, but not to bury. Legends whisper of his most chilling ability, the capacity to transform the living into puppets. Maki felt a shiver run down his spine as he observed Kanjiro's fading breath. Weakly waving his hand in despair, thoughts of hopelessness surged within him. The fourth Kazekage had been slain by Orochimaru, and the fifth was abducted right at the doorstep. The most infuriating was Kanjiro, who, against all counsel, insisted on recklessly pursuing the enemy alone. Now, it seemed, he had unwittingly signed his own death warrant. Suddenly, a shadowy figure from the Umbu appeared in the emergency room. Lady Chiyo, a support team from our allied village of Konoha, is en route and should arrive shortly. It is said that among them is a medical ninja. Chiyo scoffed dismissively. What alliance was this, but a mere tactic of mutual restraint? No ninja from other villages would genuinely come to our aid. After enduring 2 great ninja wars, it was clear that ninjas from different villages were mired in deception. The so-called alliance was but a temporary truce, a fragile agreement reliant on the relative strength of its members, with the power to determine when to sever ties. At this juncture, merely refraining from further harm to Sunagakure could be considered merciful. However, the future of Sunagakure and of the land of wind mattered little to her. An elderly woman nearing her end. Her presence here was solely due to the poison that afflicted Kanjiro, which was linked to her grandson, the scorpion. This grandson was the source of her deepest heartache, having vanished without a trace for over a decade. To discover that the first news about him was tied to an attack on her own was a bitter blow, deepening her sorrow. Chiyo turned her gaze to the window, where swirling sands blotted out the sun. Such weather was not unprecedented for the desert-dwelling Sunagakure. However, it was undeniably a cruel addition to their woes. In such conditions, even if Konoha had sent help, it would be several days before they could arrive. Casting a glance at the barely alive Kanjiro, she grimly concluded that this boy would not survive the night. Upon her words, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Guided by Hinata's Byakugan, they pressed on. Although their pace was not as swift as normal, it remained steady enough. Within a few hours, they would reach Sunagakure. Hinata's delicate voice rang in Naruto's ears. Naruto chuckled, finding his wife to be utterly flawless, beautiful, sweet-voiced, and possessing an admirable figure. Suddenly, Hinata's hurried form came to an abrupt halt. Alongside her, Naruto too sensed an uncanny presence mingling with the swirling sands. "What's wrong, Hinata? We need to keep moving. Why have you stopped?" Sakura inquired, her gaze fixed on Hinata's motionless figure, laced with a hint of urgency. A gentle smile adorned Hinata's face, and the faint traces of her Byakugan began to fade. "Kakashi-sensei." Naruto's voice dropped, tinged with a trace of alarm. In sage mode, Naruto had an extraordinarily keen perception of the chakra surrounding him. The piercing cold chakra that swept through the sands left scratches upon the surface of his sage art's absolute defense. Even a conventional chakra-based technique would find it challenging to breach such a defense, let alone the sage chakra Naruto wielded. What truly alarmed Naruto was the realization that the feeble chakra intermingled with the sand had managed to etch marks upon the surface of his defense. What kind of terrifying strength must the opponent possess? "Oh," Kakashi murmured in response. While he could not match Naruto's sensitivity to chakra, he too had detected the unusual aura enveloping them. Suddenly, a blue beam shot forth from ahead. With a crack, The blue light met the defense, shattering it effortlessly. In an instant, the defense was pierced through. Swiftly, the blue light coiled around Hinata, yanking her backward. Is the target Hinata? Naruto gasped in horror. Raikiri. A cry akin to a bird's lament echoed as a flash of lightning erupted. Kakashi's Raikiri severed the blue light in two. Naruto leaped into the air, catching Hinata as she fell. Her face still bore a gentle smile, seemingly oblivious to the sudden turn of events. Is it an illusion? No. Naruto discerned with clarity that Hinata's life force was steadily waning. What kind of strange technique is this? Who would dare to harm Hinata? The ability to instantaneously breach Sage Art's defense was rare in the ninja world. Who could it be? A torrent of questions surged through Naruto's mind. Who dares to lay a hand on my woman? He swiftly formed hand seals. Earth style, Earth clone, with a series of explosive sounds. 4 clones of Naruto materialized beside him. In an instant, they dispersed around Hinata. 4 red suns formation. The dark red barrier rose with a thunderous roar. Oh, what is this? Kakashi stared, dumbfounded, at the slowly ascending crimson barrier. 4 red suns formation. That requires 4 ninja of the Hokage level to activate the most formidable barrier technique. Kakashi had only heard of such a formation in legends. He never expected Naruto to conjure such a terrifying barrier using merely 4 clones. Early in the morning, whispers circulated about Naruto's newfound abilities, but none could have anticipated their astonishing extent. Kakashi silently lamented his predicament. How could he maintain his dignity in the face of such prowess? Outside the barrier, Naruto glanced at Kakashi, his expression grave. Kakashi-sensei, the enemy is formidable. Take them and flee. Flee. Kakashi retorted incredulously. The 4 Crimson Sun formation is impenetrable. Unless you dismantle the barrier, how do you expect us to escape? Before Kakashi could articulate further, Naruto's shadow clones at the corners of the barrier astonishingly lifted it and surged toward the direction of the Sand Village. Is this really happening? Such an unprecedented maneuver. Kakashi thought, utterly at a loss for words to describe Naruto's current state. We should leave while we can. Staying behind would only hinder everyone. Once regarded as a prodigious ninja, Kakashi felt the unsettling sensation of being outclassed. Suddenly, a masked figure darted past Naruto, heading straight for the barrier. The tumultuous sandstorm abetted upon the figure's arrival, leaving behind a serene sky and a gentle breeze, as if the prior chaos had been mere illusion. Through the keen observation of his Sharingan, Naruto managed to capture the fleeting image of the figure. Swiftly, he formed hand seals. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. With a resonant hum, Naruto unleashed a spiraling shuriken infused with sage chakra from his right hand, pursuing the mysterious figure. A blue beam shot forth from the figure's right hand, hurtling toward the 4 Crimson Sun formation. The immense chakra that suddenly materialized behind him left the figure suspended in midair with no avenue for evasion. A peculiar smile flickered across Naruto's lips. The spiraling shuriken was evidently swifter. Even if the beam could penetrate the barrier, it would be intercepted by the shuriken. In release, heavenly turn. A chilling chakra erupted from the mysterious figure, swirling rapidly around his body, forming an almost transparent shield. Naruto was taken aback. The chakra emanating from this individual was beyond anything he had encountered. The speed at which it rotated surpassed the limits of human perception. Had it not been for Naruto's ability to sense chakra, the sight would have been utterly bewildering. To Kakashi's eyes, the figure floating above showed no signs of change. Yet, the wind-imbued spiraling shuriken was halted by an invisible force, creating a shower of sparks before the mysterious figure. Naruto's audacity left Kakashi astounded, while the figure's intangible defense rendered Kakashi speechless. Are we witnessing a clash of deities? Naruto's composure shattered. The figure possessed the Hyuga clan's advanced technique, Heavenly Turn. Not only could he employ it, but he could also withstand the spiraling shuriken with it. How could Naruto remain unfazed? Ding ding ding. Task system alert. Wind release ninjutsu activated. Level 3 wind automatically deployed. Crack. Huh. The mysterious figure gazed in astonishment at the torn remnants of the defensive barrier, incredulously turning to the youth behind him. With a swift flick of his arm, a blue beam rapidly retracted. He forcefully struck the remaining shuriken, causing a resounding bang, as the wind-style spiral shuriken was instantaneously shattered. Observing the gradually retreating formation of the 4 Crimson Suns, the mysterious man shuddered slightly before slowly turning his head. Naruto found himself momentarily stunned. The black mask obscured the man's entire face, Yet the faint white glow emanating from his eyes instilled a profound sense of dread within Naruto. Is that the Byakugan? Are you from the Hyuga clan? It couldn't be Neji, could it? Yet, judging by the physique, this is evidently a middle-aged man. Could he be my father-in-law? Countless questions surged into Naruto's mind from all directions. The mysterious man let out a cold, mirthless laugh. You are not yet worthy to know who I am. His voice was deep and indifferent. Naruto could not recall any character from his memories that matched this description. Not worthy? You truly are delusional. Daring to utter such brazen words. It seems you are unaware of who the true protagonist is in the realm of Hokage. In release. 8 trigrams, 1,280 palms. From a distance, the man's voice suddenly rang out. Naruto couldn't help but laugh. 1,280 palms. You must be joking. With a distance of at least 200 meters between us, what kind of 8 trigrams formation could cover such a vast range? Suddenly, the mysterious figure vanished. In the next instant, Naruto's smile froze on his face. 20 palms, 40 palms, 80 palms, 160 palms, 320 palms, 640 palms, 1,280 palms. Thousands of 8 trigrams palms struck Naruto. The protective barrier formed by the Nine-Tails chakra was instantly breached, and every chakra pathway in his body was severed by an inexplicable force. The masked man observed the burn marks on his palm caused by the golden chakra, his eyes darkening with intensity. You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails? Naruto stumbled back to his feet, having momentarily underestimated the power of the 8 trigrams. The experience was indeed quite unpleasant. The Nine-Tails chakra within him began to dissipate. Sharingan, activate. With a crisp sound, Naruto's eyes turned blood red. How is this possible? The masked man took a few steps back, gazing at Naruto's eyes. This is the bloodline limit of Indra. He cannot die yet. However, I can sense the presence of Ashura within him. 2 distinct voices emanated from the masked man, as if he were conversing with himself. Or perhaps 2 individuals were in dialogue. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals. The masked man sneered disdainfully. Your chakra pathways have been severed. Even the Nine-Tails chakra cannot be utilized. Can it? Naruto coldly retorted, Senjutsu, Flying Thunder God Instantaneous Rotation Technique. Bang! Naruto's figure abruptly vanished from his original position. A flash of white light erupted, causing the earth to tremble and crack. Utilizing the Sage Chakra to activate the Flying Thunder God Instantaneous Rotation Technique, his speed surpassed that of light itself. Upon slowing the scene, one discovers that Naruto did not teleport, but rather soared directly through the air. Between Naruto and the masked man, the ground was violently cleaved by immense chakra. Wherever the Rasengan passed, it carved a deep trench into the earth. What? He can still utilize ninjutsu? How is that possible? The masked man exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, a chakra sphere, as colossal as a hill, loomed before him. The 1,000 strikes he had endured were not for naught. Naruto had already inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark upon him. Senjutsu, supersized Rasengan. In Naruto's right hand, the massive Rasengan collided with the masked man's chest with a thunderous crash. Ah! The masked man let out a wretched scream. In release, heavenly return. Boom! The suddenly rising cold chakra clashed with the Rasengan, igniting a conflagration of flames. However, the Rasengan failed to shatter the defenses of heavenly return. Ding ding ding. The task system prompted. Wind attribute ninjutsu activated. Level 3 wind automatically engaged. Crack. The intangible defense of heavenly return was instantly torn apart by the level 3 wind. What kind of ninjutsu is this, capable of breaching my absolute defense? The masked man was incredulous, raising his right hand as a blue light shot forth from his palm. Slap. At the moment the blue light made contact with the Rasengan, the gathered chakra scattered in an instant. Uft! Naruto's body was pierced through. The infinitely extending blue light dragged Naruto's form, crashing him into the ground. Boom! The earth was struck, creating a bottomless pit. A mournful cry of a bird echoed. Lightning cutter. Crack! The blue light was once again severed by Kakashi's chakra-infused blade. Kakashi leaped into the pit, lifting Naruto and springing forth over 100 meters. The blue light gradually faded, leaving behind a punctured wound in Naruto's chest, from which blood gushed forth. The masked man gazed at the blue light, now severed twice by lightning chakra, and shook his head in resignation. His form gradually became ethereal in midair, before vanishing completely. Cough cough. Naruto struggled to emit a couple of weak coughs. Having just returned from training in sage arts, he had hoped to be formidable. Yet, he found himself defeated in his first encounter. How utterly humiliating. Though Naruto felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, the enigmatic ninja's peculiar jutsu was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Especially that blue light, which seemed to neutralize all ninjutsu. Even the sage chakra-infused giant Rasengan was instantaneously dissolved, leaving Naruto feeling powerless. Clearly, the opponent was targeting Hinata. Was it for her Byakugan? Naruto, are you alright? Kakashi inquired, concern etched upon his face as he observed the blood pouring forth. Naruto gently shook his head. Kakashi-sensei, how did you return? What happened to my wife? Kakashi, bemused, replied, in such a dire moment, you're still making jokes? The four red yang formation is intact. They are safe. Then how did you get out? Naruto asked, rising from the ground. A look of surprise crossing his face as he regarded Kakashi. With Kakashi's current ninjutsu capabilities, it seems utterly fanciful to think he could breach the four red suns formation. Kakashi squinted and smiled slightly. Of course, your shadow clone was persuaded by me. Naruto exclaimed in astonishment. What the heck? These clones are completely disorganized and undisciplined. It appears I must take the time to hold a thought education conference for them. How dare they act on their own accord? This is simply outrageous. His gaze swept over Kakashi's eyes. Suddenly, Naruto's body trembled. Kakashi's left eye had activated the Mangekyo Sharingan. In a bid to save himself, Kakashi-sensei was truly giving his all. A warm sensation enveloped Naruto's heart. He placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Flying Thunder God technique. Bang! Before Kakashi could close his gaping mouth in astonishment. The next moment, both of them had already appeared within the four red suns formation. What? Sensei Minato's Flying Thunder God technique can also be used by you? Kakashi was utterly flabbergasted. Watching Naruto's silhouette, the familiar figure of the fourth Hokage began to merge with Naruto. Hinata, how are you? Naruto pulled Hinata close, inquiring with deep concern etched in his eyes. I'm fine, it's just that I feel as though I've had a dream. One where I was very happy and content. Hinata appeared to be unharmed, albeit devoid of any memory of what had transpired thereafter, as if she had entered a void of lost memories. Naruto sighed in relief. That's good. Naruto, you're hurt. Sakura suddenly noticed the blood seeping from Naruto's chest and hurriedly activated her chakra to heal him. The medical ninjutsu she had learned from Tsunade had already made significant progress. Naruto, glancing at the blue light penetrating his chest, felt a twinge of surprise, given his current physique and the formidable healing abilities of the Nine Tails. Such an injury should have healed by now. Kurama? Naruto called out repeatedly in his mind, but received no response from the Nine Tails. As he activated his chakra, he discovered that all his chakra points were sealed. Not only was his own chakra unable to circulate, but even the Nine Tails chakra was similarly rendered inactive. The Nine Tails form had long since vanished. What kind of ninjutsu could possibly seal off the chakra of the Nine Tails? Naruto continuously recalled the earlier 8 trigrams 1280 palms. That chilling chakra was indeed terrifying. Let us hurry, I'm fine. Naruto smiled faintly, retracting his shadow clone and dispelling the four red suns formation. The group continued their swift journey towards Sunagakure. With the Nine Tails chakra obstructed, it was fortunate that he could infinitely access Sage Mode. The surrounding area was devoid of any unusual chakra signatures, allowing Naruto's anxious heart to finally settle. Watching Hinata beside him, Naruto discreetly placed a Flying Thunder God mark on her. His beloved wife must not encounter any unforeseen accidents. Otherwise, Naruto would truly be doomed to live a single life in the world of Hokage. Hinata suppressed her inner turmoil, choosing not to speak of the scene she had just witnessed to anyone. Amidst the swirling sands, she beheld a pair of eyes identical to her own, belonging to the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Cold and piercing, the gaze instantly pulled her into another realm, one filled with tranquility and warmth. In this sanctuary, she found herself alongside Naruto, and they were blessed with a pair of children, their existence imbued with serenity and affection. As the future heir of the Hyuga clan, Hinata was acutely aware of the weight of her responsibilities and the mission that lay before her. It pertained to the Hyuga lineage, and thus, she could utter not a word. Naruto labored tirelessly to unblock the sealed chakra points. Before he could speak, the furious voice of the Nine Tails erupted in her mind. You little brat, that person's chakra and jutsu were exceedingly strange. They severed all my power. We must eliminate him. Naruto offered a wry smile. Reflecting on how close he had come to perishing, uncertain of the foe's true nature. After a moment of contemplation, the Nine-Tails mused, his chakra bears a faint familiarity. Reminiscent of the Sage of Six Paths, Naruto was taken aback by this revelation. Could the Sage of Six Paths have succumbed to darkness? How is that possible? Kurama, are your eyes deceiving you? The Nine-Tails snorted dismissively. Indeed, there is an essence of the sage, but that person's chakra is far colder than the sage's. Naruto rolled his eyes at Kurama's antics. Let us not concern ourselves with his identity for now. We shall learn in due course. First, tend to my wounds. Kurama shook his head gently. I have already assessed the situation. My chakra cannot heal that injury. Medical ninjutsu is required, which is quite peculiar. Naruto's expression darkened as he realized, if such a trivial injury cannot be healed, then what use are we? Infuriated, Kurama leaped about in frustration. You dare utter another word? You insolent brat? At the entrance of Sunagakure, two Chunin gazed longingly into the vast, empty desert. They had been ordered to await the arrival of a support team from Konoha. Yet, the afternoon sandstorm had descended unexpectedly and dissipated just as quickly. Not only the ninjas of Konoha, but even those of the Wind Country were unable to arrive in such a brief span. They were acutely aware that Kankuro's life hung by a thread. However, fate was unkind. Who would risk their lives for a ninja they barely knew? Brother, you keep watch. I shall head inside for a drink to warm up, and will return shortly to relieve you. The older ninja shook his head, turning to enter the city. Suddenly, the younger ninja pointed excitedly into the distance, speechless with exhilaration. The elder followed his gaze and saw silhouettes racing towards them on the horizon. It was the support team from Konoha. Astonishingly, Temari had returned with them. The younger ninja dashed ahead. Temari, Kankuro has been gravely poisoned and is in dire peril. Upon hearing this, Temari felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly causing her to faint. One brother had been captured by the Akatsuki, and now the other was on the brink of death. To return to the village only to receive such devastating news was more than she could bear. Sakura elegantly gathered her flowing hair, embodying the attire of a professional woman. Over there, lead the way. Yes. Two ninjas guided the group as they dashed towards the Kazekage building. Outside the operating room, Chiyo observed with an impassive expression as Kankuro writhed in agony. It was futile. At this juncture, unless Tsunade, the fifth Hokage of Konoha, personally intervened, there might be a glimmer of hope. Recalling the third great ninja war, it was that very girl who had neutralized the lethal poison she had developed. In the realm of medical ninjutsu, none could surpass her. Yet now, as the fifth Hokage, how could Tsunade possibly come herself? With this thought, Chiyo let out a faint, bitter smile. It would be fortunate to send a few Chunin to hold the fort. Lady Tsunade's prized disciple, Sakura Haruno. A sudden voice caught Chiyo off guard. A young girl's figure flashed before her eyes. Ignoring the elderly woman's astonishment, Sakura swiftly approached Kankuro's bedside. Channeling her chakra, she assessed the situation. Sakura's brow furrowed in concern. Sakura, is there still hope for Kankuro? Temari's trembling voice was laced with despair. Witnessing Sakura's expression, an ominous premonition surged within her. Prepare for surgery. This poison is manageable. Uft. Chiyo scoffed derisively at Sakura's words. So young, yet so audacious. Even if you know the antidote, by the time you concoct it, Kankuro won't survive. Temari gazed intently at Sakura. What herbs do you need? I will gather them immediately. Please, don't wear such a stern expression. It unsettles me. Sakura smiled gently. In Konoha's medical ninjutsu, we need not brew an antidote. Just prepare several basins of clean water. Naruto peeked into the operating room, giving Sakura a thumbs up. This girl is becoming quite impressive. What a lucky break for that oaf. Sasuke, if no one minds, I might just claim Sakura for myself. Hinata shot Naruto a fierce glare, an unmistakable jealousy evident. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly. Wife, how could Sakura possibly compare to you? I was just offering her some moral support. Hey, Sakura, why are you clenching your fists? You don't seem like a good person to me. Bang. Sakura delivered a powerful punch, sending Naruto crashing against the wall, unable to free himself. Hinata, not satisfied, joined in with a couple of kicks. Ladies, are you staging a coup? Kakashi, hearing the commotion, poked his head in and glanced at Naruto with a sympathetic expression, shaking his head in resignation. Upon seeing Kakashi, Chiyo's body suddenly tensed. Konoha's white fang, prepare to meet your end. With a fierce shout, Chiyo leaped into the air, throwing a kunai directly at Kakashi. Naruto squinted at Chiyo's plump figure midair, inwardly chuckling at her fiery temper despite her age. Kakashi was startled by the sudden appearance of a shuriken, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his brow. Swiftly, he executed a backflip to evade it. "You killed my son. Let us settle this once and for all." Narahina's voice interrupted Chiyo, who was poised to launch her next strike. "Sister, if Konoha's White Fang were still alive, he would be around 50 years old, so how could he possibly appear so youthful?" Hai-Lao cast a disdainful glance at Chiyo, muttering, "You truly are getting senile." "Hee, I merely wished to test whether Konoha has only Jinin at their disposal." Chiyo chuckled mischievously, embodying the spirit of a playful elder. Observing Sakura's exquisite medical skills, Chiyo seemed to glimpse the former Tsunade. "Having traveled a great distance, let us rest for the night and act tomorrow," Narahina declared as he emerged from the operating room. "Kankuro's poison has been neutralized. We must depart immediately, for if we delay, Gaara will perish." "Depart immediately?" Sakura wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, her tone tinged with discontent. "Our opponent is a master of poison. I require time to concoct an antidote." Narahina shook his head with a mischievous grin. "Earth style, Earth clone." With a bang, a clone of Narahina suddenly appeared before everyone. "Kakashi-sensei, allow your loyal hound Pakin to accompany my clone ahead." Kakashi, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped Narahina's intent. Possessing the Flying Thunder God technique indeed allowed for audacious maneuvers. In Konoha, Tsunade and Jiraiya sat on a bench by the edge of the village. A light summer rain began to fall as the evening breeze swept away the day's heat. Perhaps due to the few drinks they had shared, Jiraiya noticed a faint blush adorning Tsunade's cheeks, reminiscent of a youthful maiden. Yet, her eyes were filled with the sorrow of parting. "Tsunade, I'm not going to my death. Why do you act as though we are bidding farewell for eternity?" Tsunade shot him a fierce glare. "The Rain Shinobi village is nearly cut off from the outside world. Infiltrating it to gather intelligence is fraught with danger. Do not push yourself." Jiraiya's smile faded as he gazed with longing at Tsunade's still captivating visage. "Are you concerned for my safety?" Tsunade lowered her head slightly and whispered, "Promise me you will return alive." In the sand village, a restful slumber enveloped him. The clone had set off with Pakin the previous night, searching for fragments of the cloak that Kankuro had torn away before his unconsciousness, in pursuit of Gaara's whereabouts. Narahina felt no anxiety regarding the quest to find Gaara. Rather, his mind was more preoccupied with Hinata. The unforeseen turn of events from the previous day left him with an unsettling feeling. Suddenly, the cawing of crows, remnants of Itachi's legacy, pierced through the silence. Narahina bolted upright, and upon gazing into the blood-red eyes of the crow, he was instantly drawn into the realm of Tsukuyami. "Narahina, why have you been unreachable for 3 years? Each time the crow calls, it indicates you are out of service." Countless crows formed the silhouette of Uchiha Itachi. Floating in the air, both present and elusive. The voice of Itachi was unusually deep, tinged with a hint of reproach. Naruto forced a smile and scratched his head. "I went to Myōboku Mountain to train in sage techniques and chakra. I suppose the lack of signal there is why I couldn't get in touch." Observing Itachi's somewhat somber expression, Naruto retracted his smile and inquired if anything was amiss. Itachi nodded gently. "The Akatsuki organization has issued an order to capture the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts, and one tail has already been captured." Upon hearing this, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. As long as nothing unfortunate had befallen the foolish second Jinchuriki, he would be content. Coughing violently, Itachi expelled a few droplets of blood from the corner of his mouth. "There is no need to worry about the tailed beast's capture. However, you should refrain from using your Mangekyo Sharingan excessively, as your body is under severe strain." Itachi felt warmth in his heart and offered a faint smile. "I am fine. There is one more thing I cannot ascertain completely. The one secretly manipulating the Akatsuki should be Uchiha Obito, and the capture of the tailed beast seems to be connected to the secrets of the Uchiha clan. Yet, I have yet to uncover the specific purpose. That fellow Obito has begun to harbor suspicions about me." For Naruto, this news was undoubtedly a positive development. At the very least, everything remained within his control. However, many pieces of information that Itachi possessed were left unspoken. In his eyes, even if Naruto were aware of the truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre, he would still be but a child, at most a promising one. Naruto shrugged lightly, saying, "You need not risk intervening in what the Akatsuki is doing. They are merely sewing clothes for others." Itachi's eyes widened in astonishment. To this youth, such alarming news seemed trivial. "Rest assured, everything is under my control," Naruto declared with unwavering conviction. Itachi responded with a subtle smile. Your shadow clone's whereabouts have been exposed. This conversation must come to an end. I will seek another opportunity to contact you. As his words faded, a flock of crows scattered into the air, and the realm of Tsukuyomi gradually vanished. Naruto twitched the corners of his mouth, lamenting that there were many things left unsaid. At the very least, he should have informed Itachi that the masked individual was not Obito. Oh well, there will be other chances, he thought, offering a wry smile. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the door. Naruto, everyone is waiting for you. Hinata's voice, laced with mild reproach, came from outside. Naruto hastily stood up. Having been delayed by the mysterious figure, he had no choice but to let his clone proceed first. It seemed that with Chiyo around, being slightly late would not matter much. A glint of cunning sparkled in Naruto's eyes. Observing everyone ready for action, he swiftly activated the power of the Nine-Tails chakra, enveloping them all. Flying Thunder God technique. Boom. Dust billowed beneath their feet. Accompanied by Chiyo's startled exclamation, they vanished from sight. Is this the legendary Flying Thunder God technique of Konoha's Yellow Flash? Just as he rejoined with Pakin, Chiyo's astonished voice reached him. Naruto paid no heed to the astonished expression of the elderly woman and swiftly dispelled his clones, for he could distinctly sense the chakra aura of Itachi not far ahead. Fire style, great fireball technique. As a deep voice resonated, a massive fireball engulfed the surroundings. Boom. Wherever the fireball passed, the ground was deeply scarred, leaving nothing but ashes in its wake. In contrast to the foolishness of the second son, Itachi's great fireball technique was truly formidable. Had Naruto not infused his technique with Sage Chakra, his fire techniques would scarcely rival Itachi's. Chiyo, the elderly lady, leaped to the side at once, narrowly evading the frontal assault of the colossal fireball. Naruto shook his head in exasperation. This old woman was truly lively for her age, hiding securely behind a rock. Chiyo gazed incredulously at the motionless Leaf team. Were these youngsters really intending to confront Itachi head-on? How naive. After all, they were up against the fire style governed by the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Naruto's hands moved rapidly, weaving through hand seals at a speed that was imperceptible to the ordinary eye. Was that gesture? Sage art, fire style, great fireball technique. What? To counter fire with fire? A colossal fireball erupted from Naruto's mouth, accompanied by a deafening roar, colliding with the oncoming giant fireball. Crash. In an instant, flames shot skyward. Not only was Kakashi and the others left dumbfounded, but even Itachi, from afar, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Was Naruto showcasing his strength? Itachi shook his head in resignation. Until now, no one had dared to confront him with fire techniques directly. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, a look of astonishment flickered across Itachi's face as the two enormous fireballs simultaneously dissipated. Naruto, your prowess has significantly improved, Itachi remarked coldly. As the smoke cleared, the figure of Uchiha, Itachi, materialized ahead. Avoid his gaze, Kakashi shouted vehemently. Naruto nearly burst into laughter. It appeared that after being ensnared by the Tsukuyomi, Kakashi had learned his lesson. Kakashi-sensei, you all should find a safe spot and wait. Taking a step forward, Naruto declared, I will challenge him one-on-one. In the past, Kakashi would have thought Naruto was losing his mind. However, after yesterday's unexpected crisis, Kakashi now held no doubts about Naruto's capabilities. The mere ability to create a 4 Crimson Yang formation with his clones was undoubtedly indicative of power that surpassed even that of a Kage. Within the woods behind Itachi, 2 cacti slowly emerged from the ground, each cradling a black and white head. From a distance, they resembled Oreo cookies. Is that boy the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails? Oh, it must be. Itachi was employing the transformation technique, seemingly able to exert only 30% of his strength. Ha ha ha, that guy Itachi has been rather restless lately. Observing his 30% strength will suffice. 2 voices exchanged chilling remarks. Naruto tightened his forehead protector with determination, his expression grave. He is a fervent admirer of Itachi, boldly proclaiming his desire to challenge him. However, Naruto's true intention is to showcase his current strength to Itachi. Ninja art, multiple shadow clone technique. With a series of bursts, a cloud of white mist dissipates, revealing several Naruto figures appearing directly before Itachi. Since this is a demonstration of his prowess, it must indeed be spectacular. With this thought, Naruto channels the chakra of the Nine-Tails, surging forth. A resonant hum fills the air, a flash of brilliance as the golden flames, enveloped by the chakra of the nine tails, instantly cloak all of Naruto's duplicates. Dazzling and radiant. Is that the chakra cloak of a tailed beast? Chiyo gazes in astonishment at the scene before her, unable to suppress a gasp. Could he truly be the ultimate weapon of Konoha, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Initially, upon hearing that Naruto intended to confront Uchiha Itachi, she had cursed under her breath, thinking the boy was recklessly overestimating himself. Itachi Uchiha, a fearsome individual who single-handedly annihilated the entire Uchiha clan. Regardless of the strength of his ninjutsu, merely possessing those Mangekyo Sharingan is enough to instill terror. During the Third Shinobi World War, she had strictly ordered her subordinates to retreat immediately upon encountering any ninja wielding the Sharingan, for no one could triumph in a duel against it. Apart from attributing Naruto's audacity to youthful ignorance, she felt utterly helpless. What perplexed the elder lady even more was the absence of any intervention from Kakashi, the Jonin leader of Konoha, who also possessed the Sharingan. Only at this moment did Chiyo's doubts begin to unravel. Konoha had actually dispatched a Jinchuriki to assist Tsunagakure. The notion of genuine friendship between the two nations had, for the first time, stirred in Chiyo's heart. Itachi observed the shadow clones enveloped in the power of the Nine Tails, a faint smile of appreciation gracing his lips. Perhaps the brilliance of his eyes could indeed shine radiantly through this young boy. As the immense chakra surged, a sphere of chakra rapidly coalesced above the right hands of each Naruto, humming with energy. Brothers, let us take him down. Go for it. The numerous Naruto figures darted forward, brandishing their Rasengan with fervor. Itachi executed 2 swift backflips. Susanoo. With a flourish, crimson chakra rapidly coalesced around Itachi's form, manifesting into a colossal chakra giant. With a right hand wielding the Totsuka blade and a left hand clutching the Yata mirror, he exuded an imposing aura. Rasengan. A barrage of Rasengan surged forth, striking against Susanoo and erupting into a cloud of white smoke. Awkward beads of sweat trickled down from Naruto's forehead. The impact of the Rasengan against Susanoo seemed almost trivial. A satisfied grin crossed Naruto's face. Now it's time to showcase my true skills. Earth Release. Earth Clone Technique. For Naruto clones lined up beside the real Naruto. Sage Art. Earth Release. Earth Flow River. Sage Art. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame. Sage Art. Earth Release. Earth Dragon Flame. Sage Art. Water Release. Water Dragon Flame. Sage Art. Lightning Release. Thunderclap. Infused with the mystical chakra of Sage Arts, the potency of ninjutsu surged dramatically. In an instant, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Following the crackle of thunder and flash of lightning, a thick cloud of smoke billowed forth. A low hum resonated as 5 enormous chakra orbs manifested simultaneously above Naruto's right hand, pulsating with power and resounding like thunder. Those in the distance stood agape, utterly astonished. Kakashi remarked, to wield 5 elemental chakras at once, and all infused with sage chakra? Sakura exclaimed. The might of ninjutsu is far more terrifying than it was 3 years ago. Hinata whispered, Naruto, is that really you? I love you. Granny Chiyo was completely captivated. Her mind a void, her aged visage pale as parchment. To her, this was not merely a battle among ninjas, it was a clash of deities. Within the protective embrace of Susanoo, Itachi was equally struck by the sheer power of Naruto's relentless ninjutsu. The ability to simultaneously unleash various elemental techniques suggested an unimaginable reservoir of chakra. He could distinctly sense that Naruto had not poured excessive chakra into his techniques. It seemed he was merely showcasing his strength. Otherwise, Itachi's Susanoo, utilizing only a third of his chakra through the transformation technique, would have been utterly inadequate to withstand such an onslaught. Even so, cracks were visibly forming on the left hand of Susanoo, where the Yata mirror resided. Wait, there's more? Itachi thought, glancing at the massive chakra orbs, reminiscent of mountains, in the hands of the 5 Narutos. Are you merely using me as a training dummy to display your skills? Such enormous Rasengan appeared impressive, yet were ultimately futile for close combat. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his astonishment froze on his face. The Flying Thunder God Technique. Under the meticulous scrutiny of Itachi's Sharingan, the 5 Narutos suddenly closed the distance. Was this the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God Technique? Sage Art, Super Giant Rasengan. Crack. Susanoo shattered in response. Bang. Itachi's body was sent hurtling away. Suddenly, A streak of blood trickled from his right eye. Amaterasu. In an instant, black flames engulfed all the Narutos, reducing them to ash. What the hell? Are you really going to kill me? Naruto gasped as the black flames of Amaterasu pierced through his chakra shield, inducing sheer terror. Sage Art, Heavenly Restoration. In a frenzy, he summoned his sage chakra to whirl rapidly, dispelling the catastrophic black flames. Fortunately, it was not the true Itachi's Amaterasu. Otherwise, it would have posed a far more daunting challenge. A lifeless body lay in a pool of blood not far away, revealing the true form of a sand ninja as the transformation technique's chakra was exhausted. The sight was gruesome. The individual had been mercilessly struck 5 times by the sage chakra-infused giant Rasengan, leaving a mangled corpse. Naruto turned to the few onlookers hiding in the woods, their faces pale with shock. He mustered a smile. Let us go. Gaara awaits us in the cave ahead. In the distant woods, Black Zetsu stirred slightly, its black and white head emerging from the earth. Kisame observed as Itachi gradually opened his eyes, flashing a grin. Is it over on your end? Oh, Itachi replied quietly. As I gazed at the outer path demonic statue summoned by the Rinnegan, the formation of the Phantom Dragon's 9 seals was nearing its conclusion. With the opening of the statue's eye, symbolizing the successful sealing of the tailed beast, Gaara's body crashed to the ground. Shikaku was extracted from within him, and the life force of the Jinchuriki gradually faded away. In the darkness, a pair of Rinnegan eyes glimmered with a chilling indifference. Enough. Turning to Deidara and Sasori, I coldly remarked, you 2 artists, your whereabouts have been exposed. You should know what to do. Sasori sneered. They are merely a few insignificant ants from Konoha. As shadows began to dissipate, only Deidara and Sasori remained within the cave. Deidara was thoroughly displeased with the leader's recent words. What did he mean by calling them 2 artists? Clearly, he alone deserved the title of artist. In the entire Akatsuki organization, no one's ninjutsu could compare to his own. Art is an explosion, a fleeting beauty. Shorty, don't get carried away just because the leader called you an artist. Soon, I will show you what true art is. Sasori cast a scornful glance. Eternal beauty that cannot withstand the passage of time is nothing but refuse. Deidara was disinclined to engage in futile arguments. Sasori, is this barrier of yours reliable? Humph. Sasori snorted. My sealing barrier cannot be breached easily. In the meantime, I can recover some chakra. Senjutsu, super large Rasengan. Bang. Before Sasori could finish boasting, the enormous stones of the sealing barrier at the cave's entrance were shattered instantaneously. How is this possible? Sasori could hardly believe his eyes. The sealing formation symbols had not yet been removed. It was utterly impossible to destroy the stone door purely with chakra. Naruto coldly stated, nothing is impossible. A mere sealing barrier cannot protect your lives. Brilliant. This is the true essence of art. Deidara exclaimed, jumping in delight. Ah, that is Gaara. Hinata, using her Byakugan, spotted Gaara's lifeless form behind the massive stones. His chakra was already dormant, devoid of any life force. Following the direction of Hinata's finger, Naruto beheld Gaara's corpse. Kakashi, wearing a sorrowful expression, remarked, we have arrived too late. As Deidara forcefully kicked Gaara's body, Naruto's anger flared. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, suddenly, Chiyo stepped forward. Grandson, I never expected to see you one more time before I depart this world. Grandson? Sakura frowned upon hearing this. This old woman could hurl insults without any curse words. This fellow is indeed a grandson. Oh, it's grandmother. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Sakura couldn't help but stifle a laugh upon hearing this. He really is a grandson? Sasori shot a fierce glare at Sakura, secretly lamenting. You little girl, you are treading on dangerous ground. Deidara glanced down at his remaining arm, whispering a question. Scorpion, this lad resonates with my artistic sensibilities. Leave him to me. Humph. He is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Deidara, do you seek to claim credit? Naruto scoffed derisively. Enough of your bickering. Why not join forces? What? This remark instantly provoked Deidara and Scorpion into a furious uproar. A mere chunin from the Leaf Village dares to speak so boldly. Scorpion's tail, adorned with a piercing sting, shot forth with a whoosh. The metallic tail of Scorpion cleaved through the air, imbued with dark purple venom, aiming directly at Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto summoned Sage Chakra to coalesce upon his arm. Sage Art, Frog Call. Bang. Just as Scorpion's tail was mere centimeters from Naruto's cheek, he raised his arm and delivered a powerful punch that sent the tail careening away. With a sudden surge of strength, The immense sage chakra shattered the ground beneath him. Scorpion was taken aback, his tail flung away by the overwhelming force, causing his rotund form to spin in place. Before he could regain his balance, Naruto's figure was upon him, a blue sphere of chakra racing through the air. Rasengan. Bang. Scorpion's tail was obliterated in an instant. With a swift motion, a shadow darted out from the remnants of the shattered tail. Suddenly, Naruto heard the shrill cries of birds overhead. Deidara's explosive clay birds, unbeknownst to him, were hurtling towards him at high speed. A sly grin crept across Deidara's lips. Explosions are art. This is bad. Kakashi exclaimed, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release. Earth wall. Huh. Boom. 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 With 3 deafening explosions, flames erupted, and the cave was soon engulfed in thick smoke. Naruto. Hinata gasped, drenched in cold sweat. At such close range, even if he survived, he would be gravely injured. How could she not panic? Kakashi timely erected an earthen wall, shielding the group from the explosive force. Seeing them unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for Naruto, he had no concerns. Such trivial explosives could not possibly harm him. My dear, I am unscathed. Naruto emerged from the cave entrance, cradling Gaara's lifeless body. In the instant of the bird's detonation, he had utilized the flying thunder god technique to escape the blast radius. Granny Chiyo fixated her gaze upon Scorpion's familiar visage. I never imagined you would turn yourself into a puppet. Scorpion let out a cold laugh. Today, you shall all become my puppets. Slowly, he withdrew a scroll from behind and unfurled it. Bang! The withered form of the 3rd Kazekage materialized before Scorpion. Chiyo stood in stunned silence, murmuring to herself. The 3rd Kazekage vanished years ago. I never expected. Naruto smirked derisively. These 2 minor characters are not worth my time. Earlier, I merely feared for Gaara's safety. Otherwise, with that, he handed Gaara's corpse to Kakashi. Wait for me outside for 1 minute. 1 minute? Kakashi, drained of any retorts, lifted Gaara's lifeless body and strode outward. Chiyo glanced back at Sasori's visage, tears shimmering in her eyes. After a prolonged sigh, she turned and departed. That insolent brat dares to label me a mere side character. How audacious. Sasori, the scorpion of the red sand, had traversed the ninja world for over a decade. Yet he had never encountered such brazen words. Deidara and Sasori each expressed their discontent in their own unique ways. However, to Naruto, it was merely a fleeting flicker before demise. Consider this your chance to unleash your ultimate techniques. Cherish your final moments on stage. Naruto's tone was chillingly indifferent as he summoned Sage Chakra, rapidly condensing it within his palm. A colossal shuriken resonated ominously in his grasp. Sasori maneuvered the 3rd Kazekage puppet, swiftly forming hand seals. Magnet release, iron sand. Deidara, in a fit of rage, scolded, Shorty, do you truly intend to go all out? Do you need to drop your trump card against such foes? Naruto shook his head in resigned amusement. A fool would always be a fool, even in their final moments. Fortunately, Sasori had activated the magnet release through the 3rd Kazekage, while the unfortunate Deidara would never realize that his life's last act was wasted in mere insults. Sage art. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. 3 winds, tear asunder. The art of eternity and ephemerality, utterly obliterated. Everyone's attention was fixated on Sakura's hands pressed against Gaara's chest. The pale green medical chakra flickered uncertainly within her palms. Tears streamed down her face. Realizing Gaara's lifeless form, Sakura felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The heart that had long ceased beating lay beyond the reach of medical ninjutsu. Her efforts stemmed from an unwillingness to accept defeat. Yet everyone understood that the departed had indeed departed. Naruto approached from a distance. A 1-minute defeat of Deidara and Sasori was child's play for him now, especially since those 2 had never regarded him as a threat. A notification chimed in his mind. Task objective. Rescue the One-Tails Jinchuriki. Task details. Save Gaara. Eliminate Sasori. Eliminate Deidara. Task complete. Task reward. Level 4 wind. Remarks. Wind power has reached maximum level. Automatic activation disabled. Infuse wind power. Wind-based ninjutsu is indomitable and cataclysmic. Please use with caution. Upon reading the system notification in his mind, Naruto couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Level 4 wind is already at its peak. Indomitable? Cataclysmic? You must be jesting. Ignoring the self-aggrandizement of the task system, Naruto shifted his gaze to the elderly Chiyo. The myriad wrinkles on her face betrayed a complex expression. After a lengthy pause, She finally shook her head gently, as if arriving at a momentous decision. Little girl, do not weep. Let this old woman have a try. Chiyo softly patted Sakura's shoulder, her hands gradually forming seals. Forbidden technique, self-revival. A hum resonated as white light emanated from Chiyo's hands. Byakugan. Hinata's eyes momentarily shimmered with a pattern of white. Through her Byakugan, she could distinctly perceive the flow of chakra. Ah, this is the chakra of my grandmother ebbing away. Kakashi's gaze bore a hint of sorrow. This was a forbidden technique of Sunagakure, a life exchanged for a life. A life for a life. Chiyo was sacrificing her own life to restore Gaara. Sakura stared in astonishment at the elderly woman before her. On her gentle visage, the traces of stubbornness and prejudice had vanished entirely. The corners of Chiyo's mouth twitched slightly. Having lived for so long, I have committed many wrongs in my life, yet I can perform one righteous act before I depart. A playful smile graced her lips. It is certainly better than waiting idly for death. Chiyo raised her gaze towards Naruto, who stood nearby. Little Naruto, your prowess has far surpassed any ninja I have ever encountered. Perhaps the future of the ninja world will usher in a new order because of you. Naruto struggled to muster a smile. The future ninja world shall be one of peace, devoid of war and deceit. As Gaara's body began to regain vitality, Chiyo's form collapsed with a resounding thud. A kind smile lingered on her wrinkled face. Naruto took a few steps back, quietly channeling Senjutsu chakra. Sage art, soul fairy. Crack. A chill swiftly radiated outward. Centered around his feet, a compass formed, spanning the realms of life and death. His vision entered the realm of the afterlife. However, the carefully laid plans in Naruto's heart came to naught. Within the realm of the afterlife, there was not a trace of Chiyo's soul. The soul fairy could only function while the departed spirit had yet to leave this world and enter the pure land of the underworld, relying on the body for reincarnation. At that moment, Naruto finally understood. The so-called forbidden technique of reincarnation was, in fact, a substitution of one's own soul for that of the departed, who resided far beyond in the realm of the afterlife. This was far beyond the scope of the soul fairy's application. Naruto helplessly shook his head. So be it. Perhaps this conclusion, for Chiyo, is not without its consolation. In his heart, Naruto whispered softly, "Farewell, Chiyo?" Having been stripped of the tailed beast sealed within him, Gaara lay in a deep slumber. However, Sakura had already thoroughly examined him and confirmed that he had regained life, albeit in a considerably weakened state. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, everyone was transported back to Sunagakure. Gaara's return elicited jubilant cheers throughout the village. The Kazekage still lives. This undoubtedly signifies a new lease on life for all of Sunagakure after the calamity. After instructing the medical team to take Gaara away, Kankuro anxiously pulled Kakashi aside. He produced a scroll from behind and handed it to Kakashi. A message from the Konoha fire transmission array has arrived. The seal is encrypted, and we cannot open it. It may be intended for you. Kakashi's expression darkened immediately upon hearing this. The Konoha fire transmission array is the highest level of information transmission in the Land of Fire. Only the Hokage can activate this method of communication. Regardless of distance, it reaches its destination in an instant. However, for those who invoke the formation, the consumption of chakra is extraordinarily daunting. Kakashi is acutely aware that without utilizing the Yin sealing technique, Lady Tsunade's chakra cannot be expended in such a manner. If it were not an urgent matter, he would never deplete his chakra merely to convey a message. Kakashi's years of experience in the Umbu have rendered him well-versed in Konoha's intricate seals. With swift movements, he formed the necessary hand signs. Open. The moment the scroll unfurled, Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. The internal text bore no encryption whatsoever, which was entirely illogical. The few words were concise and unequivocal. Urgent. Return to Konoha immediately. Naruto took the scroll from Kakashi's hands, cold sweat trickling down his spine. Something grave must have occurred. Otherwise, such a direct communication would not have been sent. Nor would the fire transmission formation have been activated. He rapidly summoned the chakra of the Nine Tails to envelop Hinata, Sakura, and Kakashi within its aura. Kankuro. Gaara's crisis has been averted. We must return to Konoha at once. Before Kankuro could utter a word, a loud bang erupted as a cloud of dust billowed beneath their feet, and they vanished from the spot. Kankuro stood in stunned silence for a while before regaining his composure. What kind of ninjutsu allows such instantaneous disappearance? Temari approached from behind, casting her gaze towards the distant desert. It is the Flying Thunder God technique. It seems something has transpired in Konoha. Should we dispatch a support team? Kankuro regarded Temari with a serious expression. Temari slightly shook her head. If even Naruto's return is of no avail, given our current situation in Sunagakure, it would merely lead to our demise. At the gates of Konoha, Kakashi's team suddenly materialized, startling the gatekeeper, Ibiki, nearly to the point of panic. Observing that Konoha remained unscathed, Naruto finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Kakashi surveyed his surroundings. Almost all Umbu members were mobilized. This was a state of heightened alert. Ibiki, what has transpired? Ibiki's gaze shifted to Hinata, who stood behind Naruto, his expression gravely serious. Last night, the Hyuga clan was tragically annihilated, with no survivors. What? Naruto exclaimed in shock. Thud. Hinata's delicate form collapsed to the ground. Ibiki's words struck Naruto like a thunderclap, shattering his composure. Witnessing Hinata succumb to the devastating news crushed Naruto's heart like a vice. Ibiki's scarred face was somber as a stormy sea. Lord Hayashi Hyuga. Ibiki hesitated, his words faltering. I am not entirely sure of the specifics. The fifth Hokage issued a level 1 alert. Naruto swiftly pulled the unconscious Hinata into his embrace, fury and disbelief igniting in his eyes. He could not allow Hinata to slip from his sight. Channeling his chakra, he exerted force beneath his feet, soaring into the air towards the Hokage's office. Sakura stood rooted in place, speechless. Such news was a thunderous shock to anyone. Tsunade sat in her chair, her gaze vacant. The tea that Shizune had brought lay cold on the table before her, much like her current state of mind, a chilling void filled with both fear and concern. Whoosh! Naruto's figure flickered through the doorway, appearing before Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, what on earth has happened? Naruto. Tsunade's gaze shifted to Hinata, cradled in Naruto's arms, her expression somber. Last night, the entire Hyuga clan was annihilated. How could this be? Are the Umbu merely decorative? Naruto's fury ignited, his reason slipping away. Naruto, how can you speak to Lady Tsunade in such a manner? Ino, clutching her pet pig, mirrored the sorrow in her eyes. Tsunade waved her hand gently, silencing the room. Strangely, the Hyuga family had issued no distress signals. It wasn't until this morning that an Umbu patrol discovered the massacre. Tsunade's voice was heavy, her eyes betraying her helplessness. The diamond seal on her forehead had vanished, a clear indication that the Byakuga technique had been employed. At that moment, Tsunade appeared frail, merely holding herself together. After all, she was the fifth Hokage. Naruto struggled to rein in his emotions. He did not blame the Umbu for their ineptitude. He simply could not fathom the reality unfolding before him. Seeing Hinata's pale visage, his heart ached as if bleeding. He swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, Earth clone technique. Boom. 3 Earth clones of Naruto appeared beside him. Without uttering a word, he gently placed Hinata into the arms of one clone. Where are the bodies? Tsunade paused for a moment before softly replying. Perhaps it's best you do not look. Why? Tsunade shook her head in resignation. Ino set her pet pig aside and stepped forward. I examined the bodies personally. It was exceedingly strange. Naruto glanced at Ino, perplexed. Each body bore a singular, minuscule puncture wound, piercing directly through the heart, a swift death. Most bizarrely, every face wore a smile. After a brief hesitation, Ino continued. Moreover, all the eyes had been gouged out. Tsunade slowly rose from her chair. I will accompany you. Ino, alarmed, protested. Lady Tsunade, you have used the Byakuga technique. Your strength is too diminished. I am fine. Tsunade retorted sharply, striding purposefully toward the door. Within the Konoha hospital, lifeless bodies lay silently strewn across the floor. Cold white sheets draped over each form. Naruto's gaze fell upon the smallest body at the center. It was Hinata's sister, Hanabi. His heart was once more pierced with pain. With no time to assess the situation, he secretly summoned Sage Chakra. Sage Art, Yellow Spring Mirror. A chilling aura rapidly spread outward, forming a compass that spanned the realms of Yin and Yang. His vision entered the Yellow Spring Mirror. Though he knew too much time had elapsed and there was no chance of salvation, he remained unwilling to yield. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a faint, childlike silhouette flickered at the boundary of the two realms. Overjoyed, Naruto disregarded Tsunade's astonished gaze, dashing to Hanabi's side. Gathering the Sage Chakra, the hands slowly formed seals. Sage Technique, Soul Ferryman. A golden beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Hanabi's body. What is this? Tsunade, witnessing the scene before her, was struck with astonishment. Is it the forbidden sage technique created by my grandfather, the Soul Ferryman? Naruto turned to Tsunade, his eyes filled with confusion. A jutsu capable of resurrecting a person. Why is it classified as forbidden? The Soul Ferryman is indeed a forbidden technique that corresponds to the Edo Tensei. Tsunade's expression darkened. She never anticipated Naruto could wield such a forbidden art. Edo Tensei summons souls from the realm of the deceased, while the Soul Ferryman operates conversely, exchanging the souls of the departed for those yet to enter the afterlife, achieving resurrection. However, Tsunade hesitated, her words unspoken. Her thoughts seemed to drift back to years past, to the time of her brother's departure, and to the moment her lover perished before her eyes. Tsunade fell silent, her gaze fixed vacantly upon Hanabi's body. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the air as Hanabi's frail form curled in agony. Tsunade sprang forward, her hands surging with pale green chakra, flooding into Hanabi's body. Naruto forced a pained smile. Tsunade-sensei, everyone else has already perished. Why must you resort to the Baiken no Jutsu? Deep down, Naruto understood that Tsunade had exhausted every effort to save the Hyuga clan. Yet, medical ninjutsu could not alter the course of life and death. Tsunade remained silent, silently cradling Hanabi as she turned away. You must never use this forbidden technique again. Naruto gazed at Tsunade's receding figure, confusion etched on his face. This old woman. What an eccentric. He turned to unveil the white cloth covering Hyuga Hayashi. A smile crept across the man's face, and Naruto's expression froze. That smile? The one on Hyuga Hayashi's face was identical to the smile that had graced Hinata's face in the desert. He reached to part the fabric over Hayashi's chest. A small hollow gaped where the heart should be. Naruto gasped sharply. This was the wound inflicted by the mysterious blue light. It seemed his judgment was correct. The mysterious figure's target had indeed been Hinata. Looking at the two bloodied sockets left behind after Hyuga Hayashi's eyes had been taken, an ominous premonition surged within him. Was it for the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? Who could it be? Naruto slowly rose, channeling sage chakra to rapidly expand his sensory range, encompassing the entirety of Konoha. Yet, no matter how he searched, he could not detect Jiraiya's chakra presence. Cursing inwardly, he thought, that old pervert, always vanishing at crucial moments. At the funeral of the Hyuga clan, Hinata awoke from her faint. Not a single tear had flowed since. Upon learning from Tsunade that Naruto had revived Hanabi, a flicker of solace stirred in her shattered heart. She bit her lip tightly, her gaze distant. Hinata Niji quietly approached Hinata and crouched down beside her. His recent mission had spared him from a calamity, yet the sorrow of losing loved ones weighed heavily upon him. The ninja spirit instilled in him since childhood compelled him to suppress his grief deep within. For ninjas, the safety of Konoha was their paramount duty and mission. Hinata gazed at her sister, rendered speechless by emotion. Everyone donned black attire, a solemn tribute to the deceased. Naruto stood quietly at the back of the crowd, his sage chakra enveloping Hinata protectively. Niji gently stroked Hinata's hair and patted Hanabi's frail form, vowing to protect them with his life. Hinata forced a faint smile and gradually leaned her head against Niji's shoulder. Hanabi had no recollection of the events that transpired that night. Yamankai utilized the mind transfer technique to delve into Hanabi's consciousness, yet found no trace of memories, which perplexed Tsunade. However, what bewildered Naruto the most was that the entire Hyuga clan had been deprived of their eyes, save for Hanabi, whose Byakugan remained intact. If the mysterious assailant sought to procure the Byakugan, why leave Hanabi's unscathed? The sudden twists in the narrative left Naruto feeling anxious. As the crowd began to disperse, only Hinata remained by the memorial stone established in honor of the Hyuga clan's contributions to Konoha, a monument personally commissioned by the 5th Hokage. Hinata strained to muster a smile. Father, rest assured, the Hyuga clan will not fall into despair. Niji, Hanabi, and I will continue to thrive. Her resolute gaze fixed upon the name of Hyuga, Hizashi etched upon the stone. Naruto, concealed in the shadows, approached slowly. It was rare for Hinata to witness such sorrow on Naruto's face, bringing her a sense of warmth. Naruto gazed mournfully at the memorial, his lips twitching slightly. Father-in-law, rest assured, I will take good care of Hinata. His determined gaze and tightly clenched fist made a cracking sound. Hinata, upon hearing this, lowered her head gently. For the first time, she refrained from countering Naruto's lighthearted remarks. Over the past 2 days, through her Byakugan, she had been able to perceive the Nine-Tails chakra surrounding her. She could see Naruto's concern for her. Seeing Hinata's silence, Naruto internally applauded his own cleverness. At that moment, he felt compelled to embody the role of a responsible man. Opportunities to win a girl's heart were scarce. Father-in-law, rest assured, I will strive twice as hard to have another child with Hinata, and I will ensure he bears the Hyuga name. Our eldest son will be named Boruto Uzumaki. Our daughter will be Himawari Uzumaki. And our next son shall be named Hyuga Uzumaki. What do you think? When the elder remained silent, Naruto took it as an approval. Hinata, however, delivered a playful punch to Naruto's head. You come to the grave without offerings, and you think this is amusing to my father? At a time like this, you are preoccupied with such trivialities. Hyuga Uzumaki? How could you even think of such a name? Naruto clutched his head, gritting his teeth in frustration. Was it truly necessary to be so harsh when all he wished to express was loyalty? Suddenly, Hinata threw herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. The sorrow she had suppressed throughout the day was unleashed in that moment, her tears soaking Naruto's attire. Naruto, I vow to avenge my father and my clan. A flicker of resentment flashed in Naruto's eyes as he gently stroked Hinata's long hair, speaking with unwavering conviction. Trust me, I will surely avenge the Hyuga clan. You must live joyfully. Your loved ones would not wish for your sadness. Hinata nodded vigorously, her resolve evident. Well, Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. Hinata lifted her gaze, tears lingering on her cheeks. What is the matter? After a brief hesitation, Naruto softly replied. I fear that vile man may pose a threat to you again, so I have purchased a small villa. Move in with me around. No one can harm you. Upon finishing his statement, Naruto felt his reasoning was somewhat feeble. Nevertheless, he swore to the moon that his only desire was to keep Hinata within his protective sight, harboring no ulterior motives. Truly, I swear on the moon. Should I break this oath, may the moon never shine again. What does the moon's shine have to do with me? Hinata retorted, suddenly breaking free from Naruto's embrace. She shot him an angry glare, exclaiming, Scoundrel! With that, she turned and walked away without a backward glance. What? How have I become a scoundrel? In the ensuing 2 days, Naruto collaborated with Tsunade and the elite Umbu to conduct a comprehensive upgrade of Konoha's defensive barrier. In addition to the barrier's inherent alarm mechanism, Naruto utilized Sage Chakra to establish an additional layer of alert within the barrier. Any unfamiliar chakra sensed by Naruto's Sage abilities would promptly trigger the barrier's alarm. Being able to absorb natural energy, Naruto was acutely aware of the chakra signatures of everyone around him. Any foreign presence would be apprehended without hesitation. It was better to err on the side of caution than to allow Konoha to suffer any mishap. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Tsunade let out a long sigh of relief. Observing Tsunade's diligent efforts for Konoha ignited a warm feeling within Naruto. Oh, by the way, I've been back for 2 days, yet I haven't seen the perverted sage around, he remarked casually while rechecking the barrier. Tsunade, upon hearing this, glanced around cautiously. Noting her vigilance, Naruto chuckled. You two Haven T started an underground romance, have you? Tsunade shot him a fierce glare. You little brat, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll break your skull with one punch. Naruto jumped in surprise. He had no desire to experience Tsunade's formidable strength again. Her power far surpassed that of Sakura. How had Jiraiya endured her for all these years? Suddenly, Tsunade's expression darkened as she leaned in closer, lowering her voice. In the shadows, the Akatsuki leader's hideout was discovered to be located in the Rain Village, prompting Jiraiya to prepare for infiltration in search of intelligence. Tsunade glanced at the calendar on the wall, noting that several days had passed. It was nearly time for him to return. The C4 explosives and CO self-detonation bombs, which had not yet seen action, suddenly exploded above Naruto's head. The Rain Village seemed to be perpetually drenched in rain. Jiraiya gently adjusted the cloak draped over him, feeling a sense of unease from prolonged chakra use to fend off the rain. The fluctuations in his chakra would inevitably increase the likelihood of detection by perceptive ninja, which was not favorable for his reconnaissance mission. Surely, ninjas must have an affinity for women. Perhaps he should seek out a girl to converse with. Observing 2 middle-aged men approaching with forehead protectors, a lecherous smile crept onto Jiraiya's face. One of them had a horizontal line etched across his forehead protector. What was that old coot Hanzo up to? Nearby, atop an iron tower, a figure stood silently, gazing at the cascading raindrops, expressionless. Suddenly, a flurry of paper began to coalesce behind him, and a girl appeared before him. Have the intruders been identified? The man inquired, his tone devoid of emotion. Yes. The girl softly replied, her gaze drifting into the distance, tinged with a hint of melancholic nostalgia. It's Jiraiya-sensei. The man paused momentarily, then coldly remarked, what a nostalgic scene. The girl stepped forward, her voice sharp with urgency. Nagato, what shall we do? The beast-like pain turned and walked towards the iron tower, leaving behind a chilling command. Eliminate him. The girl gradually transformed into countless sheets of paper, swirling in the wind. I will hold him off until pain arrives. The paper fluttered down like petals in early autumn. A middle-aged man cautiously crept along the iron tower, inching his way inside. Suddenly, a swarm of papers surged towards him, enveloping him in an instant. With a rustling sound, the girl's figure floated in midair, the paper coalescing in her hands into a long spear. Swish! Jiraiya swiftly separated from the man, his hands forming seals with remarkable speed. Fire-style, fireball jutsu. A blazing inferno erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, instantly turning the multitude of paper before him to ashes. Observing this, the girl retreated a distance, hovering in the air. Is that the transformation technique of the Toad Sage? Jiraiya chuckled triumphantly. What was meant to be a feast for pain has unexpectedly drawn you in. You have grown into a stunning beauty, Conan. As he beheld Conan's striking visage, he faintly recalled the innocent girl she once was years ago. Yet the youthful, naive aura had long since vanished, replaced by the cold, killing intent in her eyes. Not long after my departure, I received news of your demise. I mourned for quite a while, though it seems such emotions were in vain. Indeed, we have all perished, Conan coldly stated, her body gradually ascending into the high skies. Jiraiya's gaze was piercing, his heart a tumult of emotions. The 3 orphans he had rescued amidst the chaos of war had unexpectedly fallen to such depths. Despite their current plight, the fact that they were still alive brought him a modicum of solace. Yet, witnessing their wayward path filled him with a sense of regret and self-reproach. Had he been able to care for them a little longer, perhaps things might have been different. However, in those tumultuous times, as a ninja of Konoha, he was bound by duty. The war had inflicted indelible scars upon these innocent children. A wave of melancholy swept over him. Thankfully, they were all still alive. Conan had not perished, and surely Yahiko and Nagato had also survived. If Nagato still walked the earth, then who precisely was the prophesied child of the great sage? Jiraiya's thoughts became a whirlwind. Who among Conan, Nagato, and Yahiko was pain? Suspended in the air, Conan regarded Jiraiya with cold detachment. This was no longer a matter concerning the teacher. You will meet your end here. Suddenly, the wings on Conan's back transformed into sharp blades. Hurtling towards Jiraiya like a tempest, Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals. Fire-style, fireball technique. A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, colliding violently with the oncoming blades midair. A fierce blaze ignited, thick smoke billowing forth. Countless sheets of paper seemed to pour endlessly from behind Conan. The flames began to surge uncontrollably. What? A jolt of alarm surged through Jiraiya. He quickly retracted the flames, leaping back a considerable distance. He formed hand seals once more. Toad oil bomb. With a resounding splatter, a barrage of toad oil projectiles erupted from Jiraiya's mouth. Wherever they passed, the paper was instantly saturated with oil. Jiraiya flicked his long hair, which extended infinitely, ensnaring Conan's oil-soaked form in midair. A triumphant smile graced his lips. Toad oil was perfect for dealing with a girl who toyed with paper. How clever of me. Truly exceptional. With a casual smile, he inquired whether he could now receive answers to his questions. Who was Pain? And what were the connections between Nagato, Yahiko, and the Akatsuki? Conan's exquisite face remained expressionless. Coldly, she retorted, Do you now regret not heeding Orochimaru's advice to eliminate us? I never contemplated killing you. If given the chance to choose again, I would still save you. Conan turned her face aside, her gaze momentarily vacant. A hint of sorrow flickered in Jiraiya's eyes. I taught you the skills necessary to survive in a world fraught with turmoil. Despite the hardships, to strike at me, without a word, truly chills my heart. Jiraiya's expression darkened, his eyes filled with a resigned understanding of the world's harshness. After years apart, upon hearing that you had perished in a conflict, I mourned deeply. You know nothing of what we endured after you left. Conan's voice was cold and desolate. I indeed do not comprehend, but that does not excuse your joining the Akatsuki. In the darkness, a figure emerged slowly, draped in a black cloak adorned with crimson clouds. Such attire was unmistakably the hallmark of the Akatsuki organization as described in our intelligence reports. It was none other than you, Jiraiya-sensei. Ah, those eyes. The Rinnegan. Though his appearance had transformed, could it truly be you, Nagato? Have you really strayed so far from the path? What has transpired? The animal path, coldly replying, stated that I need not know, for I am merely an outsider. With hands clasped together, he invoked the summoning technique. Jiraiya was drenched in cold sweat. Must he not perform any hand seals? The prowess of the Rinnegan was indeed formidable. Jiraiya felt a mix of envy and resentment. Behind the animal path, a flash of dark light illuminated the wall. Bang! A colossal crawfish burst through the wall. With a cacophony, its gaping maw spewed forth an overwhelming tide of foam. Jiraiya hastily leapt to the other side of the wall to regain his footing. Truly, it is the teacher who raises his disciples only to be struck down by them. As he watched the foam scatter the toad oil, Jiraiya silently lamented. His own pupil was well aware of his weaknesses, using foam to counteract the toad oil. From now on, one must be cautious when taking on apprentices, lest they meet their demise. The animal path spoke in a subdued tone. Conan, you may withdraw. With arms raised, the crawfish charged forth, hurling its foam in Jiraiya's direction with its massive pincers. Jiraiya's eyes widened in alarm. The crawfish, as towering as a hill, looked salivating, yet who would dare to consume it remained uncertain. He hastily formed hand seals. Wild Lion's main technique. In an instant, his white hair scattered, weaving into an intricate net that ensnared the crawfish. Channeling chakra, he infused it into the net. Bang! The clawing crawfish was instantly crushed. Roar! His long hair transformed into a serpent, coiling tightly around the crawfish's body, ensnaring the distant animal path. Nagato, where are Yahiko and Conan? The cold gaze of pain met Jiraiya's. Oh, it seems there was once such a person, but he has long since perished. Jiraiya's complexion turned pale. The former Nagato had once cherished Conan and Yahiko as companions more important than his own life. Yet now, the indifference upon his face was profoundly sorrowful. What could possibly lead a person to undergo such a transformation? Jiraiya was at a loss, and preferred not to dwell on it. Nagato's coldness chilled him to the bone. It is nothing, having endured the brutalities of war and witnessed countless farewells to life. The pain of death has fostered my growth. Through enduring immense suffering, one must inevitably learn to evolve. Jiraiya admonished sharply, is this so-called growth merely the abandonment of comrades? Pain cast a frigid glance at Jiraiya. Sensei, when the pain endured surpasses that of mortals, my growth has transcended humanity, elevating me to the status of a god. Jiraiya, exasperated, pointed an accusatory finger at Pain, exclaiming, a god? I see you are merely becoming a fiend. Look at your arrogance. Do you not realize your own limitations? Pain paid no heed to Jiraiya's furious rebuke. Mortals cannot comprehend the consciousness of the divine. Gods possess the ability to achieve what mere mortals cannot. As a deity, I shall put an end to the turmoil that plagues this world. Through war, I shall cease war. When humanity suffers amidst chaos, they shall come to fear conflict. Jiraiya pointed an accusatory finger at Pain, questioning the connection to capturing tailed beasts. The terrifying power of the tailed beasts serves as a weapon that allows people to experience pain. As humanity grows through suffering, so too shall this world evolve through its trials. This is the divine mission. Jiraiya shook his head in resignation. This fool is beyond redemption. His mind is utterly lost. With a fierce bite, he punctured his finger, drawing blood across his palm. Channeling chakra, he formed hand seals. Ninja art, summoning technique. Bang! Gamekin, wielding a steel fork and adorned with a pot lid, made a grand entrance. You claim to be a god. Then I am no longer human. I am the legendary sage of the toads, Jiraiya. Gamekin shook his large head in discontent. Listening to your boasts gives me a headache. Am I summoned merely for a drink? Jiraiya forced a harmless smile. We shall discuss drinks after the battle. I need to enter sage mode. Gamekin, buy me some time. Well, I will do my best to delay. My only talent is taking hits. Smack. Jiraiya pressed his palms together and laughed heartily. As long as I can endure. He vigorously shook his long hair, channeling chakra that rapidly spread outward. Centered around himself, he formed a vast chakra-sensing barrier. Any object that entered the barrier would be precisely sensed by both Jiraiya and Gamekin. The animal path Pain remained expressionless. It seemed that from birth to death, his face would never alter in shape. A sensing barrier, is it? Smack. Palms together once more. Summoning technique. Woof, woof, woof. A monstrous hound with 3 heads opened its gaping maw atop the iron tower, revealing its menacing glare. It seemed to salivate at the sight of Gamekin's corpulent figure. Perhaps it was thinking of a bullfrog hot pot? The hound's mouth dripped with saliva. Suddenly, it let out a deafening howl, diving from the tower straight for Jiraiya. What the hell? This creature wasn't craving bullfrog meat. It was after human flesh. Gamekin, take care of it. Oh. Gamekin swung his fork vigorously with his right paw while shielding himself with the pot lid in his left. With a powerful leap, his hill-like body soared into the air, charging at the vicious hound. Here, take this fork. And now, a pot lid for you. Clang, clang. In a matter of moments, Gamekin's fork pinned the 3-headed hound against the wall. Witnessing this display of prowess, Jiraiya was overjoyed. Well done, Gamekin. If we win this fight, I shall treat you to a bottle of vodka tonight. Before the words were even out of his mouth, suddenly, the 3-headed hellhound was violently torn apart with a resounding crack, each segment scattering in different directions. Jiraiya was taken aback by the sight. What manner of pet is this? Gamekichi was equally bewildered by the unexpected division. He quickly leapt to reclaim his trident, but it was too late. The 3 ferocious hounds lunged at him, one sinking its teeth into his right leg. Indeed, the allure of toad flesh proved irresistible. Gamekichi let out a muffled groan of pain and swung the lid of the pot in his left paw, striking down with force upon the head of one of the dogs. Bang! The hound struck by the pot lid was once again cleaved in two. Gamekichi was momentarily dumbfounded. This trickery is infuriating. It feels as though he has activated a cheat mode. With a sudden burst of strength, he sprang up the edge of the iron tower, fleeing for his life. Defeating them was out of the question. He could only hope to outrun them. These accursed dogs only multiplied, proving to be an impossible challenge. Gamekichi lamented. Just as he leapt from the iron tower, a massive bird, akin to a dragon, barreled toward him. In his panic, he hastily raised the large pot lid to shield his chest. Boom! The impact was thunderous. Crash! The summoning technique was shattered in an instant. Gamekichi, having exhausted his chakra, vanished from Jiraiya's sight. A resounding crack echoed from the wall behind Jiraiya as a rhinoceros burst through. Jiraiya was unable to evade, his body impaled by the beast's horn and hurled against the opposite wall. The tremendous force of the rhinoceros, combined with his own weight, embedded him deep within the wall. The animal realm pain murmured coldly, "Has it come to an end?" Within the desolate iron tower, a deep voice resonated. "Sage art, dragon flame bomb." With a thunderous roar, the rhinoceros was engulfed in a conflagration of immense chakra, sent soaring into the air. Its rotund body spun several times before crashing down. Bang! The summoning technique was obliterated. The vast sage chakra cleaved through the iron tower horizontally. Within the pitch-black tunnel, wooden clogs echoed rhythmically against the steel pipes. Clack, clack! The animal realm pain. Through the Rinne-Sharingan, clearly observed a large head accompanied by two smaller ones, strolling leisurely and engaging in light-hearted banter. "Little Jiraiya, couldn't you find a more suitable place to summon us?" "Oh, don't complain, child." Jiraiya must have activated Sage Mode in a moment of desperation. Was he fighting with Naruto? "No fuss. That little brat is using cheats. We won't engage him." Jiraiya listened helplessly to the incessant chatter of the old man and the old woman flanking him. Shaking his head in resignation, he said, "Leaders, I summoned you because I am facing an opponent with the Rinne-Sharingan." Upon hearing this, the old man, Shinzaku, was suddenly filled with dread. "Nonsense. That is merely a legend. It cannot truly exist." Jiraiya abruptly halted, his expression grave as he replied, "It is my disciple, Nagato." Upon hearing the words, the elderly Lady Shima's face, reminiscent of a toad, instantly turned a shade of iron blue. Was he not dead? Jiraiya shook his head in resignation, feeling perplexed himself. Perhaps the old man spoke of the prophesied child. The elderly man Shinsaku gently tapped Jiraiya's forehead. "There is nothing to worry about. If things are not progressing in the right direction, then we must eliminate him." Shima expressed her concerns. "The child's father possesses the Rinne-Sharingan of the Six Paths. The three of us may not be able to contend with him." "Ha ha ha, fear not. You are the two great sages of Myōboku Mountain, and with my dashing prowess, we shall surely prevail." Shinsaku cast a disdainful glance. "Little Jiraiya, you should learn from Naruto and activate Sage Mode on your own. We are both rather advanced in age." Voices echoed as three figures gradually emerged from the tunnel. The Beast Realm Pain, upon witnessing the scene before him, was momentarily bewildered. After all that effort, had they only conjured two old toads? Shima stood on Jiraiya's shoulder, scanning the surroundings. "Where's the boy with the Rinnegan?" Jiraiya whispered. "His summoning beasts are quite peculiar. Of every conceivable variety, he is likely hiding within the transparent summoning creature." Upon hearing this, Shima's displeasure was palpable. "How long is this going to take? I still need to return home to apply my facial mask." No sooner had she spoken than her tongue shot forth with remarkable speed, spiraling through the air to ensnare the nearby transparent chameleon summoning beast. With a sudden burst, Shinsaku unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth. The massive water column, infused with sage chakra, sliced through the iron tower's wall, severing the steel reinforcement with ease. The water column swiftly bisected the chameleon, blood sprayed forth, and the summoning technique was shattered in an instant. As the beast realm pain gradually came into view, Shinsaku felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Those eyes truly were as striking as the legends foretold. Shima tilted her head, observing for a while before shaking it. This fellow seems even more formidable than young Naruto. If Naruto is not indeed the prophesied child, then what was the point of imparting sage techniques to him? The beast realm pain ignored the trio's dialogue. With a clap of his hands, the summoning technique was invoked. Bang! The human realm pain and the hungry ghost realm pain materialized before Jiraiya's eyes. Wait, one can summon people with the summoning technique too? However, each of them possessed a pair of Rinnegan. What could this mean? Was the Rinnegan losing its value, becoming commonplace? Whoosh! The human realm pain moved swiftly, charging towards Jiraiya. Reacting instinctively, Jiraiya launched a powerful kick. Bang! In sage mode, the force of his strike would leave the opponent severely injured, if not dead. Simultaneously, the three of them formed hand seals. Sage art, 5 right guards. A massive flame erupted from Shima's mouth, merging with the wind from Shinsaku's and the toad oil from Jiraiya's. The toad oil ignited upon contact with the flames, unleashing an overwhelming inferno, amplified by the gusts of wind. In an instant, the entire iron tower resembled a vast ocean of molten lava. Wherever the lava flowed, everything was instantly reduced to ashes. Flames soared into the sky, and the lava churned violently. In the face of such overwhelming fire, the hungry ghost path of pain did not retreat, but pressed forward. With a sudden leap, a faint glow emanated from his hands. The moment the molten lava made contact with the soft light, it emitted a peculiar sound. Jiraiya, witnessing this scene, was left utterly astonished. The old man Zetsu was equally dumbfounded, finding it almost impossible to believe. How could it possibly devour sage techniques? Jiraiya summoned his chakra, exerting force beneath his feet. His body shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. Blue chakra rapidly coalesced in his palm, forming a massive chakra sphere. Sage art, super large Rasen shuriken. The chakra sphere came crashing down upon the head of the hungry ghost path. As it touched the faint glow, its size began to diminish rapidly. Indeed, it could consume sage techniques. Suddenly, the human path lunged at him from the side. Jiraiya's body swiftly rolled backward. At the moment of landing, his white hair transformed into countless steel needles, shooting forth. Sage art, 1,000 needle jutsu. The steel needles hurtled toward the back of the animal path of pain. A scene unfolded that sent Jiraiya into despair. The animal path of pain, facing away from Jiraiya, swiftly formed hand seals. A giant panda shield rose up with a thunderous crash, intercepting all the steel needles. How could it be that even their vision was interconnected? How was he to fight this? Jiraiya turned and fled toward the tunnel behind him, sprinting as fast as he could. This was impossible. Jiraiya silently lamented. What was he aiming at? I must report this cheater. Pain's figure flickered and pursued closely behind. A melodious chorus of croaking echoed from within the tunnel. Sage art, toad oil fireball. In the narrow tunnel, flames erupted. A blaze rushed toward him. The hungry ghost path of pain performed a consuming technique to block the flames. The human path of pain leaped into the air, securing a firm stance above the tunnel. Observing this, Jiraiya smirked disdainfully. Sage art, hell swamp. The human path of pain was instantly ensnared within the wall's sunken quagmire. Jiraiya raised a foot and kicked the animal path of pain, who was about to perform a summoning technique, to the ground. Sage art illusion, toad song. The three pains before him were plunged into complete darkness, ensnared in an illusion. In the distance, Nagato, having lost control over the three pains, revealed a fleeting cold smile. Jiraiya looked at the three pains trapped within the sealing illusion. A hint of melancholy gracing his features. Pain, expressionless, coldly remarked, I never imagined that teacher Jiraiya would possess such illusionary skills. Nagato, I should have taught you that one must never let their guard down against any opponent. Suddenly, Jiraiya felt a sharp pang in his heart. You have strayed from the path. Farewell, Nagato. With a tinge of reluctance, the great blade in Jiraiya's hand pierced through Pain's body in an instant. As Jiraiya gazed upon the fading life of Pain, he murmured in a daze, it is over. He turned and slowly made his way towards the tunnel's exit. A series of harsh coughs erupted from the old man Shinsaku and the elderly lady Shima. At last, we can return to our face masks. Shima exclaimed, her demeanor lightened. With a tone tinged with reproach, Shinsaku remarked, young Jiraiya, at your age, could you not engage in such perilous tasks? Jiraiya forced a smile, thinking, compared to you two, I am but a child. However, his smile abruptly froze as cold sweat trickled down his spine. The Azura path of Pain emerged from behind him. Its frigid voice whispering ominously, Sensei Jiraiya, you must not underestimate the situation, as you have taught me. With a thunderous crash, an immense force hurled Jiraiya's body away. A sickening crack echoed as his left arm broke. He smashed through the tunnel wall, skidding across the water's surface for several meters before managing to regain his footing. Agonizing pain radiated from his arm. Blood gushed forth, staining the river beneath him a deep crimson. Shima's face turned pale in shock at the sudden turn of events. Young Jiraiya, your left arm is broken. He grimaced in pain. What is happening? How did another one appear? The Deva Path of Pain withdrew a massive blade from the three fallen pains. Its icy voice resonated. The 6 paths of pain make their grand entrance. With a flurry of motion, 6 figures emerged from the tunnel, standing majestically atop the iron tower. There are 6 of them? The 3 I just defeated have resurrected. How am I to fight this? Jiraiya was left astounded. I thought we were outnumbered 3-1, yet they are 6 against 3. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to describe his tumultuous emotions. Which of you is Pain? The Deva Path cast a glance toward Jiraiya. We are all Pain. Pain is the collective term for the 6 of us. Suddenly, a familiar face came into view. Ah, you are Yahiko? Before Jiraiya could fully comprehend the situation, the Azura Path unleashed several missiles from its wrist, accompanied by a deafening roar and billowing smoke. Jiraiya's eyes widened in horror as he hastily channeled chakra, leaping toward the iron tower. Unexpectedly, the missiles altered their trajectory, pursuing him relentlessly. What the hell? Are these cruise missiles? With a resounding explosion, the missiles detonated beneath Jiraiya, propelling him into the water. In a flash, Shinsaku and Shima launched their tongues like projectiles, ensnaring the beast path of Pain's legs. With a mighty pull, Jiraiya dragged the creature underwater. Sage Art, Binding Technique. Utilizing the momentum of Shima's tongue, Jiraiya swiftly gathered chakra into a sphere within his palm. Sage Art, Rasengan. Before the beastly realm of Pain could fully comprehend his surroundings, he was struck in the chest by a spiraling sphere. Thud. His body plummeted into the mire formed by gastric juices, instantly submerged. Well executed. The elderly shinobi exclaimed in astonishment. Jiraiya shook his head in resignation, managing a bitter smile. Not impressive at all. Managing to eliminate one only after dragging it into the barrier is exceedingly troublesome. No sooner had he spoken than a black iron rod suddenly emerged from the gastric swamp. Jiraiya was taken aback, his chakra nearly depleted and blood loss overwhelming him. Clearly, he had reached his limit. Is this creature still alive? In a moment of desperation, he raised his remaining right arm to shield his chest. Uft. The iron rod pierced through his arm, penetrating his chest as well. A pair of Rinnegan eyes shone in the darkness. Gush! A mouthful of blood erupted from Jiraiya. The forehead protector of the beastly realm of Pain slipped off, its life extinguished. The elderly shinobi's face turned pale with shock as he hurriedly extracted the rod from Jiraiya's body. Little Jiraiya, you must flee. We 3 cannot contend with their 6. Jiraiya, upon glimpsing the familiar visage of Pain, felt a jolt of recognition. Isn't this the ninja from the Wind Demon clan that I eliminated years ago? It seemed Jiraiya finally grasped the situation. This individual is not Nagato. I must ascend and discern which of the remaining 5 is Nagato. Sister, seal this body of Pain and take it back to Konoha. The elderly Shima spoke with a somber expression. I will await your return for dinner. Jiraiya cautiously emerged from the water, scanning each of Pain's faces. In his heart, he silently exclaimed. Just as I suspected, none of them are Nagato. Suddenly, a large hand reached up from beneath the water. A heavy fist struck Jiraiya's throat. Uft! A torrent of blood splattered across the screen. Jiraiya felt his throat shatter instantaneously. His body collapsed onto a distant stone. His gaze began to waver, and his consciousness gradually dimmed. Am I to perish? No, he must relay the information. Little Jiraiya. The elderly shinobi called desperately. Jiraiya summoned the last vestiges of his strength, condensing the final trace of chakra into his fingertips. The elderly shinobi understood immediately. Quickly shedding his cloak and leaning his back toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya inscribed all the information upon the elder's back. Plop. As he watched the elder leap into the river to escape, Jiraiya finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Bang! 5 iron rods simultaneously pierced Jiraiya's body. The Deva path of pain surveyed the surroundings, sensing no trace of the old toad. Turning to regard Jiraiya's mangled form, which gradually sank into the river, he gently shook his head, his cold gaze devoid of any emotion. The 5 panes flickered, leaping onto the horizontal platform of the iron tower. Flurries of paper rapidly coalesced around Pain, and Conan's striking visage appeared behind him. Gazing at the crimson-stained waters, Conan softly inquired, "Has Jiraiya-sensei perished?" Tian Dao Pain responded faintly. "Yes, he is dead." Just as he was about to turn away, a crisp voice suddenly resonated from the void. Flying Thunder God Technique. Whoosh. An orange figure flashed and vanished into the river, heading straight for Jiraiya's slowly sinking body. Naruto forcefully removed the iron rod embedded in Jiraiya's body, channeling chakra to disperse the surrounding water. Jiraiya had already lost his breath. Naruto was taken aback, horrified at the sight of Jiraiya's blood-soaked and tattered clothes. His heart twisted in anguish. Damn it, I've been on guard day and night, yet I couldn't protect you. What are you doing out here alone? Tears streamed down his face in an instant. He hurriedly reached into his pocket to retrieve the sage's symbol he had received from the great sage Fukasaku and pressed it firmly against Jiraiya's chest. In that moment, a dazzling golden light rapidly radiated from the symbol, enveloping Jiraiya's entire body. "I won't allow you to die," Naruto shouted to the heavens in fury. Crack! A crisp sound echoed from within him. A piercing pain jolted Naruto awake from his sorrow. Buzz! His eyes snapped open, the 3 tomo vanishing in an instant. Blood-red pupils swirled, expanding outward in rippling waves, forming 9 black circular rings. Gradually, 3 tomo appeared between every 3 rings, their tips faintly glowing with a dark red light. Nine-Tomoe Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Naruto was startled, realizing that Jiraiya's near-death state had triggered the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, specifically the Nine-Tomoe variant. It was incredibly cool. Had it not been for the dire situation concerning Jiraiya's life, Naruto might have burst into cheers, almost wishing to set off firecrackers in celebration. However, considering Jiraiya's condition, he suppressed his excitement. As the golden light from the sage's symbol flickered, the wounds on Jiraiya's body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. What shocked Naruto the most was that even Jiraiya's severed left arm was regenerating swiftly. The injuries were mending, yet Jiraiya still exuded no sign of life. Was he truly gone? Naruto furrowed his brow, shaking his head with a hint of displeasure. "If you dare waste this sage's symbol, I will make you regret it." Suddenly, Naruto felt a pang of regret, thinking it might have been better to wait until Jiraiya was completely gone before using the Soul Fairy to resurrect him. Aside from the missing arm and a few additional wounds, nothing else would be lost. It wasn't long before Naruto learned from the great sage Fukasaku in the Wetbone Forest that it was fortunate he hadn't acted on that thought. Otherwise, Jiraiya would have died a more unjust death than Doi. The golden light emitted by the sage's symbol gradually shrank, its brilliance dimming. Finally, all of Jiraiya's wounds healed completely, and his severed arm reformed. The last flicker of golden light slowly faded. Cough, cough. Jiraiya coughed forcefully a few times before suddenly opening his eyes wide, looking ahead. The water, propelled by Naruto's chakra, flowed gently along the edge of the chakra circle, creating delicate ripples that resembled a dreamlike vision. Jiraiya glanced down at his unscathed arm and touched his throat with a firm hand, murmuring to himself, "When one dies, they either descend into hell or ascend to heaven. As for me, Jiraiya, aside from having secretly observed Tsunade while bathing, I have committed no wrongs. Surely I am destined for paradise." After a moment of silence, he lifted his gaze once more to this ethereal realm. Indeed, the crystalline clarity of this place confirmed it, Heaven! Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as Naruto delivered a powerful punch to Jiraiya's head. Unsatisfied with the initial blow, Naruto struck again, exclaiming, "What were you thinking? Frolicking about when you could have ended up face first in the ground? Do you even know your own strength?" Dazed by the consecutive blows, Jiraiya turned to see Naruto, tears streaming down his face. "Naruto, how could you have also met your end? The ninja world is devoid of hope." Naruto, exasperated, retorted, "If it weren't for the flying thunder god mark I left on you, your corpse would have been lost to oblivion." Suddenly, an iron rod shot down from the water's surface. Without flinching, Naruto met the rod's sharp tip with a punch. Crack! The iron rod shattered under the immense force. He hoisted Jiraiya's robust frame, channeling chakra to propel them upwards, soaring from the water until they stood firmly atop a towering structure. Without the mastery of Sage Chakra, Naruto doubted he could have lifted Jiraiya's weight. Peering at the duo atop the tower, Nagato, also known as Pain, tilted his head in disbelief. "Jiraiya-sensei, you are not dead?" His severed arm appeared miraculously restored. Could it be that the Jiraiya he faced was merely a clone? Impossible. No clone could evade the insights of the Rinnegan. What was truly occurring? In a distant concealed tower, Nagato's face reflected confusion. Since Yahiko's death, he had forgotten what it felt like to experience emotional turmoil. As a god, he could dictate all that transpired in the world, yet today, that authority faced a staggering blow. With a cold gaze, Pain scrutinized Naruto's face. "The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, is it? Very well, this will save me considerable time." Jiraiya surveyed the familiar surroundings. Incredulity etched on his face as he regarded Naruto. "Am I truly not dead?" He chuckled softly. "Given your reckless nature, I can only say that you are temporarily alive." As he released Sage Chakra, he sensed the faint chakra fluctuations emanating from Jiraiya. Clearly, the lecherous Sage's chakra had been nearly depleted from his battle with Pain. Naruto's eyes glimmered with desire as he beheld the Rinnegan within Pain's gaze. Suddenly, Pain extended his palm. "Shinra-tensei." Alarmed, Naruto felt an overwhelming gravitational force enveloping his body in an instant. With a sudden exclamation, "Are you truly intent on confronting me now?" The Nine-Tails Sharingan gleamed ominously. "Shinra-tensei." In an instant, Naruto's form transformed into a fleeting shadow. His physical presence transported to an alternate dimension where the overwhelming gravitational force was momentarily alleviated. In a flash, Naruto reappeared beside Jiraiya. "Is that the Sharingan?" he mused, recognizing the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. Pain, with a stoic expression, spoke in an unusually frigid tone. Naruto offered a faint smile. "Nagato, I am privy to all your secrets. Yet you remain oblivious to mine." He grasped the iron rod he had just shattered with a punch and abruptly drove it into his palm. In the darkness, a pair of Rinnegan eyes materialized in Naruto's mind, prompting the rapid expansion of Sage Chakra. Suddenly, a wave of apprehension washed over Nagato as he sensed an intense chakra approaching. A long-forgotten panic surged from deep within. Naruto's gaze shifted toward the distant iron tower, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. "Is that sensory chakra?" Nagato turned to his companion Konan, astonishment etched on his face. In contrast, Konan was taken aback more than anyone else. Since Yahiko's demise, Nagato had grown increasingly indifferent, his familiar visage devoid of any expression. Yet, since the arrival of this youth, this marked the second time Nagato displayed a look of confusion. Though he remained silent, that gaze was unmistakable. Konan questioned whether this was merely her imagination, sensing a hint of shock lingering in Nagato's eyes. She pondered what could possibly astonish him in this world. Although Nagato considered himself an incarnation of divinity, in Konan's eyes, he had transcended such a notion. She had never concerned herself with his disdain for this war-torn world, nor had she contemplated the rightness or wrongness of his belief in allowing the world to evolve through suffering. All she desired was the companionship of those dear to her. Nagato, Yahiko, and the bonds of this life were enough. With a thud, Jiraiya finally succumbed, collapsing to the ground. The excessive depletion of chakra had pushed his body to its limits. The scattered pains swiftly converged towards Nagato, encircling him closely. A formation of 2-1-2? Naruto chuckled wryly, shaking his head as he glanced at the unconscious Jiraiya beside him. His eyes glimmered with crimson light. Shinra-tensei. In an instant, Jiraiya's body became elusive, gradually vanishing into the void of another realm. Naruto's gaze swept over the pains before him. "It is not yet time to strike. When the moment arrives, I shall return." The Nine-Tails Sharingan flared once more as Naruto slowly dissolved into the void. Nagato took a few cautious steps forward, his chakra enveloping the entirety of Amigakure, eradicating any trace of the unfamiliar chakra presence. He cast a fleeting glance at Konan beside him, pondering the implications of Naruto's Sharingan abilities. They are not the same person. Nagato slowly raised his head, his gaze drifting into the distance. A veil of gloom gradually enveloped his Rinnegan. The injuries of the perverse sage urgently required medical ninjutsu to restore his bodily functions. Additionally, with the collection of other tailed beasts, it was imperative for Nagato, the nominal leader of the Akatsuki, to take action. For these matters, Naruto did not overly concern himself. When the time was ripe, everything would fall into place naturally. In contrast, the mysterious figure who had seized the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan was the true source of Naruto's anxiety. His heart was burdened by too many concerns at present. It was utterly impossible to expend excessive time battling pain in a life-and-death struggle at this juncture. Furthermore, Nagato and Konan were by no means irredeemably wicked individuals. On the contrary, Naruto felt a twinge of pity for them deep within. Observing Jiraiya's pale visage lying in the realm of Kamui, Naruto was both heartbroken and enraged. At your age, you still do not know how to cherish your own life. Just because you are one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, do you think yourself invincible? Have you forgotten who truly bestowed that title upon you? Merely a casual remark from the likes of Hanzo the Salamander, who barely made an appearance. Initially, you could intimidate others with that name, but later on, you couldn't even maintain a presence. The Sannin of Konoha, you alone take it seriously. Naruto was bewildered by his own frustration, engaging in a monologue within his mind. After a prolonged silence, he let out a deep sigh. Considering you have danced on the edge of the grave and assisted me in unlocking the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, I shall forgive you. However, sensing that the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan possesses not only all known abilities of the Sharingan, but also hidden powers yet undiscovered by me, this alone was enough to make Naruto feel elated. Then let me help you fulfill a wish, you lecherous old sage. A strange smile played upon Naruto's lips. Tsunade, it is time for you to understand what it truly means to be heartbroken. How will you express your gratitude, perverse sage? In the Hokage's office in Konoha, the grim news brought by the old man Shinsaku struck Tsunade like a bolt from the blue. A thunderclap shattered years of bonds and extinguished Tsunade's final warmth. The intelligence exchanged by the young Jiraiya in his last desperate attempt lay before them. Speaking softly, Shinsaku gently removed his cloak and turned around. Clear numbers and symbols were etched across the back of the old toad. Tsunade, suppressing her inner sorrow, barked at Shikamaru beside her. Hurry, record this down. Decipher the information with utmost urgency. Yes, Ino. Tsunade directed her gaze to the side. You personally examine the body brought back by Lord Shinsaku. Report any findings to me at once. Ino, seeing the tears welling in Tsunade's eyes, hesitated to speak. Yes, Lady Tsunade. Shikamaru and Ino proceeded to the next room. Tsunade's expression instantly darkened. Lord Shinsaku, Jiraiya. The old toad let out a heavy sigh. Pain's power is truly terrifying, possessing the legendary Rinnegan. Little Jiraiya, having lost an arm, still clung to the hope of survival, yet he was determined to gather intelligence. The elderly Shinazugawa draped his cloak over his shoulders once more. His gaze filled with sorrow. With a shattered throat, he clung to the last vestiges of consciousness to record the message. Tsunade bit her lip hard, her eyes vacant as she sat in her chair. What about Naruto? How could she convey such news to him? Tsunade gently shook her head. Earlier that morning, they had been conversing, and suddenly he had vanished, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. The elderly Shinazugawa hopped onto the toad's back. I shall return to Myōboku Mountain first. If Naruto comes back, you can tell him. No sooner had he spoken, than bang. A plume of white smoke erupted, leaving Tsunade alone in the office. In the deep of night, beneath the dim streetlight, Tsunade clutched a bottle of strong liquor and took several hearty swigs. Raindrops danced in the air, striking her cheeks. She did not summon chakra to fend off the downpour, allowing the rain to cascade over her beautiful face. Just days prior, it was beneath this very streetlight, beside this very bench, that Jiraiya had been animatedly boasting to her. Dead. You didn't even bother to say goodbye before you went off and died on your own? Her once alluring visage now bore no trace of its former vibrancy. In this moment, she was not the esteemed fifth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. She was simply Tsunade, a woman of both strength and tenderness. In the distance, the sound of footsteps echoed, slowly drawing closer. Tsunade lifted her gaze. Naruto's figure approached, but who was that familiar man trailing behind him? Jiraiya? Could it be? The bottle slipped from her grasp, shattering against the ground. Her inebriated cheeks flushed with color, tears welling in her eyes as she beheld the familiar silhouette following Naruto. A piercing scream shattered the night stillness. Is it really him? With the rain pouring down, several Umbu Jonin appeared from various directions. Fifth Hokage. The Umbu members swiftly encircled Tsunade, their hands poised in a state of vigilance, casting wary glances about. Ah, that is Lord Jiraiya. In the dim light of the street lamp, they discerned the figure approaching slowly. It was indeed Jiraiya. Naruto shook his head in resignation as he stepped forward. If the perverse sage truly had perished in the Rain Village, would Tsunade regret allowing him to take that risk? Tsunade's eyes remained fixed on Jiraiya's face, silently guarding the boy she had once refused to abandon all those years ago. She bit her crimson lip, her gaze resolute as she glanced at Naruto beside her. First and foremost, he was a ninja of Konoha. Only then was he Jiraiya. So I will not regret it, for a ninja has his mission, she said, her eyes lifting to the figure of Jiraiya standing in the rain, her voice softening. But I will mourn, and I will understand what it means to have a heart torn asunder. As she spoke, she rushed forward and threw herself into Jiraiya's embrace. Weeping audibly, the nearby Umbu members were utterly taken aback by the scene before them. Could this truly be the fifth Hokage, renowned for her unyielding demeanor and formidable spirit? Shedding tears, they collectively rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Naruto gently patted a few of them on the shoulder, subtly shaking his head. Only then did the Umbu members quietly disperse. Naruto felt a sense of satisfaction regarding the current security measures in Konoha. He had returned early that morning, merely lingering in Kamui's alternate dimension. He had summoned Sakura to assist Jiraiya with his injuries. However, Naruto had an even more significant objective for remaining incognito: to make Tsunade realize the value of what one often takes for granted until it is lost. Perhaps this might even lead to a rekindled romance. As Tsunade enveloped Jiraiya in a tight embrace, he found himself momentarily petrified. Could it be that he was not dreaming? Was Tsunade genuinely initiating this affectionate gesture? Elated, Jiraiya giddily reveled in the moment, his hands surreptitiously exploring Tsunade's back, his heart soaring with delight. Feeling the warmth of her soft form pressing against his chest, he was overwhelmed, and blood rushed from his nose. His mouth curved into an uncontainable grin. We've returned long ago. Naruto wouldn't let me out, saying he wanted you to experience some pain. He chuckled. Tsunade, upon hearing this, disentangled herself from Jiraiya's embrace, striving to muster a gentle and alluring smile while waving at Naruto. Naruto, come here. Naruto scratched his head and flashed a grin. What is up? Do you want to give me a warm embrace too? Oh, no need to thank me. It's just standard procedure. Suddenly, a left hook landed sharply on Naruto's head. A right hook knocked Jiraiya flat onto the ground. Tsunade's face loomed large, filling the screen as she executed a series of swift kicks to both Naruto and Jiraiya. I'm going to make you both understand what pain feels like. You dare to deceive me with your tears? I'll make sure you two learn your lesson. Jiraiya cradled his head, inwardly lamenting. This was the true Tsunade. The earlier gentle demeanor had to have been an illusion. She returned to the bench under the streetlight, casually picking up a bottle of liquor and taking a few swigs. At that moment, Naruto and Jiraiya lay on the ground, battered and bruised, stars dancing before their eyes. Naruto, have you used the Soul Fairy again? Tsunade's expression suddenly turned icy. In pain, Naruto grinned through clenched teeth, quickly shaking his head at her inquiry. It was the sage's symbol from Mount Myōboku. Tsunade's gaze softened slightly. The ancestral treasure of Mount Myōboku, and the great sage Toad bestowed it upon you? You must never use the Soul Fairy again. Why not? Naruto asked, thoroughly perplexed, as he got up and approached her. The Soul Fairy? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya exclaimed in surprise. Tsunade cast a fleeting glance at Jiraiya, who appeared battered and bruised, and nodded slightly, neither confirming nor denying. There must be a reason why my grandfather sealed the technique of soul ferrying as a forbidden art. Naruto, even more perplexed by this revelation, turned to Jiraiya. Perverted sage, are you familiar with soul ferrying? Jiraiya's expression grew serious as he nodded gently. The Wetbone Forest, Myōboku Mountain, and the Dragon Cave are all part of the three great sage realms, each capable of nurturing sage techniques. The first Hokage practiced his sage arts in the wet-bone forest, yet Jiraiya hesitated to continue. Suddenly, Tsunade rose from her seat. "Naruto, come to training ground number 3 tomorrow morning," she declared, not looking back as she departed. Naruto watched her silhouette fade into the rain, his mind swirling with questions. What on earth? Why so mysterious? Perverted sage, don't you think your little lover is acting a bit strange? Upon hearing the term little lover, Jiraiya's expression brightened momentarily. But the smile quickly faded. There are many things I do not fully understand, but indeed, the first Hokage personally sealed 2 forbidden techniques before his passing. Jiraiya's gaze scrutinized Naruto from head to toe. And you, my young friend, have learned both of the techniques that the first Hokage sealed. Naruto's face darkened. The other one is the shadow clone technique, right? Jiraiya nodded lightly. Naruto vividly recalled that when he first traversed into the world of Hokage, it was that fool, Mizuki, who aided him in stealing the scroll of forbidden techniques. Due to the interference of the mission system, he had been unable to fully unseal the scroll. Fortunately, with his own cunning, he managed to utilize Mizuki's assistance to unveil the scroll entirely, ultimately allowing him to master the 2 forbidden arts. Moreover, Mizuki was under the orders of Orochimaru. Naruto inwardly cursed. It seemed Orochimaru was well informed. There must be a purpose behind sending Mizuki to steal the scroll. The snake sage never acted without intent. Noticing Naruto lost in thought, Jiraiya gently patted his head. "Come, I'll treat you to a late-night snack, Ichiraku ramen." Naruto smiled at Jiraiya's kind demeanor. "I want it with all the toppings." "That won't do. I don't have that much money. Just a simple bowl of ramen will suffice." TCH. So stingy. By the time Naruto returned to his little villa, it was nearly midnight. Hinata was seated at the long table in the living room, playing Do-Di-Ju with Naruto's 2 shadow clones. For her safety, Naruto had persistently persuaded Hinata to move in with him. But let us not overthink it. Hinata stayed on the 2nd floor. As Naruto opened the door, the 2 clones vanished, having been left behind to manage any emergencies. Ever since the last incident in the desert, when a clone recklessly released Kakashi from the 4 Red Suns formation, Naruto had convened an emergency meeting for all his clones. After a profound session of ideological education, all the clones operated in complete accordance with Naruto's thoughts. The greatest advantage lay in the fact that the clones, created through Sage Chakra, shared a connection of consciousness and vision with the original. "Naruto, you're back," Hinata exclaimed, her face blossoming with joy. "I've prepared dinner, waiting for you to return and eat together." Upon hearing this, Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Having just indulged in a hearty meal with an old lecher, he was now too full to eat anything else. However, he could not disappoint his wife, who had labored in the kitchen. "Bring it over quickly. I'm famished." Watching Hinata busily at work in the kitchen filled Naruto with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Such a simple life was utterly delightful. Observing Naruto devour the meal with gusto brought joy to Hinata's heart. Yet, Naruto felt a pang of discomfort. His stomach was completely stuffed. Alas, what could he do? It seemed that girls were always fond of warm-hearted men. Looking up at Hinata's delicate and charming face, he chuckled. "Honey, someone suggested I learn to drive. Do you think I should?" Hinata gazed at Naruto with confusion. "What kind of ninjutsu is that?" Naruto replied with a mischievous grin. "I don't even know what driving is. Come, let us explore this together in my room." Tsunade sat with a serious expression beneath a wooden post in training ground number 3, her eyes fixated on a stone at her feet. Beside her lay a large scroll, quietly resting. "Sister Tsunade." As Naruto emerged from the woods, he noticed Tsunade sitting beneath the very post that once bound him. Her expression seemed less than favorable. With a cheeky grin, he called out from a distance. That old lady was rather fierce. He still felt the ache in his back from her electric kick yesterday. Approaching her, Tsunade gently rose and unfurled the large scroll beside her. Upon seeing the familiar patterns on the scroll, Naruto couldn't help but feel puzzled. A summoning contract? Without uttering a word, Tsunade pointed to the blank space on the contract, casting a glance at Naruto. Understanding her intent, he quickly bit his finger and inscribed his name in the empty space. With a single hand, he slowly formed the necessary hand seals. At the end of the contract, he pressed his finger, infused with chakra, onto the seal. With a soft hum, black runes began to spread across the scroll. Whoosh! Tsunade forcefully shook her arm, and the scroll rolled up, returning to her side. "Summon the slug," she declared, taking a few steps outward, leaving Naruto with ample space. He bit his finger with determination. drawing a line across his palm and swiftly forming hand seals with chakra. Suddenly, he slammed his palm onto the ground. Ninja art, summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke erupted. Ribbit. The toad Gamma looked around in bewilderment. Naruto, are you inviting me for barbecue again? Huh? Do you really think there are enough to feed you? Bang. Tsunade swung her fist and delivered a heavy blow. You idiot, I summoned a slug, not a toad. Naruto awkwardly rubbed his head, hastily forming hand seals to activate the summoning technique once more. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. With a resounding boom, a cloud of smoke erupted. From within the haze, a gigantic slug emerged, slowly writhing. Lady Tsunade, what have you summoned me for? The slug inquired, only to suddenly catch sight of the crouching Gamabunta nearby, causing it to be overwhelmed with fear. Internally cursing, the slug thought, is this a ploy to feed me to that toad? Gamabunta, witnessing the scene, was filled with glee at the prospect of a slug feast. Without delay, Naruto dispelled Gamabunta's summoning. With a loud crash, Gamabunta vanished from sight, allowing Naruto to breathe a sigh of relief. Had Gamabunta truly consumed the slug, Tsunade would have surely skinned him alive. Slug, it was Naruto who summoned you. We need you to reverse summon us to the Wetbone Forest, Tsunade instructed. The slug hesitated momentarily before whispering, but I am not of the Sinja bloodline. I cannot go to the Wetbone Forest. Slug, Tsunade interrupted sharply. He has simultaneously mastered the two forbidden techniques left by our grandfather. What? The slug's voice turned anxious upon hearing this. After a lengthy pause, it murmured, I understand. I will return to the Wetbone Forest to report to the ancestors. With a bang, the massive slug's form disappeared before Naruto could dispel the summoning. Naruto turned his gaze toward Tsunade. Ever since she learned of her mastery over forbidden techniques, her demeanor had become increasingly erratic. Sister Tsunade, are you taking me to the Wetbone Forest? Tsunade nodded gently. But you are the 5th Hokage of Konoha. What will happen to the village if you leave? With a faint smile, Tsunade replied, I have already sent Jiraiya to do some labor. Let that old fool experience the hardships of being Hokage. Naruto felt a sense of despair. Given Jiraiya's unreliable nature, he feared the village would be in disarray within 2.5 days. Sister Tsunade, are the two forbidden techniques left by the first Hokage truly that terrifying? Tsunade gazed into the distance, and after a long pause, she spoke softly. They seem to be connected to the immortal evil god. It would be wise to heed what the great slug sage has to say. As grandfather did not provide many clues, all I know is that no one can master both forbidden techniques simultaneously, not even grandfather himself. The great slug sage once stated that if both techniques were to manifest within one individual, it would herald a calamity for humanity. These two forbidden techniques originate from the Wetbone Forest, akin to Orochimaru's rebirth technique, which is also a forbidden art of the Ryūchi Cave. And as for the sage's symbols of Myōboku Mountain, Tsunade left the thought unfinished. Naruto's complexion had turned pale. Forbidden techniques? Orochimaru's rebirth technique? The immortal evil god? Tsunade's incessant recounting left Naruto's mind in disarray. His concern had shifted towards the notion of the immortal evil god. Could it be that the moronic Haiden was somehow connected to this malevolent deity of immortality? Naruto cursed inwardly. What on earth is this? In the enchanting realms of Wetbone Forest, Dragon Cave, and Wonderful Wood Mountain, how could such ethereal wonders be linked to the immortal malevolent deity? Countless questions surged within. Just as Naruto endeavored to recall the storyline involving Haiden from the anime, a celestial voice suddenly resonated in his ears. Ninjutsu, reverse summoning. A radiant white light flashed before him. Bang! A cloud of smoke dissipated, revealing a lush expanse of greenery. As he surveyed the scene, he was greeted by dense woods and broad leaves. Upon each leaf rested a slug the size of a palm. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the earthy scent of damp soil. A faint squirming sound emerged, prompting Naruto to turn around. A colossal slug came into view, dwarfing the one he had just summoned. The comparison was akin to a novice before a master. The sheer size of the creature was astonishing. Had it truly attained sentience? Lady Tsunade, our ancestor wishes to meet Naruto in person. At this, Naruto furrowed his brow. Ancestor? Was this being from the same era as the great Toad Sage? Tsunade nodded slightly. Dismissing Naruto's astonishment, she maneuvered around the massive slug's body and strode deeper into the forest. After traversing a dense thicket, Tsunade finally halted. Naruto looked up to see an expansive clearing before him, utterly empty. Just as confusion enveloped him, A thunderous sound reverberated through the air. In the clearing appeared a slug adorned with pale yellow patterns. Whoa! Naruto gasped in disbelief. He had never imagined a creature of such immense proportions existed. Its size was so vast that Naruto could barely fit half its head within his gaze. Two pairs of antennae towered skyward, swaying gently. Little Tsunade, is this the child? A voice, reminiscent of an elderly woman, seemed to drift from the heavens, ethereal and surreal. Tsunade's expression shifted to one of solemnity as she bowed her head slightly. Yes, great slug sage. Naruto tilted his head, scrutinizing the being before him, and couldn't he help but chuckle. The slug grandmother is indeed far larger than that old toad sage. Naruto, do not be disrespectful. She is the great slug sage who governs Wetbone Forest, Tsunade admonished sharply. Grandmother, ha ha ha. That sounds much younger than those little ones calling me ancestor. The great slug sage appeared quite pleased with Naruto's title. I can't help but grow larger. That old coot Gamabunta is always scheming to swallow me whole. The bigger I grow, the less he can fit in his mouth, ha ha ha. With that, a gently concave mouth erupted with a series of harmonious chuckles, tinged with mischief. With so many little slugs in Wetbone Forest, will they all eventually grow to your size? Naruto inquired, intrigued. If every slug reached such proportions, even 2 more Wetbone Forests would not suffice to accommodate these colossal beings. The slug sage paused, her expression contemplative, before she softly chuckled. All the slugs in Wetbone Forest are merely a part of my own essence divided. Oh, it also includes the giant slug summoned from the ninja world through your spiritual medium, which is a part of my being. Naruto was completely astonished by this revelation. Are you saying that the entire Wetbone Forest is home to but a singular great slug sage? Seemingly perceiving Naruto's confusion, the great slug sage gently remarked that this represents the ultimate form of the shadow clone technique. Shadow clones. A thunderous realization erupted in Naruto's mind. The image of countless little Narutos flooded his thoughts, with the visage of the great slug sage being replaced by Naruto's own self-proclaimed handsome face. Shaking his head vigorously, Naruto felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The Wetbone Forest, Myōboku Mountain, and the Dragon's Cave are the 3 ancient sage realms, each possessing its unique sage techniques. The shadow clone technique is indeed a secret art reliant on the Wetbone Forest slug division. Eagerly, Naruto pressed on with his inquiries. What about the soul ferrying? The slug sage gently shook his head. In the sage realms, there exist techniques pertaining to the end of life and rebirth. And the rebirth technique of the Wetbone Forest is, in fact, the soul ferrying. Naruto seemed to grasp the concept. The sage token bestowed upon me by the great toad sage is the rebirth technique of Myōboku Mountain, while that of the Dragon's Cave relates to reincarnation. The great slug sage nodded ever so slightly. Toads seldom dream, hence their dreams serve as prophecies of the future, just as slugs rarely open their eyes. And what they perceive is similarly a prophecy of what is to come. Huh. Naruto, taken aback, glanced up at the great slug sage's large countenance. Do slugs even have eyes? Upon hearing Naruto's question, the slug sage tilted his head to one side. A minuscule bulge, no larger than a sesame seed, was encased within a thin layer of skin. Is that an eye? Heh. Naruto chuckled wryly. With such diminutive eyes, are you certain they can truly see the future? For over 1,000 years, my eyes have opened but once. I beheld the future of the ninja world. A scene where a boy possessing both the shadow clone technique and the sage art of soul ferrying stood amidst a battlefield strewn with corpses, the earth stained with blood. Naruto shook his head, tinged with resignation. Is this the reason they are classified as forbidden techniques? The great slug sage smiled faintly. Little Hashirama sealed the 2 techniques to avert the fulfillment of the prophecy. However, the shadow clone technique merely consumes chakra excessively, rendering it unsuitable for the training of an average ninja. The soul ferrying, however, rightfully deserves to be sealed. For the practitioner and the subject share a bond of life and death. What? Upon hearing the sage's final words, Naruto's complexion drained of color. Share life and death? Indeed. Should either the practitioner or the subject perish, both shall meet the same fate. Naruto was utterly overwhelmed, silently lamenting, Kisame, Hanabi, you must all survive. The ritual of the undying evil god's sacrifice is the sole method to sever the life bond of the soul ferrying. Yet, it is also the only way to break the seal of the undying evil god. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, this technique must not be employed. Naruto nodded emphatically. In the future, I shall refer to myself as your grandson. At present, Naruto harbors no concern for Zabuza and Haku, for they have exchanged bodies. The source of Naruto's unease lies with Hinata Hanabi. A faint sense of foreboding suggests to him that the Hyuga clan has been annihilated, leaving only Hanabi behind, as if she were a pawn in an overarching conspiracy. Little Naruto, you possess the sage chakra of Myōboku Mountain. Would you care to remain here and cultivate the sage chakra of my wetbone forest? Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Is it true that one day here equates to an entire year in the ninja world? The great toad sage nodded gently. Huh. If I continue to train here for another 3 years, my Hinata will surely become someone else's bride. After pondering briefly, Naruto shook his head gently. Sage Toad, I think I shall pass. I truly do not have the time to cultivate another form of sage chakra. He mused, this is no jest. Acquiring numerous skills only to lose my beloved in the end would be a grave miscalculation. The great toad sage erupted in laughter. You have mastered the shadow clone technique and have signed a summoning contract with me. Within the wetbone forest, each of your clones can manifest as a physical entity. Just leaving the clones here suffices. Upon hearing this, Naruto's spirits lifted. Could it be true? Clones that can become corporeal? The sage gently swayed her massive form, causing a swarm of palm-sized toads to tumble from her body, wobbling as they made their way into the woods. The manifestation of clones means that each can wield the full strength of your original self, not merely sharing chakra as ordinary clones do. Wow, how splendid. Without further ado, Naruto prepared to channel sage chakra to perform the clone technique. However, he suddenly realized he could not sense any sage chakra at all. Why has my sage chakra vanished? The great toad sage erupted in joyous laughter, embodying the spirit of a mischievous old lady. The wetbone forest is also a realm of sage. Thus, the sage chakra from Myōboku Mountain cannot be utilized in my domain. Naruto's understanding dawned upon him. It appears that the 3 sage realms have been in a delicate balance for ages. With this thought, he summoned his companion. Kurama, arise and lend a hand. The Nine-Tails shot a disdainful glance at Naruto within his mind. A few toads are one thing, but now you've brought in a heap of slugs. Is my chakra insufficient for your needs? Naruto grinned and pointed at Kurama, saying, Kurama, you've got it all wrong. You aren't secretly in love with me, are you? I have a crush on your grandfather. Naruto stepped forward and gently patted Kurama's large paw. The more skills we acquire, the more formidable we become, allowing us to stride confidently through the ninja world. The Nine-Tails cast a scornful look. My chakra cannot merge with sage chakra. What use is it for you to enter Nine-Tails mode? Buzz. A flash of golden light illuminated the space. Golden chakra flames enveloped Naruto in an instant. Ninja art, multiple shadow clone technique. Bang, 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 bang. 4 clones of Naruto appeared beside him. What on earth? Why are there only 4 shadow clones? Naruto, witnessing the activation of the Nine-Tails power, barely managed to summon 4 clones by expending all his chakra. He immediately jumped up in frustration. The great sage of the giant toad let out a startled exclamation. Meanwhile, Tsunade was already rendered speechless by the scene before her. What is sealed within this little rascal? How could he possibly summon 4 clones? Even the first Hokage, in his prime, could only manage 2 clones at most. Tsunade's lips twitched in disbelief. It's the Nine-Tails beast. The great sage gasped in astonishment. A fox with 9 tails? Tsunade nodded gently. Oh, so the vision I witnessed was indeed real. In the ninja world, such creatures exist. The great sage lifted his head slightly, as if reminiscing. Initially dissatisfied with having only 4 clones, Naruto felt a sense of balance when he learned that the first Hokage could only summon 2 in the forest of wet bones. After a lengthy silence, the great sage finally spoke. For physical clones, along with your original self, equates to a 5-fold increase in your power. Are you still not satisfied? Naruto beamed with delight. Nodding vigorously, Lady Toad, shall we commence our training? The great sage shook his head in resignation. You may return now. Leave the clones here to bask in the sun. Naruto was puzzled by this statement. Bask in the sun? The sage arts of Myōboku Mountain draw upon the power of nature to enter sage mode, while the sage arts of the forest of wet bones utilize solar energy to activate sage mode, known as the power of the sun. Hearing the great sage's words, Naruto's heart raced. Having already mastered 5 elemental chakra types, if he were to merge the power of the sun with the power of the moon, he could unlock the bloodline limit. Suppressing his excitement, Naruto inquired, Since there is a power of the sun, there must also be a power of the moon. What is that? The great sage, slightly displeased, shook his massive form. The power of the moon is the sage mode activated by absorbing moonlight in the dragon cave. That old white snake is no match for my strength. He chuckled, revealing a stubborn old lady in this great slug. The dragon cave, you say? Naruto mused inwardly. It seems the time has come to pay a visit to my Uncle Snake. You have already mastered the natural sage arts of Myōboku Mountain. Your training in the arts of the Forest of Wet Bones will progress swiftly. You merely need to fuse the solar energy absorbed in the same manner as you did with the natural energy and your chakra. I'm off to play mahjong with the kids now. Young Tsunade, you all can head back. Mahjong. Goodness. How much wood would be required to carve a set of mahjong specifically for slugs? Besides, can you really play mahjong without hands or feet? Before Tsunade could respond, there was a resounding crash as the great sage's massive form vanished from sight. Sister Tsunade, is this gambling habit a legacy of the Forest of Wet Bones as well? Thwack! Tsunade landed a solid punch atop Naruto's head. The audacious rascal dares to jest with me. Within the woods outside the Sound Village, the head of Black Zetsu emerged slowly from the ground, pinched between two cacti. With a swift motion, a shadowy figure stepped forth from the otherworldly realm. The orange mask obscured Obito's entire visage, revealing only his blood-red eyes. Orochimaru's lair lay within the cave ahead. Black Zetsu's voice was hoarse and chilling. It seems that Itachi has recently taken a keen interest in your information. Obito's gaze swept over the tightly sealed cave entrance not far away. I am uncertain about how much he has uncovered, yet I am acutely aware of his vulnerabilities. A sinister smile crept across Black Zetsu's face. The drama of brotherly betrayal may indeed prove to be quite spectacular. With a flicker, the crimson gleam in Obito's eyes intensified. He commanded the assassination of Sasuke Uchiha, instructing Itachi to carry it out, adding that if he felt overwhelmed, he could take over. Obito's figure gradually faded into the void. Black Zetsu smirked coldly, his eyes laced with disdain. Fraternal strife. It appears a splendid show is about to unfold. With a gentle sway, Black Zetsu's form slowly melded into the earth, disappearing from sight. Cough, cough, cough. In the dim underground cavern, the sound of violent coughing echoed through the empty chamber. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto hastily approached to assess Orochimaru's condition. Suddenly, a chilling and dominating aura erupted from Orochimaru. Kabuto recoiled in fear, the icy gaze sending shivers down his spine. He believed that in the entire ninja world, no one could rival Orochimaru. Had it not been for Orochimaru's hands being sealed, even with Naruto's enhancements, death would be inevitable. It was unclear where Uncle Snake derived such immense charisma, always surrounded by a throng of devoted admirers. A spurt of blood erupted from Orochimaru's mouth. 3 years had nearly passed. In just a few hours, the cooldown for the resurrection skill would be over. Orochimaru gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain coursing through his body. The thought of soon acquiring the coveted Uchiha bloodline made all the suffering worthwhile. He would never forget the shock he felt upon first laying eyes on Itachi, who possessed the Sharingan bloodline limit. The ocular prowess of the Sharingan was certainly not something one could achieve through mere effort. Kabuto scrutinized the body data displayed on the nearby computer, his expression darkening. Lord Orochimaru, your body has reached its limits. Orochimaru gently shook his head at this remark, his long tongue licking around the corners of his mouth. Increase the dosage. As long as I can endure and complete the resurrection ritual, any cost is justified. Kabuto cast a worried glance at Orochimaru. Very well, I shall prepare the potion. Watching Kabuto's departing figure, Orochimaru forcefully wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. Sasuke stood quietly against the wall, meticulously counting the scratches etched into it. He vividly recalled Naruto informing him of the optimal date to launch the attack. After carefully counting several times, a cold smirk curled at the corners of Sasuke's mouth. Over the course of 3 years, he had acquired all the abilities from Orochimaru. That guy Naruto was not lying. Throughout these 3 years, Sasuke felt that his strength had far surpassed the goals he once held dear. I am indeed formidable now, Naruto. Just wait and see if I don't take you down this time. With a crackle, a blinding white light pierced through the stone door, aimed directly at Orochimaru's face. Lightning release, Chidori blade. The sudden assault nearly startled Orochimaru into submission. In his panic, he had no time to evade, hastily crossing his arms defensively in front of his chest. With a piercing sound, the light instantaneously penetrated Orochimaru's arms, sending excruciating pain coursing through his entire being. The chakra signature, could it be? With a swift motion, the stone door was sliced apart by the long sword. A resounding crash echoed as the door shattered into fragments. Sasuke stood there, holding the Kusanagi sword in his left hand, while his right hand radiated a chilling white lightning. Sasuke, I didn't expect you to strike first, Orochimaru gasped, glancing at the waning figure of his former disciple, secretly reveling in his triumph. Naruto had indeed spoken the truth. At this moment, Orochimaru appeared as feeble as a chicken. Crushing him would be as easy as pie. You have nothing left to teach me. At these words, a wave of desolation surged within Orochimaru. He had taught his disciple to slay his master. Truly, retribution was relentless. Hadn't Sarutobi Hiruzen imparted everything to him? In the end, he had been the one to take the old man's life. Now, a tragic scene was replaying, but this time, he was the one in the pitiful role. With a snort, Orochimaru retorted, Sasuke, do you think you can escape my rebirth ceremony? Sasuke chuckled coldly, swiftly forming hand seals. A mournful cry echoed as colossal chakra rapidly coalesced in his right hand. Instantly, thunderclouds gathered around him. Lightning release, Chidori. The chakra morphed into a blade of lightning, piercing through Orochimaru's chest in an instant. Suddenly, a shadowy figure erupted from Orochimaru's mouth. Sasuke's heart sank in alarm, and he swiftly turned away. Damn it! He cursed inwardly. Before him lay a colossal serpent with a human head, coiled atop the rubble of the stone door. With a disdainful smile, he remarked, So your true form is that of a serpent spirit? Fury ignited in Orochimaru's eyes. The moment of reincarnation had arrived after 3 long years. He would not allow any mistakes. He had painstakingly sought the Uchiha bloodline. How could he let it all slip away? With a powerful leap, Orochimaru soared into the air, his massive serpent head lunging towards Sasuke. Sasuke planted his feet firmly and propelled himself into the air, executing a swift counterattack. The edge of the Kusanagi sword tore through Orochimaru's scales, severing numerous serpent heads and splattering blood in every direction. Suddenly, thousands of small white snakes ensnared Sasuke, trapping him in their midst. Orochimaru's immense serpent head revealed a chilling grin. The reincarnation ritual has commenced. Sasuke, your body ultimately belongs to me. The power of reincarnation transports Sasuke into Orochimaru's mental dimension. Countless dark brown serpents swiftly entwine around Sasuke's feet. This is the dimension crafted by my spiritual force. The reincarnation ceremony shall be completed here. Sasuke surveyed his surroundings, where several bodies were tightly ensnared by the small serpents, those who had once fallen victim to Orochimaru's body snatching. How did the sound for breach Konoha's defensive barrier? Orochimaru's sinister laughter echoed. If you wish to know, surrender your body to me. Buzz. The Sharingan activate. Sasuke's blood-red eyes flickered with a fierce light. A dark aura rapidly spread from his cheeks. Orochimaru's triumphant smile froze in an instant, shock and terror coursing through him. This is impossible. This is my mental dimension. How could it be usurped by you? The black aura swiftly dominated the entire realm. Orochimaru found himself pinned in place by overwhelming spiritual power, utterly unable to resist. Sasuke cast a disdainful glance at Orochimaru and coldly declared, Orochimaru, your ninjutsu is utterly futile before my eyes. Orochimaru's last remnants of consciousness vividly recalled a similar declaration made by Uchiha Itachi years ago. Impossible. I am the great Orochimaru. Orochimaru, temporarily down and out. Kabuto, witnessing the shattered remnants of the stone door from a distance, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his spine. He hurried to the entrance as Sasuke's figure brushed past him. A formidable killing intent pressed Kabuto down, rendering him completely immobilized. Has the reincarnation ritual concluded? Gazing at Sasuke's receding silhouette, Kabuto trembled as he inquired, Are you truly Lord Orochimaru, or Sasuke? His voice quivered with fear. Sasuke slowly turned his head, his cold gaze sweeping over Kabuto. That terrifying aura felt both familiar and alien. A chilling smile curved Sasuke's lips. Who do you think I am? The light of the Sharingan flashed. Outside the Uchiha clan's hidden base, Kisame Hashigaki, bearing the great sword Samahata, closely followed Uchiha Itachi. Ever since receiving orders to track Sasuke, Itachi had remained silent. Typically, Itachi spoke little, but the orders from above carried an unmistakable tone of threat and testing. Even someone with a less acute mind like Kisame could discern this, let alone Uchiha Itachi himself. Perhaps he was in a foul mood? Or was he worried he might not be able to contend with Sasuke? After all, that little brat had defeated Orochimaru. Kisame understood Orochimaru's strength all too well and sought to rationalize Itachi's cold demeanor. Itachi, fret not. With my sword Samahata, that little brat Sasuke won't escape. Upon hearing Kisame's words, Itachi suddenly halted, gently turning his head to cast a cold glance at Kisame's shark-like visage. After a moment's pause, his lips twitched slightly, allowing a single phrase to escape. This is a battle of the Uchiha clan. No one is permitted to interfere. He turned his gaze towards the familiar cave entrance ahead. Itachi offered a faint smile. The higher-ups likely wished for me to personally eliminate Sasuke, perhaps as a means to test my loyalty to the organization. Kisame grinned widely. Mr. Itachi has rendered tremendous service to the organization. How could he possibly be disloyal? Itachi gently shook his head. You shall remain here. No one is allowed to approach. No sooner had the words left his lips than Itachi's form soared into the air, racing into the distance. The subtle yet chilling presence of chakra could hardly escape Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Black Zetsu had been lurking nearby, monitoring his every move, which proved to be a considerable challenge for Itachi. He attempted to contact Naruto through a crow, yet after several days of calling, the crow remained out of range. It seemed to have ventured into another signal-less area. Itachi muttered softly. Cough, cough, cough. Itachi erupted into a fit of violent coughs, crimson droplets emerging from the corner of his mouth. He was acutely aware that the sudden directive to eliminate Sasuke stemmed from an alarming revelation regarding the true identity of the masked man. Uchiha Madara was likely nearby. Should he reveal even the slightest vulnerability, not only would he be exposed, but Sasuke would also struggle to escape unscathed. No one understood Madara's power better than Itachi. Given Sasuke's current abilities and his own physical condition, they stood no chance against Uchiha Madara. Sasuke, you must survive. A warm smile graced Itachi's lips for a fleeting moment. Sasuke slowly traversed the tunnel towards the inner sanctum of the base, yearning for another glimpse at the inscriptions detailing the Uchiha clan's legacy. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted behind him. Sharingan, activate. Through his Sharingan, Sasuke clearly perceived the sharp shuriken slicing through the air. A scornful smile crossed his lips as he drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist, striking with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Clang, clang, clang. Several shuriken clattered to the ground. A familiar yet indifferent voice echoed from behind. Sasuke, your strength has increased significantly. What? Sasuke was taken aback. Brother, is that you? Ever since uncovering the truth behind the massacre 3 years prior, Sasuke had forgiven Itachi in his heart. Learning of Itachi's burdens from Naruto had only deepened his respect for his brother. Yet, the recent shuriken assault had clearly aimed for his vital points. Itachi cast a cold glance at Sasuke. You've grown taller, but your eyes still cannot rival mine. Sasuke was utterly bewildered. The brother whom Naruto described as having shouldered all sins to protect him seemed devoid of any benevolence. The icy killing intent emanating from Itachi enveloped Sasuke completely. Humph. Itachi let out a series of chilling laughs. My foolish little brother, you haven't made any progress at all. Do you truly believe those trivial lies? Back then, I merely fabricated a few tales to deal with that brat, the 9 tails. Thunder rumbled ominously. As these words were uttered, it was as if a thunderous roar erupted above Sasuke's head. After 3 long years of grappling with the hatred he had harbored for Itachi over the course of many years, he was now confronted with the revelation that it had all been a fabrication. The door to the long-buried enmity within Sasuke's heart was flung open once more. The flames of vengeance ignited in an instant. Why? Sasuke screamed in a fit of rage. Why? Of course, it was for your Sharingan. Itachi's eyes gently closed, only to suddenly snap open. The Mangekyo Sharingan, activate. Another voice of Itachi echoed from the opposite side. Only by witnessing the death of a beloved one or slaying them with one's own hands can one awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, the overwhelming ocular power of the Mangekyo Sharingan would impose a tremendous burden on the body. Thus, only by transplanting a family member's Sharingan could one evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi lifted his gaze to meet Sasuke's blood-red pupils, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Your eyes are the key for me to unlock the eternal Mangekyo. This is the true reason I spared you back then. Sasuke's face contorted in fury. So, to awaken the Mangekyo, you resorted to annihilating our entire clan? Itachi smirked disdainfully indeed. Sasuke summoned his chakra. Buzz. A cry of a soaring bird pierced the air. Lightning flickered on his right hand. Massive chakra coalesced within his palm, illuminating the dim tunnel. Sasuke's visage, steeped in hatred, appeared ominous in the glow of the lightning. Chidori blade. Suddenly, the lightning in Sasuke's grasp elongated rapidly, transforming into a blade of pure electricity. In an instant, it pierced through Itachi's chest. Splurt. Blood erupted from Itachi's mouth. To wield lightning chakra to such an extent was remarkable. A fleeting smile of satisfaction crossed Itachi's lips. When you slaughtered our kin, you once mentioned a co-conspirator who also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Speak, who is he? Itachi replied coolly, forcing out a few words. Uchiha Madara. Ah. Upon hearing this name, a chill ran down Sasuke's spine. Uchiha Madara, one of the founders of Konohagakure. Legend has it that he was the strongest of the Uchiha clan, possessing ocular powers capable of controlling the Nine Tails. Cough, cough, cough. Splurt. Another wave of blood spewed forth from Itachi. A sense of resigned sorrow welled up within him. His body had reached its limit, having relied on medication to survive thus far. Thankfully, Sasuke had matured. Sasuke gently rotated his wrist, and the Chidori blade began to spin slowly. Caw-caw. Suddenly, the body that had been pierced by the lightning transformed into countless crows, scattering into the air. Sasuke was taken aback, astonished. Is it an illusion? How could this be? Itachi's deep voice resonated from a distance. I told you, I, who possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, am not someone you can contend with. In the dark, concealed corner, Black Zetsu's head gradually emerged from the wall. Uchiha Itachi, it seems you possess knowledge that is rather extensive. Is it Tsukuyomi? Am I trapped in an illusion all this time? Sasuke found it utterly inconceivable. Everything before him felt so vividly real. Having vanquished Orochimaru, he believed himself to be immensely powerful. Yet, possessing the Sharingan, he unwittingly fell prey to Itachi's Tsukuyomi. A sharp pain surged through every cell of his being. Each use of the Sharingan intensified the burden on his body. Suddenly, Sasuke hurled a flurry of shurikens towards Itachi's heart. Just as the shurikens pierced Itachi's form, a swarm of crows erupted forth. No, this isn't an illusion. Could it be a clone? Sasuke swiftly gathered chakra, his palm coalescing with Chidori once more. In an instant, Itachi appeared before him as if teleporting. With a swift motion, Itachi struck, shattering the chakra Sasuke had just summoned. Sasuke was propelled backward, crashing against the wall. Before he could recover, Itachi's hand pinned him down. I shall take your eyes, Itachi's icy voice echoed in Sasuke's ear. As the words left his lips, Itachi's fingers lunged towards Sasuke's left eye. A surge of excruciating pain radiated from his eye. The bloodied eyeball rested between Itachi's fingers. How ruthless to strike his own brother. Uchiha Itachi. White Zetsu observed Itachi's seamless assault, his expression darkening. Blood trickled from Sasuke's left eye as a pained wail escaped his lips. Itachi glanced at him sideways. I'll take the other one as well. Fear and rage intertwined within Sasuke as he endured the agony of losing his left eye. Dark red patterns surged from his shoulder, enveloping his entire being. A colossal hand, akin to stone, suddenly struck toward Itachi from behind Sasuke. Itachi swiftly dodged. It was Orochimaru's cursed seal. The seal on Sasuke's face glimmered with a flash of red, rapidly converging upon his right eye. Genjutsu, release. A tremendous wave of chakra erupted from the tunnel, spreading outward. Zetsu quickly withdrew his head behind the wall. What? White Zetsu exclaimed in astonishment. Before him, Sasuke appeared unscathed. Was that Tsukuyomi? Black Zetsu felt a chill run down his spine. Itachi had ensnared even me and Tsukuyomi? As the illusion shattered, Itachi smiled faintly. Sasuke, you have indeed grown stronger, capable of breaking my Tsukuyomi, a feat few in the ninja world can achieve. In a fit of rage, Sasuke flung a wind-style shuriken, screaming die. Itachi, suspended in midair, suddenly coughed up blood, losing control and plummeting to the ground. Crack! The wind shuriken grazed Itachi's leg, blood gushing forth. Itachi staggered, collapsing to the earth. The scene before Sasuke began to blur. Swiftly, he formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A massive blaze erupted from Sasuke's mouth. Itachi swiftly summoned his chakra, propelling himself into the air and shattering the stone ceiling above, leaping out of the cave. Sasuke's figure followed closely behind. A colossal inferno erupted, reducing the earth to ashes in its wake. A drop of blood trickled from Itachi's right eye. Amaterasu. In an instant, The dark flames engulfed the fireball that was hurtling towards him. Amaterasu, the mightiest fire release technique, an eternal black flame that devours all. The flames emanating from Sasuke were instantly consumed by the black fire. With a whoosh, the black flames rapidly spread to Sasuke's arm behind him. Sasuke's face turned pale with shock. He understood the true power of Amaterasu better than anyone else. The black flames would not extinguish until their target was completely incinerated. Itachi's gaze swept over the area, and the black flames swiftly encircled everything in sight, rising in billowing clouds of smoke. Suddenly, Sasuke's body, covered in black flames, transformed into a mass of serpent skin, instantly turned to ash by the black fire. This was the escape substitution technique he had learned from Orochimaru. Dashing back into the cave, Sasuke hastily activated the second form of the cursed seal. The heavenly seal cloaked his entire face in a shroud of dark gray mist. His hands flew through seals. Fire style, great dragon fire technique. Roar. The overwhelming flames morphed into several fire dragons, piercing through the cave's ceiling. As the fire dragons surged forth, the surrounding air was cleaved apart by the flames. Itachi quickly leaped back. Cough. He spat out a mouthful of blood once more. His right eye was too painful to open, and his chest was soaked with blood. Sasuke, in a desperate attempt to evade Amaterasu, had utilized the escape substitution technique, which had nearly exhausted his chakra. Sasuke gasped weakly, casting a disdainful glance at Itachi, who lay in agony not far away. The immense burden placed on your body by Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu. I am eager to see how you will withstand my next assault. Sasuke strained to muster the last remnants of his chakra. Lightning began to coalesce slowly in his palm. The sky darkened with heavy clouds, thunder roaring ominously. Raindrops began to fall, drenching Itachi's face. Boom. The thunderclaps from the heavens resonated in response to the lightning chakra in Sasuke's hand. The ominous clouds above him surged, gathering with alarming speed. Roar. The electric lightning transformed into a fierce beast in the sky, opening its gaping maw and letting out a ferocious roar. Itachi, you shall be reduced to ash alongside this torrential deluge of lightning. Whoosh. Sasuke leaped atop a nearby platform, looking down with a blood-red gaze. His arms swung down with ferocity. Lightning release. Kirin. Roar. The lightning morphed into a dazzling Kirin, charging downward with a thunderous roar. The heavens trembled, and the earth quaked. The thunder struck the ground, turning the earth beneath Sasuke's feet into charred soil. Thud. Exhausted of chakra, Sasuke's body could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed to the ground. Struggling to lift his head, he gazed at Itachi, who lay in a pool of blood in the distance. A sudden emptiness filled Sasuke's heart, for this was his elder brother, whom he had loathed for over a decade and spent 3 years attempting to forgive. In just a few fleeting hours, a fierce struggle unfolded, leaving both parties on the brink of annihilation. The head of White Zetsu emerged from a scorched earth. Damn it, he muttered, if I had been even slightly slower, I would have been transformed into a roasted pig's head. Moments prior, Sasuke had summoned a lightning strike with his Kirin technique, an awe-inspiring display that could move even the heavens and weep for the spirits. Today, Itachi seemed peculiar. His performance did not reflect his true strength. Could it be a deliberate act of restraint? Black Zetsu murmured, filled with doubt. White Zetsu scoffed disdainfully. The frequent use of the Mangekyo Sharingan had taken a toll on Itachi's body. Without medication to sustain him, he would have perished long ago. The fact that he had endured thus far was nothing short of miraculous. Let us depart. The battle has concluded. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu fused together, gradually sinking into the ground. Suddenly, a deep voice resonated. Is this the sight you wished to witness, Sasuke? My demise. Sasuke was engulfed in despair. Itachi had survived the Kirin attack. A pale red chakra rapidly expanded across Itachi's body. Susanoo. With a whoosh, chakra surged and coalesced around Itachi, forming a visible giant of chakra. In its right hand, the Totsuka sword. In its left, the Yata mirror, both exuding an imposing aura. Yet, within the chakra giant, Itachi was on the verge of collapse. Sasuke gasped in shock. What kind of ninjutsu is this? His chakra exhausted, he slumped against the wall. The cold voice of Orochimaru, sealed within him, echoed, Sasuke, you have depleted your chakra. How do you intend to suppress me now? Suddenly, a jolt of fear struck Sasuke, cold sweat trickling down his spine. This is bad. In my reckless battle with Itachi, I forgot about Orochimaru within me. That entity had been waiting for the moment his chakra was exhausted to strike. A searing pain shot from the cursed seal on his shoulder. Puffed. The seal ruptured, and Sasuke's body expanded outward in an instant. Eight-headed serpent technique. Hissing, a silver-white Orochimaru emerged, crashing forward toward the pale red chakra giant. A faint smile graced Itachi's bloodied face. Channeling chakra, the Yata mirror extended forward. With a rumble, the body of the eight-headed serpent collided with the Yata mirror, causing the ground to tremble. The chakra giant swung the Totsuka sword with ferocity. Crack, crack. It cleaved left and right, severing 7 serpent heads in swift succession. The last serpent head opened its maw wide, and Orochimaru's body slowly crawled out. Clutching the Kusanagi sword triumphantly, he proclaimed, "Behold, it is I, your snake uncle, making my grand entrance." Puffed. Before Orochimaru could finish boasting, the Totsuka sword in the chakra giant's grasp suddenly elongated, piercing through Orochimaru's chest in an instant. Orochimaru grinned ominously. Such an attack is merely child's play for your Uncle Snake. Yet before he could revel in his bravado, his body was forcefully dragged by the immense sealing power of the Totsuka sword. Ah, is this the Totsuka sword? For heaven's sake, I just made my comeback. And I have already been sealed again. With a resounding whoosh, the formidable Yamada no Orochi, alongside Orochimaru, was ensnared within the gourd accompanying the Tenketsu sword. Slithering forth, a diminutive white serpent escaped from the interstices of the chakra giant's fingers. Humph. You are far too inexperienced to contend with Uncle Snake. Cough. A torrent of crimson blood erupted from Itachi's mouth as the chakra giant staggered, ultimately devolving until only a faint blush of chakra clung to Itachi's form. With deliberate grace, Itachi raised his arm, his blood-stained fingers extending slowly toward Sasuke's eyes. Trembling in terror, Sasuke's legs quaked. Itachi's finger hesitated momentarily before softly tapping Sasuke's forehead. Boom. The body collapsed with a thunderous crash. Crack. A crisp sound resonated within Sasuke's mind, emanating from his very eyes. An excruciating pain surged within his pupils. Ah! Sasuke emitted a heart-wrenching wail, his eyes snapping wide open. Buzz. The Mangekyo Sharingan activated. A dark six-pointed star glimmered brilliantly within Sasuke's blood-red irises. Thud. Darkness enveloped Sasuke, and he fainted. Whoosh. Beside the protruding head of Black Zetsu, a spectral figure gradually manifested. I knew you were lurking nearby. Black Zetsu's voice dripped with malice. Behind the mask, Obito wore a faint smile. The naive Sasuke was far more reassuring to employ than the cunning Itachi. Just as these words left his lips, a cacophony echoed from not far away, near Sasuke's body. The silhouette of a boy clad in orange ninja attire emerged. Ah? Is this Kamui? Cold sweat broke out on Obito's brow. Naruto paid no heed to the astonished Obito and Black Zetsu. Casting a disdainful glance at the foolish brother, he scoffed. Damn it. How does he appear slightly more handsome than I? His gaze shifted towards the battered Itachi, whose form was utterly drenched in crimson. Ding ding ding. The mission system chimed. Detected a soul surpassing the shadow level. Can be devoured. Can be devoured. Note. Upon devouring, gain all chakra and ninjutsu. Mission system friendly reminder. I want to devour. I want to devour. Gazing at the incessantly flashing red alert in his mind, Naruto, exasperated, shouted, Devour your grandfather. This is my Itachi. The crimson glow of the Nine-Tails Sharingan flickered in his eyes. In an instant, Sasuke and Itachi's forms became ethereal, wavering like a mirage. This is bad. I cannot allow him to take Itachi and Sasuke. Obito exclaimed, swiftly hurling a kunai, infused with immense chakra. The kunai emitted a piercing shriek as it sliced through the air, hurtling towards Naruto's eyes. Is there truly someone in this world capable of wielding the space-time ninjutsu Kamui? Could it be that Kakashi transplanted the Sharingan to this boy? Impossible. Without Uchiha blood, one cannot fully unlock the potential of his eyes. How could he possibly activate an alternate dimension? Countless questions surged through Obito's mind as the kunai was thrown. Bang! The kunai pierced through Naruto's eyes, instantly breaching the stone wall behind him. Naruto smirked disdainfully. At this moment, I have pressing matters to attend to and no time to deal with you two trivialities. As the words fell, a flicker of crimson light flashed in his eyes, and Naruto's figure gradually faded into the otherworldly space. Trivialities? White Zetsu murmured softly. Who is he referring to as trivialities? Black Zetsu looked at Obito with a hint of confusion. That boy must be your illegitimate son, right? Obito, upon hearing this, was filled with rage and could not help but erupt in anger. He is your ancestor. Black Zetsu's icy gaze swept over Obito. If he is not your illegitimate son, how could he possess the same ocular power as yours, capable of opening the door to the divine realm? Obito felt utterly helpless, tears of frustration welling up. His meticulously crafted plan to eliminate Itachi Uchiha while bringing Sasuke under his wing was abruptly thwarted by an unexpected variable. He had previously felt that everything in this world was under his control. Now, however, a sense of helplessness washed over him. Who exactly is that boy? To be able to open the divine realm, he must possess the Sharingan. If he possesses the Sharingan, he must be a survivor of the Uchiha clan. But where are the remnants of the Uchiha clan? His thoughts seemed to spiral into a dead end. Obito coldly commanded, "Accelerate the collection of the tailed beasts." His figure slowly dissipated from the spot. White Zetsu sneered disdainfully. "How reliable is this kid, Obito?" Black Zetsu slowly turned around. "They are merely pieces on the board. In any case, there are plenty of pieces left." Black Zetsu glanced around, lowering his voice. "How is the progress on your side?" White Zetsu smiled with satisfaction, his green hair gradually sinking into the depths below. "Everything is proceeding smoothly. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan has been successfully acquired." In the Hokage office of the Hidden Leaf Village, Jiraiya sat in the Hokage's chair, anxiously tugging at his hair. Shizune, cradling her pet pig, displayed an expression of utter despair. "Lord Jiraiya, the document you just approved was an invitation to a party from the feudal lord." Jiraiya lifted his head, hastily glancing at the pig. "This little pig should taste delightful when roasted." "Oink oink," protested the pet pig. "What is wrong with an invitation from the feudal lord's party?" Shizune shook her head helplessly. "The document is not problematic, but it was meant for the two advisors. You approved it for Team 10. What?" Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. He hurriedly rummaged through the chaotic pile of documents beside him for the one he had just seen. Shizune was utterly exasperated. "Lord Jiraiya, you already handed that document to Shikamaru to distribute." Jiraiya gasped. "Oh my heavens." He leapt from his seat. "I must retrieve it. If Team 10 attends the feudal lord's party, Tsunade will surely have my skin." Shizune gazed blankly at the disordered desk, pleading, "It has been half a month. If Lady Tsunade does not return soon, the hidden leaf will truly collapse." Bang! Just as Jiraiya flung the door open to rush out, he was bounced back, landing heavily on the floor. "What on earth? Is there anyone Jiraiya, cannot collide with?" He looked up. The sight of Tsunade's ample bosom captured Jiraiya's attention, causing a warmth to rise in his nose and blood to trickle down. He murmured to himself, "At such an age, still so buoyant, no wonder I cannot prevail." Tsunade gently massaged her chest before delivering a powerful punch. "Who dares to take advantage of me will surely face the consequences." Upon seeing Tsunade, Shizune leaped with joy. "Lady Tsunade, you have finally returned. All the ninjas in Konoha have been going mad with longing for you." Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment. "Do I not deserve any dignity? How am I to act as the Hokage if this continues?" Tsunade cast a disdainful glance at her cluttered desk, scolding him. "If you cannot manage even a temporary Hokage position, you are utterly worthless. If you do not pursue that document soon, it will be too late." Jiraiya shot a glare at Shizune. "Then hurry up." Shizune sighed as she stepped outside, realizing the weight of authority can be overwhelming. As Tsunade organized the papers on her desk, she spoke softly. "Is the news from Sakura true?" Jiraiya's expression darkened at her words. "Yes. Orochimaru's death has made headlines across the nations." "Is it Sasuke?" "Indeed." Tsunade sighed. "Fortunately, Naruto brought you back. Otherwise, the notorious trio of Konoha would have been left with just me." "Why didn't Naruto return with you?" Tsunade arranged the documents with a dissatisfied huff. As soon as Sakura delivered the message to the Wetbone Forest, Naruto vanished without a word. "I even entrusted him with the Ine seal and the creation rebirth technique. Yet he shows no respect. Aren't you fond of being referred to as Sister Tsunade?" Bang! Tsunade delivered another heavy punch to Jiraiya's head. "Keep your mouth shut. Your foolish thoughts are irksome." Jiraiya crumpled to the ground, one leg flailing in the air, a pitiful sight indeed. In the otherworldly space of the Sharingan's divine might, Naruto toyed with a small white snake, chuckling mischievously. "Isn't this my Uncle Snake from the society? How did you end up in such a predicament?" The small white snake rasped, "Kyuubi brat, how did you know I used the golden silkworm to shed my skin?" Naruto shrugged his arm. "If I hadn't captured you, you would have been incinerated by Amaterasu's black flames." Itachi didn't even realize I escaped. Naruto looked at him with disdain. Do you really think Itachi wanted to extract Sasuke's eyes? He gently shook his head, ignoring Orochimaru's desperate struggles. He casually placed the small white snake into a prepared black cloth bag. With swift hand seals, he struck the ground forcefully. Sage art, underworld mirror. A compass bridging the realms of Yin and Yang spun rapidly beneath him, emanating an eerie glow. Naruto. Itachi's voice called from nearby. In a state of spiritual liberation, Itachi felt free from the burdens of illness, his spirit rejuvenated. Naruto turned his head slightly, a faint blue diamond mark on his forehead shimmering with golden light. Itachi, you are 21 this year, correct? Itachi paused, momentarily taken aback by the question. After years of absence from Konoha, has it now become customary to initiate conversations by inquiring about one's age? Itachi nodded gently, affirming the notion. Naruto contemplated silently within, calculating that 21 minus 16 equated to 5 years his senior. Trading 5 years of his lifespan for the resurrection of the esteemed Itachi seemed rather advantageous. Once more, he formed hand seals, albeit at a slower pace this time. The Yin seal was activated, and through the art of sage technique, creation rebirth, he pressed his palm lightly against Itachi's battered body. Golden green chakra surged from his palm into Itachi's lifeless form. Suddenly, with lightning speed, Naruto deftly plucked Itachi's right eye from its socket and swiftly implanted it into the left eye of the unconscious fool, the second son. He then extracted Sasuke's right eye and transplanted it into Itachi's left eye. Carefully, he retrieved a glass vial from his pocket, placing the two eyes into their respective vacant sockets. Channeling chakra, a golden-green luminescence enveloped Sasuke and Itachi, the wounds visibly mending at an astonishing rate. Abruptly, Naruto stepped back, swiftly forming another series of hand seals. Sage technique, Soul Ferryman. A beam of golden light descended from above, illuminating Itachi's corpse. Naruto's series of divine actions left Itachi's spirit in utter astonishment. Suddenly, Itachi felt an immense gravitational force pulling his soul back into the body it had vacated. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Before he could ponder further, darkness enveloped him, and he re-entered his body. The breath of life began to rise from Itachi. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. From now on, do not call me Naruto. Refer to me as the esteemed physician. A surgical feat of such magnitude had been accomplished in mere moments. Truly magnificent. Each of them now possessed an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, perfectly arranged. As for the other eye, a peculiar smile crossed Naruto's lips. In the summer of the 95th year of Konoha, the front page of the Fire Country's Entertainment Gossip News proclaimed, according to the latest announcement from the Fire Country Observatory, a once-in-a-millennium total lunar eclipse would occur tomorrow night, with the Fire Country being the optimal viewing location. Naruto had spent the better part of the day wandering within the dimensional space of Kamui, yet he had not discovered its boundaries. This realm felt distinctly different from the space he had seen in the anime, where Obito wielded Kamui. Here, it bore little resemblance to the outside world. Sunlight and air were abundant, and in the distance, the sound of flowing water could be heard. However, the space was eerily empty, apart from the three of them. There was no trace of chakra. Naruto could distinctly sense that his sage chakra could envelop the entirety of the space. Every subtle movement within it was within his chakra's perception. In this realm, he felt like a god, ruling over all. Coughing violently, Sasuke disrupted Naruto's tranquil thoughts. Ah, my eyes. Sasuke, who had been lying flat, suddenly sat up, pressing his palm firmly against his left eye. A look of agony etched across his face. He could distinctly sense that the aura of the Sharingan had vanished from his right eye. Meanwhile, an unusual sensation emanating from his left eye seemed to convey a power he had never experienced before. Hey, you foolish oaf, are you awake? Naruto called out, waving his arm as he hurried back from a distance. Naruto, you deceiver. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals. Fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu. A colossal inferno erupted from Sasuke's mouth. The flames engulfed the space, threatening to turn everything within this otherworldly realm to ashes. Naruto, startled by Sasuke's sudden assault, broke into a cold sweat. Was it customary to unleash such formidable techniques at the slightest disagreement? By the way, why did that fireball, which had never taken a life, appear to have grown larger? Was it merely an illusion? Naruto gently shook his head. Having obtained the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his power had indeed ascended to new heights. Even the potency of his jutsu was incomparable to the past. The red light flickered within his 3-Tomoe Sharingan. Kamui, the massive fireball, along with Sasuke's body, vanished from this alternate dimension. Naruto disdainfully shook his head. Damn it, after 3 years apart, and you come at me with such bravado. You won't know who's the boss here until I toss you out. If you harm Itachi, I will break your legs. Sasuke suddenly found his vision obscured, and in the next moment, the scene before him had dramatically transformed. The surroundings were in disarray, with charred earth scattered about, and black flames danced in the wind. Was this Amaterasu? The site of his duel with Itachi? Suddenly, a shadow appeared ahead, flickering in and out of focus. In an instant, Naruto's familiar face materialized not far away. What was your conspiracy with Itachi? What was the purpose behind it? Sasuke shouted at Naruto in a frenzy, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Naruto glanced at him with palpable disdain. With that level of intelligence, how did you even manage to secure the second lead role? Is the director an old woman with a penchant for pretty boys? Is there some sort of unspoken rule? Naruto shook his head in exasperation. With such a bumbling ally, he genuinely worried about Sasuke's survival until they sealed Kagaya Otsutsuki. A piercing cry of a bird echoed as Sasuke's palm rapidly condensed chakra. Lightning style, Chidori. Naruto felt a surge of anger at this sight. To prevent Sasuke from inadvertently harming Itachi, he had cast him out from the alternate dimension, hoping to have a calm discussion. Instead, this fool immediately resorted to unleashing powerful techniques. Each strike was aimed at the vitals, clearly indicating a reckless resolve. Sasuke, do you have no sense of decorum, daring to flaunt your prowess before me? He swiftly formed hand seals. Sage art, earth style, earth flow wall. A massive surge of sage chakra poured forth from beneath Naruto's feet, creating a torrent of mud and stones. The mud collided thunderously with the incoming bolts of lightning. Instantly, the chakra-infused earth devoured all traces of the lightning, maintaining its relentless momentum, sweeping away the debris beneath him. Sasuke's expression turned to one of shock and alarm. His once proud lightning release was utterly crushed before Naruto. In the span of 3 years, that once underdog had seemingly grown powerful enough to instill fear in him. As torrents of mud and stones rushed towards him, Sasuke gently closed his eyes. Susanoo. With a crisp crack, deep blue chakra rapidly coalesced around Sasuke, layering upon itself. In the blink of an eye, a giant of deep blue chakra emerged, wielding 2 long swords, lifting Sasuke's form. The dual blades swept horizontally, instantly tearing apart the oncoming debris. The sight left Sasuke astounded. Can my eyes truly unleash Susanoo? Naruto shielded his eyes from the blinding sunlight, gazing up at Sasuke suspended in midair. An exceptionally cold chakra radiated outward from Sasuke, while blood trickled from his eyes, staining half of his face crimson. From a distance, it appeared ominous and terrifying. Ah, this is the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke sneered wantonly, his pupils gleaming with a red light, his gaze filled with unrestrained carnage. A fleeting wave of unfamiliar chakra brushed past him, startling Naruto. Sasuke had just endured a life-and-death battle with Itachi, his chakra nearly depleted. Although he had rested for a time in a different realm, with Sasuke's constitution, it was improbable for him to recover to peak condition so swiftly. Moreover, the Susanoo before him was in its complete form, whose unfamiliar chakra had briefly flashed from Sasuke. A profound question coursed through Naruto's mind, filling him with dread. It seemed that the only way to gain clarity was to bring down this foolish second pillar. With this thought, Naruto grew serious. Though he did not regard the complete Susanoo with fear, he needed to control his chakra with precision. He must ensure that he did not inadvertently kill this imbecile Sasuke. The rhythmic dripping of water echoed through the dark cave. White Zetsu, sporting a head of green hair, slowly emerged from the ground. Had the neural spores successfully infiltrated? A chilling voice resonated from the shadows. White Zetsu grinned. With your ocular power infusing chakra to generate these neural spores, they can silently invade the host's brain. The most terrifying aspect is that the spores do not control the host, but amplify the hatred within their minds infinitely. They thrive in the darkest recesses of the host's heart, nurturing hatred chakra. This enables the host to reach their optimal chakra state in a short time, fighting until the last vestige of chakra is depleted. Once the host perishes, White Zetsu ceased speaking, a strange smile crossing his lips. In a pitch-black corner, a flicker of white light darted through the gap of a masked visage. Tomorrow night is the full lunar eclipse, The perfect opportunity to merge with the Byakugan. You continue to monitor the Akatsuki, leaving no traces behind. White Zetsu's head gradually vanished back into the ground. Naruto summoned the chakra of the Nine Tails, its golden flames enveloping him. Alas, with an abundance of ninjutsu at his disposal, Naruto found himself at a loss as to which technique to employ. With a hint of arrogance, he shrugged his shoulders, confident that dealing with the simple-minded Sasuke did not necessitate the use of the full power of the Nine Tails. The overwhelming force of the tailed beast bomb was something he felt unsure about wielding with precision at this moment. Sasuke, gazing at the Nine Tails enhanced Naruto, offered a cold, disdainful smile. Suddenly, a streak of blood trickled from his left eye. Amaterasu. Sasuke's eyes widened with fury as his gaze fixated on Naruto. In an instant, black flames erupted violently. The potency of Amaterasu rivaled, and perhaps surpassed, that of Itachi's. As the black flames licked the surface of Naruto's tailed beast chakra, they swiftly spread across his entire form. Where the flames passed, the Nine Tails chakra was consumed in an instant. Channeling sage chakra throughout his being, Naruto invoked the sage technique. Rebirth of Heaven. The rapidly rotating sage chakra generated an immense centrifugal force around him, stripping the black flames of Amaterasu away in an instant. What the hell? You dare to use such a lethal technique against me? Naruto thought, gathering sage chakra in his palm. A chakra-infused shuriken emitted a piercing hum in his hand. Whoosh! 3 shuriken flew forth in response. Sasuke, witnessing this, smirked disdainfully. Naruto, what level are you at, still using shuriken? He stood there, motionless, his indifference palpable. Even if he had 300 shuriken infused with chakra, against the absolute defense of Susanoo, they would be nothing more than mere insects. Naruto flashed a toothy grin. This fool is putting on quite the show, isn't he? Perfectly fitting for Sasuke's notoriously proud nature. But boasting comes at a price. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Spinning rapidly, whoosh, the shuriken that had barely grazed the surface of Susanoo vanished into thin air. The next moment, Sasuke's scalp prickled in terror at what unfolded before him. Sage art, wind release, spiraling shuriken. Sasuke was taken aback, unable to fathom how those 3 shuriken had swapped places with the chakra-infused shuriken in an instant. Naruto, with a hint of pride, casually twirled the 3 shuriken in his hand, a satisfied grin on his face. The spiraling shuriken collided with Susanoo, igniting a shower of sparks. Though formidable, the spiraling shuriken was far from capable of breaching Susanoo's absolute defense, a notion that seemed utterly delusional. Naruto glanced at Sasuke's feigned calm demeanor and squeezed out a single question. What gives you such confidence? Level 4 wind, activate. A tremendous gust of wind surged outward from the center of the spiraling shuriken. Crack! A crisp sound rang in Sasuke's ears. How is this possible? The colossal blue chakra giant shattered before Sasuke's horrified gaze. Naruto's triumphant smile abruptly faltered. Empowered by the level 4 wind, the spiraling shuriken tore through Susanoo as if it were made of mere paper, showing no sign of diminishing power. A thunderous explosion erupted from the edges of the shuriken, sending a tornado spiraling skyward. Naruto was rendered speechless with fear. Channeling all his chakra, the red glow of his 3-Tomoe Sharingan flashed. Kamui. In the instant the shuriken disintegrated, it pulled Sasuke's body into the realm of another dimension. Boom. The terrifying power swept through with a howling gale, shrouding the sky and blotting out the sun. Wherever the tempest passed, everything was instantaneously reduced to dust. Bang! The spiral shuriken erupted with a thunderous blast. A blinding white light soared skyward, piercing the heavens. Gulp! Naruto swallowed hard. Goodness, is this an atomic bomb? Ding ding ding. The mission system kindly reminded. Level 4 winds, indestructible, capable of annihilating the earth. Exercise caution. Well, I believe it. Naruto muttered to himself. A flash of red light flickered in his eyes, vanishing into the realm of divine might. At this moment, Sasuke was a sight to behold, not a single inch of unscathed skin on his body. His tattered clothing and flesh, shredded by chakra, were a gruesome sight. His vacant eyes stared at his bloodied hands, muttering continuously, "Who am I? Where am I? What have I just experienced?" Witnessing Sasuke's tragic state, Naruto felt a mix of laughter and sorrow. He never imagined that a level 4 wind could be so fearsome. Slowly, he formed hand seals. Ninja art, creation rebirth. A light green chakra enveloped Sasuke entirely. The battered Sasuke began to heal at an astonishingly visible rate. Suddenly, a white spore, the size of a fist, erupted from the top of Sasuke's head. After rapidly absorbing the chakra Naruto had infused into Sasuke's body, the white spore began to crazily split and expand, breaking free from Sasuke's form. Sasuke was taken aback, exclaiming, "What on earth is this?" In a panic, he drew the Kusanagi sword from his waist and swung it horizontally. Crack! The body of White Zetsu was severed in two. The upper half, lying on the ground, displayed a smug grin. To have noticed the existence of the neural spore, how careless of me. A flash of red light appeared in Naruto's eyes. A drop of blood sliding from the corner of his eye. Amaterasu. Black flames instantly engulfed White Zetsu's body. You, Sasuke's terrified voice faltered upon seeing the three-tomo Sharingan in Naruto's eyes. Despite White Zetsu's wretched wails, Naruto did not spare a glance. He understood clearly that it was merely the product of the spore's absorbing chakra, not the true entity. His hands never left Sasuke's body, watching the wounds gradually heal. Naruto sighed softly. It seemed that White Zetsu had invaded Sasuke's mind with the spore technique long before Itachi took action. Turning to the still unconscious Itachi, he said, "Sasuke, if Itachi truly wished to kill you, do you really believe you could survive in his presence without having awakened your Mangekyo Sharingan?" Sasuke paused, his gaze shifting to Itachi, who lay quietly on the ground nearby. But he said, "His every move is under the close surveillance of Akatsuki. If he indeed deliberately said that, who do you think would survive?" Naruto interrupted this foolish notion without hesitation. Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan could clearly detect the hidden eyes in the shadows. From the very beginning, he had been prepared to die at your hands. You find yourself in an inescapable predicament, driven by the desire to extricate Orochimaru from your very being. In the end, succumbing to your own hand, he assists you in awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto cast a sympathetic glance at Itachi, acknowledging that even in death, he had meticulously planned a future for you, his younger brother. As Sasuke's body slumped backward to the ground, he slowly raised his hands in profound anguish. "Did I kill my brother?" At this, Naruto scoffed, disdain evident on his face. "Do not flatter yourself. You really think you could have slain Itachi?" Sasuke, startled, looked up at Naruto, incredulous. "Is my brother still alive?" Naruto glanced into the distance, managing a faint smile tinged with bitterness. "I lost 5 years of my prime youth. Haiden, where are you?" For several days, Sasuke had remained sleepless, vigilantly staying by Itachi's side. In the past, Naruto had found Tsunade in a gambling den, securing a secluded residence for the two brothers to temporarily reside. Utilizing the creation-rebirth technique, Naruto painstakingly repaired all of Itachi's damaged organs. However, relying on medication for survival, Itachi's body required time to adapt to the new organs. "Where shall we go from here?" Sasuke gazed at Itachi's pale, haggard face, suddenly overcome with sorrow. Having narrowly escaped Orochimaru and enduring a life-or-death duel with his elder brother, Sasuke was struck by the realization that, despite being members of the enviable Uchiha clan, they were left without a home. The vast world of ninjas offered no sanctuary for the two brothers. Naruto smiled gently, casting a sideways glance at Sasuke. Even the typically proud and arrogant Sasuke had moments of desolation. He firmly patted Sasuke on the shoulder. "Of course, we shall return to Konoha. It will always be your and Itachi's home." Sasuke froze at the mention of returning to Konoha, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Konoha? My brother has been with the Akatsuki for years, and I have defected from the village for 3. I fear there may be no place for us in Konoha anymore." A glimmer of despair flickered in Sasuke's gaze. Years ago, the Uchiha clan had conspired to instigate a coup, but the higher-ups of Konoha had exploited Itachi's dual role as a spy, compelling him to annihilate his entire clan. Naruto shook his head in resignation. "Sasuke, you do not truly understand Itachi. Having endured the Third Great Ninja War, he was acutely aware of the pain that war inflicts upon people, a sentiment that you cannot fathom. Itachi understood that the coup would inevitably fail, and the ensuing chaos in Konoha would invite attacks from other nations, potentially reigniting another great ninja war. Thus, to protect the peace of Konoha, Itachi bore the burden of his inner turmoil and chose to end the conflict before it could escalate. During Itachi's unconsciousness, Naruto had divulged much of the darkness that Itachi had shouldered to Sasuke. Whether Sasuke could genuinely comprehend the anguish Itachi bore for the sake of Konoha remained uncertain. Naruto fell silent, scrutinizing the shadows that clouded Sasuke's face. "In those days, Itachi made sacrifices to protect you, and uphold the Uchiha name. He shifted his gaze to Itachi's weathered visage. Perhaps, in your brother's heart, he dreams of returning to Konoha. Sasuke's heart raced, his gaze turning vacant. Can we truly return? Naruto gently shook his head. I have stated that Konoha will always be your home. Will it? Sasuke lifted his eyes to meet Naruto's, confusion etched across his face. Over the span of 3 years, the once distant figure had gradually woven a bond within Sasuke's heart. It seemed as though Naruto had been guiding his path all along. Naruto approached the window, gazing towards the direction of Konoha. I am indifferent to the past of the Uchiha clan, but from this moment forth, you and Itachi shall be the Uchiha of Konoha, safeguarding the village in the name of the Uchiha. Sasuke stared blankly at Naruto. The name of Uchiha? Yet the higher-ups of Konoha would never permit the Uchiha to return. Naruto smirked disdainfully. Are you referring to Mito Gate Yin and Tsunade Shorin? Sasuke nodded slightly, non-committal. Naruto shrugged lightly. If they disagree, we shall compel them to accept. Those two old geezers have no right to dictate. The assertiveness and composure on Naruto's face astonished Sasuke. After a moment, he murmured, even the 5th Hokage will not allow our return. Naruto's expression soured upon hearing this. You, my friend, lack any sense of gratitude. You escaped Konoha for 3 years, yet Tsunade-sama never deemed you a rogue ninja nor issued a pursuit order. Sasuke felt warmth in his heart as he turned to Itachi beside him. Very well, let us return to Konoha, safeguarding the village in the name of the Uchiha. Naruto nodded in satisfaction. You and Itachi shall await me here for a day. I will return to Konoha first to arrange your accommodations. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of red light flickered in Naruto's eyes. Kamui. His figure gradually vanished into the dimensional space. Sasuke gazed at Naruto's disappearing silhouette, murmuring to himself. You intend to return and persuade the higher-ups of Konoha, do you not? Within the Hokage building of Konoha. Bang! Mito Gate Yin slammed his fist onto the table. His face flushed with anger. Are you suggesting we unite to advocate for Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha? Have you lost your minds? Tsunade Shorin's aged face darkened like the deepest waters. Two renegades, having abandoned the village for years, wished to return to Konoha. How utterly delusional. Naruto smiled serenely. Fully aware that this would be the outcome, he strolled over to Mito Gate Yin and Tsunade Shorin, placing a hand on their shoulders. The flying thunder god mark appeared prominently. I summoned you to inform you, not to seek your approval. Bang! Tsunade Shorin struck the table again, her face reddening with rage. How dare you, a mere genin, speak to Konoha's senior advisors in such a manner? Humph. Naruto chuckled helplessly. I apologize, but I truly do not regard your so-called advisory roles with any seriousness. Mito Gate Yin leaped from his chair. Tsunade, as the 5th Hokage, how can you allow your subordinate to display such a lack of decorum? Upon hearing this, Tsunade managed a bittersweet smile tinged with resignation. I am sorry, esteemed advisors, but I cannot contend with him. What? Mito Gate Yin stared at Tsunade in disbelief. In a moment of disdain, Tsuki Koban cast a scornful glance at Naruto. A mere genin daring to speak so boldly. Naruto, however, merely smiled in silence, his hands deftly forming a series of seals. Flying Thunder God technique. With a resounding bang, everyone in the Hokage's office found themselves instantaneously transported 50 miles outside of Konoha. Naruto turned to regard the two bewildered advisors, and with a flicker of his form, he was already 100 steps away. A hum resonated as golden chakra flames enveloped Naruto entirely. Activate the Mangekyo Sharingan, he declared. Sage mode activate. Earth style, Mud River. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. Lightning style, Thunder Crash. The crimson glow of the Mangekyo Sharingan flashed. A trace of blood trickling from the corner of Naruto's eye. Amaterasu. With a whoosh and a thunderous roar, a mass of black flames erupted on a nearby clearing. The inferno spread across the sky, accompanied by the roar of thunder, shaking the very earth beneath. The onlookers turned ashen, fear gripping their hearts. Pointing a single finger, Naruto directed his attention to the two terrified advisors. Choose any one of the techniques I just displayed. If you can withstand a single strike together, then you shall hold sway over Konoha from henceforth. Koban's jaw dropped in disbelief, twitching in shock as he glanced at his equally astonished companion, Mito Gaten. I believe both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke are exemplary youths of Konoha. Indeed, should anyone dare to label them as traitors, we two advisors shall not let it rest. Observing the pallor of the two advisors, Naruto smiled faintly. This is not coercion by my strength, mind you. If there are any objections, do voice them. We can certainly discuss further, for the Land of Fire is a nation that champions democracy. Tsunade, rolling her eyes in disdain, shot a glare at Naruto. Internally, she scolded him, thinking, enough is enough. Do you truly wish to frighten these two old fools to death? Nevertheless, she remained unsettled by Naruto's display of power, pondering whether he would leave her, the Hokage, with any semblance of dignity. If you claim you have not resorted to tricks, I cannot believe it. When she first heard Naruto's intention to bring Itachi and Sasuke back to Konoha, her shock was no less than that of the two advisors. Even Jiraiya, seasoned in the tumult of life, was left speechless for an extended period. Yet, Naruto's firm declaration that he would subdue anyone who opposed him loomed large. The extent of Naruto's extraordinary power had been evident to Tsunade and Jiraiya 3 years prior, when they faced Orochimaru and Kabuto. They had been unable to contend with him then, and now, with his mastery of Sage Chakra, it was clear to Tsunade, even without direct observation, that no one in Konoha could challenge him at present. Jiraiya, adept at navigating shifting tides, mused that if he were to indulge his own disciple, who else would? As long as the heavens remained unbroken, he harbored no objections. Even if the sky were to tear apart, the fifth Hokage would still stand firm to bear the weight. Coughing softly, Tsunade struggled to suppress her astonishment. Naruto, when addressing our esteemed advisors, please exercise proper decorum. Upon hearing this, Myōboku's nostrils flared with indignation. Now you choose to assert your authority as the fifth Hokage to admonish your subordinates? Where was this diligence moments ago? Rinne-Sharigan's aged visage darkened further, simmering with unspoken fury. Ah, you little Tsunade, this is clearly an attempt to assert dominance over us two old geezers. Quite the audacity. Rinne-Sharigan and Myōboku exchanged glances. When did a brash and outrageously formidable lad like Naruto emerge in the ninja world? He unleashed a torrent of terrifying jutsu we had never even witnessed before, and yet he dares to claim he is not coercing us? When have the two senior advisors of Konoha ever endured such indignity? Alas, their fists were no match for his strength, and their resolve faltered. Rinne-Sharigan reluctantly diverted her gaze from the scorched earth ahead. Reflecting on the days of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, perhaps he too had never possessed such prowess. Konoha might yet return to its former glory, who can say? Back in the day, when the Uchiha clan conspired to rebel, Danzo advocated for armed suppression, and we fervently opposed it. With this, she signaled to Myōboku, their years of collaboration yielding an unspoken understanding. Myōboku promptly caught on, eagerly chiming in. Indeed, we were truly against it. However, Danzo controlled the root organization, and the third Hokage's attempts at diplomacy bore no fruit, ultimately leading to tragedy. Poor Itachi. That child was wronged. Naruto stood astonished, taken aback by the brazen words of these two old geezers. Were they truly shifting all blame onto Danzo? Huh. You certainly excel at dodging responsibility. While Danzo may not be a paragon of virtue, neither of you are saints. A subtle smile graced Naruto's face, as he thought it best to let bygones be bygones for the sake of Itachi and Sasuke's safe return to Konoha. Under the directive of the two esteemed advisors, Itachi and Sasuke had infiltrated the Akatsuki organization and Orochimaru's forces, discreetly relaying numerous critical intelligence to Konoha. Now, having successfully completed their clandestine mission, they return in triumph. Konoha and the Land of Fire ought to bestow upon them the medals of honor. Turning to the two elderly gentlemen, Naruto flashed a grin. Am I not correct? Esteemed advisors? As he spoke, he activated the Nine-Tails mode, switching it on and off repeatedly, reveling in his accomplishment. Oh dear, my little Nine-Tails is a bit unruly. In his mind, the Nine-Tails roared in fury. For heaven's sake, can you not tone it down? I wish to be discreet, but my power does not allow it. Myōboku and Rinne-Sharigan turned a shade of green, their eyes transfixed on the swirling chakra of the Nine-Tails around Naruto. In unison, they nodded vigorously. Indeed, you are right. That is precisely the case. Naruto respectfully performed a ninja bow. Let us consider those two idle luxury apartments in the west of Konoha as a fitting reward for their tireless efforts. Upon hearing this, Myōboku's heart bled. Those two apartments were meant for his and Tsunade's retirement. With no room for maneuvering, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Gritting his teeth and stomping his foot, he resolved himself. Looking at Tsunade's vacant expression, He assented. Indeed, indeed. Naruto nodded in satisfaction and exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Granny Tsunade. Then let the two esteemed advisors draft the announcement themselves. No sooner had he spoken than a shadowy figure from the Anbu appeared in the distance. Lord Fifth Hokage. One of the 12 guardians responsible for protecting the daimyo, Lord Jiraiya, has been tragically slain by the Akatsuki. Asuma has already led a team in pursuit. Naruto was taken aback, his face paling. What? This is unbelievable. How could we let this happen? Are we merely sending ourselves to our doom? Tsunade turned her gaze towards Naruto, seemingly inquiring for his opinion. As Naruto channeled his chakra, a crimson light flashed in his eyes, and he gradually melded into the void, leaving behind words that left everyone dumbfounded. Itachi Uchiha is recuperating in the gambling city. I implore the esteemed advisors to personally greet him while I hasten to support Asuma's team. Tsunade observed Mito Gate In and Tsunade's pale faces, offering a faint smile. Since we are to bestow the hero's medal, a warm welcome is indeed warranted. Jiraiya and I shall accompany the esteemed gentleman. With that, she gently nudged the still-dazed Jiraiya. Only then did he snap back to reality, forcing a somewhat awkward smile. Indeed, indeed. Meanwhile, Kakuzu trudged forward, carrying the lifeless body of Jiraiya not far ahead of Haiden. The red clouds on his black cloak appeared somewhat cumbersome on his robust frame. Suddenly, Kakuzu halted before a public restroom. Haiden cast a disdainful glance at the public lavatory. Muttering in distaste, surely, you can't be serious about bringing a corpse to the restroom? Kakuzu ignored his foolish partner and strode directly into the restroom. Haiden sighed, shaking his head in resignation.